My boyfriend wanted a traditional wife. I showed him what traditional really meant. Me and Ryan had been dating for 2 years when he started with this traditional talk. Before that, everything was normal. We both worked, split dates, took turns planning stuff. He made decent money doing IT support. I worked at a marketing firm making about the same. We had our own apartments and stayed at each other's places a few nights a week. We talked about moving in together next year. Then Ryan started following these podcasts about how men were losing their masculinity and society was falling apart because women didn't know their place anymore. At first, I thought he was joking when he'd mention stuff from them. But then he got serious. Said he wanted a traditional relationship where the woman cooks, cleans, takes care of her man. I laughed and asked if he was planning to support us entirely on his salary then. He said that wasn't the point. Modern tradition meant we both work, but the woman still does the home stuff because that's biological or whatever. I asked what the man does in this modern traditional setup. He said the man leads, makes decisions, protects. Asked him to protect me from the spider in his bathroom last week, and he made me kill it because he doesn't do bugs. Real protective. Things got worse after he met up with some guys from these online forums. Came back talking about how I needed to learn to be more feminine, submit to male leadership, stop trying to be a man. I asked what that meant exactly. He said I should be cooking his meals when I come over, cleaning his apartment, doing his laundry. Said good women take care of their men without being asked. I pointed out he lives like a slob, has pizza boxes from 3 weeks ago on his counter, and owns 2 plates total. He said that's because he hasn't had a good woman to create a home for him. The next time I went to his place, he'd bought an apron. Not for him, for me. Pink with ruffles. Said he got it so I could start practicing being a proper girlfriend. His sink was full of dishes. Bathroom was disgusting. Sheets probably hadn't been washed in months. He sat on the couch waiting for me to start cleaning. I left and went home. He texted saying I was being selfish and needed to learn about sacrifice in relationships. Started sending me articles about feminine duties and how career women were unhappy because they were fighting nature. His friend Todd told him about this girl who quit her job to serve her boyfriend full-time and how happy they were. I knew that girl. She was depressed and her boyfriend was unemployed, living off her savings from before she quit. But Ryan thought it was goals. He started criticizing everything I did. My cooking wasn't homemade enough even though he lived on energy drinks and microwave burritos. Said I dressed too masculine in my work clothes, should wear dresses more. Bought me a bunch of dresses that looked like sister-wife uniforms. When I didn't wear them, he said I wasn't trying in our relationship. The breaking point was when he invited his forum buddies over to watch sports. Told me to serve them food and drinks. Wear that stupid apron. I asked if he was serious. He said this was my chance to show I could be a good traditional woman. Said his friends' girlfriends did this naturally without complaining. I knew for a fact Todd's girlfriend left him last month and Jake's girlfriend was fictional. But I played along. Told Ryan I wanted to try being more traditional, see if those podcasts were right. His whole face lit up. Thought he'd finally won. I said if we're being traditional, I needed some things from him first. Asked for money for groceries since traditional men provide. He gave me $40 for food for 8 guys. I said traditional men give their women proper household budgets. He said 40 was enough. I said I'd need money for a new dress since he wanted me looking feminine. He said I should use my own money for that. Traditional men buy their women's clothes, but okay. Day of the event, I showed up in jeans and a t-shirt with 2 bags from the dollar store. Had crackers, the cheapest cheese I could find, and a case of the nastiest generic soda that tastes like cough syrup. His friends showed up expecting wings and beer. I served them stale crackers on paper plates I found in Ryan's cabinet from some kid's birthday party with dinosaurs on them. Warm soda in coffee mugs because he only had 3 cups. They kept looking at Ryan like, what is this? He pulled me aside asking where the real food was. I said $40 doesn't buy traditional hosting food. Maybe he should have provided better like a traditional man. He had to order pizzas with his credit card while his friends watched. Then I sat down with them instead of serving, and he stared at me with anger. Todd grabbed his jacket and muttered something about an early morning. Jake followed right behind him without even looking at me. The other guys shuffled out fast, barely saying goodbye to Ryan. The door clicked shut and suddenly the apartment felt way too small. Ryan turned on me with this look I'd never seen before. Like actual rage mixed with embarrassment. He wanted to know why I humiliated him in front of his friends like that. His voice got loud and his face was red. I stayed calm and reminded him that $40 doesn't buy wings and beer for 8 people. If he wanted me playing traditional housewife, he needed to play traditional provider first. That's how it actually works in those arrangements he kept talking about. Ryan started pacing around his messy living room, kicking an empty pizza box out of his way. He said I was twisting everything on purpose. Traditional doesn't mean he has to pay for everything. Just that I should want to take care of him without keeping score like some kind of accountant. I pointed out he literally gave me a budget of $40 and expected me to make it work, which is exactly keeping score. Then I asked what he actually contributes to this traditional arrangement besides criticism. He stopped pacing and stared at me like I'd slapped him. I waited for an answer, but he just stood there with his mouth open. Ryan got defensive real quick and started listing things. He said he's the man, he provides leadership, he makes the hard decisions. I asked for specific examples of decisions he's made for us, or problems he's actually solved. He couldn't name a single one. Just stood there looking at the ceiling like the answer might be written up there. The spider incident came up again because it was the perfect example of his leadership in action. He got even angrier and said I was being petty, that I was missing the whole point of masculine energy. Started going on about how it's not about specific tasks, it's about the energy he brings to the relationship. I asked what energy exactly. The energy of sitting on the couch while I clean his apartment? The energy of criticizing my clothes while he wears the same gaming shirt 3 days straight? He told me I was being mean and unfair. Said I used to be nicer before I got so obsessed with equality. I told him I was going home and we needed to seriously think about whether this relationship even makes sense anymore. His whole face changed when I said that. The anger turned into something like panic and he tried to backtrack fast. Said I was overreacting, that we could talk about this like adults. But I was exhausted from the whole night and just wanted to leave. I grabbed my purse and walked out while he was still talking. He followed me to the door saying we should talk more, but I kept walking to my car. The next morning, I woke up to a long text from Ryan. My phone showed a wall of blue text bubbles that I had to scroll through. He apologized for getting angry last night, but then spent 3 paragraphs explaining why modern relationships need more structure and traditional roles. Said he'd been doing research and thinking a lot about masculine and feminine polarity. Suggested we read some articles together so I could understand what he meant. The idea of sitting down to read his podcast guru articles made me want to throw my phone across the room. I put my phone face down on my nightstand and got ready for work instead. At lunch, I met up with Hannah from my department at the usual sandwich place down the street. She asked how things were going, and I just started explaining everything. The podcasts, the apron, the sports night disaster, all of it. Hannah listened while eating her turkey sandwich, and when I finished, she asked why I was still with someone who wants a servant instead of a partner. Hearing it said so plainly by someone else made something click in my brain. She was right. That's exactly what he wanted. Not a girlfriend, not even a traditional wife really, just someone to clean up after him and make him feel important. Hannah said she'd dated a guy like that once and leaving him was the best decision she ever made. I sat there picking at my salad thinking about how absurd this whole situation had become. That evening, Ryan called wanting to come over to my place. I told him I needed more space to think about things. He got frustrated immediately and said I was punishing him, that a good girlfriend would want to work through problems together, not shut him out like this. I said I wasn't shutting him out. I just needed time to think without him trying to convince me of stuff. He asked how much time, and I said I didn't know yet. The call ended awkwardly with neither of us saying goodbye, just silence, and then I hung up. I spent that weekend at Liliana's place, my best friend since college. She has this great apartment with huge windows and plants everywhere. We sat on her couch drinking wine Friday night, and I told her everything. Liliana listened and then said something that made me stop mid-sip. She pointed out that Ryan only started this traditional nonsense after his job performance review went badly back in July. He'd gotten passed over for a promotion he really wanted, and had been weird ever since. She thinks he's trying to feel powerful in his relationship because he feels powerless at work. I hadn't connected those dots before, but she was completely right. The timeline matched up perfectly. Sunday evening, I was back at my apartment making dinner when someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw Ryan standing there holding flowers and wearing an apron. Not the pink ruffled one he'd bought me, but a plain blue one that looked new. I opened the door cautiously, and he said he wanted to cook dinner for me to prove he values partnership. Part of me wanted to slam the door, but I was curious if he'd actually had some self-awareness, or if this was another manipulation. I let him in, and he went straight to my kitchen, pulling ingredients out of a grocery bag. He'd brought stuff for pasta and kept talking while he cooked about how he'd been thinking all weekend. The dinner came out okay. Nothing special but edible. We sat down at my small table, and it was awkward from the first bite. Ryan kept trying to steer the conversation toward how we could blend traditional and modern values, find some middle ground that worked for both of us. But when I pressed him on specifics, it still sounded like me doing all the domestic work while we both have jobs. He talked in circles about complementary roles and natural strengths until I finally asked him directly what he actually wanted. He got quiet and looked at his pasta. Then he admitted he mostly just wants someone to take care of his apartment and cooking because he's bad at both and doesn't want to learn. There it was. The real truth under all the masculine energy talk and traditional values nonsense. He just wanted a maid he could sleep with. I put my fork down and looked at him across the table. The pasta sat there getting cold between us while he waited for me to say something nice about his effort. I told him I wasn't interested in being his mother or his maid anymore. He needed to learn to clean and cook for himself like an actual adult, instead of expecting me to do it. Ryan's face changed and he looked hurt in a way that almost made me feel bad. He said I was being cruel and that partners help each other with weaknesses. I asked if that went both ways because I hadn't seen him helping with any of my weaknesses lately, just pointing them all out. He started to argue, but I kept going. Asked him what he even wanted from me anymore besides free housekeeping. The question hung there and I realized I didn't actually know if I wanted anything from this relationship at all. We sat in silence for what felt like forever. Ryan stared at his plate and I could see on his face that he understood I was seriously thinking about ending things. He reached across the table like he wanted to take my hand but stopped halfway. Asked if we could just talk about this more tomorrow when we weren't both tired. I said sure, but my voice came out flat. He left soon after without finishing his food and I threw both our plates in the trash. The next morning started the texts. Ryan sent me good morning messages with heart emojis like nothing was wrong. By lunch, he'd sent me a link to an article about communication in relationships. That evening, he showed up at my apartment with flowers from the grocery store and a card about second chances. I thanked him but didn't invite him in. Over the next week, it got worse. He texted constantly asking how my day was going and telling me he missed me. Sent me pictures of meals he'd cooked himself to show he was trying. Bought me a necklace I'd looked at once in a store 3 months ago. Every message ended with some version of him promising to be better, without ever saying what that meant. At work, I kept checking my phone and getting distracted during meetings. My boss Marco noticed on Thursday when I zoned out completely during a client presentation. After the meeting, he asked if I wanted to grab coffee. We sat in the break room and he didn't push but said gently that I seemed like I had a lot on my mind. Told me I should take a personal day Friday to sort out whatever was going on. I took him up on it. Friday morning, I woke up without an alarm and made myself breakfast. Sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and opened a blank document. Started making lists of what Ryan and I were like before all the podcast nonsense versus what we'd become. The before list had things like splitting concert tickets and laughing at stupid movies together, and him bringing me soup when I had the flu. The after list had aprons and criticism and him sitting on his couch waiting for me to clean. The contrast was so clear it actually hurt to see it written out. The guy I fell for 2 years ago who made me laugh and treated me like an equal had been replaced by someone performing a character he thought he was supposed to be. I saved the document and closed my laptop. Spent the rest of the day cleaning my apartment and thinking. Ryan texted asking to meet for coffee on Saturday. I agreed and spent that morning organizing my thoughts so I wouldn't just get emotional and lose track of what I needed to say. We met at the coffee shop near my place. Ryan got there first and already had my usual order waiting at a table by the window. I sat down and wrapped my hands around the cup. Told him I missed who he used to be before all this traditional relationship stuff started. Back when we were actual equals who enjoyed each other's company instead of him constantly judging whether I was feminine enough. Ryan looked down at his coffee and nodded slowly. He was quiet for a long time and then he started talking in this small voice I hadn't heard from him in months. Said he'd been feeling lost and like he wasn't good enough at anything. The podcast made him feel like he finally understood what was wrong with his life. He thought if he could just get our relationship to be more traditional, it would make him feel more like a man and less like a failure. But instead, he just felt angry all the time and didn't know why. His eyes got wet and he wiped at them quickly. I felt something soften in my chest, hearing him actually be vulnerable instead of defensive for once. Reached across the table and touched his hand. Told him maybe he should talk to a therapist about why he was feeling like he wasn't good enough instead of trying to fix it by controlling me. He pulled his hand back at the word controlling and his jaw got tight. But he didn't completely shut down. Said maybe, and that he'd think about it. We sat there finishing our coffee, and then I brought up what I'd been thinking about all week. Said I thought we should take a real break for a month with no contact, so he could figure out his stuff and I could figure out if I even wanted to continue this relationship. Ryan's face went pale and he asked if I was breaking up with him. I said no, but also maybe, and that I needed space to think clearly without him texting me constantly. He looked scared, but after a few minutes, he agreed. We stood up to leave and he tried to hug me. It was awkward and uncertain and felt like it might be goodbye. I walked home alone and felt lighter and sadder at the same time. The next few weeks were strange. I kept reaching for my phone to text Ryan about random things, and then remembering we weren't talking. Went out with Hannah and Liliana more. Focused on work projects I'd been putting off. Started going to the gym again in the mornings before work. Hannah commented one day at lunch that I seemed more like myself. Liliana said the same thing when we got drinks that Friday. It was telling that multiple people noticed I was different without Ryan around. I slept better and stopped feeling like I was walking on eggshells all the time. My apartment stayed clean because I was the only one making messes in it. I watched whatever I wanted on Netflix without anyone commenting on my choices. The month went by faster than I expected. Ryan kept his word about the no contact thing, which surprised me. On the day the month ended, I woke up to an email from him. It was long and actually thoughtful instead of defensive. He apologized for trying to change me and said he understood now that he'd been taking his own problems out on our relationship. Said he'd started seeing a counselor 2 weeks ago about his feelings of not being good enough. The email asked if we could meet to talk, but said he'd understand if I didn't want to. I read it 3 times sitting in bed, made myself coffee and read it again. Then I wrote back and said yes to meeting. I picked a coffee shop halfway between our apartments. Neutral ground where neither of us had any memories attached to the space. Got there 10 minutes early and ordered my usual latte and sat at a table near the window where I could see the street. My stomach felt tight and my hands kept fidgeting with my cup. Ryan walked in exactly on time, looking different somehow. His shoulders weren't as stiff, and he wasn't wearing that expression he'd had for months, where his jaw was always clenched. He got coffee and sat down across from me, and we both just looked at each other for a minute. He started talking first, and his voice was quieter than I remembered. Said he'd been doing a lot of thinking during the month apart, and working with his counselor helped him see things he couldn't see before. The traditional masculinity stuff wasn't really about me at all. It was about him feeling like he was failing at everything in his life, and trying to control our relationship to feel like he was good at something. His job review had been bad, and he got passed over for the promotion he wanted, and instead of dealing with those feelings, he decided the problem was that modern relationships were broken. Easier to blame podcasts and society than admit he felt inadequate. He looked right at me when he said he understood now that he'd been taking all his frustration and insecurity out on me and our relationship, that he'd been trying to make me smaller so he could feel bigger. His eyes got wet again and he wiped at them with his sleeve. Said he was genuinely sorry for all of it and that he missed who we used to be together before he messed everything up. I sat there listening, and part of me wanted to reach across the table and tell him it was okay, and we could try again. But another part of me remembered all those months of criticism and feeling like I was constantly defending my existence. Told him I appreciated his honesty and that I was glad he was working on himself with a counselor. Said I could see he'd done real thinking about this, and that meant something to me. But I also told him I wasn't sure if I could trust that this change would stick, or if he'd fall back into those patterns the next time he felt insecure about something. He nodded slowly, like he'd expected me to say that. We sat there drinking our coffee and talking about smaller things for a while. How work was going for both of us and what we'd been doing during the month apart. It felt strange to talk to him like an acquaintance instead of someone I'd planned a future with. Eventually, I said I thought we should stay broken up for now. That maybe someday, when we'd both had more time to grow separately, we could reconnect as friends. But I needed to focus on myself right now. Ryan's face fell, but he didn't argue or try to convince me otherwise. Just said he understood, and that he hoped I'd be happy. We finished our coffee and stood up to leave, and he gave me a quick hug that felt sad and final. I walked back to my apartment alone and cried a little on the way home. But underneath the sadness was this feeling of certainty that I'd made the right choice for myself. That choosing my own peace and growth over trying to fix something broken was exactly what I needed to do. My boyfriend admitted he might not love me anymore after his ex came back to town. My boyfriend and I had been together for 2 years when his ex-girlfriend suddenly came back into his life. And everything changed. Before we started dating, Jerome was engaged to someone else. A girl named Brianna, who I knew from college. They seemed happy together, the kind of couple everyone expected to last forever. But a few months before their wedding, Brianna broke things off. She said she wasn't ready and needed space to figure out her life. Jerome was heartbroken. I was there for him as a friend at first, just checking in and making sure he was okay. But over time, we grew closer. A year after his breakup, we started dating. Things were good between us. He was kind, attentive, and made me feel special. I really believed we had something real. Then Brianna moved back to town. I didn't find out from Jerome. I heard it from a mutual friend who saw her at the grocery store. When I mentioned it to him that night, he got quiet and changed the subject. I told myself it didn't mean anything. But over the next few weeks, I noticed small changes. He'd be on his phone more than usual. He'd seem distracted during dinner, like his mind was somewhere else. When I asked if something was wrong, he always said he was just tired from work. One evening, I came home early and found him sitting on the couch staring at his phone. When he saw me, he quickly put it away. "Who were you texting?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He hesitated. "Just a friend." "Was it Brianna?" The silence that followed told me everything. He finally admitted they'd been talking. He said she reached out to apologize for how things ended, and he felt like he owed her a conversation. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust that their conversations were innocent. But something in my gut told me there was more to it. A few days later was supposed to be our anniversary dinner. I got to the restaurant early and waited at our table. 30 minutes passed, then an hour. I kept checking my phone, but there was nothing from him. Finally, I got a short text. "Sorry, something came up." Can we reschedule? I sat there alone feeling stupid. The waiter kept asking if I wanted to order, and I kept saying I was waiting for someone. Eventually, I paid for my drink and left. I didn't go home. Instead, I drove to the park near campus where we used to hang out. I don't know why I went there. Maybe I already knew what I'd find. And I was right. Jerome was sitting on a bench with Brianna. They weren't touching, but they were sitting close and talking in a way that felt too familiar. Too intimate. I walked up to them. Brianna saw me first, and her face went pale. Jerome turned around, and his expression was pure guilt. "I can explain," he started. "Were you ever going to tell me?" My voice came out steadier than I expected. He couldn't look me in the eye. "I don't know what's happening. I'm confused. Seeing her again brought up a lot of feelings I thought were gone." "Do you still love me?" He paused for too long. "I thought I did. But honestly, I don't know anymore." That was the answer I needed. Not the one I wanted, but the one I needed. I didn't yell or cry. I just took off the bracelet he'd given me for my birthday and set it on the bench between them. "I hope you figure out what you want," I said. "But I'm not going to wait around while you decide." I walked back to my car and drove home. He didn't follow me. He didn't call or text that night. And that silence confirmed what his words couldn't. The next morning, I packed up his things and left them on the porch. I changed my passwords, removed our photos from social media, and started the slow process of moving on. It's been 3 months now. Some days are harder than others. I still think about him sometimes, wondering if he ended up with Brianna or if he's still figuring things out. But honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. What I learned from all of this is that I deserve someone who's sure about me. Not someone who needs his ex to come back to realize what he wants. Not someone who leaves me sitting alone at a restaurant on our anniversary. My friends have been amazing through everything. They remind me that his confusion was never about me not being enough. It was about him not being ready. I'm not angry at him anymore. I'm not even angry at Brianna. People's feelings are complicated, and sometimes love just isn't enough to make something work. But I know my worth now. And the next person I'm with will never have to wonder if I love them. Because I'll make sure they know every single day. I'm sitting in my favorite coffee shop when I see Jerome's car drive past the window, and my stomach drops even though I thought I was doing better. The silver Honda he bought last spring turns the corner and disappears behind the brick building across the street. My hands freeze over my laptop keyboard, and I stare at the blank document on my screen. The essay about European history that's due tomorrow suddenly feels impossible to care about. I watch the empty street for another minute, hoping maybe I imagined it, but I know what I saw. My coffee has gone cold in the mug beside me, and I take a sip anyway, grimacing at the bitter taste. The cursor on my laptop blinks at me, waiting for words that won't come. I type a sentence, delete it, type it again. Nothing sounds right, and I can't focus on anything except the fact that Jerome was just here, driving past this coffee shop like he used to when we were together. Maybe he was going to the bookstore down the street. Maybe he was meeting someone. Maybe he was meeting Brianna. I shake my head and try to refocus on the essay, but the words blur together on the screen. An hour passes, and I'm still staring at the same blank document when Valerie drops into the chair across from me. She's wearing her gym clothes, and her hair is pulled back in a messy bun, and she takes one look at my face and immediately knows something happened. She doesn't say anything at first, just signals to the barista and orders us both hot chocolate, even though it's barely 3 in the afternoon. When the drinks arrive, she wraps her hands around her mug and waits. I appreciate that she doesn't push, doesn't immediately ask what's wrong. She just sits there, patient and calm, until I'm ready to talk. Finally, I close my laptop and tell her about seeing Jerome's car. She nods slowly, not looking surprised. I realize I've been doing this thing where I act fine around everyone, where I pretend 3 months is enough time to be completely over a 2-year relationship. But Valerie sees through it. She always does. I admit something I've been keeping secret for weeks. I've been checking Jerome's social media from a friend's account even though I blocked him on mine. The confession tumbles out and I feel stupid saying it out loud, but Valerie doesn't look shocked or disappointed. She just nods and takes a sip of her hot chocolate. She tells me gently that maybe I'm not as over it as I keep telling everyone, and the truth of that statement hits me hard. I've been lying to myself, pretending I'm fine when I'm clearly not. Every night before bed, I log into this fake account I made and scroll through Jerome's posts, looking for clues about whether he's with Brianna now. I examine every photo, every comment, trying to piece together what his life looks like without me. Valerie reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. She says it's okay to not be okay yet, that healing isn't linear, and I need to stop beating myself up for having bad days. That night back at our apartment, I sit on my bed with my phone in my hands. Valerie is in the living room giving me space, but I know she's there if I need her. I open the app and navigate to the fake account I've been using to stalk Jerome and Brianna. My finger hovers over the delete button and I feel my heart racing. It feels like ripping off a bandage, this idea of cutting off my access to information about Jerome's life. But I know Valerie is right. I know this constant checking is keeping me stuck, preventing me from actually moving forward. I press delete and the account disappears. Immediately I want to recreate it, to find another way to keep tabs on him. Instead, I get up and walk to the living room where Valerie has queued up some terrible reality show about people getting married without ever meeting. We watch 3 episodes and Valerie makes popcorn, and every 5 minutes I reach for my phone before remembering there's nothing to check anymore. By the time we go to bed, the urge has lessened slightly, though it's still there lurking in the back of my mind. My phone rings the next morning while I'm pouring cereal, and I see Tiana's name on the screen. My older sister has this way of knowing when something's wrong, even when I haven't told her. I answer, and before I can even say hello, she asks if I'm really okay or just pretending. Something about her voice, the genuine concern in it, breaks through the wall I've been building around my emotions. I start crying right there in the kitchen with my cereal getting soggy in the bowl. I tell her everything. About the social media stalking, about seeing Jerome's car yesterday, about how I still think about him constantly even though I know he's not good for me. I tell her I feel pathetic for not being over it yet, for still caring about someone who couldn't choose me. Tiana listens without interrupting, letting me get it all out. When I finally stop talking, she's quiet for a moment before responding. Tiana reminds me that 3 months isn't very long to get over a 2-year relationship, and I need to stop beating myself up for not being completely healed yet. She says everyone has their own timeline for grief, and mine doesn't have to match anyone else's expectations. Then she suggests something I haven't considered. She thinks I should start seeing the campus counselor to work through everything properly, instead of just pushing it down. I immediately want to say no, that I don't need therapy for a breakup, that other people have real problems. But Tiana cuts through that excuse before I can even voice it. She reminds me that my pain is valid regardless of whether someone else's might be worse. She tells me she's been seeing a therapist for years, and it's helped her work through things she never could have processed alone. By the end of the call, I've agreed to at least look into making an appointment. After we hang up, I sit at the kitchen table for a long time, thinking about what she said. Making the appointment feels like admitting defeat somehow, like I'm acknowledging I can't handle this on my own. I pull up the Campus Counseling Center website on my laptop and stare at the contact form. My fingers hover over the keyboard, and I almost close the tab 3 different times. Finally, I type out my information quickly before I can change my mind again. Name, student ID, reason for appointment. I write breakup and emotional processing and then delete it and write relationship issues instead. That sounds less dramatic, less like I'm making a big deal out of nothing. I hit submit and immediately want to take it back. The confirmation page says someone will call me within 2 business days to schedule. I close my laptop and feel silly for asking for help over a breakup, when other people have real problems like family deaths or mental illness or trauma. But then I remember what Tiana said about my pain being valid and I try to let myself believe it. 2 days later, I get a call from the counseling center and the receptionist is kind and understanding. She doesn't make me explain everything over the phone, just asks a few basic questions and gets me scheduled for the following week. She mentions they have evening appointments available if that works better with my class schedule. I book a Thursday at 6 and write it in my planner, then immediately wonder if I should cancel. But I don't. I leave the appointment there, a commitment I've made to myself to actually try to work through this instead of just pretending I'm fine. That afternoon, Matthew texts me asking if I want to grab lunch since we haven't hung out since the breakup. I stare at the message for a long time. Matthew and I became friends through Jerome, and part of me thinks it would be weird to hang out now. Another part of me realizes I'm letting Jerome take away my friends too. Like I've given him so much already, and now I'm giving him the friendships we built together. I text back and say yes to lunch. We meet at the sandwich place near campus, and Matthew is already there when I arrive, sitting at a table by the window. Lunch with him is surprisingly normal, and he doesn't mention Jerome at all until I bring it up. We talk about classes and the terrible cafeteria food and the new professor everyone hates. It feels good to have a conversation that isn't about my breakup, to be reminded that I'm a person with interests and opinions beyond this one thing that happened to me. When I finally mention Jerome, asking awkwardly if they still talk, Matthew is honest. He admits he's still friends with both of us, but refuses to play messenger or take sides, which I actually respect. He says he cares about both of us and hopes we can both be happy, but he's not going to be the person who reports back to either of us about what the other is doing. I appreciate the boundary he's setting, even though part of me wants to ask questions about whether Jerome seems happy, whether he's with Brianna now, whether he ever mentions me. Matthew mentions casually that he's noticed I've been skipping our usual Thursday game nights at the student center. I didn't realize how much I'd withdrawn from group activities because they reminded me of Jerome. Thursday nights used to be our thing. Me and Jerome and Matthew and a rotating group of other friends playing board games and eating pizza. After the breakup, I stopped going without really thinking about it, just automatically assuming those nights weren't for me anymore. Matthew says everyone misses me and asks if I'd consider coming back. He promises it won't be weird, that Jerome hasn't been coming either, so I wouldn't have to worry about running into him. I tell Matthew I'll think about it, and I mean it. Maybe it's time to stop letting Jerome's absence dictate what I do and where I go. Maybe it's time to reclaim the parts of my life that I gave up without him even asking me to. Thursday comes faster than I want it to. I spend the whole day feeling sick about game night, checking the clock every few minutes and thinking of excuses to cancel. By the time evening rolls around, I've convinced myself 3 times to skip it, and 3 times talked myself back into going. Valerie watches me change my outfit twice and finally tells me I look fine and need to stop overthinking it. The student center is packed when I arrive and I almost turn around in the doorway. But then I see the usual group at our table in the back corner and Matthew waves me over. I walk through the crowd feeling like everyone is staring at me even though nobody is. When I sit down, someone passes me a controller and asks if I want in on the next round. Nobody mentions Jerome. Nobody asks where I've been or makes it awkward. We just play cards and someone orders pizza and I laugh at the same stupid jokes we always make. It feels normal in a way I didn't think was possible anymore. By the end of the night, my face hurts from smiling and I realize I actually had fun. My first therapy session is on Tuesday at 6. I show up 10 minutes early and sit in the waiting room picking at my cuticles until they call my name. The therapist is younger than I expected, maybe in her 30s, with dark hair pulled back in a bun. She introduces herself and asks me to tell her what brought me in. I start explaining about Jerome and Brianna, and within 5 minutes I'm crying. Then I'm apologizing for crying. Then I'm crying about apologizing for crying because I feel stupid for being this upset over a breakup when people come here with real problems. The therapist hands me tissues and waits patiently until I can breathe normally again. She tells me that grief over a relationship is real grief, not something to minimize or rush through. She says there's no timeline for healing and no wrong way to feel. I leave feeling raw but somehow lighter, like maybe it's okay to not be okay yet. The next morning I wake up before my alarm and decide to try something new. I've been thinking about joining the campus gym for months, but Jerome always said he wasn't a morning person and preferred sleeping in. I grab my old workout clothes from the back of my drawer and head over before I can change my mind. The gym is mostly empty at 6 in the morning, just a few dedicated runners on treadmills and someone lifting weights in the corner. I get on an elliptical and put in my headphones, and for 30 minutes I don't think about anything except moving and breathing. Requested Reads is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. When I'm done, I feel tired but good, like I accomplished something that was just for me. I decide to come back tomorrow. By Friday, I've been to the gym 3 times and I'm starting to recognize the regulars. There's a girl who always uses the same treadmill and a guy who does pull-ups for what seems like hours. On my way to the water fountain, I run into Kellen from my biology class. He's wearing a tank top and looks surprised to see me. We start talking about the upcoming exam and he mentions he's been struggling with the genetics unit. I admit I'm confused about it too, and we stand there comparing notes for 10 minutes. He's easy to talk to and doesn't seem to know anything about my relationship drama, which feels refreshing. When we say goodbye, he tells me he'll see me in class, and I realize I'm smiling as I walk back to the machines. Saturday afternoon, Valerie comes into my room holding her phone with a weird expression on her face. She asks if I want to see something, and I know immediately it's about Jerome. Part of me wants to say no, but I take the phone anyway. It's a post from a mutual friend showing Jerome and Brianna at a restaurant downtown. They're sitting across from each other, and he's laughing at something she said. My chest tightens and I feel physically sick, like someone punched me in the stomach. I hand the phone back and tell Valerie I'm fine, but she knows I'm lying. I spend the rest of the day in bed scrolling through my phone and feeling sorry for myself. Sunday is the same. I barely eat and ignore texts from my friends and keep replaying that photo in my head. I'm angry at Jerome for moving on so fast, and angry at Brianna for existing, and angry at myself for still caring this much. Monday morning, my door flies open and Tiana is standing there looking annoyed. She drove up from home without telling me, and she's clearly not taking no for an answer. She literally pulls the covers off me and tells me to get dressed because we're leaving. I try to argue, but she's not having it. She drives me to a salon and gets my hair trimmed while I sit there feeling numb. Then she takes me to lunch at my favorite sandwich place and reminds me that I'm allowed to have bad days, but I can't live in them. She says seeing that photo was hard, but hiding in bed isn't going to make it hurt less. I know she's right, but it's easier to feel sorry for myself than to actually deal with my feelings. By the time she drops me back at my apartment, I feel a little better, or at least less stuck. In my next therapy session, I talk about seeing the photo and how it made me feel like I wasted 2 years on someone who moved on so quickly. The therapist asks me what I learned during those 2 years, and I realize I don't know how to answer. She helps me reframe it as 2 years of learning what I want and don't want in a relationship. She says the time wasn't wasted just because it ended, that every experience teaches us something about ourselves. I'm not sure I believe her yet, but I write it down in my notes anyway. She gives me homework to list 3 things I want in my next relationship that I didn't have with Jerome. I promise to bring it next week. Wednesday after biology class, Kellen catches up with me in the hallway. He asks if I want to be study partners since we're both struggling with the material. I agree immediately, grateful for the distraction and the chance to focus on something other than my breakup. We exchange numbers and make plans to meet at the library on Friday. When I tell Valerie about it later, she raises her eyebrows and asks if he's cute. I throw a pillow at her and tell her it's just studying, but she's smiling like she knows something I don't. Friday at the library, Kellen is already at a table with his textbook open and notes spread everywhere. We spend 2 hours going over genetics problems and making flashcards. He's patient when I don't understand something and explains things in a way that actually makes sense. During a break, he mentions he transferred here this semester from a school in another state. That explains why he doesn't know my history with Jerome or anything about the breakup. It's nice being around someone who sees me as just me, not as Jerome's ex-girlfriend or the girl who got dumped. When we pack up to leave, he asks if I want to study together again next week, and I say yes without hesitating. Sunday night, I'm doing homework when I realize I've gone 3 whole days without thinking about Jerome constantly. Then I immediately ruin it by thinking about how I haven't been thinking about him. I text Valerie about it, and she responds with 3 laughing emojis. She says that's still progress even if I did just break my streak by noticing. I put my phone down and try to focus on my essay, but I'm smiling a little because maybe she's right. Tuesday afternoon, Matthew texts asking if I want to come to a party at his friend's apartment this weekend. I start typing no automatically because parties mean running into people who know Jerome and answering questions about why we broke up. But then Matthew adds that Jerome is definitely out of town visiting his parents, so I won't have to worry about seeing him. I stare at that message for a long time, feeling pathetic that I need that reassurance just to go to a party. I type yes before I can change my mind and immediately regret it. Valerie finds me stress cleaning the bathroom that night and makes me stop scrubbing the same spot on the sink for the 3rd time. She reminds me that going out and being social is good for me even if it feels scary. Saturday night, I change my outfit 4 times before settling on jeans and a sweater that makes me feel comfortable, but not like I'm trying too hard. The party is already crowded when I arrive, and Matthew meets me at the door with a drink and introduces me to a group of people from his engineering classes. Nobody asks about Jerome. Nobody even mentions him. Instead, they ask about my major and what classes I'm taking this semester. A girl named Sophie tells me about her ceramics class and how terrible she is at throwing pots, but how much fun it is anyway. A guy named Derek mentions he's planning a backpacking trip next summer and asks if I've ever been hiking. I find myself actually talking about things I'm interested in, instead of just being Jerome's girlfriend who smiles and nods. Around midnight, I'm talking to a guy named Alex about our shared hatred of statistics homework when he asks for my number. I freeze for a second because I wasn't expecting it and I'm not sure I'm ready for this. But Valerie's voice in my head reminds me that giving someone my number doesn't mean I'm committing to anything, so I type my contact info into his phone. He texts me immediately, so I have his number too, and I feel weird and guilty like I'm doing something wrong even though Jerome and I have been broken up for months. I leave the party feeling lighter than I have in weeks, because I had actual conversations about myself as a person, not as half of a couple. The next morning, I wake up to a text from Alex asking if I want to grab coffee sometime this week. My stomach drops and I immediately panic because what was I thinking giving him my number when I'm clearly not ready to date anyone? I stare at the message for hours while doing homework and cleaning my room, and basically doing anything to avoid responding. Valerie comes home from the library and finds me sitting on my bed staring at my phone. I show her the text, and she sits down next to me and says, "I don't owe him anything, and it's completely okay to not be ready." She helps me write a polite message saying I'm not really in a place to date right now, but I appreciate him asking. He responds within minutes saying he totally understands and hopes I'm doing okay. I'm relieved he's nice about it, but also frustrated with myself for not being ready to move on. My therapy appointment on Wednesday feels heavier than usual because I can't stop thinking about how everyone expects me to be over Jerome by now. I tell the therapist about the party and giving Alex my number and then panicking when he actually followed up. She asks why I feel pressure to start dating again, and I admit it's because being single feels like proof that I'm still broken. Then she asks me what I'm actually sad about when I think about Jerome, and I realize I don't know how to answer that. She rephrases it and asks if I'm mourning the relationship itself, or the future I thought I was going to have. That question sits in my chest like a weight, because I realize she's right. I'm not actually that sad about losing Jerome specifically. I'm sad about losing the apartment we were going to get together, and the trips we'd planned, and the life I'd built in my head where everything worked out. I'd imagined holidays with his family, and eventually getting engaged and building a whole future that doesn't exist anymore. Walking back to my apartment after therapy, I feel like something shifted in my brain. I'm not upset about Jerome the person. I'm upset about having to reimagine my entire future without the framework I'd built around us. That night, I pull out a notebook and start making a list of things I want to do that have nothing to do with relationships or Jerome or anyone else. I write down taking a pottery class like Sophie mentioned at the party. I add applying for a summer internship abroad because I've always wanted to travel, but Jerome never wanted to leave the state. I list all the books on my shelf I never got around to reading because I was always doing what Jerome wanted to do instead. The list gets longer, and I start feeling excited instead of sad, because these are things I actually want for myself. Thursday after our biology exam, Kellen suggests we grab coffee to celebrate surviving another test. We end up at the campus coffee shop comparing our probably wrong answers and laughing about how much we both hate memorizing cell structures. He mentions he's planning to study abroad next fall in Australia, and his whole face lights up when he talks about it. I find myself telling him about the internship programs I've been researching and how I'm thinking about applying even though the deadline is only 2 weeks away. He gets really enthusiastic and pulls up the application website on his phone and makes me promise to apply before the deadline. He says sometimes you just have to take the risk and figure out the details later. Walking back to my apartment, I actually believe I might apply instead of just thinking about it. That weekend, I'm sitting at my desk working on the internship application when Valerie comes home looking uncomfortable. She sits down on her bed and says she heard from a mutual friend that Jerome and Brianna are having problems. My first reaction is this surge of hope that makes me feel disgusting and pathetic. I hate that part of me is happy they're struggling because it means maybe he'll realize he made a mistake. Valerie can see it on my face and gently reminds me that even if they break up, it doesn't mean Jerome and I should get back together. I know she's right, but I can't stop thinking about it all night. Monday morning, I call Tiana and admit that I'm still hoping Jerome will come back even though I know it's stupid. She listens without interrupting and then says something that hits me hard. She says that even if Jerome did realize he made a mistake and wanted me back, taking him back would mean settling for someone who couldn't choose me the first time. She reminds me that he left me sitting alone at a restaurant on our anniversary and made me question my worth for months. She says I deserve someone who never makes me doubt whether they want me. I know she's right, but letting go of that hope feels impossible. In my next therapy session, I talk about still holding on to hope that Jerome will come back, even though I know we're wrong for each other. The therapist asks me why letting go feels so hard, and I realize it's because letting go of hope feels like admitting I failed. Like admitting the relationship ending was real and final, and I have to actually move forward instead of waiting. She helps me see that holding on to hope is actually holding me back from choosing myself and building the life I actually want. She says letting go isn't giving up, it's making space for something better. I leave that session feeling exhausted, but also lighter somehow, like I finally have permission to stop waiting for Jerome to fix things and start fixing them myself. I spend the rest of the week finishing up the application. Every section needs attention, and I keep second-guessing my answers about why I want this internship and what I hope to gain from it. The truth is, I want to be somewhere Jerome has never been and start completely fresh. But I can't write that in an application, so I focus on professional development and cultural immersion instead. The night before the deadline, I'm still tweaking my personal statement at 10:30. Valerie brings me tea and tells me it's good enough and I need to stop obsessing. But I read through it 3 more times anyway, making tiny changes that probably don't matter. At 11:45, I'm staring at the submit button feeling like I might throw up. This feels huge in a way I didn't expect. If I get this, I'll be gone for months in a city where nobody knows about Jerome or Brianna or any of it. I'll just be me without all the baggage of the past year. My cursor hovers over the button and I take a deep breath. At 11:59, I click submit and immediately close my laptop like I might change my mind if I look at it any longer. My hands are shaking and I feel this weird mix of excited and terrified. Valerie hugs me and says she's proud of me for taking the risk. The next morning, Kellen texts asking if I want to check out the new art exhibit in the student union. I almost say no because I have reading to catch up on, but then I remember what the therapist said about saying yes to things. So I text back that I'm in and we meet up around noon. The exhibit is student work from the advanced painting class, and some of it is actually really good. We walk slowly through the gallery and Kellen points out his favorite pieces while I try to figure out what the abstract ones are supposed to represent. He makes jokes about how one painting looks like someone spilled their lunch, and I laugh harder than the joke deserves. We spend almost 2 hours just looking at art and talking about classes and his plans to study in Australia. He asks about my internship application, and I tell him I submitted it last night. He gets really enthusiastic and says he has a good feeling about it. I realize we haven't talked about relationships or exes or anything heavy at all. It's just easy and comfortable, and I don't have to explain myself or my past. When we leave the gallery, the sun is setting and the campus looks pretty in the golden light. Kellen walks me partway back to my apartment, still making terrible jokes about the abstract paintings. I'm laughing at something he said about geometric shapes when I realize I haven't thought about Jerome all day until just now. The thought hits me suddenly and I almost stop walking. An entire day went by and I was just living my life without that constant background noise of missing him or wondering what he's doing. Kellen notices I got quiet and asks if I'm okay. I tell him I'm good and I actually mean it. Thursday is game night at the student center and I show up with snacks like usual. Matthew is already there setting up the card game and a few other people from our friend group are scattered around the table. We play for about an hour and I'm actually winning for once when Matthew mentions casually that Jerome asked about me. Everyone at the table goes quiet and looks at me like they're waiting for me to fall apart. But my first reaction isn't hope or sadness. It's annoyance. Like he doesn't get to check on me now after he walked away and chose Brianna. Matthew must see something on my face because he quickly adds that he didn't tell Jerome much, just that I was doing fine. I appreciate that, but I'm also irritated that Jerome thinks he can just ask mutual friends how I'm doing, like we're casual acquaintances. He gave up the right to know about my life when he left me sitting alone at that restaurant. I focus back on the card game and play my next hand. Someone changes the subject to an upcoming concert and the conversation moves on. But I'm still thinking about it on my walk home. The old me would have been hopeful that Jerome asking meant something. But now I'm just annoyed that he thinks he can keep tabs on me from a distance. I don't want him wondering about me. I want him to forget I exist the same way I'm trying to forget he exists. 2 days later, I'm in my room working on an essay when my laptop dings with a new email. I almost ignore it, but something makes me check. It's from the Barcelona internship program. My heart starts racing before I even open it. The subject line says video interview request, and I actually scream. Valerie comes running from the kitchen thinking something's wrong, but I'm jumping up and down pointing at my laptop. They want to interview me. They actually want to interview me. We're both screaming now and jumping around like idiots, and my downstairs neighbor bangs on their ceiling to tell us to shut up. I don't care. I read the email 5 times to make sure it's real. They want to do a video interview next week, and they've attached some information about what to prepare. Valerie grabs my hands, and we jump around some more until we're both out of breath and laughing. This feels real now in a way it didn't before. I might actually go to Barcelona. I might actually get to start over somewhere completely new. I spend the next few days preparing for the interview. They sent a list of possible questions about my goals and qualifications and what I hope to gain from the experience. I write out answers and practice saying them out loud until they sound natural instead of rehearsed. Valerie plays interviewer and asks me the questions while I try not to sound too nervous. I research the program and the city and the company I'd be working with. Every free moment I have goes into preparation. I realize how much energy I've been wasting on thinking about Jerome when I could have been focusing on things like this. Things that actually matter for my future. I practice talking about my strengths and my experience and my academic interests. I remember that I'm actually good at things. I have skills and knowledge and ambition that have nothing to do with being someone's girlfriend. The realization feels important somehow. Like I'm remembering who I was before Jerome and also discovering who I could be after him. The day of the interview, I set up my laptop with good lighting and make sure my background looks neat. I'm wearing a nice shirt and probably too much makeup because I'm nervous. The interviewer is a woman named Clara who seems friendly and asks thoughtful questions. I answer each one as honestly as I can while still sounding professional. She asks why I want this internship, and I talk about wanting to experience a different culture and challenge myself in new ways. I don't mention that I also want to escape everything familiar, but maybe she can read between the lines. The interview lasts about 30 minutes, and by the end I feel good about how it went. I was confident and clear, and I didn't stumble over my words too much. When it's over, I sit in my room feeling proud of myself. I showed up as myself and gave it my best effort. Whatever happens now is out of my control, but I did everything I could. That has to count for something. Tiana drives up that weekend to take me out for dinner. We go to this Italian place downtown and order too much food like we always do. She asks about the interview, and I tell her every detail while she listens and smiles. Then she says something that catches me off guard. She tells me she's noticed a real change in me over the past few weeks. She says I seem more like the person I was before Jerome, but also somehow more solid and sure of myself. I don't know what to say to that. I've been so focused on just getting through each day that I haven't thought about whether I'm actually changing. But maybe she's right. Maybe going through this and coming out the other side has made me stronger somehow. We finish dinner and drive around town talking about nothing important. She drops me off at my apartment and hugs me tight before she leaves. She tells me she's proud of me, and I believe her. The next week, I'm at the grocery store picking up basics when I see Brianna in the produce section. My heart starts racing immediately, and I feel that familiar panic rising in my chest. She's looking at apples and hasn't seen me yet. I could turn around and leave, but something makes me stay. I grab what I need and walk past her aisle. She looks up and our eyes meet. Her expression shifts to something like guilt or maybe regret. She opens her mouth like she wants to say something, but I just nod politely and keep walking. I don't stop. I don't engage. I don't give her the chance to explain or apologize or whatever she was going to say. My hands are shaking as I check out, but I feel powerful. I chose my own peace over my curiosity about what she wanted to say. I chose to walk away instead of getting pulled back into their drama. In the parking lot, I sit in my car for a minute, letting my heart rate return to normal. I did it. I saw her, and I didn't fall apart. In therapy 2 days later, I talk about the grocery store encounter. I tell the therapist how my first instinct was panic, but how I managed to just keep walking. She points out that I'm finally putting my own peace above my curiosity about Jerome and Brianna. She's right. The old me would have stopped and talked to Brianna just to get information about Jerome. I would have tortured myself with whatever she said and analyzed it for days. But I didn't do that this time. I chose myself instead. The therapist says that's real progress and I should recognize it as such. We talk about how healing isn't linear and I'll probably still have hard days. But the fact that I can handle seeing Brianna without falling apart shows how far I've come. I leave the session feeling lighter. I'm not completely healed and I still think about Jerome sometimes. But I'm getting there. And that's enough for now. A few days after my last study session with Kellen, he texts me asking if I want to go to a concert next month. The message sits on my phone for a minute while I process what he's really asking. This isn't about studying or grabbing coffee between classes. This is different. I text back asking what band, and he sends me a link to a group I mentioned liking weeks ago during one of our library sessions. He remembered. That small detail makes me smile, but also makes my stomach twist with something like guilt. I meet him at the student center the next afternoon, and we sit outside on one of the benches near the fountain. The weather is getting colder, and I pull my jacket tighter while we talk about nothing important for a few minutes. Then I just say it straight out. I tell him I'm not looking for a relationship right now. The words feel awkward coming out, but I force myself to keep going. I explain that I'm still figuring out who I am on my own, and I don't want to lead him on, or make him think this is going somewhere it's not. Kellen listens without interrupting, and when I finish, he just nods. He says he understands, and that he genuinely enjoys spending time with me with no pressure or expectations. He still wants to go to the concert as friends if I'm interested. The relief I feel is immediate, and I agree. We spend another hour talking about our biology final, and I leave feeling lighter, like I handled something difficult in the right way. That night, Valerie asks me point blank if I'm ready to start dating again. We're in our apartment making dinner, and she's chopping vegetables while I stir pasta on the stove. Her question catches me off guard, and I open my mouth to give her some automatic answer about taking things slow. But then I stop. I actually think about it for a minute, really consider what I want, instead of what I think I should want. The answer surprises me. I tell her I don't know if I want to date right now. I'm enjoying figuring out who I am on my own without trying to fit myself into someone else's life or mold myself into what they need. Valerie stops chopping and looks at me with this expression that's part surprise and part pride. She says that's probably the healthiest thing she's heard me say in months. We finish making dinner and eat while watching some cooking competition show, and I feel good about my answer. I'm not avoiding relationships out of fear or hurt. I'm choosing myself on purpose. 2 weeks later, I'm in the library studying for my literature final when my phone buzzes with an email notification. I almost ignore it because I'm deep into analyzing some poem about nature and mortality. But something makes me check. The subject line says Barcelona Summer Internship Program, and my heart immediately starts racing. I open the email and read the first line 3 times before it actually registers. They're offering me the position. I got it. I actually got the internship in Barcelona. My eyes start watering right there in the quiet study section, and I have to close my laptop and shove my books into my bag. People are staring as I hurry toward the exit, but I don't care. The tears are happy ones, but they won't stop coming. I get outside into the cold air and immediately call Tiana. She answers on the second ring, and I can barely get the words out. I'm crying and laughing at the same time while I tell her about the email. She screams so loud I have to hold the phone away from my ear. She starts asking a million questions about when I leave and what the program involves and whether I'm scared. I answer while walking aimlessly around campus, too excited to stand still. By the time we hang up, my face hurts from smiling and my fingers are numb from the cold, but I feel like I could run a marathon. I call my parents that evening and tell them about Barcelona. My mom's reaction is immediate joy, followed by 1,000 practical questions about housing and safety, and whether I'll have time to visit them before I leave. My dad gets on the phone and congratulates me, then make some joke about me becoming too sophisticated for them after living in Europe. But then my mom says something that makes me pause. She tells me she's proud of me for taking a risk and choosing an adventure. Her words hit me harder than I expect because I realize this is the first major decision I've made in years that has nothing to do with a boyfriend. I didn't choose Barcelona because Jerome wanted me to, or because it would be good for our relationship. I chose it for me, for my own growth and future. That realization sits with me after we hang up. I'm making choices based on what I want, not what someone else needs from me. The next week, Matthew finds me at game night and pulls me aside during a break between rounds. He has this weird expression on his face like he's not sure whether to tell me something. Finally, he just says it. Jerome heard about my Barcelona internship and seemed surprised I was leaving the country. Matthew doesn't elaborate on how Jerome found out or what exactly he said. But hearing it gives me this small surge of satisfaction that I don't feel guilty about. Jerome is realizing I have a whole life that doesn't involve him anymore. I'm not sitting around waiting for him to figure out his feelings or hoping he'll come back. I'm moving forward with plans that are bigger than our failed relationship. I thank Matthew for telling me, and we go back to playing cards. Later that night, I think about Jerome being surprised, and I smile. Good. Let him be surprised. Let him see that I'm doing more than just surviving without him. Over the next few weeks, I throw myself into planning for Barcelona. I research the city obsessively, reading about neighborhoods and metro lines and the best places to get coffee. I join online groups for the internship program and start talking to other students who'll be there. I watch videos about Spanish culture and try to learn basic phrases, even though the program is in English. Every night, I fall asleep reading about Barcelona or looking at photos of the architecture and beaches. The excitement builds with each new thing I learn. What strikes me most is how genuinely happy I am about going alone. I'm not wishing I had someone to share it with or feeling sad about experiencing it by myself. The idea of being somewhere Jerome has never been, of starting completely fresh in a place with no memories of us, feels like freedom. I'm creating a whole new chapter of my life that belongs only to me. The concert with Kellen arrives on a cold Friday night in early December. We meet outside the venue, and the energy of the crowd immediately lifts my mood. Inside, the music is loud and the lights are flashing, and for 2 hours I don't think about Jerome or Barcelona or anything except the band and the songs. Kellen and I dance and sing along, and between sets we talk about nothing important. It's easy and fun and uncomplicated. When the concert ends, he walks me back to my apartment. At my door, he kisses me goodnight. It's nice. His lips are soft and he smells like cologne and the cold night air. But I don't feel fireworks or that electric spark everyone talks about. When we pull apart, I'm okay with that. I'm learning that friendship and fun matter too, that not every kiss has to be earth-shattering or lead to something serious. We say goodnight and I go inside feeling content. Not giddy or obsessed, but genuinely content, and that feels like its own kind of progress. The semester ends and I start packing up my dorm room for winter break. I'm sorting through books and papers when I find an old photo of Jerome and me tucked inside a notebook I haven't opened in months. We're at some outdoor festival, both smiling at the camera with our arms around each other. I look at it for a long minute. The sadness that comes is real, but it's not devastating. It doesn't knock the wind out of me or make me want to cry. I just feel a quiet melancholy for what we had and what I thought we'd be. Then I tear the photo in half and throw it in the trash bag with all the other things I'm getting rid of. I keep packing, folding clothes, and wrapping up decorations, and by the time I'm done, the photo is buried under other garbage, and I've moved on to making my packing list for going home. At Tiana's house for the holidays, I tell my whole family about Barcelona over dinner the first night. My younger cousins think it's cool and ask if I'll meet famous soccer players. My aunt wants to know about the food, and whether I'll be safe traveling alone. My uncle makes jokes about me forgetting English and coming back with an accent. They ask about Jerome once, just a casual question about whether we're still in touch. I say we haven't spoken, and then someone changes the subject to ask about my internship duties. The conversation moves on naturally, and I'm grateful. Jerome is becoming just a footnote in my story, not the main plot anymore. After dinner, Tiana and I do dishes together, and she bumps my shoulder with hers. She doesn't say anything, but the gesture says enough. She's proud of me. I'm proud of me too. New Year's Eve. I'm back in town with Valerie and our group of friends at someone's apartment party. The place is packed and loud, and everyone is drinking cheap champagne and wearing silly hats. As midnight approaches, we all crowd around the TV to watch the countdown. The numbers tick down and people start shouting. 10, 9, 8. Valerie grabs my hand and squeezes. 7, 6, 5. I look around at all these people who stuck by me through the hardest months. 4, 3, 2. At midnight, everyone cheers and hugs and kisses. Valerie pulls me into a tight hug and wishes me a happy new year. I hug her back and realize I don't feel sad about being single. I don't feel like I'm missing out or wish I had someone to kiss at midnight. Instead, I feel hopeful about all the possibilities ahead. I feel grateful for the people who supported me and excited about Barcelona and proud of how far I've come. The old me would have spent this night crying over Jerome or feeling sorry for myself. But I'm not that person anymore. I'm someone who chose herself and her dreams, and that feels like the best way to start a new year. Back at the school in January, the campus feels different, like I'm seeing it through new eyes instead of through the fog of heartbreak that clouded everything last semester. I'm walking to my first class when I spot Jerome across the quad near the library steps. He's wearing his red jacket and carrying his backpack, looking exactly the same as he always did. My heart does a small flutter, but it's more like muscle memory than actual feeling. He sees me at the same moment and raises his hand in a wave. I wave back without breaking my stride or feeling the need to change direction. He's just someone I used to know now, someone who was part of my life but isn't anymore. The distance between us feels right, like we're both exactly where we're supposed to be. I keep walking to class and don't look back. The first thing I do to start my last semester before Barcelona is sign up for Introduction to Pottery in the art building. I've always wanted to take it, but Jerome thought art classes were a waste of time compared to practical courses. Now I can do whatever I want. The studio smells like wet clay and paint, and there are about 15 of us sitting at pottery wheels arranged in a circle. The instructor shows us how to center the clay on the wheel and shape it with our hands. My first attempt collapses into a lumpy mess within 30 seconds. My second attempt slides off the wheel completely. By the end of class, my hands are covered in dried clay, and I haven't made anything that looks remotely like a bowl, but I'm smiling the whole walk back to my apartment. It's mine, this messy creative thing that has nothing to do with anyone else's expectations. Kellen and I fall into an easy pattern where we meet at the library twice a week to study and sometimes grab lunch at the student union afterward. There's no pressure or weird tension between us, just comfortable friendship. One afternoon, he mentions he's been seeing someone from his physics class and asks if I want to meet her sometime. I tell him I'd love to, and I mean it. When he talks about her, his whole face lights up in a way that makes me genuinely happy for him. We're sitting in the cafeteria when she comes over to join us, a girl with dark curly hair and a bright laugh. She's nice and clearly into Kellen, and watching them together doesn't make me feel jealous or left out. It just makes me feel like everything worked out the way it should have. In pottery class, there's a guy named Devin who sits 2 wheels over from me. He's better at pottery than I am, but not by much, and we joke about our disasters while cleaning up after class. One Thursday, he asks if I want to get coffee sometime, just the 2 of us. I say yes without overthinking it or making excuses. We meet at the coffee shop on Saturday afternoon and talk about our classes and families and what we want to do after graduation. He's studying environmental science and wants to work for the National Park Service. I tell him about Barcelona, and he thinks it sounds incredible. The conversation flows naturally, and I don't feel nervous or like I'm performing some version of myself. When we finish our coffee, he asks if I want to do it again, and I'm honest with him that I'm leaving for Barcelona in a few months and not really looking for anything serious. He says he appreciates the honesty, and we leave it as friends. Walking home, I feel proud of myself for being open to meeting someone new, even if it didn't turn into a relationship. My therapy sessions are winding down before I leave for Barcelona, and in one of our last meetings, the therapist asks how I feel about Jerome now. I sit there thinking about it for a minute, really considering the question instead of giving an automatic answer. I realize I haven't thought about him in weeks except in passing, like when I see his favorite restaurant or hear a song we used to listen to together. The sharp pain is gone, and what's left is just a quiet acceptance that we weren't right for each other. I tell the therapist this, and she smiles and says, "That's real progress. That healing isn't about never thinking of someone, but about thinking of them without it hurting." She asks what I've learned about myself through all of this. I tell her I learned I'm stronger than I thought, that I can choose myself even when it's hard, and that I don't need someone else to make me whole. Valerie and I start planning my going away party 2 weeks before I leave. She insists on hosting it at our apartment and invites everyone who's been part of my support system these past months. The night of the party, people start arriving around 7 with food and drinks and little gifts for my trip. Matthew shows up with a Spanish phrase book wrapped in newspaper, and I laugh so hard I almost cry. He hugs me and tells me he's proud of me for taking this leap. The apartment fills up with friends and music and laughter, and I look around at all these people who stuck by me when I was a mess. Valerie makes a toast about how I'm the bravest person she knows, and everyone raises their glasses. I feel overwhelmed with gratitude and love for these humans who saw me at my worst and loved me anyway. My last week before leaving, I'm at the coffee shop finishing some paperwork for Barcelona when Jerome walks in. We make eye contact, and there's a moment where we could both pretend we didn't see each other, but instead he walks over to my table. He asks if he can sit for a minute, and I say okay. We make small talk about school, and then he mentions he heard about my internship in Barcelona. He says it sounds amazing, and he's happy for me, and I can tell he means it. I tell him I hope things are going well for him, and I mean that too. We talk for maybe 5 minutes, just two people who used to be important to each other catching up briefly. When he leaves, I realize I'm genuinely happy for him, and genuinely happy for myself, and that we're both better off living separate lives. There's no anger or bitterness left, just acceptance. I board my plane to Barcelona with 2 huge suitcases that barely fit in the overhead bins and a backpack stuffed with guidebooks and travel documents. My seat is by the window, and as we taxi down the runway, I press my face against the glass, watching everything get smaller. The airport buildings shrink to toy size. Then the cars on the highway become little dots. Then the whole city spreads out below me like a map. As we climb higher and break through the clouds, I feel this incredible lightness in my chest. I'm finally moving forward instead of looking back at what I lost. I'm choosing adventure and growth and myself. The flight attendant comes by with drinks, and I order a ginger ale and open one of my guidebooks to the section on Barcelona neighborhoods. My first week in Barcelona is a blur of new faces and new streets, and getting lost trying to find my apartment. I make friends with other interns from Brazil and Germany and Australia, and we explore the city together in our free time. I send Tiana and Valerie approximately 1 million photos of the architecture and the beaches and the tiny tapas bars we discover. They respond with strings of heart emojis and messages saying how proud they are and how much they miss me. I miss them too, but I'm too busy soaking up everything new to feel homesick yet. My Spanish is terrible, but I'm learning, and the woman who runs the cafe near my apartment is patient with me when I butcher my coffee order. Every morning, I wake up excited about what the day will bring. Standing on my tiny apartment balcony at sunset, I look out at the Barcelona skyline with its mix of old Gothic buildings and modern architecture. The sky is pink and orange, and the street below me is full of people heading home from work or out to dinner. I think about how 3 months ago I was sitting in my apartment, unable to imagine feeling happy again. I was so convinced that losing Jerome meant losing my future, that I'd never stop hurting. But here I am in a completely different country, living a life I chose for myself. I'm not completely healed, and I still have moments where sadness catches me off guard, but I chose myself and my dreams over waiting around for someone who couldn't choose me. That feels like the best kind of ending and the best kind of beginning all at once. Okay, that's where we'll stop before I start rambling again. Seriously though, thanks for hanging out till the end. It means a lot. Go drink some water or text someone you care about, yeah? My boyfriend's friend convinced him I was too dumb for him because I was just a lab tech. So I ended her career. I'd been dating Nathan for 2 years and everything was great. We met at trivia night, both aerospace engineers, both loved hiking and documentaries. I worked at a research lab designing satellite components while he did consulting for aviation companies. We had this easy rhythm where we'd cook together talking about our projects, help each other with problems, just genuinely enjoyed each other's minds. Then Nathan reconnected with his high school friend Melissa at some reunion. She was getting her PhD in theoretical physics and immediately started joining our hangouts. At first I tried being friendly. She'd talk about quantum mechanics and I'd ask questions, genuinely interested. But she'd answer like she was explaining to a 5-year-old, then turn to Nathan and say, "Wasn't it cute how I tried to understand?" Nathan would laugh it off, but I noticed she only did this when he was watching. When we went to dinner, she'd steer conversations to her research, then apologize for boring me with smart people stuff. I have 2 master's degrees. One night we're at trivia, and the category was space exploration. I answered every question right, since that's literally my job. Melissa told Nathan I probably just memorized facts without understanding them. Nathan actually agreed and said maybe we should give other teams a chance. I let it go, but started noticing Nathan questioning things he never had before. Like when I fixed our router, he asked if I really knew what I was doing or just got lucky. When I helped optimize code for his project, he double-checked it with Melissa. She told him there were errors. There weren't. The breaking point was Nathan's company party. I'm talking to his boss about propulsion systems when Melissa walks over and tells the boss I'm Nathan's girlfriend who works as a lab tech. The boss said he thought I was the engineer who published that paper on thermal management. Melissa laughed and said that must be someone else with my name since the math in that paper was pretty advanced. I corrected her, but she'd already moved Nathan away. In the car home, Nathan said Melissa was worried about our compatibility, that relationships work better when people are intellectual equals, and maybe I'd be happier with someone at my own level. I asked what level that was. He said Melissa noticed I struggled with abstract concepts and relied too much on practical application. This woman had convinced my boyfriend I was too dumb for him. I asked Nathan if he agreed with her. He said she'd made some valid points about our conversations being surface level. We'd spent last week discussing the philosophical implications of sending consciousness to Mars, but sure, surface level. I knew exactly what was happening, but decided to play the long game. Started acting confused when Nathan explained things, asked Melissa to slow down when she talked, even bought a bunch of those pop science books and left them around. Melissa ate it up, started calling me Nathan's sweet, simple girlfriend. Meanwhile, I started working on something special. See, Melissa's PhD advisor was Dr. Harrison, who I'd collaborated with on 3 papers. He didn't know she was friends with Nathan. I reached out about a new project involving quantum applications in satellite navigation. He was interested, and we started working together. Melissa had no idea her advisor was sending me her research to review, since my practical experience could strengthen her theoretical work. Here's the thing about her research. It was derivative. She'd taken existing frameworks and repackaged them with fancy math that obscured rather than illuminated. Her code was inefficient, and her conclusions didn't account for real-world variables. I wrote a thorough review pointing out every flaw, every missed citation, every place where practical application would prove her theories wrong. Dr. Harrison was horrified he'd missed all this. Then I found something worse. Whole paragraphs lifted from obscure Russian papers without attribution. Not enough to catch with standard plagiarism software, but enough to end a career. I documented everything and sent it to Dr. Harrison with my deep concerns about academic integrity. He called me immediately. The review board met that week. Melissa got called in thinking it was about her upcoming defense. Instead, they presented her with my findings. She tried arguing the similarities were coincidental, but I'd found 17 instances across 4 papers. Her funding got pulled immediately. She had 2 weeks to clean out her office. Nathan called me panicking because Melissa was having a breakdown saying someone sabotaged her. She couldn't figure out who, since she'd made enemies of most grad students by constantly correcting them. Nathan said she needed support and asked if I could help despite everything. I said of course and went over with cookies and tea. Melissa's office smelled like stale coffee and printer toner. The space was barely bigger than a closet, crammed with bookshelves and papers stacked in messy piles on every surface. She sat hunched over her desk with her face buried in her hands, shoulders shaking. The tea I'd brought sat untouched next to her laptop, steam rising in thin curls. I settled into the plastic chair across from her and watched her cry, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. She kept saying the same things over and over, how someone must have set her up, how the plagiarism findings were impossible, how she'd never stolen anything in her life. I nodded and made sympathetic sounds while my hands gripped my knees under the desk. Every time she looked up at me with those red, swollen eyes, I had to fight to keep my face concerned instead of satisfied. This was exactly what I'd wanted, what I'd carefully planned and worked toward for weeks. But sitting here watching her world collapse felt different from I'd expected. Not bad different, just strange. She wiped her nose with a tissue and started going through the review board's findings again, pointing at her computer screen like I could help her find some error in their logic. I leaned forward and looked at the document she was showing me, the same document I'd written myself, and pretended to read it for the first time. She asked if I saw anything wrong with their conclusions, and I told her it looked pretty thorough. Her face crumpled again and she put her head back in her hands. My phone buzzed in my pocket while Melissa was still crying. I pulled it out and saw Nathan's name on the screen. The message asked if Melissa had said anything about who might have reported her. I stared at the words for a long moment, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. He had no idea. He was texting his girlfriend asking for information while I sat across from his friend whose career I'd just destroyed. I typed back that she was too upset to talk coherently, which wasn't a lie, and suggested he give her some space while the investigation continued. He sent back a worried face emoji and said he'd check in with her tomorrow. I put my phone away and looked at Melissa, who was now staring blankly at her computer screen. She asked if I thought Nathan would still want to be friends with her after this. I told her of course he would, that this didn't change who she was as a person. The words felt hollow coming out of my mouth, but she seemed to take comfort in them. She thanked me for coming over and said she didn't know what she'd do without support right now. I stayed for another 20 minutes, making tea and listening to her talk about her research and how many years of work were now completely wasted. When I finally left, she hugged me at the door and told me I was a good friend. The next week passed in a weird blur. Nathan kept texting me updates about Melissa, how she wasn't answering his calls or messages, how worried he was about her. He said she'd always been proud and this must be killing her. I agreed and said maybe she just needed time to process everything. We were sitting on his couch on Wednesday night when he brought it up again, asking if I thought he should drive over to her apartment and check on her. I told him that might make things worse, that she was probably too embarrassed to face anyone from her old life right now. He nodded but kept checking his phone like she might suddenly respond. On Thursday, he asked if I'd heard from her and I said no. Friday, he wondered out loud if maybe he should have seen the signs that something was wrong with her research. I bit my tongue and reminded him that he wasn't a theoretical physicist, that he couldn't have known. He seemed relieved by this and dropped the subject. By Saturday, he was asking me repeatedly if I thought she'd be okay, if academic fraud was something people recovered from, if her career was really over, or if she could start again somewhere else. I had to sit there and pretend I was equally concerned about her well-being, nodding and saying supportive things, while inside I felt this weird mix of triumph and guilt. The guilt surprised me. I'd expected to feel purely satisfied, but instead I kept seeing her face in that tiny office, the way her hands had shaken when she showed me the review board's findings. Monday morning, I went back to work at the research lab and tried to focus on my actual job. Kara found me in the break room around 10, pouring my 3rd cup of coffee. She leaned against the counter and asked if I was okay. I told her I was fine, but she kept looking at me with this concerned expression. She said I seemed different lately, more confident but also more guarded, like I was holding something back. I laughed it off and said work had just been stressful. She asked if everything was okay with Nathan, and I felt my smile freeze on my face. The question hit different from I'd expected because suddenly I was thinking about what all of this had revealed about my relationship. Nathan had believed Melissa over me. He'd questioned my intelligence, my competence, my ability to understand basic concepts in my own field. He'd done it so easily, so quickly. Like 2 years of knowing me counted for nothing compared to a few weeks of Melissa's comments. I realized I hadn't actually processed any of that yet. I'd been so focused on destroying Melissa that I hadn't stopped to think about what it meant that Nathan was. So ready to believe I was too dumb for him. Kara was still waiting for an answer, so I told her things with Nathan were complicated right now. She asked if I wanted to talk about it, but I said no. She squeezed my shoulder and went back to her desk. That night, Nathan came over to my apartment with takeout. We ate on the couch and watched some documentary about deep-sea creatures. Halfway through, he paused it and turned to me with this serious expression. He said he'd been thinking a lot about what Melissa had said regarding our intellectual compatibility. My stomach dropped, but I kept my face neutral. He continued, saying he was starting to wonder if maybe he'd been unfair to me. I asked what he meant by unfair. He shifted uncomfortably and said some of the things Melissa had pointed out, about me struggling with abstract concepts. Maybe those weren't actually true. Maybe he'd just been seeing what she wanted him to see. I felt anger rising in my chest like heat. He was only questioning his behavior now because Melissa had disappeared and couldn't reinforce her narrative anymore. Not because he'd recognized the problem himself. Not because he'd thought about it and realized how insulting his behavior had been. But because his source of information was gone. I asked him if he actually believed I struggled with abstract concepts. He hesitated and said he didn't know, that Melissa had been convincing. The anger got hotter. I asked if he remembered our conversation about consciousness and Mars exploration. He nodded. I asked if that had seemed surface level to him at the time, before Melissa told him it was. He looked uncomfortable and admitted it hadn't. I set my food down and stood up. Nathan asked where I was going and I told him nowhere. I just needed to move. I walked to the window and looked out at the parking lot below. The decision formed in my mind fully shaped, like it had been waiting there all along. I turned around and told him I needed to tell him something. He put down his food too and sat forward. I explained calmly how I'd reviewed Melissa's research for Dr. Harrison, how I'd found the plagiarism, how I'd documented everything that led to her getting kicked out of the PhD program. The words came out steady and clear. I told him about reaching out to Dr. Harrison, about the quantum navigation project that was just an excuse to get access to her work, about finding the lifted paragraphs from Russian papers. I explained how I'd written the review that destroyed her career, how I'd been the one who reported her to the Academic Integrity Board. Nathan's face went completely white. He stared at me like I'd just told him I'd committed murder. The silence stretched between us for what felt like forever. Finally, he asked why I would do something so destructive. His voice was quiet, but I could hear the shock underneath. I walked back to the couch and sat down, keeping space between us. I reminded him of the router incident, when he'd asked if I really knew what I was doing or just got lucky. I listed the code review where he'd checked my work with Melissa even though I'd been programming longer than she had. I brought up the company party where she'd told his boss I was just a lab tech, where she'd laughed at the idea that I could have written that thermal management paper. I described the car ride home where he'd told me maybe I'd be happier with someone at my own level. I went through every single time he'd questioned my intelligence based on her lies. Each instance came out of my mouth like evidence in a trial. His face got paler with every example. When I finished, he tried to say something, but I held up my hand. I asked him about the conversation where he'd agreed that maybe we should give other teams a chance at trivia, because I probably just memorized facts. He closed his mouth and looked down at his hands. He started trying to defend himself, saying Melissa was convincing and had a PhD, that she seemed like an authority on intellectual matters. I cut him off before he could finish. I asked if my 2 master's degrees weren't convincing enough, if my published research papers weren't authority enough, if working in aerospace engineering for 6 years wasn't proof enough that I understood abstract concepts. My voice got louder with each question. I asked if he'd needed Melissa to tell him I was smart, or if maybe he should have figured that out from dating me for 2 years. The hurt on his face was obvious now. He looked like I'd slapped him. Good. He was finally understanding the depth of what he'd done to our relationship. He opened his mouth and closed it again. No words coming out. I waited. He finally said he didn't know what to say, that hearing it all laid out like that made him realize how badly he'd messed up. I told him it wasn't just that he'd messed up. It was that he'd been so easily convinced I was incompetent, that some woman he hadn't seen since high school could show up, and within weeks make him doubt my basic intelligence. Nathan asked if the plagiarism was real, or if I'd made it up to destroy her. The question made me so angry I had to take a deep breath before answering. I was genuinely offended that he was still doubting my professional integrity even now. I got up and went to my laptop, opened my email, and pulled up the files I'd sent to Dr. Harrison. I showed him the original Russian papers side by side with Melissa's work. I pointed out the identical paragraphs, the same sentence structures, the lifted equations. I walked him through all 17 instances across her 4 papers. I showed him how she'd changed just enough words to avoid automatic plagiarism detection, but kept the core ideas and frameworks without attribution. I made him read the passages himself, comparing them line by line. I watched his face as he realized her fraud was completely real, that I hadn't fabricated anything, that I'd just done my job as a reviewer and found what was actually there. He sat back and put his hands over his face. He said he was sorry, that he should never have questioned whether I'd made it up. I closed my laptop and told him the plagiarism was real, but that didn't change why I'd looked for it in the first place. We spent the next 3 hours talking through everything. Nathan apologized over and over, saying he didn't know how he'd let himself get manipulated like that. He admitted he'd gotten caught up in Melissa's confidence and his own insecurity about not having a PhD himself. He said he'd always felt like maybe he wasn't smart enough, like his consulting work was less impressive than research, and Melissa had played right into that fear. She'd made him feel included in some elite intellectual club by agreeing with her assessment of me. I listened to all of it and tried to figure out if I could forgive someone who was so easily convinced I was incompetent. Part of me understood that insecurity makes people do stupid things, but another part of me couldn't stop thinking about how quickly he'd turned on me, how readily he'd accepted her narrative. He asked what I was thinking, and I told him I didn't know yet. I said I needed time to process everything, to figure out if trust could be rebuilt after something like this. He nodded and said he understood, that he'd wait as long as I needed. We sat on opposite ends of the couch. The documentary still paused on the TV, the takeout containers cold on the coffee table between us. I left Nathan's place after midnight and drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The conversation kept replaying in my head, how he'd looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time in months. When I got back to my apartment, I sat on the couch in the dark for an hour just trying to process everything. The next morning, I texted Nathan that I needed space to think about us. He responded immediately asking how much time I needed, and I told him honestly that I didn't know. He showed up at my door that evening with 2 boxes, his face pale and tired looking. He'd packed up his things from my apartment without me having to ask. I watched him carry his spare work clothes from my closet, his extra toiletries from the bathroom, the book he'd been reading that lived on my nightstand. He moved quietly and carefully, like he was trying not to disturb anything. When he finished, he stood in my doorway holding both boxes and asked if this was really what I wanted. I told him it was what I needed right now. He nodded and left without arguing. After he was gone, I walked through my apartment, noticing all the empty spaces where his stuff had been. The bathroom counter looked bigger without his electric razor. The closet had a gap where his jackets used to hang. But weirdly, the apartment felt more like mine than it had in months. Like I'd been sharing it with someone who didn't really see me, and now I had room to breathe again. 3 days later, I was at work running simulations when an email from Dr. Harrison popped up. He thanked me for the thorough review of Melissa's research and said my attention to detail had been invaluable. Then he mentioned that 2 other graduate students had come forward with concerns about collaborative projects they'd worked on with Melissa. Apparently, my review had opened up a bigger investigation into her entire academic career. I sat staring at that email for a long time. Part of me felt satisfied, like I'd exposed something that needed to be exposed. But another part felt guilty knowing I'd triggered this whole thing. If I hadn't gone looking, if I hadn't been so angry about what she'd done to my relationship, would anyone have ever found the plagiarism? Would those other students have spoken up? I closed my email and tried to focus on work, but couldn't stop thinking about how one review had destroyed someone's entire career path. That Friday after work, Kara found me still at my desk at 7 p.m., staring at simulation results I wasn't really seeing. She asked if I wanted to grab drinks, and I said yes without even thinking about it. We ended up at this bar near the lab that we'd been to a few times for team happy hours. After we ordered, Kara asked what was going on because I'd seemed off all week. I hadn't planned to tell anyone the whole story, but it all came spilling out. The way Melissa had undermined me, how Nathan had believed her, finding the plagiarism, the academic investigation, everything. I expected Kara to be shocked or maybe judge me for what I'd done. Instead, she listened carefully, and then said I hadn't fabricated anything, that I'd just exposed fraud that would have been discovered eventually. She pointed out that Melissa's treatment of me had been its own kind of sabotage, trying to destroy my relationship and my boyfriend's respect for my work. Kara said if the plagiarism was real, then Melissa had done this to herself, that I'd just been the one who found it. Hearing someone else say that made me feel slightly better about the whole thing. The next Tuesday, Nathan texted asking if we could talk again. He said he'd been thinking a lot about his behavior, and realized the problem wasn't just about Melissa. He admitted he'd always felt kind of intimidated by my practical skills and hands-on expertise. That insecurity had made him vulnerable when someone came along claiming theoretical knowledge was superior. He said he wanted to talk more if I was willing. I stared at that text for an hour before responding. Part of me wanted to ignore it and just move on, but another part needed to understand how we'd gotten to this point. I agreed to meet him for coffee that Saturday. When I got to the coffee shop, Nathan was already there at a corner table. He had a notebook in front of him, which seemed weird. After we ordered, he slid the notebook across to me. He'd written out a list of every time he remembered questioning my intelligence or abilities over the past 6 months. There were way more instances than I'd realized. Times he'd asked if I was sure about something technical. Moments where he'd double-checked my work. Conversations where he'd explained things I already knew. Some of them I'd completely forgotten about because they'd seemed small at the time. But seeing them all written out together showed a pattern that had started way before Melissa showed up. She hadn't created the problem. She'd just made it worse. I read through the whole list feeling this mix of hurt and anger building up again. Nathan watched me and didn't say anything until I finished. Then he asked if I thought we could fix this or if the damage was too deep. We spent the next 2 hours talking about our relationship foundation and whether it had ever been as solid as I'd thought. Nathan acknowledged he had serious insecurity issues around not having a PhD and doing consulting instead of research. He said he'd always worried he wasn't smart enough compared to people doing theoretical work. When Melissa came along talking about abstract concepts and quantum mechanics, it had made him feel included in some intellectual club. Agreeing with her assessment of me had been a way of proving he belonged in that space. I told him that was a pretty terrible reason to undervalue someone you supposedly loved. He agreed and said he knew it was messed up, that he needed to work on trusting his actual experiences with people, instead of just believing whoever sounded the most confident or had the most credentials. I asked if he really thought he could change that pattern because it seemed pretty deeply rooted. He said he didn't know, but he wanted to try if I was willing to give him the chance. I told him I needed more time to think about whether I could trust him again after this. Whether knowing he'd been so easily convinced I was incompetent was something I could get past. We left the coffee shop without making any decisions about our future. That week, I kept thinking about everything and realized I needed outside perspective from someone who understood the professional side of what I'd done. I emailed Julian Lozano, my former professor from grad school who I'd stayed in touch with. I explained the whole situation, how I'd found Melissa's plagiarism while reviewing her work for Dr. Harrison, and asked about the ethics of it all. Julian called me the next day instead of emailing back. He listened to the full story and then said something that surprised me. He pointed out that exposing academic fraud was actually an ethical obligation for anyone who discovered it. That regardless of my personal reasons for looking closely at Melissa's work, finding and reporting plagiarism was the right thing to do. He said the academic system relied on people being honest about these things. If I'd found the fraud and not reported it, that would have been the ethical problem. My motivations for reviewing her research in the first place didn't change the fact that what I'd found was real and needed to be addressed. Talking to Julian helped me feel less guilty about the whole thing. 2 weeks after Nathan moved his stuff out, I got an email that made my stomach drop. It was from Melissa. The subject line just said, "I know it was you." I almost deleted it without reading, but curiosity won out. Her email wasn't angry like I'd expected. Instead, it was kind of defeated and sad. She'd figured out my connection to Dr. Harrison somehow, probably by going through his correspondence after everything fell apart. She wrote that she understood now that I'd been the one who reviewed her work and found all the problems. But then she said something that surprised me. She acknowledged the plagiarism was real, that she'd convinced herself the similarities to those Russian papers were just coincidental, because the ideas seemed obvious to her. But when faced with all 17 instances laid out together, she couldn't deny it anymore. She said she'd gotten lazy and sloppy, taking shortcuts because she was behind on her research timeline. She knew it was wrong, but had convinced herself it wasn't that bad. The email ended with her saying she didn't blame me for reporting it because it was the truth. I read that email 3 times trying to figure out how I felt about it. Part of me had expected her to be furious and accusatory. This acceptance and acknowledgement of her own fraud was somehow harder to process. I didn't respond to Melissa's email, but I did forward it to Nathan. He needed to see that his friend had been both a fraud and someone who deliberately tried to destroy our relationship. He called me within 10 minutes of me sending it, his voice shaking. He kept apologizing again, saying he finally understood the full picture of what had happened, that Melissa had manipulated him while being academically dishonest the whole time. He said he felt stupid for not seeing it earlier, for believing her over me. I told him I appreciated the apology, but I still didn't know what it meant for us. We talked for another hour about everything that had happened. By the end of the call, Nathan asked if I'd be willing to try couples counseling. He said he recognized we had serious trust and communication problems that he couldn't fix on his own. That if there was any chance of saving our relationship, we needed professional help to work through it. I was surprised he suggested it because Nathan had always been kind of skeptical about therapy, but I agreed to try it because I still wasn't ready to completely give up on us. We started seeing a therapist the following week. The first session was awkward and uncomfortable, both of us sitting on opposite ends of this beige couch trying to explain what had brought us there. The therapist asked a lot of questions about our relationship history and the specific incidents with Melissa. Over the next few sessions, she helped us identify patterns we'd both missed. She pointed out that Nathan's insecurity about his education and career had led him to undervalue practical expertise while overvaluing theoretical knowledge and academic credentials. That dynamic had made our relationship vulnerable to someone like Melissa, who presented herself as intellectually superior. The therapist also made me look at my own behavior, how I'd chosen revenge instead of just confronting the problem directly, how I'd played into Melissa's perception of me as less intelligent instead of standing up for myself earlier. She said we both had work to do on communication and trust if we wanted to rebuild anything real. Nathan started working on his insecurity issues and learning to value different kinds of intelligence and expertise. I worked on being more direct about my feelings instead of letting resentment build up until I did something destructive. It was slow progress and some sessions were really hard, with both of us getting defensive or upset. But gradually things started feeling a little better between us. 3 months passed and things with Nathan got better, but different. We talked more about what we were feeling instead of just assuming we understood each other. When I felt hurt by something he said, I told him right away instead of letting it build up. When he felt insecure about his work or our relationship, he actually said so instead of taking it out on me in weird, indirect ways. But there was this new carefulness between us that hadn't been there before. Like we were both watching for signs that the other person might doubt us again. I caught myself sometimes waiting to see if he'd question my judgment on something, and I could tell he was doing the same thing, watching to see if I was angry or planning something. It wasn't bad exactly, just different from the easy trust we used to have. We were building something more honest, but it took more work and attention than before. Then my boss called me into her office on a Tuesday afternoon. I thought maybe I'd made some mistake on the satellite component testing, but instead she told me they were promoting me to senior engineer. The position came with a significant raise and my own team to lead on the next generation navigation systems project. I sat there kind of stunned because I'd been so focused on the situation with Nathan and Melissa that I hadn't even realized the promotion cycle was happening. My boss said the decision was easy because my published research and technical contributions over the past year had been outstanding. I thanked her and walked back to my desk feeling this weird mix of pride and relief. That night I told Nathan about the promotion, and he immediately pulled me into a hug and said he was so proud of me. He insisted on throwing me a celebration dinner that weekend and invited a bunch of our friends and some of his coworkers. At the dinner, he kept telling people about my research papers and technical expertise without me even bringing it up. He'd mention specific projects I'd worked on and explain why they were important. It felt like a test we were both passing, him showing he valued my work, and me letting him celebrate my success without wondering if he had ulterior motives. A few weeks after that, Kara pulled me aside at work during lunch. She had this uncomfortable look on her face and said she'd heard something through academic networks about Melissa. Apparently, she'd left the PhD program completely, not just taking time off, but actually withdrawing. She'd moved back to her hometown somewhere in Ohio to work in her family's business, something to do with commercial real estate. Kara said she thought I should know since the whole situation had been so messy. I felt this complicated knot in my stomach hearing that news. Part of me felt satisfied that Melissa had faced real consequences for her fraud and for trying to destroy my relationship. She'd been exposed as a fake and lost the career she'd been so smug about. But another part of me felt uncomfortable with how completely her life had fallen apart. I'd exposed real plagiarism and bad research. That was true. But I'd also done it specifically to hurt her because of what she'd done to me. The severity of her fall, losing everything she'd worked toward and having to leave academia entirely, felt heavier than I'd expected it to feel. I thanked Kara for telling me and went back to work, but I kept thinking about it for days after. Nathan and I talked about Melissa's situation that weekend. I told him what Kara had said and admitted I felt weird about it. He said he understood why I'd done what I did, and that Melissa had brought the consequences on herself through her own dishonesty. But he also said he knew I probably felt conflicted about being the one who'd triggered everything. We decided to keep working on our relationship, to stay together and keep going to therapy and building something more honest than what we'd had before. Both of us had changed because of what happened. I knew now that I was capable of calculated revenge, of planning and executing someone's downfall in a really deliberate way, and that was uncomfortable knowledge to have about myself. Nathan knew he was capable of betraying someone he loved, not through deliberate cruelty, but through weakness and insecurity, and letting someone else manipulate his perceptions. We were building something more real than the easy rhythm we used to share. It was harder work and less comfortable, but it felt more solid somehow, like we actually knew who we were now and were choosing each other anyway, despite our flaws and capacity for hurting each other. The wariness was still there, but so was something deeper. A commitment to being honest even when it was difficult and trusting each other even though we both knew trust could be broken. My coworker spent 3 years harassing me for being a single mom and locked my daughter in a dark closet. I got her arrested. I'm a single mom working as an account manager at a marketing firm. I'd been there 3 years when Lindsay joined our team. She was married with no kids and made it clear from day one that she thought mothers didn't belong in the workplace. She'd roll her eyes when I'd leave at 5 to get my daughter Sophie from daycare. She'd make comments about how parenthood was a choice and shouldn't affect the team. During my first presentation after she joined, Lindsay interrupted to ask if I'd prepared it myself or if I was too busy with mommy duties. Our manager, Erin, just laughed uncomfortably. She started telling clients I might not be available for projects because of childcare issues, even though I'd never missed a deadline. She'd schedule important meetings at 4:45, knowing I had to leave at 5 for daycare pickup. When I'd ask to dial in, she'd say physical presence showed commitment. One time, Sophie got sick at school and I had to leave early. Lindsay sent an email to the whole team about how some people use their kids as excuses to skip work. She actually created a spreadsheet tracking every time I left for anything child-related and presented it at our quarterly review. Erin said it showed initiative that Lindsay was monitoring team productivity. She started leaving parenting articles on my desk about the damage working mothers do to their children. She told the interns I only got promoted because the company needed to meet diversity quotas for single mothers. She'd loudly take personal calls about her amazing child-free vacations while staring at me. She actually asked Erin why the company wasted benefits on dependents when that money could go to bonuses for employees without kids. Then came, take your child to work day. The company encouraged everyone to participate. I brought Sophie, who was 5 and excited to see mommy's office. She had her little backpack with coloring books and sat quietly at my desk while I worked. Lindsay walked by and told Sophie that her mommy was selfish for making her sit in an office instead of playing with friends. Sophie asked what selfish meant. Lindsay said it meant caring more about money than your child. I told Lindsay to stop, but she said she was just being honest with the kid. During lunch, I took Sophie to the break room to eat. When we came back, Lindsay had moved all my files to say I was being unproductive having a child present. She complained to Aaron that Sophie's presence was disruptive even though Sophie hadn't made a sound. Aaron asked if maybe I could have Sophie sit somewhere else. I put Sophie in the small conference room with her coloring books and told her I'd be right outside. I could see her through the glass door. I went to the printer for 2 minutes to grab reports. When I came back, Sophie was gone. Her backpack was there, books open, but she was nowhere. I ran through the office calling her name. Reception hadn't seen her leave. The bathrooms were empty. I was starting to panic when I heard tiny knocking from the supply closet down the hall. The door was locked from the outside. I opened it and Sophie fell out crying. She was terrified. Said a lady told her there were toys in there, then shut the door. She'd been in the dark for 10 minutes screaming, but nobody heard her because that hallway was empty. I knew immediately it was Lindsay. I carried Sophie back to the main office where everyone could see her sobbing. Lindsay was at her desk typing like nothing happened. I asked her directly if she locked my daughter in the closet. She said that was a serious accusation, and she'd been at her desk the whole time. Sophie pointed at her and said, "That's the lady." Lindsay said kids make things up for attention, and maybe Sophie locked herself in by accident. Aaron came over and Lindsay immediately started crying, saying I was creating a hostile work environment by accusing her of something so horrible. She said she was thinking about calling HR about my harassment. Aaron told me to take Sophie home and we'd sort this out tomorrow. That night, I went back to the office with building security. I asked them to check the keycard logs for the supply closet. The system showed Lindsay's card accessing it twice, right when Sophie disappeared and right before I found her. Security pulled the hallway footage. The video showed everything. Lindsay walking up to Sophie in the conference room, bending down to talk to her, then leading my daughter by the hand down the hallway. She swiped her keycard at the supply closet, opened the door, pointed inside like she was showing Sophie something interesting, and the second my baby stepped in, Lindsay pulled the door shut and walked away. The timestamp matched exactly when I'd been at the printer. The security guard made 2 copies of the footage right there, one for me and one for the police. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911 with shaking hands. The operator asked what my emergency was, and I told her someone had locked my 5-year-old daughter in a dark closet at my office building. She asked if my daughter was safe now, and I said yes, she was with me. But I had video proof of who did it, and I wanted to press charges. The operator said she was sending officers to my location and to stay where I was. The 2 police officers showed up in less than half an hour. They were both older guys, one tall with gray hair and one shorter with a thick mustache. The security guard showed them the footage on his computer screen, and I watched their faces change as they saw Lindsay lock Sophie in that closet. The tall officer asked if he could get a copy of that video, and the security guard handed him the disc he'd already burned. Then they asked me to tell them what happened from the beginning. I explained about take your child to work day, about leaving Sophie in the conference room for just 2 minutes, about finding her gone and hearing her screaming from inside the locked closet. The shorter officer wrote everything down in a little notebook. Then I told them this wasn't just a random thing, that Lindsay had been harassing me for 3 years about being a single mom. I pulled out my phone and showed them some of the emails Lindsay had sent about me being unreliable because of my kid. The tall officer looked at the shorter one and said this was criminal confinement and child endangerment, possibly assault on a minor. He asked if I wanted to press charges, and I said absolutely yes. They asked me to wait in the lobby with Sophie while they went upstairs to talk to Lindsay. I carried Sophie down to the first floor and sat in one of the big leather chairs near the elevators. She was asleep against my shoulder, her face still blotchy from crying earlier. I could feel her little heartbeat against my chest, and I wanted to cry thinking about how scared she must have been in that dark closet. About 15 minutes later, I heard voices coming from the elevator area. Loud voices. Then the elevator doors opened and the 2 officers came out with Lindsay between them. She was in handcuffs. Her face was bright red and covered in tears, and she was yelling that this was all a big misunderstanding, that she would never hurt a child, that I was lying about everything. The shorter officer told her to calm down, and she just screamed louder. Other people in the lobby stopped and stared as they walked her past me toward the front doors. Lindsay looked right at me and yelled that I was going to regret this, that she had done nothing wrong. The tall officer put his hand on her head and guided her into the back of the police car parked outside. I was still sitting there trying to process what just happened when Aaron came running out of the elevator. His tie was loose and his face looked panicked. He rushed over to me asking what was going on. Why were the police here? What happened to Lindsay? I could tell he had no idea this would actually involve cops. I pulled up the security footage on my phone that the security guard had sent me and held it out to him. He watched the whole thing, his face getting paler and paler as he saw Lindsay walk Sophie to that closet and lock her inside. When it ended, he just stood there with his mouth open. He tried to say something about how maybe there was an explanation, maybe Lindsay didn't mean for the door to lock. I stood up, careful not to wake Sophie, and told him there was no explanation that made locking a 5-year-old in a dark closet okay. I told him I was pressing charges and that he should probably call the company's lawyer, because this was going to be a big problem for everyone who ignored my complaints about Lindsay for 3 years. Then I walked out to my car and went home. The next morning, my phone rang at 8. It was a detective who said he'd been assigned to my case. He asked if I could come to the police station that afternoon to give a formal statement. I said yes and asked what I should bring. He told me to bring any evidence I had of prior harassment or problems with Lindsay. I spent the next 2 hours gathering everything. I printed out the spreadsheet Lindsay had made tracking every time I left early or came in late because of Sophie. I printed all the emails where she told clients I might not be available for projects. I took screenshots of the messages she'd sent to the interns about me only getting promoted because of diversity quotas. I put it all in a folder and drove to the station. The detective was a middle-aged guy with kind eyes who introduced himself and led me to a small interview room. He had me sit down and tell him everything from the beginning. I went through the whole 3 years. Every comment Lindsay made, every meeting she scheduled at 4:45, every article she left on my desk about bad mothers. He listened and took notes and didn't interrupt. When I finished, he asked if there were other people who witnessed Lindsay's behavior toward me. I gave him the names of the receptionist who sat near our desks and heard Lindsay's daily comments. I gave him the names of the 2 interns Lindsay had talked to about me. He wrote all of it down and said this was really helpful because it showed a pattern of behavior that led up to what happened to Sophie. He said it proved Lindsay didn't just make a mistake. She had been targeting me and my daughter for a long time. That word, targeting, made my stomach hurt. When I got home that afternoon, my phone rang again. This time it was someone from HR asking if I could come in for a meeting the next day. I said I wanted to bring a lawyer, and there was a long pause on the other end. The HR woman said that was fine and asked who my lawyer was. I didn't have a lawyer. I called my friend Lisa, who I'd known since college. She was a lawyer, but she did contract law, not criminal stuff. I told her what happened, and she said she would come to the meeting with me anyway. She said what happened to Sophie was horrible, and she wasn't going to let the company try to cover it up or push me out. The HR meeting was in a conference room on the 3rd floor. The HR representative was a woman in her 50s who looked really uncomfortable. She had the police report in front of her and a laptop showing the security footage. Lisa sat next to me and introduced herself as my legal representation. The HR woman asked me to walk through what happened on Take Your Child to Work Day. I did, keeping my voice steady even though I wanted to cry thinking about Sophie trapped in that closet. When I finished, the HR woman said the company took this very seriously, and they were conducting their own investigation. Lisa leaned forward and said that was good, but they needed to understand the company was liable for allowing 3 years of documented harassment to continue. She pointed out that I had filed complaints about Lindsay multiple times and Aaron had dismissed all of them. The HR woman's face went even more uncomfortable, and she admitted they had documentation of my previous complaints in my file. She said those complaints had been reviewed by management and deemed not serious enough to warrant disciplinary action. Lisa asked her if she thought locking a child in a closet was serious enough now. The HR woman cleared her throat and said the company was taking immediate action. She told me Aaron was placed on administrative leave while they investigated his handling of my complaints. She said they wanted to offer me paid leave to take care of Sophie and handle the legal stuff with Lindsay's case. Lisa asked about therapy costs for Sophie, and the HR woman said they would cover that too. Lisa pulled out a document she'd prepared and slid it across the table. It was a written agreement that the company wouldn't retaliate against me in any way for pressing charges against Lindsay or for any statements I made during the investigation. The HR woman said she needed to have their legal team review it, but she thought they could agree to those terms. 3 days later, I got a call from the prosecutor's office telling me Lindsay's arraignment was scheduled for that afternoon. I asked if I needed to be there, and the prosecutor said it would be helpful but not required. I went. I sat in the back of the courtroom and watched Lindsay stand in front of the judge in an orange jumpsuit. Her lawyer was a young guy in a cheap suit who argued that Lindsay never intended to hurt Sophie, that she was just trying to play with her and didn't realize the door would lock automatically. The prosecutor stood up and pointed out that the keycard logs showed Lindsay used her access card to open the door, which meant she knew it required a keycard to open from the outside. She knew Sophie would be trapped in there. The judge asked Lindsay how she pleaded, and her lawyer said not guilty. The judge set bail at $50,000 and set a preliminary hearing date for 2 weeks later. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. Lindsay's husband was in the front row, and I watched him pull out his phone, probably calling someone about the bail money. I left before they did because I didn't want to see her face again. The news story aired 2 days later. I was making Sophie dinner when my phone started blowing up with texts from coworkers. Someone had leaked the police report to a local news station, and they ran a piece about workplace harassment that ended with a child locked in a closet. They showed the outside of our office building and mentioned the company by name. My mom called asking if I was okay, and if she should come stay with us. I told her we were fine, but she came anyway. That night, 3 women who used to work at the company reached out to me through LinkedIn. They all had similar stories about Lindsay making comments about their kids and questioning their commitment. One woman said Lindsay told a client she was unreliable because she had twins at home. Another said Lindsay scheduled mandatory team dinners on nights she knew people had to pick up their children. They had all left the company within a year of Lindsay joining. None of them had reported it because they saw how my complaints went nowhere. I took Sophie to a child psychologist the next week. The office had toys in the waiting room, but Sophie sat pressed against my side the whole time. The doctor was a woman in her 40s who specialized in childhood trauma. She talked to Sophie alone for 30 minutes while I waited outside. When they came out, Sophie was holding a stuffed bear the doctor had given her. The doctor asked me to come back to her office while Sophie played in the waiting room where I could see her through the window. She told me Sophie had acute stress response from what happened. She was having nightmares about being trapped in dark places. She wouldn't sleep in her own room anymore and woke up screaming most nights. The doctor said Sophie needed weekly therapy sessions, and I should expect the symptoms to last for months. She gave me a list of things to watch for, like regression in toilet training or separation anxiety. Sophie had already started showing both. She wouldn't let me out of her sight and cried when I tried to go to the bathroom alone. The company's internal investigation took 2 weeks. They interviewed 15 people from our department. I got called in twice to answer questions about specific incidents. They asked about the spreadsheet Lindsay made tracking my absences and the emails she sent about my reliability. They wanted to know every time I had complained to Aaron and what his response was. Other people started coming forward with their own stories. 3 women told investigators that Lindsay had made comments to them about working mothers being less dedicated than employees without kids. They said they never reported it because they watched Aaron dismiss my complaints. One woman said she heard Lindsay tell an intern that mothers shouldn't be in leadership positions because they couldn't focus on work. The pattern was clear. Lindsay targeted working mothers, and Aaron either ignored it or encouraged it by praising her supposed dedication to the team. Aaron got fired on a Friday afternoon. The company sent an email to the whole department saying he was no longer with the firm due to failure to maintain a safe workplace environment. They said they were implementing new policies around harassment and requiring all managers to complete training on recognizing and addressing workplace bullying. The email didn't mention Lindsay by name, but everyone knew what it was about. My new temporary manager called me that evening to apologize for what I went through. She said the company should have protected me, and they failed. She told me to take as much time as I needed, and my job would be waiting when I was ready to come back. Lisa called me 3 weeks after Lindsay's arraignment. She said Lindsay's lawyer wanted to discuss a plea deal. The prosecutor was willing to let Lindsay plead guilty to reduce charges in exchange for avoiding a trial. The deal included probation, mandatory anger management classes, and a permanent restraining order keeping Lindsay away from me and Sophie. Lisa said it meant Lindsay wouldn't go to jail, but she would have a criminal record and couldn't come near us ever again. I asked what would happen if we didn't take the deal. Lisa said we would go to trial and Sophie might have to testify about what happened. She said trials could take months and there was no guarantee of a conviction even with the security footage. I told her I needed time to think about it. I spent a week trying to decide. Part of me wanted Lindsay to go to jail for what she did to Sophie. I wanted her to face serious consequences and understand how badly she hurt my daughter. But another part of me couldn't imagine putting Sophie through a trial. She was already having nightmares and barely sleeping. Making her testify about being locked in that closet seemed cruel. My therapist helped me work through it. She reminded me that the restraining order meant Lindsay could never come near Sophie again. She said sometimes protecting your child meant choosing the option that caused them the least additional trauma. I called Lisa and told her I would accept the plea deal. Lisa said she would let the prosecutor know. The plea hearing happened on a Thursday morning. I sat in the courtroom with Lisa while Lindsay stood in front of the judge. She wore a gray suit and had her hair pulled back. Her lawyer stood next to her looking nervous. The judge asked if she understood she was pleading guilty to criminal confinement and child endangerment. Lindsay said yes in a quiet voice. Then she read a prepared statement her lawyer had obviously written. She said she never meant to hurt Sophie and she was sorry for what happened. She claimed she made a terrible mistake and wanted to take responsibility for her actions. The words sounded empty and rehearsed like she was reading lines in a play. The judge accepted the plea but added 200 hours of community service working with child safety organizations. He said Lindsay needed to understand the gravity of traumatizing a 5-year-old child. He told her if she violated the restraining order or failed to complete her anger management classes, she would go directly to jail. Lindsay nodded and her lawyer thanked the judge. The company settled with me 6 weeks later. Lisa negotiated the whole thing without me having to do much. They agreed to pay for all of Sophie's therapy sessions for as long as she needed them. They covered Lisa's legal fees and gave me compensation for the 3 years of hostile work environment I endured. The amount was significant enough that I could have quit and lived comfortably for a year while finding a new job. Lisa also got them to provide a strong reference letter and agree not to contest unemployment if I decided to leave. She said it was one of the best settlements she had seen for a case like this. The company clearly wanted to avoid a lawsuit and bad publicity. I decided to stay with the company. I actually liked my job and my clients. The work was interesting and challenging in ways that made me feel accomplished. The new management team seemed genuinely committed to changing the culture. They promoted me to senior account manager with a 20% raise. They moved me to a different floor with a new team that was welcoming and professional. My new manager checked in regularly to make sure I had everything I needed. She never questioned when I left at 5 to get Sophie from daycare. She told me on my first day that she had 2 kids of her own and understood that being a good parent made you a better employee. The team had 3 other working mothers who immediately invited me to lunch. They told me they were glad I stayed and that what happened to me should never happen to anyone. Sophie's therapy sessions happened every Tuesday afternoon. The doctor's office had a playroom where Sophie could work through her feelings using toys and art supplies. After 3 months, the nightmares started happening less often. Some weeks she slept through the night without waking up scared. She began talking about what happened in simple terms that showed she was processing it. She told me the mean lady made a bad choice and couldn't hurt her anymore because she wasn't allowed to come near us. Her doctor said this was good progress and showed Sophie was developing healthy coping skills. She still slept in my bed most nights, but she was starting to spend time in her own room during the day. She played with her toys there and sometimes took naps in her bed. The doctor said we should let her move at her own pace and not rush her back to sleeping alone. 6 months passed and I landed 2 major clients for the company. The first was a tech startup that needed a complete rebrand. I pitched them a strategy that focused on their product benefits instead of just features. They signed a 6-month contract worth more than any account our team had brought in that quarter. The second client was a healthcare company expanding into new markets. I developed their campaign strategy, and they were so impressed they extended the contract for another year. My new manager called me into her office after the healthcare deal closed. She told me I was doing amazing work, and the client specifically requested to work with me on future projects. She asked if I needed anything to make my job easier. I mentioned that sometimes I had to leave right at 5 for daycare pickup and felt bad about it. She looked confused and said leaving at 5 was normal. She told me she had 2 kids and always left by 5:30 herself. She said being a good parent made you better at time management and prioritizing tasks. The other people on my new team were great. 3 of them were working mothers who invited me to lunch during my first week. They shared tips about managing work and kids. One woman brought her daughter to the office sometimes when school was closed and nobody cared. Another had photos of her kids all over her desk and talked about them proudly during meetings. Nobody ever made comments about my parenting or questioned my commitment. When I had to leave for Sophie's school events, my manager just asked me to update my calendar. The team actually celebrated when I told them about landing the tech startup account. They took me out for drinks after work and toasted to my success. Then everything changed again on a Tuesday morning. Sophie's daycare director called me at 9:30. Her voice sounded tight and worried. She said Lindsay had shown up at the daycare asking to see Sophie. The staff recognized her immediately from the photos I had given them when the restraining order was issued. They told Lindsay she needed to leave or they would call the police. Lindsay started crying and said she just wanted to apologize to Sophie for what happened. She said she had been going to therapy and realized how much she had hurt us. The director told her that didn't matter because there was a legal order keeping her away from both of us. Lindsay refused to leave the parking lot. She sat in her car watching the playground where the kids were playing outside. The director called the police and kept all the children inside until officers arrived. 2 patrol cars showed up within 10 minutes. Lindsay was still sitting in her car when they approached her. She got out and tried to explain that she just wanted to make things right. The officers checked the restraining order in their system and told her she was under arrest for violating it. She started sobbing and saying this wasn't fair. They handcuffed her and put her in the back of the patrol car. The director called me after Lindsay was taken away and assured me Sophie never saw her. She said the staff handled everything perfectly, and Sophie was safe inside playing with blocks the whole time. I got a call from the prosecutor's office that afternoon. He told me Lindsay had violated a court order and would face serious consequences. He said the judge took restraining order violations very seriously, especially when children were involved. Lindsay's hearing was scheduled for the next week. The prosecutor said he would push for jail time since she had deliberately gone to my daughter's daycare, despite knowing she was legally forbidden from coming near us. He asked if I wanted to provide a victim impact statement. I said yes. At the hearing, Lindsay stood before the judge looking terrible. Her hair was messy and she had dark circles under her eyes. Her lawyer tried to argue that she was genuinely remorseful and just wanted closure. The judge cut him off and said the restraining order existed for a reason. He said Lindsay had already traumatized a child, and now she was continuing to harass the family. He sentenced her to 60 days in jail. Lindsay started crying and her lawyer asked for probation instead. The judge said no. He said maybe 60 days would teach her that court orders were not suggestions. The bailiff led her away still crying. I felt relieved watching her go. She had finally faced real consequences for her actions. The company reached out to me a month later about developing new workplace policies. They wanted my input on preventing harassment and creating a better environment for working parents. I met with the head of HR and 2 executives. They asked me to describe everything that had happened with Lindsay and what warning signs were missed. I told them about the 3 years of comments and how my complaints were dismissed. I explained how Aaron had actually praised Lindsay for tracking my parenting-related absences. They looked uncomfortable hearing all of this laid out. The HR director said they wanted to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. They asked if I would help write new policies around harassment reporting and family-friendly scheduling. They also wanted me to train managers on recognizing subtle discrimination patterns. I agreed because I didn't want any other parent to go through what I had experienced. We spent weeks developing the new policies. They included mandatory harassment training for all employees. Managers had to document any complaints immediately, and HR would investigate within 48 hours. The company also implemented flexible scheduling options for parents and stopped scheduling important meetings after 4:30. They created a clear process for reporting discrimination with multiple channels so people didn't have to go through their direct manager. I led the first training session for managers, and it felt good helping create real change. A year after everything happened, Sophie started kindergarten. She walked into her classroom confidently on the first day and barely looked back at me. Her teacher said she was doing great and made friends easily. The nightmares had stopped months ago. She slept in her own bed now and talked about the closet incident like it was something that happened a long time ago to someone else. Her therapist said she had processed the trauma in a healthy way and didn't need regular sessions anymore. At work, I was considered for a director-level position. My manager nominated me and said my client work and policy development made me a strong candidate. The interview process would start next month. Sophie and I had a routine that worked. I picked her up from the school at 3, and we spent afternoons together doing homework and playing. Some evenings we went to the park or got ice cream. Weekends were for adventures like the zoo or children's museum. I had learned that protecting her and standing up for myself was the most important thing I could have done. Our life was genuinely better than it had been before Lindsay joined our team. Sophie was happy and confident. I had a job I loved with people who respected me. Everything had worked out better than I could have imagined back when I was enduring Lindsay's daily harassment. Standing up for myself and my daughter had changed both of our lives for the better. So yeah, that happened. I don't even know how we got here, but thanks for sticking around. This honestly feels more like a late-night chat than a video.
My crush became my stepsister. I scared off every guy until she figured out why. I'd been in love with Mia since my sophomore year of college. She sat 2 rows ahead of me in organic chemistry and always wore this yellow headband. Every Tuesday, she'd turn around to borrow a pen, even though I knew she had like 10 in her backpack. I never said anything because talking to her made me forget how to form sentences. My friends said I was pathetic, but I didn't care. I had this whole plan to ask her out after finals. Then my mom started acting weird, singing in the shower, actually cooking dinner instead of ordering pizza, checking her phone every 5 seconds with this goofy smile. She'd been single since my dad left 8 years ago, so seeing her happy was amazing. She finally told me she'd met someone at her book club, said his name was Robert, and he was perfect, and she wanted me to meet him and his daughter. I was thrilled for her. She deserved someone good after everything. She planned this whole dinner at a nice steakhouse downtown, said both families should meet properly. I wore the only dress shirt I owned and practiced being the supportive son in the mirror. Got there early with Mom to get a table. She was practically glowing. Then Robert walked in, and I recognized him immediately. He was Mia's dad. He'd dropped her off at campus a few times. My brain stopped working when I saw Mia walk in behind him, wearing this blue dress I'd never seen before. She spotted me and her whole face lit up. She actually ran over and hugged me, going on about what a crazy coincidence this was. Said we were going to be the best siblings ever. Called me her bonus brother. I just stood there like an idiot while she told our parents how we already knew each other from school. My mom was ecstatic, saying it was meant to be. Robert was shaking my hand, talking about how nice it would be for Mia to have a brother. Meanwhile, I wanted to disappear into the floor. The whole dinner, Mia kept making plans. We could carpool to campus together, study together at home. She'd help me with chemistry if I helped her with calculus. She was drawing up this whole perfect sibling dynamic while I sat there dying inside. Mom and Robert were talking about moving in together by next semester. Mia grabbed my hand under the table and squeezed it, whispering that she'd always wanted a brother. I excused myself and hid in the bathroom for 15 minutes. After that night, everything got worse. Mia started texting me constantly, sending memes about having siblings, asking what my favorite breakfast was when we'd lived together, and wanting to hang out between classes. I started being mean to her because I didn't know what else to do. When she'd wait for me after class, I'd walk right past her. When she saved me a seat at lunch, I'd sit somewhere else. She kept trying, though. Left notes on my car asking if she'd done something wrong. I'd crumple them up without responding. The confusion on her face killed me, but I couldn't explain that I'd spent 2 years fantasizing about our wedding, and now she wanted to paint my nails and have movie nights as siblings. 2 months later, our parents got married at the city hall. Mia was the maid of honor, and I was the best man. She tried to link arms with me for photos, and I pretended I needed to fix my tie. The photographer kept telling us to stand closer, and Mia would laugh, saying I was camera shy while I wanted to scream. We moved into Robert's house the next week. Mia had decorated my room with posters she thought I'd like and a welcome home sign. She'd spent hours on it. I took it all down while she was in class, and she found it in the trash. She cried, and I felt horrible, but I told her I just wanted my space. She stopped trying to be nice after that. 2 years of living in the same house and barely talking. She'd eat breakfast in her room. I'd wait until she left to use the kitchen. Our parents thought we just needed time to adjust. Then one night she brought home this guy named Justin. Said he was her study partner, but the way he looked at her made it obvious. She introduced him as her potential boyfriend and asked what I thought as her brother. I said he looked like he failed his driver's test 3 times. He laughed nervously. Mia glared at me. Justin came over for dinner that Friday. I spent the whole meal asking him increasingly ridiculous questions. Did he know how to change a tire? What were his thoughts on the economic crisis in Bulgaria? Had he ever been arrested? Mia kept kicking me under the table. When Justin went to the bathroom, she asked what my problem was. I said I was just being a protective brother. She said I'd never acted like a brother before, so why start now? That hit different. Saturday, our parents went to a couple's resort for a week. Left us alone in the house for the first time. Justin stayed for dinner, and I couldn't help myself. I asked him what his major was, and when he said business administration, I mentioned how everyone doing that nowadays just wanted easy money without real skills. Mia's fork stopped halfway to her mouth, and she stared at me with this look that should have made me shut up, but I kept going. I asked about his car, a silver Toyota, and said it looked like the kind of thing someone who couldn't commit to a real decision would drive. Justin laughed nervously and tried to change the subject to the weather, but I circled back to his haircut, which was perfectly normal, and suggested he looked like he was trying too hard to be trendy. Mia kicked me under the table hard enough that I felt it through my shoe, but the jealousy burning in my chest wouldn't let me stop. I brought up how business majors never actually learned anything practical and asked if he even knew how to file taxes or change his own oil. Justin's smile got tighter with each question, and Mia's face turned red, her knuckles white around her fork. I asked about his internship plans, and when he mentioned retail management, I said that sounded like a dead-end career path for people without ambition. Mia stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor and excused herself to the bathroom, leaving Justin and me sitting in painful silence. Justin left around 9 after Mia came back and barely spoke to him for the rest of the meal. I heard the front door close and started loading the dishwasher, scraping plates harder than necessary. Mia appeared in the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed and asked what my problem was with Justin specifically. Her voice came out tight and controlled, like she was trying not to yell. I told her he seemed fake, too polished, like he was putting on an act to impress her. She deserved better than some guy who probably rehearsed his answers in the mirror. Mia stepped closer, and her eyes looked wet, but she wasn't crying yet. She asked why I suddenly cared about what she deserved when I'd spent 2 years making her feel unwelcome in her own home. I put down the plate I was holding and said I was just being protective, that brothers look out for their sisters. Mia laughed, and it sounded wrong, bitter and sharp. She said I'd never cared about what she deserved before, so why start now with her dating life? The hurt in her voice made my stomach twist, but I couldn't back down now. I told her that's what brothers do. They protect their sisters from guys with bad intentions. Justin had bad intentions written all over him with his perfect hair and rehearsed small talk. She stepped even closer, and I could see her hands shaking. She reminded me that when we first moved in together, she'd spent hours decorating my room with posters and a welcome home sign because she wanted me to feel comfortable. I took it all down and threw it in the trash where she found it. Her voice cracked when she said I could drop the concerned brother act because I'd never acted like a brother before. I opened my mouth to respond, but nothing came out. She waited for maybe 5 seconds and then walked away, leaving me alone with the dishes and this heavy feeling in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I couldn't sleep that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling and thinking about Justin's hand on Mia's shoulder during dinner. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them sitting close together, his arm casual across the back of her chair, her smiling at something he said. My chest got tight with this awful mixture of jealousy and self-hatred that made me want to punch something. I kept replaying the dinner in my head, hearing my own voice saying those terrible things about Justin's major and his car and his hair. Mia's face when she looked at me, that combination of anger and confusion and hurt, played on repeat behind my eyelids. I rolled over and tried to think about something else, but my brain kept going back to the way Justin looked at her, like she was the only person in the room. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and just lay there feeling miserable, knowing I deserved every second of it. The next morning, I woke up to an empty house. Mia's door was already open and her bed was made, which meant she'd left early. My phone buzzed with a text from her saying she was studying at the library all day. I read it 3 times looking for any hint of emotion, but it was just flat and factual. I knew she was avoiding me and I deserved it completely. The house felt wrong without her in it, too quiet and too big. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table where we'd eaten dinner last night, remembering how she'd kicked me under the table trying to get me to stop. The empty chair across from me where she usually sat for breakfast made my stomach hurt. I tried to tell myself this was better, that distance would help kill whatever feelings I had left, but the loneliness pressed down on me anyway. I opened my calculus textbook and tried to focus on problem sets, but the numbers blurred together. After 20 minutes of reading the same equation over and over, I gave up and opened my phone. I told myself I was just checking social media normally, but I went straight to Mia's profile. She'd posted photos from yesterday, her and friends at the dining hall, everyone laughing at something off camera. I scrolled down and found a new picture from the coffee shop, her and Justin sitting across from each other with matching lattes. They were both laughing, and his hand was reaching across the table toward hers. The timestamp said yesterday afternoon, before he came over for dinner. I stared at that photo until my eyes hurt, studying every detail. The way she smiled at him, genuine and open, so different from how she looked at me now. My chest felt hollow and sick at the same time. I closed the app and opened it again 5 minutes later, torturing myself with that same photo. Mia came home around dinner time carrying a paper bag from the Thai place near campus. She walked past me in the living room without saying anything and went to her room. I heard her door close, not slam, but close firmly, and then silence. I sat there for a few minutes before going to the kitchen and making a sandwich. We ate in separate rooms, and the silence in the house was worse than arguing. At least when we fought, there was something between us, even if it was anger. This felt like a cold wall that I'd built brick by brick with every mean comment and rejection over the past 2 years. I couldn't figure out how to tear it down without explaining why I'd built it in the first place. My sandwich tasted like cardboard, but I forced myself to eat it, chewing slowly in the empty kitchen while Mia stayed hidden in her room. Around 10 that night, I heard Mia's voice through her bedroom door. She was on the phone with someone, laughing at something they said. The sound of her being happy with someone else made my hands clench into fists. I turned up my music to drown it out, some angry rock playlist that matched my mood. But even with the volume high, I could still hear her laugh occasionally, bright and genuine in a way she never sounded around me anymore. I lay on my bed and stared at my phone, not really seeing whatever was on the screen. The music pounded in my ears, but it couldn't stop me from straining to hear her voice through the wall. After an hour, her light went off and the house went quiet except for my music. I turned it down and lay in the dark, feeling pathetic and angry and sad all mixed together. Justin showed up again the next afternoon. I was in the living room pretending to study when the doorbell rang. I got to the door before Mia could, opening it to find Justin standing there with his backpack and that same friendly smile. I told him Mia was busy with family stuff and maybe he should call first next time. I tried to make my voice sound intimidating even though he was like 3 inches taller than me. His smile faltered and he pulled out his phone, probably to text Mia. I stood in the doorway blocking his view into the house and crossed my arms. He asked if everything was okay, and I said everything was fine. We just had family things to handle today. Behind me, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Mia came down the stairs behind me, and I felt her hand on my shoulder, firm enough to make me step aside. She looked at Justin with this apologetic smile that made my chest tighten and told him to ignore me, that I was having a weird day. The way she said it made it clear she was done with my behavior. She held the door wider and invited him inside, gesturing toward the stairs with this deliberate politeness that felt like a slap. Justin glanced between us, clearly uncomfortable, but followed her up to her room. She left the door open but positioned herself so I couldn't see inside without being obvious about it. I stood in the hallway for a minute after they disappeared, my hands still clenched at my sides. The house felt too quiet except for their voices drifting down, too soft for me to make out words. I went to the kitchen and opened the fridge, stared at the contents without seeing anything, closed it again. Walked to the living room and sat on the couch, picked up my phone, put it down, got up and went to get water I didn't want. I found myself walking past Mia's room on the way back, moving slowly, trying to look casual even though no one was watching. Through the open door I could see them on her bed, textbooks spread around them, sitting close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Justin was pointing at something in his notebook, and Mia was leaning in to look, her hair falling forward. They looked comfortable together, natural, like they'd done this 100 times. My stomach hurt watching them. I kept walking, went to my room, lasted maybe 5 minutes before I needed to check on something downstairs. Took the long way back past her door again. This time Justin was laughing at something she said. His whole face lit up, and she was smiling back at him with this genuine happiness I hadn't seen her direct at me in 2 years. I made it back to my room and lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling and feeling pathetic. An hour later I heard footsteps on the stairs and jumped up, opened my door in time to see Justin heading down. I followed him, trying to look like I just happened to be coming downstairs too. At the front door he turned and thanked me for having him over, his voice friendly but careful, like he was dealing with an unpredictable animal. I managed to say something normal back and he left. Mia didn't come down. I waited in the living room, expecting her to appear, to yell at me or demand an explanation, but her door stayed closed. The silence stretched on, and I turned on the TV just for noise, not watching whatever was on. Around dinner time, I went upstairs and stood outside her door, raising my hand to knock, then lowering it again. I could hear her moving around inside, the soft sounds of her existing in a space I wasn't welcome in. I stood there like an idiot for probably 3 minutes before giving up and going back downstairs. Made myself a sandwich I barely tasted. Went back upstairs later and stood outside her door again, this time with some half-formed idea of apologizing, but I couldn't figure out what to say that wouldn't make everything worse. Sorry, I'm in love with you, but you're my sister now didn't seem like it would help. I went to bed without talking to her, lay awake listening for any sound from her room. 3 days passed like that, the house feeling bigger and emptier even though we were both in it. I'd hear her moving around, timing my own movements to avoid running into her. She started leaving for campus earlier, coming home later. Our parents called every day and I told them everything was fine while Mia stayed in her room. The 4th morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing with texts from friends, ignored them all, went downstairs to find Mia already in the kitchen making coffee. She was wearing one of her biology class shirts and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. I froze in the doorway, not sure if I should leave or try to act normal. She glanced at me, her face carefully blank, and mentioned that someone named Tyler from her biology class had texted, asking if she wanted to join a study group. The way she said it felt like a test, her eyes watching my reaction. I felt my jaw clench before I could stop it. I asked what his deal was, trying to keep my voice casual and failing. Why was he suddenly interested in studying with her? Did she even know him that well? Mia set her coffee mug down slowly and stared at me with this new expression, her head tilted slightly like she was examining something under a microscope. She told me Tyler was just a classmate, and it was a group of 5 people, not a date. But I could hear my own voice getting defensive anyway. I suggested that people in her classes might have reasons beyond studying for wanting to spend time with her. That she should be careful about who she trusted and what their real intentions were. The words came out harsher than I meant them. Mia asked me directly if I was going to question every guy who talked to her. Before I could answer, she added that I'd been doing this for 2 years, and she was just now realizing it, her voice getting louder with each word. She started listing examples, times I'd scared off guys at campus events by being cold or making them uncomfortable. Gave unfriendly looks to male friends who tried to talk to her. Made her feel weird about normal social interactions by hovering or making comments. I stood there feeling exposed and horrible as she kept going, realizing she'd been keeping track of all of it, watching my behavior and cataloging every instance. I tried to backtrack, stammering something about just being concerned, but she was on a roll now. She brought up James from her freshman English class, who'd asked her to a movie, and then never spoke to her again after meeting me. Brought up William from the campus environmental club, who'd stopped showing up to meetings after I'd joined. Brought up 3 other guys whose names I barely remembered, but whose interest in her I'd apparently killed without fully acknowledging what I was doing. Her voice cracked on the last one, and I felt sick. She pulled out her phone and canceled the study group right there in front of me, typing quickly with shaking hands. Told Tyler something came up and she couldn't make it. Then she went back to her room and I heard the door close, not slam but close with this awful finality. I stayed in the kitchen, staring at the coffee maker, feeling like the worst person alive. Hours later, I heard her voice through her door, talking to someone on the phone in low, angry tones. Probably Natasha, her friend from the dorms who'd never liked me. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was clear enough. That evening, I decided to try making dinner. Some kind of peace offering, even though I knew it wouldn't fix anything. I found Mom's pasta recipe card and tried to follow it, but nothing went right. The sauce was too watery, and then I added too much salt trying to fix it. Burned the garlic. Overcooked the pasta until it was mushy. The kitchen looked like a disaster zone. Pots everywhere. Red sauce splattered on the counter. I was standing there staring at the mess when I heard footsteps behind me. Mia came into the kitchen, looked at the chaos I'd created, and something in her face softened slightly. She actually laughed, just a little. This quiet sound that wasn't quite happy but wasn't angry either. She moved past me and started fixing what I'd ruined, dumping out the oversalted sauce and starting over, showing me how to actually cook the pasta properly. We worked side by side in careful silence, not talking but not fighting either, and for a few minutes it almost felt like we could be normal around each other. We sat across from each other at the kitchen table with plates of pasta between us. The silence felt heavy, but not quite as bad as the yelling from earlier. I kept my eyes on my food and pushed the noodles around with my fork. Mia ate slowly, taking small bites and not looking up. The clock on the wall ticked loud enough that I noticed each second passing. I wanted to say something about how I'd acted, about making dinner into a disaster before she helped me fix it. The words sat in my throat but wouldn't come out. Every time I opened my mouth to speak, my brain reminded me of all the ways an apology could go wrong. She might ask questions I couldn't answer. She might want to talk about why I'd been treating her badly for 2 years. I closed my mouth again and took another bite. Mia didn't push me to talk. She just ate her pasta and occasionally glanced toward the window. Her phone buzzed on the table and she picked it up, reading whatever message had come through. Her whole face changed. The tiredness disappeared and she smiled, this genuine happy expression I hadn't seen directed at anything involving me in forever. She typed back quickly, her fingers moving fast across the screen. I watched her face stay lit up as she read the response. My chest got tight and my hands gripped the fork too hard. I knew without asking that Justin had texted her. The way she bit her lip while typing, the little laugh she made reading his reply, it all screamed that she was talking to him. The jealousy hit me like getting punched in the stomach. I pushed my chair back from the table, the legs scraping loud against the floor. Mia looked up, her smile fading when she saw my face. I mumbled something about needing to finish homework and grabbed my plate. Behind me I heard her sigh, this exhausted sound that made me feel worse, but I kept walking to my room anyway. The next morning I woke up to the doorbell ringing. I checked my phone and saw it was barely 9. Our parents weren't due back for days and Mia never had people over this early. I pulled on a shirt and went downstairs, still half asleep. When I opened the door, Natasha stood there looking at me with this evaluating expression. She'd been Mia's friend since freshman year and had never liked me much. Now she stared at me like she was trying to see inside my head and figure out what my problem was. I asked if Mia knew she was coming. Natasha said Mia had texted her last night asking her to come over this morning. She walked past me into the house without waiting for an invitation. I followed her up the stairs and watched her go straight to Mia's room. The door closed behind her with a firm click. I stood in the hallway for a minute, then went back to my room. Through the wall, I could hear their voices, low and serious. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was clear. Mia was upset, and Natasha was listening. An hour passed. I tried to focus on reading for my history class, but kept looking at the clock. Their voices continued, sometimes getting louder, sometimes dropping to whispers. Finally, I heard footsteps and the door opening. I stayed in my room, but left my door cracked so I could hear. Natasha's voice carried down the hallway, telling Mia she'd call her later. I heard them hug and say goodbye. Then Natasha's footsteps came toward the stairs. I thought she'd just leave, but instead she stopped outside my door. She knocked twice and pushed it open before I could say anything. She stood in my doorway with her arms crossed and looked at me like I was something she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. She told me that Mia was one of the kindest people she knew, that Mia didn't deserve to be treated like she was a problem that needed solving. The way Natasha said it made clear she knew way more about what was going on than I wanted her to. She didn't wait for me to respond, just turned and left. I heard her go down the stairs and the front door close. My hands were shaking. I sat on my bed staring at the wall, knowing that whatever Mia had told Natasha meant things were about to change. 20 minutes later, Mia knocked on my door. She didn't wait for permission either, just opened it and told me we needed to talk in the living room. Her voice was different, harder somehow. I followed her downstairs and sat on the couch while she stood in front of me. She said Natasha had helped her see something she should have noticed before. That every guy who'd shown interest in her for the past 2 years had mysteriously backed off after interacting with me. She started listing names. James from her freshman English class who'd asked her to a movie. William from the environmental club. 3 other guys whose names I barely remembered. With each name, she said, I felt my stomach drop further. I'd known I was scaring these guys away, but hearing her list them all made me realize how bad it actually was. She asked why every single one of them had suddenly lost interest right after meeting me. Her eyes were filling with tears and I felt like the worst person on earth. I tried to think of something to say that wasn't a lie but also wasn't the truth. My mouth opened but nothing came out at first. Then I stammered something about not wanting her to get hurt by guys with bad intentions. She laughed and it was the most broken sound I'd ever heard. She said I'd hurt her more than any of those guys ever could have. That she was done trying to understand why I acted the way I did. Her voice cracked and I wanted to disappear. She told me Justin was coming over tomorrow and I needed to be civil to him. If I couldn't manage that, she'd call our parents and ask them to come home early. The ultimatum sat between us and I nodded because I didn't trust myself to speak. She looked at me for another long moment, then went back upstairs to her room. I sat on the couch alone, knowing I was losing her in a completely different way than I'd been afraid of before. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling while my brain replayed every interaction I'd had with Mia since our parents got married. All the times I'd been cold when she tried to be nice, all the guys I'd scared off without fully admitting to myself what I was doing. The truth I'd been avoiding crashed over me like a wave. I'd been so focused on not losing Mia to another guy that I'd destroyed any chance of having her in my life at all. Not as a girlfriend, not as a friend, not even as family. She'd tried so hard at first to be my sister, and I'd thrown it back in her face because I couldn't handle my own feelings. Now she was done trying, and I had no one to blame but myself. I rolled over and pulled my pillow over my head, but it didn't stop my brain from showing me all the ways I'd messed everything up. The doorbell rang around 2 the next afternoon. I opened it to find Justin standing there with his backpack, looking nervous. I forced a smile and stepped aside to let him in. My jaw hurt from clenching it, but I kept my voice steady when I offered him something to drink. He said water would be great and followed me to the kitchen. I grabbed 2 bottles from the fridge, and we made small talk about his economics class while I died inside. Mia appeared in the doorway watching us with narrowed eyes like she was waiting for me to slip up. I asked Justin about his professor and nodded along while he talked about some project on market trends. My hands stayed relaxed at my sides even though every muscle in my body wanted to tense up. Mia finally came over and suggested they get started on their studying. I told them to let me know if they needed anything and walked away before I could ruin it. They set up in the living room with textbooks spread across the coffee table. I went upstairs to my room and closed the door harder than necessary. My headphones went on immediately, volume turned up high enough to block out any sound from downstairs. I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling while some playlist I didn't care about filled my ears. The effort of staying away made my chest physically ache like someone was squeezing my lungs. Every few minutes I had to stop myself from going back down there. My brain kept showing me images of them sitting close together, her laughing at something he said, maybe their hands touching while reaching for the same book. I grabbed my pillow and pressed it against my face. This was what I'd agreed to do. Be civil. Stay away. Let her have a normal afternoon with a guy who actually had a chance with her. The thoughts made me want to punch something, but I just lay there forcing myself to breathe normally. Mom and Robert came home around 6. I heard the front door open and their voices carrying up the stairs, loud and happy about their trip. They were talking over each other about the resort and some sunset they'd seen. I pulled off my headphones and went downstairs. Justin had already left. Mia was putting away the study materials while our parents set down their bags. Mom hugged me and started telling me about the spa treatments and the fancy restaurant they'd tried. Robert was showing Mia pictures on his phone. I stood there trying to look interested, but I could feel the weight of the silence between Mia and me filling the room. Mom stopped mid-sentence about the couple's massage and looked between us. Her smile faded a little. She asked if everything was okay, and Mia said yes in this flat voice. I nodded. Robert glanced at his daughter, then at me, his face shifting from vacation happiness to concern. We were standing on opposite sides of the living room, and I realized we hadn't made eye contact once since they'd walked in. Mom pulled me aside after dinner while Mia and Robert were doing dishes. We went into the den and she closed the door partway. Her voice was quiet when she asked what happened while they were gone. I told her Mia and I had a disagreement about some household stuff, keeping it vague on purpose. Mom's forehead creased and she looked at me the way she used to when I was little and lying about breaking something. She said we'd seemed tense and asked if I wanted to talk about it. I shook my head and told her it was fine. We just needed to work it out ourselves. She didn't look convinced at all. Her hand touched my shoulder and she said she was worried about both of us. I promised her everything would be okay, even though I had no idea if that was true. She sighed and hugged me before going back to help Robert finish cleaning up. The next week was terrible. Every family dinner felt like we were all pretending everything was normal, while Mia and I carefully avoided each other. We'd pass dishes without our hands touching. She'd talk about her classes, and I'd focus really hard on my food. Robert tried asking about campus stuff, and Mia would answer but never look my way. One night he asked directly if we were okay. Mia said we were fine in a tone that made it crystal clear we weren't fine at all. I just nodded and kept eating. Mom watched us with this sad, worried expression that made me feel worse than anything Mia could have said. After that dinner, Robert stopped asking and just looked disappointed whenever we were in the same room. Mia started coming home later and later. Some nights she'd walk in around 10 or 11 and go straight to her room. Mom mentioned at breakfast one morning that she missed having Mia around for dinner. She looked right at me when she said it like she knew somehow it was my fault. I couldn't even argue because she was right. Mia was avoiding the house because I'd made it uncomfortable for her. I heard Mom and Robert talking one night through their bedroom door about whether they should intervene. Robert said maybe we just needed more time. Mom said it had been 2 years already, and things seemed to be getting worse instead of better. I went back to my room before I could hear anything else. 2 weeks after our parents got back, Mia mentioned at dinner that someone had asked her out. Her voice was casual, but her eyes flicked to me for just a second. She said his name was Kieran, and they'd met at the campus coffee shop where she studied. Mom and Robert immediately got excited asking questions about him. I gripped my fork so hard my knuckles went white. Mia described him as sweet and funny, saying they'd talked for over an hour about some book they'd both read. I managed to say that was nice, even though the words felt like they were being dragged out of me. My fork left little dents in my palm from holding it too tight. Mom was practically glowing, saying it was great that Mia was making connections and putting herself out there. Robert asked when they were going out, and Mia said Friday night. He wanted to know what Kieran studied and where he was from, and a bunch of other dad questions. Mia answered everything while I sat there wanting to leave the table but forcing myself to stay. She said Kieran was in her biology class and seemed really smart. Mom asked if we'd get to meet him, and Mia said probably. He wanted to pick her up properly. I cut my chicken into smaller and smaller pieces until it was basically shredded on my plate. Friday came too fast. I was in my room doing homework when the doorbell rang at 7. Mom called up that Kieran was here. I came downstairs because not coming down would have been too obvious. Kieran stood in the entryway wearing nice jeans and a button-up shirt. He had dark hair and an easy smile and shook Robert's hand firmly when they introduced themselves. Mom was being her usual friendly self, asking him about school. Then he turned to me and held out his hand. I shook it and felt how confident his grip was. He said it was nice to meet Mia's brother. I hated him immediately, even though he'd done absolutely nothing wrong. He was polite and well-dressed and clearly making an effort to impress our parents. Everything about him was exactly what any parent would want for their daughter. Mia came down the stairs wearing a dress I'd never seen before, and Kieran's whole face lit up. They said goodbye and left together. I watched through the window as he opened the car door for her. After they drove away, I went straight to my room. I closed the door and sat on my bed with my head in my hands. Everything I'd been holding back for weeks crashed over me at once. The grief of losing something I never actually had in the first place. The anger at the universe for making our parents meet and fall in love and ruin everything. The self-loathing for every mean thing I'd said to Mia, every time I'd pushed her away, every guy I'd scared off. I'd spent 2 years making her life miserable because I couldn't handle my own feelings. Now she was out with someone who could actually be with her the right way. Someone who wasn't her stepbrother. Someone who hadn't spent years being cruel to her. I lay back on my bed and stared at the ceiling, feeling like my chest was caving in. The worst part was knowing I deserved all of it. I stayed in my room the rest of the night, but couldn't stop hearing their voices through the floor. Mom laughed at something Robert said, that bright, happy sound she made when she was truly content. They talked about Kieran for what felt like hours, how polite he seemed, how Mia's face lit up when he arrived. Robert said something about hoping this meant Mia was finally settling in and feeling at home here. The words hit me like a punch to the stomach. I'd been so focused on my own misery that I never considered how my behavior made Mia feel in her own house. She'd tried so hard those first months to make this work, to be my sister, and I'd thrown it all back in her face. Now she was finding happiness with someone else because I'd made sure she couldn't find it here with me as family. I pressed my pillow over my head, but the guilt didn't go away. The next morning, I saw Leo Fontana heading toward the library between classes. We'd done a group project together freshman year in some general education requirement I barely remembered. He was a psychology major, quiet but easy to talk to, the kind of person who actually listened instead of just waiting for his turn to speak. I caught up to him near the entrance and asked if he wanted to grab coffee sometime. He looked surprised but said sure, maybe after his last class today. We agreed to meet at the campus coffee shop at 4. I got there early and grabbed a table in the back corner where we wouldn't be overheard. Leo showed up right on time carrying a backpack covered in patches from different bands. He ordered some complicated drink with extra shots and sat down across from me. I stirred my plain coffee and tried to figure out how to start this conversation. He waited patiently, not pushing, just present. Finally, I told him I was having trouble adjusting to having a stepsister. The words felt inadequate, but it was a place to begin. He nodded and asked what specifically was difficult about it. Not in a therapist way, just genuinely curious. I explained that we'd known each other from campus before our parents got together, and now everything felt weird and complicated. He asked how I'd handled it so far, and I admitted I'd been kind of cold to her, maybe too cold. He listened to all of it without interrupting or judging. Then I made myself say the harder part. I told him I was struggling with seeing her date people, that it bothered me more than it probably should. Leo took a sip of his coffee and looked at me thoughtfully. He said that wasn't really a typical sibling reaction, was it? The way he phrased it as a question instead of an accusation made it easier to hear, but also impossible to deny. I felt my face get hot and stared down at my cup. He asked gently if maybe the feelings I had for her weren't exactly brotherly. I couldn't make myself say yes out loud, but I didn't say no either. He leaned back in his chair and said he got it. That sounded really complicated and painful. No judgment in his voice, just understanding. It made something loosen in my chest that had been tight for months. We sat there for a minute in silence that didn't feel awkward. Then Leo said I might need to talk to someone professional about untangling these feelings, especially since the family situation wasn't going to change. He said it kindly but firmly, like he knew I needed to hear it even if I didn't want to. Say it. I asked if he thought I was messed up and he shook his head. He said feelings don't make you messed up, it's what you do with them that matters. Right now, I was hurting myself, and probably Mia too by not dealing with this. He suggested the campus counseling center, said they were good and confidential. I promised I'd think about it even though we both knew I needed to do more than think. We finished our coffee, and he told me to text him if I needed to talk again. Walking back to my car, I felt lighter somehow, like admitting it out loud to someone neutral had released some of the pressure. That Friday, Mia went on her second date with Kieran. This time it was a group thing with his brother Tyler and some other friends from their biology class. She mentioned it at dinner, describing the plan to see some new action movie and get food after. Mom asked which movie and Mia told her, sounding genuinely excited. I focused on cutting my chicken into precise pieces and tried not to react. When Mia came home around 11, I was in the kitchen getting water. She walked in still smiling, telling Mom about the movie and how funny Tyler was and how Kieran's friends were all really nice. Mom asked questions and Mia answered happily, animated in a way I hadn't seen her in months. I stood there holding my water glass, feeling like I was disappearing, becoming invisible in my own house. She didn't even glance my way as she described the restaurant they'd gone to and how Kieran had insisted on paying for her meal. I went back upstairs before they finished talking. The weeks crawled by with me going through the motions of classes and homework while everything inside felt heavy. I stopped hanging out with my own friends, stopped going to the campus events I used to enjoy. Mom noticed, but I kept telling her I was fine, just busy with school. She didn't believe me. A month after our parents got back from their trip, she sat me down in the living room on a Saturday morning. Robert had taken Mia to the mall for some shopping trip. Mom said she'd noticed I seemed depressed lately, that I wasn't acting like myself. She asked if something was wrong, if I wanted to talk about it. I told her it was nothing, just stress from classes, but my voice cracked on the words. She put her hand over mine and said the campus had counseling services. Would I be willing to talk to someone there? The concern in her eyes made it impossible to keep refusing. I agreed and watched relief wash over her face. Mom set up the appointment that afternoon, calling the counseling center and getting me scheduled for Wednesday at 3. She looked lighter after making the call, like she'd been carrying my problems on her shoulders and could finally do something about it. Robert came home with Mia and overheard Mom telling me about the appointment. He offered to drive me there, said he had a meeting on campus that day anyway and could drop me off. I wanted to refuse, but that would have been too obvious, so I thanked him. He smiled and squeezed my shoulder, trying to be supportive, and I felt terrible for resenting his kindness. He was a good guy, a good father to Mia, and a good stepfather to me. None of this was his fault. Wednesday arrived too fast. Robert drove me to campus and dropped me off outside the counseling building. He said he'd be back in an hour and to text if I needed more time. I walked inside and checked in at the front desk. The waiting room had comfortable chairs and calming artwork on the walls, clearly designed to make people feel less anxious. It didn't work. A woman came out after a few minutes and introduced herself as my counselor. She had kind eyes and led me back to a small office with a couch and some plants. I sat down and she asked what brought me in today. I talked around the issue for 40 minutes, mentioning stress and family adjustment and general college anxiety. She listened patiently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, clearly waiting for me to get to the real problem. Finally, she asked directly if my family situation involved complicated feelings about my stepsister. The question hung in the air between us, and I realized I couldn't keep avoiding this. I had to start being honest with someone. I admitted I'd had feelings for Mia before our parents got married. The words came out quiet and ashamed, but I made myself say them. The counselor didn't react with shock or judgment, just nodded and asked how I'd been handling that. I described my behavior over the past 2 years, the coldness and the mean comments and scaring off guys she liked. Saying it all out loud made me see how destructive I'd been. I'd hurt Mia repeatedly because I couldn't deal with my own emotions like an adult. The counselor asked if I'd told anyone else about this, and I mentioned Leo, said he'd suggested I come here. She said that was good, that I needed support to work through this. Then she asked what I wanted to happen now, what outcome I was hoping for. I didn't have a good answer because the outcome I wanted was impossible, and the reality I faced was unbearable. She talked about grief like it was something physical I'd been carrying around for 2 years. The counselor leaned forward in her chair and explained that I'd been mourning the loss of something I never actually had, which made it harder because there was no clear endpoint to the sadness. She said trying to force feelings to disappear never worked, that emotions didn't respond to logic or willpower the way we wanted them to. I sat there nodding like I understood, but really I just felt exhausted hearing it laid out so plainly. She told me the only way forward was honesty, probably with Mia, so we could figure out what kind of relationship was actually possible instead of me destroying everything while pretending to protect it. The words sat heavy in my chest during the drive home with Robert, who chatted about his meeting and asked how counseling went. I gave him vague positive responses while staring out the window, knowing what I had to do, but having no idea how to actually do it. 3 more sessions passed over the next few weeks. Each one felt like peeling back another layer of denial, the counselor gently pushing me to admit things I'd been avoiding. She asked what I was most afraid would happen if I told Mia the truth. I said I was scared she'd hate me, that our parents would be disappointed, that I'd ruin the family they'd built together. She pointed out I was already doing all those things by keeping the secret, just in slower motion. That hit hard enough that I spent the whole drive back to campus sitting in my car in the parking lot, trying to breathe normally. Meanwhile, Mia was getting more distant every day. She'd started eating most meals at Natasha's place or grabbing food between classes. When she was home, she stayed in her room with the door closed. Mom kept asking if everything was okay between us, her voice worried and confused, and I kept lying and saying we were fine. Robert tried talking to Mia about it once, and she told him we just needed space to figure out our sibling dynamic, which was technically true, but missed the entire actual problem. One Tuesday evening, Mom texted that she and Robert were going to a late movie and wouldn't be home until 11. I was in my room attempting to study when I heard Mia come home around 7. She went straight to the kitchen, and I heard cabinet doors opening and closing, the microwave beeping. I stayed where I was, like I always did, waiting for her to go back upstairs so I could avoid another awkward non-interaction. Instead, her footsteps came down the hall and stopped outside my door. She knocked twice, firm and deliberate. I froze with my textbook open on my lap, every muscle tense. She knocked again and said my name through the door, her voice flat and tired. I couldn't pretend I wasn't there, so I told her to come in. She opened the door but didn't step inside, just stood in the doorway with her arms crossed. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes like she hadn't been sleeping well. She said we needed to talk because she couldn't keep living like this, coming home every day to a house that felt hostile. She said she was tired of feeling unwelcome in her own home, and she needed to know what I had against her, what she'd done that was so terrible I couldn't stand being in the same room. Her voice cracked on the last part, and I felt something break loose in my chest. I closed my textbook and set it aside, my hands shaking slightly. I told her she was right. We needed to talk, and she deserved the truth. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, making it difficult to breathe normally. She must have seen something in my face because her expression shifted from angry to uncertain. She came into the room and sat down in my desk chair, as far from me as possible while still being in the same space. She looked guarded and exhausted at the same time, her shoulders tight with tension. I realized there was no going back from what I was about to say, that everything would change the moment the words left my mouth. The silence stretched between us while I tried to figure out where to start. How to explain 2 years of terrible behavior without making excuses. She waited, watching me with this mix of frustration and something that might have been hope that I hadn't completely destroyed our chance at any kind of relationship. I started by telling her I knew her before our parents met. Her eyebrows pulled together in confusion, and I clarified that she sat in front of me in organic chemistry during sophomore year. I watched her face as she tried to remember, saw the moment recognition started to dawn. She said she remembered someone behind her, someone who always had a pen ready when she turned around. I nodded and kept going because stopping now would make it worse. I told her she wore a yellow headband on Tuesdays and borrowed pens she didn't actually need, and I'd noticed everything about her for an entire semester. Her expression changed as the pieces started connecting, understanding spreading across her face along with something that looked like shock. She asked how long I'd noticed her, and I admitted it was the whole semester, that I'd spent weeks working up the courage to talk to her like a normal person instead of just handing over pens and hoping she'd somehow read my mind. I forced myself to continue before I lost my nerve completely. I told her I was planning to ask her out after finals that year, that I'd been building up courage for months and had this whole plan worked out. Then our parents met, and everything changed overnight, and I didn't know how to handle having the person I had feelings for suddenly become my sister. The words came out rushed and messy, but I got them all out, watching her process each sentence. She sat completely still for a long moment, her face cycling through different emotions too fast for me to track. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet and careful. She asked why I was so mean to her if I had feelings, why I'd made her feel rejected and unwelcome for 2 whole years. I explained that I was trying to kill those feelings by pushing her away, that I thought if I could make myself not care about her, then everything would be easier. I admitted it was incredibly stupid and hurtful, and I knew that now, but at the time I couldn't think of any other way to deal with it. I told her I was sorry for every cruel thing I'd done, for taking down her decorations and ignoring her attempts at friendship and making her question what she'd done wrong when she'd done nothing wrong at all. Mia stared at me for another long moment, and then tears started rolling down her face. I felt terrible watching her cry, started to apologize again, but she held up her hand to stop me. She said she wasn't sad, she was angry. Her voice got louder as she talked, 2 years of hurt pouring out all at once. She was angry that I made her feel rejected and unwanted instead of just being honest from the start. Angry that I'd scared off guys she might have actually liked, guys who could have been good for her. Angry that I made her question herself constantly, wondering what was wrong with her that her own stepbrother couldn't stand to be around her. She said she'd spent months thinking she was the problem, that she was too much or too annoying or trying too hard. She'd pulled back from trying to build a family relationship because I made her feel like her presence was a burden, and now she was finding out it was all because I couldn't deal with my own feelings like an adult. She was crying harder now, but her voice stayed strong and angry, every word landing like a punch to my chest. I apologized over and over, the words spilling out desperate and useless. I told her she was right about everything, that I'd been selfish and cruel, and I understood if she never forgave me. She cut me off and said sorry wasn't enough, that I couldn't just apologize and expect everything to be okay. She said I'd damaged our relationship and our family dynamic because I couldn't be honest about my own emotions. I'd made her feel unwanted in her own home, made her doubt herself, scared away people who cared about her, all because I was too scared to admit the truth. She said she deserved better than that. Deserved a brother who actually acted like family instead of someone who treated her like an inconvenience. She was right, and I knew it. Could feel the truth of every accusation settling into my bones. There was nothing I could say to make any of it better, no explanation that would undo 2 years of hurt. I sat there taking it because it was the least I could do after everything I'd put her through. Mia wiped her face with her sleeve and stood up from the chair. She said she needed time to process everything and didn't want to talk to me for a while. She was going to stay at Natasha's for a few days and would tell our parents we had a fight about household stuff, something vague that wouldn't require details. She said I needed to respect her space completely, no texts or calls or attempts to explain further. She needed to figure out how she felt about all of this without me trying to influence her thinking. I nodded and told her I understood, that I'd give her whatever space she needed for as long as she needed it. She looked at me one more time, her expression unreadable, and then left my room. I heard her go into her bedroom and start packing a bag, drawers opening and closing, the closet door sliding. 20 minutes later, she came back downstairs and I heard the front door open and close. Her car started in the driveway, and then the sound faded as she drove away. I sat alone in my room for a while, not moving, just staring at the wall. Then I went downstairs and the house felt different, emptier in a way that had nothing to do with Mia physically being gone. I sat on the couch in the living room where we'd had awkward family movie nights and tense dinners, feeling the full weight of what I'd done settling over me. The confession had brought some relief, finally saying out loud what I'd been hiding for 2 years. But it also felt like the final death of any fantasy I'd been holding on to, the absolute end of any possibility that things could be different. I'd spent so long imagining scenarios where Mia somehow felt the same way, where our parents' marriage didn't matter, where we could figure something out. Saying everything out loud made me see how impossible and wrong all of it was, how much damage I'd caused chasing something that was never going to happen. I let myself cry for the first time in years, sitting alone in the empty house while the sky got dark outside. The tears felt like they were coming from somewhere deep and old. Grief for the relationship I'd wanted, and the one I'd destroyed. For the person I'd hurt, and the family dynamic I'd poisoned. I cried until I was exhausted and hollow, and even then I knew it wasn't enough to make up for anything I'd done. I stayed in my room for hours after Mia left, sitting on my bed with my back against the wall and my knees pulled up to my chest. The house felt too quiet without her in it, like the air itself had changed. I heard Mom's car pull into the driveway around 8 that evening, then Robert's truck a few minutes later. They were laughing as they came through the front door, talking about something funny that happened at the resort. Their voices got quieter when they realized how silent the house was. Mom called my name, and I heard her footsteps on the stairs. She knocked on my door and asked if I was okay, her voice already worried. I told her to come in and she opened the door slowly, taking in my red eyes and the way I was sitting. She asked where Mia was, and I could see her trying to figure out what had happened just from looking at my face. I explained that Mia and I had a serious talk about our relationship, and she needed some space to process everything. Mom sat down on the edge of my bed and asked what kind of talk. What did I mean by our relationship? I kept it vague, saying we'd finally been honest about why things had been so tense between us, and it was complicated. Robert appeared in the doorway looking concerned, asking if Mia was okay and where she was staying. I told them she went to stay with a friend from her dorm for a few days, and that she was safe, just needed time. Mom kept asking questions, wanting details, but I said Mia should be the one to explain when she was ready. Robert looked at Mom, and they had one of those silent parent conversations where they communicate without words. Mom asked if I was okay, and I nodded even though I wasn't, and she hugged me for a long time without saying anything else. 3 days felt like 3 weeks. I went to classes but barely paid attention, spent most of my time staring at my phone waiting for a text that never came. Mom and Robert kept asking if I'd heard from Mia, and I had to keep saying no, watching them get more worried each day. On the 3rd night, I was sitting in the living room pretending to do homework when I heard a car in the driveway. Mia came through the front door carrying her bag, looking tired but determined. She said she needed to talk to all of us together and asked if Mom and Robert could come downstairs. They appeared within seconds, clearly relieved to see her but also nervous about what was coming. We all sat in the living room, me on one couch, Mom and Robert on the other, Mia in the chair between us. She took a deep breath and started explaining that I'd been having trouble adjusting to her as a sister because of some feelings I had before our parents got married. She kept it vague but honest, not giving specific details about the crush or how long it lasted. Mom's face went through about 5 different expressions in 10 seconds. Robert just looked confused at first, then understanding started to dawn. Mia said she wanted them to know because the tension had been affecting the whole family, and we needed to work through it properly. She made it clear this wasn't anyone's fault. just a complicated situation that required honesty. Mom and Robert sat there processing for what felt like forever. Robert finally spoke, saying this explained a lot of the tension he'd noticed over the past 2 years. He asked what we needed from them to move forward, his voice careful and measured. Mia said she needed them to know the situation was complicated and that we were working on it, that we needed their support, but also their patience. Mom asked if I was okay, and I nodded, not trusting my voice. She looked at Mia and asked if she was okay, and Mia said she was processing, but she'd be fine. Robert said they'd do whatever we needed, whether that was space or help or just understanding. Mom suggested maybe we should talk to someone professional about this, that family therapy might help us figure out how to move forward. Mia looked at me, and I looked back, and we both nodded at the same time. Robert said he'd make some calls and find someone good, that this was important, and we'd handle it together as a family. Over the next few weeks, we started going to family therapy every Tuesday evening. The counselor's office had beige walls and comfortable chairs and smelled like lavender. The first session was painful, everyone tiptoeing around the actual issue until the counselor asked direct questions that forced us to be honest. Mia and I had to learn how to talk to each other without all the anger and hurt getting in the way. We did exercises about setting boundaries and communicating needs and rebuilding trust from nothing. It was awkward as hell, sitting there with our parents while talking about feelings I'd hidden for years. But slowly, session by session, things started to shift. I learned to see Mia as an actual person instead of this fantasy I'd built up, and she learned that my coldness had never been about her being unworthy. Mom and Robert learned how to support us without trying to fix everything, just being there while we figured it out. Mia kept dating Kieran and would mention him sometimes in therapy, testing whether I could handle it. The first few times I felt that familiar jealousy spike, but I practiced what the counselor taught me about acknowledging feelings without acting on them. One day Mia showed me a photo of her and Kieran at some campus event, and I managed to say they looked happy together without my voice catching. She smiled at me like I'd just passed some kind of test. The counselor said we'd probably never be super close, that some damage takes years to heal if it heals at all. But we could be family in a real way if we were both willing to try, to keep showing up and being honest even when it was uncomfortable. Some days were harder than others, days when I'd see Mia laugh at something on her phone and feel that old ache, but I was finally being honest with myself and everyone else. It felt like the first step towards something better, even if it wasn't what I originally wanted. I was learning to let go of the fantasy and accept the reality, to be grateful for what was possible instead of mourning what never could be.
My daughter's teacher called me livid and screaming, saying, "Your daughter got another A." She said it like Zara had committed a crime. "Isn't that good news?" I asked. No black student has ever scored this high in my 23 years of teaching AP calculus. She must be getting help. My daughter studies 6 hours every night. Someone's feeding her answers. I've been watching her during tests. She finishes too quickly, because she knows the material. That's impossible. These concepts are extremely advanced. I had her solve problems on the board today. She got them right, but she must have memorized the solutions beforehand, or she understands calculus. Mrs. Johnson, I know you want to believe your daughter is gifted, but let's be realistic here. I've separated her from other students, checked her calculator, watched her like a hawk. I can't figure out her system yet, but I will. Her system is studying. I've taught hundreds of students. I know when something's not right. She doesn't even ask questions in class. She doesn't need to. Everyone needs help with calculus. The white and Asian students ask questions constantly. Your daughter sits there pretending she understands everything. Maybe she actually understands. Mrs. Holloway sighed like I was a child. I'm going to request she take her next test in the principal's office. Alone, no calculator. Fine. Zara took the test in isolation. Got another A+. Mrs. Holloway called again. She memorized the test somehow. How would she do that? I don't know, but there's no other explanation. I'm changing her to a different test version next time. Do what you need to do. Different test version. A+. Another angry call. I'm recommending she be removed from AP Calculus. For getting perfect scores? For academic dishonesty I can't prove yet. It's disrupting the other students. They're questioning why they can't score as high. Maybe because my daughter's smarter than them. Mrs. Johnson, that's not helpful. I've had parents of other students complaining. They say if Zara's not cheating, then I must be giving her special treatment. So either she's cheating or you're helping her cheat? I would never. But she must be cheating because she's black? I didn't say that. You said no black student has scored this high in 23 years. That's just a fact. What happened to the black students who tried? They struggled like everyone else. Calculus is hard. Did you accuse them of cheating when they did well? They didn't do this well. But if they had? Silence. Then I need to protect the integrity of my classroom. I started attending school board meetings. Turns out Mrs. Holloway had complained about 3 other black students in previous years. Destiny Williams, accused of plagiarism in pre-calc, moved to regular math. Jordan Davis, accused of copying homework, dropped the class. Malik Turner, tested in isolation so many times he developed anxiety, switched schools. I met with their parents. We compared notes, same phrases. Doesn't ask questions, finishes too quickly, no black student has ever, must be getting help. The principal, Mr. Yates, wouldn't listen. Mrs. Holloway is our most experienced math teacher. If she has concerns, they're valid. Her only concern is that my daughter's black and good at math. That's a serious accusation. So is accusing my daughter of cheating with no evidence. She's just being thorough. Spring semester, the International Math Olympiad Qualifier exam. Top scorers from each state compete nationally. Proctored by external evaluators, filmed, no accusations possible. Zara registered. Mrs. Holloway found out, called me immediately. She can't take that exam. Why not? She's not ready. It'll hurt her confidence when she fails. Let her try. I forbid it as her teacher. You can't forbid standardized tests. If she fails, it reflects badly on my teaching. I thought she was cheating. How would her failure reflect on you? I just don't think she should take it. Zara took it anyway. Scored in the top 5 for our state. Only student from our school to qualify for nationals. The newspaper wanted to do a story. They interviewed Mrs. Holloway about her star student. I always knew Zara was special, she told the reporter. I pushed her hard because I saw her potential. Some teachers might have doubted her, but I never did. The article quoted her extensively. How she nurtured Zara's talent. How she gave her extra challenges. How proud she was. Other parents started requesting their kids be transferred to Mrs. Holloway's class since she was so good at developing mathematical genius. The district superintendent called Mrs. Holloway personally to congratulate her on Zara's success. Mentioned she was being considered for Teacher of the Year. Then I forwarded the superintendent every email Mrs. Holloway had sent me. Every accusation voicemail she left. Every voicemail where she said Zara must be cheating. Every accusation about getting help. Every claim that no black student had ever scored this high. Every insistence that my daughter couldn't possibly understand calculus on her own. The superintendent's office confirmed they got my email within an hour. His assistant called to schedule a meeting for the next morning. I spent that evening organizing printed copies of everything, my hands shaking as I sorted through months of documentation. Each email felt heavier than the last, proof of what Zara had endured while I'd been trying to work within the system. Dr. Pearson's expression changed as he read through the emails at our meeting. Professional interest shifted to visible discomfort. He asked permission to forward everything to the district's compliance officer, explaining this fell under their discrimination investigation protocols. I agreed immediately. The compliance officer called that afternoon. Her name was Diane Hewitt. She scheduled a formal interview and explained the investigation would take several weeks. She asked me not to discuss details publicly, while they gathered information from multiple sources. I understood the need for discretion, even though part of me wanted to shout this from every rooftop. Zara came home from the school reporting that Mrs. Holloway seemed distracted during class. Nervous. Barely making eye contact with students. I didn't tell Zara about the investigation yet. I wanted to protect her from disappointment if nothing came of it. Diane interviewed me for 2 hours. She recorded everything and took detailed notes about each incident. She asked specifically about the other black students Mrs. Holloway had mentioned. I provided contact information for the Williams, Davis, and Turner families. Over the next week, Diane contacted each family. Marlena called me excitedly to report that someone was finally taking their experiences seriously. She said Reed broke down crying during his interview because he'd felt so powerless watching Jordan suffer. 3 white parents came forward too, mentioning their children felt uncomfortable with how Mrs. Holloway spoke about black students. Mrs. Holloway got placed on paid leave pending the investigation outcome. A substitute took over her AP calculus class. Zara reported that the substitute was encouraging and supportive, treating all students with respect. The contrast highlighted how abnormal Mrs. Holloway's behavior had been. The newspaper reporter who wrote the original article contacted the district asking for comment. The district released a brief statement about reviewing concerns regarding a teacher, without naming Mrs. Holloway specifically. I received an anonymous email from someone claiming to be her former colleague, describing similar patterns with black students over the years that previous administrators had dismissed. The person was afraid to come forward publicly, but wanted me to know this had been happening for a long time. Diane scheduled a follow-up interview to discuss the anonymous email. She asked if I knew of any other witnesses. I mentioned the white parents who recently came forward and suggested she speak with current and former students directly. The investigation expanded to include dozens of interviews. A pattern emerged of Mrs. Holloway treating black students with suspicion, while praising white and Asian students for the same achievements. Several students described her making comments about who naturally excels at mathematics. 3 weeks in, Diane interviewed Mrs. Holloway. According to the compliance report summary I received later, Mrs. Holloway defended her actions as maintaining academic standards and insisted she treated all students equally. The Math Olympiad national competition happened while the investigation continued. Zara traveled with the state team to compete. She performed well, though didn't place in the top 10 nationally. Being around other mathematically gifted students who respected her abilities helped heal some of the damage from Mrs. Holloway's treatment. The school board held a closed session to review preliminary findings while Zara was at nationals. Marlena, Reed, and I attended the public comment period beforehand. Each of us spoke for 3 minutes about our children's experiences. The board didn't make immediate decisions, but scheduled a follow-up session for 2 weeks later. The board president acknowledged the investigation revealed concerning patterns that required careful consideration and appropriate response. Mrs. Holloway's lawyer sent a letter threatening legal action if she got terminated. The letter argued her teaching methods were protected by academic freedom, and the investigation was biased. The district's legal team reviewed the evidence and determined the discrimination case was strong enough to withstand challenge. Zara struggled with anxiety as the school year wound down. She had nightmares about being accused of cheating. She felt like she had to prove herself constantly. I found her a therapist who specialized in helping students of color process experiences with racism in educational settings. The therapy helped Zara articulate feelings she'd been suppressing all year. She admitted she'd started doubting her own abilities because Mrs. Holloway's accusations were so persistent. Hearing her say this broke my heart and strengthened my resolve to see this through. 4 weeks after the investigation began, Diane completed her report and submitted it to the superintendent with recommendations. She found substantial evidence of discriminatory treatment based on race. She recommended formal disciplinary action, including mandatory training and probationary status. Dr. Pearson scheduled another meeting with me to discuss findings before making them public. He acknowledged the district failed these students by not investigating the pattern earlier. He apologized directly for the harm caused to Zara and the other families. He explained Mrs. Holloway would face formal reprimand, mandatory bias training, loss of her AP calculus assignment, and 2 years probationary status with regular classroom observations. She wouldn't be fired due to tenure protections and union contract requirements, but her career advancement was effectively ended. I felt conflicted about the outcome. Part of me wanted Mrs. Holloway fired completely. Dr. Pearson assured me the probationary status meant any future complaints would result in immediate termination proceedings. The Teacher of the Year nomination got withdrawn. The district issued a formal letter to Mrs. Holloway's personnel file documenting the discriminatory pattern. This became part of her permanent employment record and would follow her if she ever tried to transfer to another district. The school board voted to implement new policies requiring documentation of academic integrity concerns, mandatory bias training for all teachers, and a formal process for students and families to report discriminatory treatment without fear of retaliation. The district established a review committee to examine historical discipline and academic tracking data for racial disparities. This committee would report findings annually and recommend policy changes to address any patterns discovered. Marlena, Reed, and I met with the superintendent to discuss how the new policies would be enforced. He committed to quarterly public reports on implementation progress. The newspaper ran a follow-up story about the investigation outcome and policy changes. This time they interviewed us about our advocacy. We spoke carefully about holding institutions accountable while protecting our children's privacy. Several teachers reached out privately to thank us for speaking up. They said they'd witnessed Mrs. Holloway's behavior but didn't know how to address it. Their validation felt important even though I wished they'd spoken up sooner. Zara finished the school year with straight A grades, including her A+ in AP Calculus under the substitute teacher. She took the AP exam and scored a 5, the highest possible score, providing yet another external validation of her abilities. Mrs. Holloway submitted a brief written apology as part of her disciplinary agreement. The apology was short and didn't really acknowledge the specific harm she caused. It felt empty, like words written to satisfy a requirement rather than genuine remorse. I read it once and put it in a drawer. I didn't share it with Zara because it would feel more hurtful than healing to see such a hollow gesture after everything she endured. Summer arrived and Zara enrolled in a mathematics program at a nearby university for gifted high school students. The program ran for 6 weeks with classes 5 days each week. I drove her to campus that first morning and watched her walk into the building with her backpack. She turned back once to wave at me, smiling wider than I'd seen in months. When I picked her up that afternoon, she talked nonstop about the problems they'd worked on and the other students in her class. She made friends with students who shared her passion for math, kids who understood what it felt like to see patterns in numbers and get excited about proofs. The environment celebrated her abilities rather than questioned them. She came home energized instead of drained. August brought the launch of the district's bias training program. All teachers had to complete it before the new school year started. The curriculum specifically addressed assumptions about student abilities based on race and the harm caused by unexamined biases. The training included case studies that looked familiar, though names were changed. I wondered if teachers recognized the patterns from their own schools. Marlena called me one afternoon in late August. Destiny had decided to return to advanced math classes for her senior year. She felt more confident that the new policies would protect her. Marlena's voice shook with emotion as she told me. This felt like a meaningful victory, even though Destiny had lost 2 years of advanced coursework she could never get back. Reed called a few days later with different news. Jordan chose to stay in regular math and focus on other subjects where he felt more confident. Reed respected that decision. Not every student wants to return to the environment where they were harmed. That's valid too. Jordan found his passion in history and literature instead. He was thriving in those classes. Malik's family decided not to participate beyond their initial interview. They chose to move forward at his new school rather than revisit trauma. I understood their choice, even though part of me wished we'd had their voices as part of the public record. Sometimes healing means letting go rather than fighting. Zara's senior year began with a different AP calculus teacher. Mr. Williams treated her with respect and encouragement from day one. He called on her in class without suspicion. He praised her work without surprise. She was still processing anxiety from the previous year, though. Therapy continued to help her separate Mrs. Holloway's racism from her own worth and abilities. Some days were harder than others. The district's data review committee released its first report in September. The numbers showed significant racial disparities in AP course enrollment and advanced tracking decisions. Black and Latino students were underrepresented in advanced programs, even when they had similar test scores and grades as white and Asian students. The report recommended policy changes to address how students got identified for advanced programs and how academic integrity concerns got documented. The data made visible what families like ours had experienced for years. The district invited me to join their Equity Advisory Committee as a parent representative. The invitation came in an email from Dr. Pearson. The committee met monthly to review policies and make recommendations. I accepted despite the time commitment. The work of changing systems is ongoing and requires sustained attention from people willing to push for accountability. I couldn't fix everything, but I could keep showing up. Mrs. Holloway transferred to teaching regular geometry classes at a different high school in the district. She moved away from advanced students and got regular administrative observations. Some parents at her new school expressed concern when they learned about the investigation. The district maintained they were monitoring her closely. I wondered if close monitoring would be enough, or if she'd find new ways to harm students when people stopped watching. Zara started working on college applications in September, spending weekends at the kitchen table with her laptop open to application portals. She wrote essay after essay about her passion for mathematics, but the words felt incomplete without acknowledging what she'd survived to get here. The first draft avoided mentioning Mrs. Holloway entirely, focusing only on her love of problem-solving and abstract thinking. She showed it to me and asked if it felt honest. I told her the truth matters, even when it's hard to write about. She started over, this time addressing how she'd learned to advocate for herself, when authority figures questioned her abilities based on race rather than evidence. The essay described studying 6 hours every night not just to learn calculus, but to prove she deserved to be in that classroom. It explained how being accused of cheating taught her that excellence sometimes requires defending yourself against people who refuse to see your worth. Several months later, after acceptances started arriving, admissions officers from 3 different universities mentioned her essay specifically during scholarship interviews. They said her resilience and self-advocacy impressed them as much as her perfect grades and test scores. One told her that many students face discrimination, but few develop the courage to name it clearly and keep pushing forward anyway. The following spring, our state's Math Olympiad team performed better than expected at the national competition. 2 students placed in the top 20, and the program received increased funding and support from the state education department. Zara volunteered to mentor younger students interested in competition mathematics, meeting with them twice a month to work through practice problems and competition strategies. She told me it felt important to create the supportive environment she wished she'd had from the beginning. The younger students looked up to her, asking questions without fear of being judged or accused. She encouraged them to trust their abilities and speak up when they knew the answer. Watching her help a nervous freshman work through a complex proof, I saw her transform pain into purpose. The mentoring gave her a way to take something harmful and use it to help others avoid similar experiences. 3 months into the new school year, Diane called me on a Tuesday afternoon. The district compliance office had received 2 complaints about Mrs. Holloway from parents at her new school. Both complaints described concerns about how she spoke to students of color in her geometry classes. One parent reported Mrs. Holloway questioning whether their son really understood the material, despite his consistent test scores. Another described Mrs. Holloway expressing surprise that their daughter could explain geometric proofs so clearly. The probationary status meant these complaints triggered immediate investigation, rather than being dismissed or delayed. Diane explained the district was taking the complaints seriously, because the pattern we'd documented was now part of Mrs. Holloway's official record. The previous investigation made it harder for administrators to ignore ongoing concerns or attribute them to misunderstandings. She assured me the new families would receive support, and that Mrs. Holloway's classroom practices were being observed more carefully now. Diane's call reminded me that our advocacy had created accountability mechanisms that protected other families. The pattern we documented followed Mrs. Holloway to her new position, making her behavior visible to administrators who might otherwise have dismissed individual complaints. The system wasn't perfect, but it was better than before when families faced discrimination alone without institutional memory or support. I thanked Diane for keeping me informed and asked her to let the new families know they weren't alone in this experience. She promised to connect them with resources and ensure the investigation proceeded thoroughly. The thick envelope from Zara's top choice university arrived on a Friday afternoon in December. She opened it at the kitchen table with shaking hands, pulling out the acceptance letter and scholarship offer. The letter specifically mentioned her demonstrated excellence in mathematics and her math Olympiad performance. The scholarship covered full tuition plus a stipend for books and research opportunities. Zara read the letter twice, then looked up at me with tears running down her face. These were happy tears, relief tears, validation tears. She'd worked so hard for this moment, studying through doubt and accusation and isolation. The acceptance proved what I'd always known, but what Mrs. Holloway tried to deny. Zara belonged in advanced mathematics. She deserved to be there. Her abilities were real and recognized by people who actually understood mathematical excellence. I took the acceptance letter to a frame shop the next day and chose a simple black frame with a white mat. The framed letter went on the living room wall where we'd see it every day. It served as a physical reminder that Zara's abilities were never in question, despite Mrs. Holloway's attempts to undermine her confidence and reputation. The external validation from a prestigious university felt like the final word on who was right about Zara's capabilities. Every time I walked past that frame, I felt grateful we'd fought back instead of accepting Mrs. Holloway's judgment. The letter represented more than college acceptance. It represented Zara's resilience and our family's refusal to let racism define our daughter's future. The school board recognized Zara at their January public meeting for her math Olympiad achievement and college acceptance. They presented her with a certificate and took photos for the district website. After the public meeting ended, 3 board members approached me privately to apologize for not addressing the concerns about Mrs. Holloway sooner. They acknowledged the district should have investigated the pattern years ago when the first complaints emerged. Their apologies felt genuine even though they couldn't undo the harm Zara and the other students experienced. One board member admitted she'd heard rumors about Mrs. Holloway's treatment of black students, but hadn't pushed for investigation because Mrs. Holloway had seniority and strong support from some parents. She said our advocacy changed how the board thinks about responding to discrimination complaints. Destiny received college acceptances to strong programs in February, including admission to the State University's Honors College. Marlena called me crying happy tears when the acceptances arrived. Destiny had rebuilt her confidence in advanced coursework during her senior year, proving to herself that she belonged in challenging classes. Marlena and I celebrated together over coffee, grateful that our daughters were moving forward despite the obstacles placed in their paths. We talked about how different things might have been if we'd fought back years earlier, but we also acknowledged that we did what we could when we understood the full pattern. Our daughters were succeeding now, and that mattered more than dwelling on what we couldn't change about the past. The district's new academic integrity documentation policy released its first annual report in March. The data showed concerns were being raised more equally across racial groups, now that teachers had to provide specific evidence rather than relying on feelings about who seemed capable. Before the policy, Black and Latino students received academic dishonesty referrals at 3 times the rate of white and Asian students, despite similar grade distributions. After implementation, the referral rates became nearly equal across groups. The data proved the policy was working to reduce discriminatory referrals. Teachers couldn't simply accuse students without documentation anymore. The numbers made visible what families like ours had experienced for years, but couldn't prove without systematic data collection. Mrs. Holloway submitted her resignation effective at the end of the school year. She cited personal reasons in her resignation letter, but everyone involved in the investigations understood she was leaving rather than continue teaching under probationary observation. The district accepted her resignation without protest. She left teaching entirely instead of trying to transfer to another district where her record would follow her. Some people might say we drove a dedicated teacher out of the profession, but I knew we held an educator accountable for harming students over decades. The resignation felt like incomplete justice, but more accountability than most discriminatory teachers ever face. The high school posted job openings for 2 new math teachers in early summer, and the hiring committee included parent representatives for the first time in the district's history. I served on that committee alongside 3 other parents, and we asked every candidate specific questions about supporting students of color in advanced classes. We asked how they'd respond to a high-achieving Black student, what they knew about culturally responsive teaching, whether they'd ever challenged their own biases about who belongs in advanced math. Some candidates gave textbook answers that sounded rehearsed. Others admitted they'd never thought much about race and teaching, which at least felt honest. 2 candidates stood out because they talked about specific training they'd completed and actual classroom experiences where they'd worked to make sure all students felt they belonged. The committee hired both of them. One had taught in a diverse urban district for 7 years and ran a summer math program specifically for underrepresented students. The other had completed a master's degree focused on equity and STEM education and talked passionately about breaking down barriers to advanced coursework. Neither had Mrs. Holloway's decades of experience, but they had something more important. They believed all students could excel at math regardless of race. Registration for Zara's senior year AP Calculus class showed something I'd never seen before. 12 Black students enrolled. The previous year, Zara had been one of 3. The year before that, the class had 2 Black students total. Families who'd kept their kids in regular math because they didn't trust how advanced classes worked were willing to try again now. Parents told me they felt safer sending their children into AP Calculus, knowing Mrs. Holloway was gone and the new teachers had equity training. Seeing those enrollment numbers felt like watching something shift. Not fixed, but moving in a better direction. Zara met some of the other Black students during summer orientation, and she came home talking about how different it felt to not be one of only a few in the room. She said it made her realize how isolated she'd felt the previous year, even though she'd never let herself think about it much at the time. The district invited me to speak at a parent meeting about advocacy in September, and I almost said no because public speaking makes me nervous. But Marlena convinced me that other families needed to hear what we'd learned. The meeting room held about 50 parents from schools across the district, and I stood at the front with printed copies of the timeline I'd created tracking Mrs. Holloway's accusations. I told them to document everything in writing, save every email, take notes after every phone call with dates and times, record what was said in meetings if the district allows it. I explained how building the coalition with Destiny's and Jordan's families had made the pattern undeniable in ways a single complaint never could. I emphasized that administrators often dismiss individual concerns, but have a harder time ignoring multiple families telling the same story. I talked about being persistent even when principals and superintendents act like you're overreacting or being difficult. I said the system counts on parents giving up, so refusing to give up is the most powerful thing you can do. Several parents took notes. A few wiped their eyes when I described how long Zara had endured Mrs. Holloway's treatment before we understood the full pattern. After the presentation, parents lined up to talk to me, and what they shared made clear that Mrs. Holloway was just one example of a much bigger problem. A mother from the middle school described her son being tracked out of advanced English despite high test scores, with teachers insisting he'd be more comfortable in regular classes. A father from the elementary school talked about his daughter being disciplined more harshly than white students for the same behavior. A parent from another high school mentioned their child being discouraged from taking AP chemistry because the teacher didn't think they were ready, despite having straight A's in previous science classes. Same patterns, different teachers, different schools, different subjects. The conversations lasted over an hour past the scheduled meeting end time. We exchanged contact information and talked about staying connected to address issues as they came up. I drove home that night understanding that the fight with Mrs. Holloway had been one battle in a war that wouldn't end anytime soon. The work of changing systems required constant attention from people willing to push back against discrimination wherever it appeared. Graduation day arrived in late May with clear skies and temperatures in the 70s. Zara finished as valedictorian with a perfect 4.0 GPA, and the school asked her to give the graduation speech. She spent 2 weeks writing and revising it, and she let me read drafts but made her own decisions about what to include. The final speech talked about perseverance when people doubt you, about proving yourself through excellence, about not letting other people's limited expectations define what you're capable of achieving. She never said Mrs. Holloway's name, but everyone who knew the story understood exactly who she meant when she discussed pushing through situations where teachers questioned whether she belonged in challenging classes. She talked about the importance of having people who believe in you, and she thanked me and her other supporters by name. Her voice stayed steady through the whole speech, strong and clear. When she finished, the audience stood and applauded for almost a minute. I cried watching her up there in her cap and gown, thinking about everything she'd survived to reach that moment. After the ceremony, several of Zara's teachers found her in the crowd to offer congratulations. Her chemistry teacher hugged her and said she'd been an absolute joy to teach. Her English teacher told her the college she was attending was lucky to have her. Her new calculus teacher, one of the ones hired to replace Mrs. Holloway, said Zara had set a standard of excellence that inspired the whole class. The math department chair pulled Zara aside and apologized for not recognizing Mrs. Holloway's pattern sooner, saying the department should have protected students better. Each conversation seemed to help balance out some of the damage from the teacher who'd spent a year trying to tear Zara down. Support from educators who actually believed in her abilities mattered, even if it couldn't erase what Mrs. Holloway had done. Marlena, Reed, and I sat together in the bleachers watching the graduates walk across the stage to receive their diplomas. Destiny walked with her head high, wearing the gold honor cords she'd earned. Jordan walked with a huge smile, waving to his family. Zara walked with quiet confidence, shaking hands with the principal and superintendent who'd eventually listened to our concerns. We talked about how different things might have been if we'd given up, if we'd accepted the district's initial dismissals, if we'd let Mrs. Holloway continue her pattern unchallenged. Our advocacy hadn't fixed everything. The system was still far from where it needed to be, but we'd protected future students from experiencing what our children had endured. We'd created accountability where none existed before. We'd proven that parents working together could force institutions to respond to discrimination they'd rather ignore. That felt like something worth celebrating even while acknowledging how much work remained. The summer before college, Zara got a job as a teaching assistant in a mathematics program for middle school students of color. The program ran for 6 weeks at a community center, focusing on building confidence and skills in students who'd been told they weren't math people. Zara worked with small groups, helping them solve problems and showing them that making mistakes was part of learning. She came home energized most days, talking about breakthroughs students had, or funny things kids said. One evening she told me that helping younger students see themselves as mathematicians felt like taking something painful and transforming it into something with purpose. She said Mrs. Holloway had tried to make her doubt her abilities, but now she could use her experience to help other students avoid that same doubt. She could be the encouraging voice she'd needed during her junior year. In early August, I received a message through social media from Malik Turner's mother. She said Malik was thriving at his new school and had decided to major in computer science in college. He'd rebuilt his confidence in his abilities and was excited about his future in a technical field. She thanked me for pursuing accountability with the district, even though their family had chosen not to participate actively in the investigation. She wrote that it had helped them heal to know someone fought back against Mrs. Holloway, that our advocacy had validated their decision to remove Malik from that toxic situation, that seeing consequences for Mrs. Holloway's actions had given them closure they didn't know they needed. I wrote back thanking her for reaching out and saying I was glad Malik was doing well. Her message reminded me that the impact of holding Mrs. Holloway accountable extended beyond just the families who'd been directly involved in the investigation. The district's Equity Advisory Committee met every month through the fall, and I brought research articles showing how teacher recommendations for gifted programs reflected racial bias more than actual student ability. The committee reviewed data from 3 neighboring districts that had switched to multiple measures for identifying talented students, and the results showed significant increases in Black and Latino enrollment in advanced classes. We drafted a proposal requiring schools to use standardized assessments, student work portfolios, and parent input alongside teacher recommendations. The school board reviewed our proposal in December and voted to implement the new identification process starting the following year. The policy wouldn't help Zara, but it would protect younger students from being overlooked, because teachers couldn't imagine them succeeding. Zara packed boxes in her room while I sat on her bed watching. She folded clothes and sorted through textbooks, deciding what to keep and what to donate. I asked what she'd learned from everything with Holloway. She stopped packing and sat next to me. She said the experience taught her that doing excellent work was the best way to answer people who doubted her, but she also learned she shouldn't have to work twice as hard just to be seen as half as good because of her skin color. She said proving herself over and over got exhausting, and future students shouldn't have to go through what she went through. Her voice stayed steady, but I saw how much the year had cost her. I told her she was right about both things. Excellence mattered, but the system needed to change so Black students didn't face constant suspicion and doubt. I explained that the work of fixing these problems would continue long after she left for college, and progress happened slowly through policy changes and accountability measures. Zara picked up a calculus textbook and ran her fingers over the cover. She said she wanted to come back during college breaks and mentor high school students, especially kids who looked like her and needed to see someone who'd made it through. She wanted to create the supportive environment she wished had existed from the start, where students could focus on learning instead of defending themselves. A thick envelope arrived from the new AP Calculus teacher 6 days before move-in day. I opened it while Zara finished breakfast, and inside was a handwritten letter on the school stationery. The teacher thanked Zara for her leadership in class and her willingness to help other students understand difficult concepts. The letter described how Zara's presence had raised the level of discussion and made the class better for everyone. The teacher wrote that Zara's combination of skill and generosity represented the best of what education could be. Zara read the letter twice, then put it in her college folder with her acceptance materials. The dorm parking lot overflowed with cars and families on move-in day. We carried boxes up 3 flights of stairs while other students and parents did the same. Zara's roommate arrived an hour after we did, and within 10 minutes they were talking about problem sets and proof techniques. The roommate was also studying mathematics and had competed in math competitions throughout high school. They compared favorite theorems and debated different approaches to solving integration problems. Watching Zara excited and confident about her academic future, I felt grateful that Holloway's attempts to crush her spirit had failed. Zara belonged here, surrounded by people who celebrated her abilities instead of questioning them. My phone buzzed 3 days into the semester with a text from Zara. She'd just finished her first college calculus class and wanted to tell me about the professor. She wrote that he was brilliant and encouraging, treating every student like a capable mathematician regardless of their background. She described how he asked challenging questions and seemed genuinely excited when students engaged with the material. Her final text said, "Learning was supposed to feel like this," and I knew that despite the painful detour with Holloway, Zara had arrived exactly where she belonged, ready to excel without anyone questioning whether she deserved to be there.
The ER doctors refused to treat my daughter's allergic reaction. Then they saw my hospital ID badge. My daughter Zara's lips started swelling during dinner at the new Italian restaurant downtown, her 9-year-old face transforming from excited to terrified in the span of seconds. I watched her fork clatter against the plate as she touched her mouth with trembling fingers, her eyes going wide with the recognition that something was very wrong. The hives appeared next, angry red welts spreading across her neck and chest like wildfire. She'd been allergic to shellfish since she was 3, and I'd specifically asked the waiter 3 times if there was any seafood in the marinara sauce. He'd assured me it was completely vegetarian, his confident smile never wavering as he recited the ingredients. I grabbed my phone and EpiPen from my purse simultaneously, the familiar weight of the auto-injector grounding me even as panic tried to claw its way up my throat. Zara's breathing had started to sound tight, a subtle wheeze that I recognized immediately as the beginning of anaphylaxis. I'd been a pediatric emergency physician at Riverside General Hospital for 11 years, and I'd treated hundreds of allergic reactions. But medical knowledge becomes paralyzingly abstract when your own child is the patient, when every textbook symptom you've memorized is manifesting in the face you kiss goodnight every evening. I jammed the EpiPen into her outer thigh through her jeans, counting the required seconds while other diners turned to stare. The epinephrine bought us time, but wasn't a cure, just a temporary break on her body's cascading immune response. We needed a hospital immediately for monitoring and additional treatment. Riverside General was my hospital, where I'd worked every shift for over a decade, but it was 23 minutes away in Friday evening traffic. Mercy Point Hospital was 7 minutes away, a smaller facility I'd never visited, but knew had a full emergency department. Basic math and basic medicine made the choice obvious. I threw cash on the table without counting it, scooped Zara into my arms despite her being too big to carry comfortably anymore, and ran for my car while calling out to the manager that there was shellfish in their supposedly vegetarian sauce. Zara's breathing worsened during the drive, each inhale a labored struggle that made my hands shake on the steering wheel. I talked to her constantly, using my calm doctor voice while my actual emotional state was somewhere between terror and rage. She kept trying to respond but couldn't get enough air for full sentences, just fragments that broke my heart. "Mom, I can't," she'd start, then have to stop to gasp. I promised her we were almost there, that the doctors would fix this, that she was going to be fine. The lies came easily because the alternative was unthinkable. I ran 2 red lights getting to Mercy Point, my hazards flashing and horn blaring, praying no cops would slow us down. The emergency entrance was well lit and clearly marked, and I screeched into a spot reserved for ambulances because walking from the parking lot was time we didn't have. I carried Zara through the automatic doors, her weight heavy in my arms, her breathing now a terrifying whistle that meant her airway was closing. The waiting room was half full, people with various non-emergent complaints looking up with curiosity and concern as I rushed past them. I went straight to the triage desk where a nurse in purple scrubs sat typing into a computer, her name tag reading, Donna Murphy, RN. I didn't wait for her to acknowledge me before speaking, my voice loud and urgent. "My daughter is in anaphylaxis. She needs epinephrine and airway management immediately." Donna looked up slowly, her expression shifting from mild irritation at being interrupted to assessment of the situation. She stood and came around the desk, but instead of the immediate action I expected, she reached for a clipboard. "I'm going to need you to fill out some paperwork first. Insurance information, medical history, consent forms." Her tone was bureaucratic, rehearsed, the voice of someone following protocol without thinking about what those protocols meant. I stared at her in disbelief, my arms burning from Zara's weight, my daughter's wheezing growing louder. "She's in anaphylactic shock. Look at her. She needs treatment right now, not in 10 minutes after I've filled out forms." Donna's expression remained neutral, almost bored. "Hospital policy requires registration before treatment, except in cases of obvious life-threatening emergency. She doesn't look that bad to me. She's talking. She's conscious. Fill out the forms and we'll get her seen as soon as possible." The words hit me like a slap. Doesn't look that bad. I was holding my daughter who was actively suffocating from an allergic reaction, whose airway could close completely at any moment. And this nurse was telling me she didn't look that bad. I felt something snap inside me, the professional composure I'd maintained shattering under the weight of maternal desperation. "If you don't get a doctor right now, my daughter could die. This is a medical emergency." A security guard appeared from somewhere to my left, a heavy-set man whose hand rested on his belt in a casually threatening posture. "Ma'am, you need to calm down. We have procedures here. If you can't follow them, I'll have to ask you to leave." The absurdity of it, the Kafka-esque nightmare of being threatened with removal from a hospital while my child couldn't breathe, sent me past fear into a kind of cold fury. "I'm not going anywhere without treatment for my daughter. Get me a doctor now, or I'm going to start screaming until someone with actual medical judgment comes out here." The security guard took a step closer, and I felt the situation spiraling out of control in ways I couldn't have imagined. Donna picked up a phone and said something I couldn't hear, then turned back to me with an expression that suggested I was the problem, not the hospital's insane priorities. "Dr. Vance will be out in a moment, but you need to understand that making threats and causing disruptions won't get your daughter seen any faster. In fact, it might get you both removed from the premises." She said this while Zara's breathing deteriorated in my arms, while my daughter's lips turned a darker shade of purple blue, while every second of delay increased the risk of permanent brain damage or death. I wanted to throw the clipboard at Donna's head, wanted to scream obscenities until my voice gave out, but I forced myself to stay focused on what mattered. "Please," I said through clenched teeth, "just help her." Dr. Vance emerged from the treatment area wearing scrubs and an expression of profound annoyance at being bothered. He was in his 40s with graying temples and the kind of face that suggested he'd stopped caring about his patients years ago. He didn't approach us, just stood 10 feet away with his arms crossed. "What seems to be the problem?" His tone implied that whatever I was about to say would be an exaggeration, that I was wasting his valuable time. Zara's breathing had become so labored that she was using her neck muscles to pull in air, a sign that terrified me because it meant she was mere minutes from complete respiratory arrest. My daughter ate shellfish accidentally. She's allergic. She's in anaphylaxis and needs immediate treatment. Dr. Vance looked at Zara with what I can only describe as skeptical disinterest. Did you give her anything? I told him about the EpiPen 15 minutes ago, about her worsening symptoms, about the obvious signs of severe allergic reaction that any first-year medical student should recognize. He sighed like I'd just recounted a boring story about my grocery shopping. Look, kids get hives all the time. It's probably not as serious as you think. We'll get her into a room eventually, but we have critical patients ahead of her. Real emergencies. Take a seat and wait your turn. He started to turn away, and something inside me ignited with a rage I'd never experienced before. I don't think you understand. My daughter is dying. Right now. In front of you. If you walk away without treating her, you're committing medical malpractice and possibly negligent homicide. I used my physician voice, the one that made medical students stand up straighter and residents double-check their work. But Dr. Vance just laughed, actually laughed, and shook his head. Are you a doctor? Because you sound like someone who's watched too much Grey's Anatomy. I'll be the judge of what constitutes an emergency in my department. Now sit down and wait like everyone else, or I'll have security escort you out. The security guard shifted his weight, ready to follow through on the threat. Zara made a sound then that I'll never forget. A desperate, gasping struggle that meant her airway was closing fast. Her fingernails dug into my arm, and her eyes locked onto mine with pure terror. Mom. Just that one word, barely audible, carrying a universe of trust that I was going to fix this, that I wouldn't let her die. I made a decision in that moment that was either going to save my daughter or get us both thrown out of the hospital. I shifted her weight to one arm and pulled my wallet out with my free hand, yanking out my Riverside General Hospital ID badge that I'd forgotten to remove after my shift yesterday. I held it up so Dr. Vance and Donna could see it clearly, the photo and my credentials visible under the fluorescent lights. My name is Dr. Amara Okafor. I'm a pediatric emergency physician at Riverside General with 11 years of experience. I have personally treated over 300 cases of anaphylaxis. My daughter is presenting with classic symptoms of severe allergic reaction, including urticaria, angioedema, respiratory distress, and probable hypotension. She received 0.3 milligrams of epinephrine intramuscularly approximately 18 minutes ago. She now requires immediate administration of additional epinephrine, intravenous fluids, oxygen, cardiac monitoring, and likely intubation if her airway continues to compromise. If you continue to delay treatment, I will personally ensure that every medical board in the state knows your name. The words came out cold and precise, stripped of maternal panic, pure medical authority. The effect was immediate and nauseating. Dr. Vance's face transformed from dismissive contempt to something resembling respect mixed with alarm. His body language shifted, his arms uncrossing, his posture straightening. Oh, you're a physician. Why didn't you say so earlier? His tone had completely changed, becoming professional and concerned, as if Zara's symptoms had suddenly become legitimate now that he knew her mother was a colleague. Donna scrambled for a wheelchair, suddenly moving with the urgency that should have been there from the beginning. The security guard stepped back, no longer a threat, and I stood there holding my suffocating daughter, understanding with sickening clarity that they weren't helping her because she needed help. They were helping her because I had the right credentials. They rushed us into a treatment room, and suddenly there were hands everywhere, medical professionals appearing from nowhere to do the jobs they should have been doing 10 minutes ago. Zara was transferred to a gurney. Oxygen mask applied. IV lines started with practiced efficiency. A nurse I hadn't seen before administered another dose of epinephrine and hung a bag of fluids. Dr. Vance stood at the head of the bed calling out orders, performing the careful assessment he should have done the moment we walked in. I watched the monitor as Zara's oxygen saturation climbed from a terrifying 87% back toward normal range. Her breathing began to ease as the medication kicked in, the awful whistling sound fading. I held her hand and whispered that she was safe now, trying to ignore the voice in my head screaming about what almost happened. Dr. Vance wouldn't meet my eyes as he worked, and I recognized the body language of someone who knew they'd made a catastrophic error. After 20 minutes of monitoring and treatment, once Zara had stabilized enough that the immediate crisis had passed, he pulled me aside. His voice was quiet, almost pleading. Look, I apologize for the delay. We've been incredibly busy tonight, and I didn't realize the severity of her condition. These things happen in emergency medicine. You understand, being in the field yourself. It was a poorly disguised attempt to appeal to colleague solidarity, to frame his negligence as an understandable mistake that any doctor might make. But I'd been doing this long enough to know the difference between a reasonable judgment call and dangerous incompetence. I didn't understand anything except that he'd nearly killed my daughter because she hadn't looked sick enough to warrant his immediate attention, and because her mother hadn't initially presented credentials that made her worthy of basic human decency. The fact that showing my hospital badge had instantly transformed their response from callous indifference to urgent care revealed something rotten at the core of this institution. I told Dr. Vance we'd be talking more later, that right now I needed to focus on Zara, but that he should expect to hear from me through official channels. His face paled and he nodded quickly before returning to his other patients, probably already planning his defensive documentation. Zara stayed in the ER for 4 hours under observation, the standard protocol for anaphylaxis to ensure she didn't have a secondary reaction. I sat beside her gurney the entire time, holding her hand, watching the monitors, mentally cataloging every systemic failure that had nearly cost her life. She dozed on and off, the trauma and medication leaving her exhausted. During her sleeping periods, I pulled out my phone and started documenting everything in meticulous detail. Times, names, exact quotes as best I could remember them, the sequence of events from our arrival to the moment I'd shown my badge. I knew from years in medicine that the hospital would start their own documentation, shaping the narrative to protect themselves. I needed my version recorded while the memory was fresh and unfiltered. A different nurse came in around midnight, younger than Donna, with kind eyes and a gentle manner with Zara. Her name tag read, Sophie Laurent, RN, and she checked Zara's vitals while making small talk about a stuffed animal someone had brought in. After she'd finished charting, she lingered by the door as if wanting to say something. Finally, she spoke quietly so Zara wouldn't hear. I was here when you came in. I heard what Donna and Dr. Vance said to you. I wanted to help, but I'm new here and I didn't think they'd listen to me. I'm really sorry. Her guilt was obvious and genuine, but it only highlighted how many people had witnessed this disaster without intervening. I thanked Sophie for her honesty and asked if she'd be willing to provide a statement about what she'd observed. She hesitated, fear flashing across her face. I could lose my job. This hospital, they protect their own and punish anyone who makes waves. But she gave me her personal email anyway, written on a torn piece of paper, and said if I really needed her testimony, she'd consider it. After she left, I sat in the quiet room listening to Zara's steady breathing and the beep of the heart monitor, feeling the weight of what came next. I could file a complaint through official channels that would likely be buried or minimized, or I could do something that would make it impossible for them to ignore what had happened here tonight. By the time they discharged Zara at 3 a.m. with prescriptions for prednisone and additional EpiPens, I'd made my decision. I drove her home through empty streets, carried her to bed, and spent the rest of the night at my kitchen table writing. Not just a complaint letter, but a detailed incident report documenting every failure in her care, analyzed through the lens of my medical expertise. I wrote about the systematic barriers they'd erected between my daughter and treatment, the protocol that valued paperwork over life-threatening emergencies, the security guard threatening to remove a patient in respiratory distress, the doctor who dismissed obvious anaphylaxis until he learned the mother was a colleague. I wrote about implicit bias and how it killed people every day in emergency departments across the country. I sent the report to the hospital's patient relations department, the chief medical officer, and the emergency department director at 6 a.m. Then I sent copies to the state medical board, the joint commission that accredits hospitals, and the Department of Health. I wasn't naive enough to think those institutions would act swiftly or decisively, but I wanted the paper trail established before Mercy Point could start their damage control. Then I did something I'd never considered doing before. I posted a detailed account of what happened on social media, careful to focus on the facts and my medical analysis rather than emotional appeals. I included photos of Zara's hives, her discharge papers showing the severity of her reaction, and my own credentials to establish that I wasn't an hysterical mother who'd overreacted to a minor issue. The response was explosive. Within 6 hours, my post had been shared 3,000 times. Within 12 hours, local news outlets were calling asking for interviews. Other people started commenting with their own stories of being mistreated at Mercy Point Hospital, creating a thread of systemic failure that suggested this wasn't an isolated incident. A woman described bringing her elderly father with chest pain and being made to wait 2 hours while staff chatted about their weekend plans. A man recounted his wife being turned away with appendicitis because they'd assumed she was drug-seeking. Each story followed the same pattern. Patients triaged based on the staff's subjective assessment of worthiness rather than medical need. I'd uncovered something much larger than one doctor's bad judgment. Mercy Point Hospital's PR team released a statement the next day, the carefully worded kind that acknowledged my concerns while admitting nothing. They took patient care very seriously, they claimed, and were conducting a thorough internal review of the incident. They couldn't discuss specific cases due to privacy laws, but assured the public that they maintained the highest standards of emergency medicine. The statement was a masterclass in meaningless corporate speak, designed to sound reassuring while accepting zero accountability. But the internet wasn't buying it. The hospital's social media pages were flooded with comments from people sharing their own negative experiences, asking how many patients had to nearly die before real changes were implemented. Dr. Vance called my cell phone 3 days after the incident, a number he'd obtained from my medical license registration. His voice was tight with barely controlled anger disguised as professional concern. Dr. Okafor, I'm calling about your social media posts regarding your daughter's treatment. I believe you've mischaracterized the events of that evening and caused significant damage to my reputation and the hospital's standing in the community. I would appreciate it if you would remove those posts and issue a correction. The audacity of it, the complete lack of awareness that he'd nearly killed a child through negligence, left me momentarily speechless. Then I found my voice and it was cold enough to frost glass. Dr. Vance, I documented exactly what happened in my daughter's case with medical precision. If you believe any of my statements were factually incorrect, Please specify which ones and I'll review my notes. Otherwise, I have no intention of removing an accurate account of substandard care that nearly resulted in my daughter's death. If you're concerned about your reputation, perhaps you should focus on improving your clinical judgment rather than silencing the people you've harmed. He started to sputter a response about legal action and defamation, but I cut him off. I'm happy to discuss this further with your attorney present. Have them contact me directly. I hung up before he could respond, my hands shaking with rage and adrenaline. The state medical board moved faster than I expected, likely because of the public attention the case was receiving. An investigator called to schedule an interview about my complaint, and I spent 2 hours walking her through every detail of that night. She asked pointed questions about the hospital's triage protocols, Dr. Vance's assessment process, and the transformation in care after I'd revealed my credentials. She was particularly interested in Donna's statement that Zara didn't look that bad, asking me to explain from a medical perspective why visual assessment alone was inadequate for diagnosing the severity of anaphylaxis. I provided citations from peer-reviewed literature and clinical guidelines, building a case that was impossible to dismiss as subjective disagreement. Mercy Point's administration tried a different approach 2 weeks later, sending their chief medical officer, Dr. Leonard Huang, to meet with me personally. We met at a neutral location, a conference room at a hotel downtown, and he arrived with a lawyer who introduced herself as Jennifer Russo, hospital counsel. Dr. Huang was polished and apologetic, expressing sincere regret about my daughter's experience while carefully avoiding any admission that would constitute legal liability. He wanted to discuss how they could make this right, he said, perhaps offering some form of compensation for our distress. The lawyer sat quietly taking notes, her presence a reminder that this was a negotiation, not a genuine attempt at accountability. I let Dr. Huang finish his prepared remarks before responding. I appreciate you taking this seriously enough to meet with me, but I'm not interested in compensation that requires signing a non-disclosure agreement and allowing this to be buried. What I want is real systemic change. I want your ER staff retrained on recognizing and treating anaphylaxis. I want your triage protocols revised to eliminate the requirement for paperwork before treatment in genuine emergencies. I want Dr. Vance's credentials reviewed by the state board. And I want you to acknowledge publicly that my daughter received substandard care that endangered her life. The lawyer's pen stopped moving and she looked up sharply. Dr. Huang shifted uncomfortably in his chair. That's a significant request, Dr. Huang said carefully. Some of those changes would require board approval and substantial resources, and public acknowledgement of fault could expose the hospital to significant legal liability. Jennifer Russo nodded in agreement, already preparing to explain why they couldn't possibly meet my demands. I leaned forward and looked Dr. Huang directly in the eyes. Then let me be clear about what happens if you don't meet those requests. I continue using every platform available to me to ensure people know what kind of care they can expect at your hospital. The media attention continues. The medical board investigation continues. And every family who's been harmed by your staff's negligence is emboldened to come forward with their own stories. I have nothing to lose here because my daughter already almost lost everything. The meeting ended without resolution, both sides retreating to consider their positions. I knew I'd probably overplayed my hand, that hospitals had armies of lawyers and resources to bury complaints from single individuals, but I also knew they were terrified of the attention this was generating, of the potential cascade effect if other victims started filing formal complaints or lawsuits. The lawyer called 2 days later with a revised offer. The hospital would implement new training protocols and revise their triage system. They'd bring in an outside consultant to review their emergency department procedures. But they couldn't make public admissions of fault due to legal concerns, and they couldn't influence the medical board's independent investigation of Dr. Vance. Take it or leave it. I took it because it was more than most people got when fighting institutional negligence, and because the perfect was the enemy of the good. But I also continued pushing publicly for accountability, refusing to sign any non-disclosure agreement, continuing to share my story with anyone who asked. The local news ran a series on emergency department failures, using my case as the anchor, but expanding to examine systemic issues across multiple hospitals. Sophie Laurent, the nurse who'd apologized that first night, eventually agreed to be interviewed anonymously, describing a culture at Mercy Point where staff were encouraged to view certain patients as less deserving of immediate care based on subjective assessments of their credibility or worthiness. The broader impact took months to develop, but eventually created changes I'd never anticipated. The state legislature introduced a bill requiring all emergency departments to treat any patient presenting with symptoms of anaphylaxis within 15 minutes of arrival, regardless of paperwork completion. They called it Zara's Law, though I'd never sought that recognition. Medical schools began using my case in their curricula as an example of implicit bias in emergency medicine. Hospital administrators from across the region invited me to speak at their training sessions about patient advocacy and the dangers of assumption-based care. I became a reluctant activist, driven by the knowledge that my daughter had only survived because I'd had credentials to flash, and by the certainty that countless others lacked that privilege. Dr. Vance's medical license was suspended for 6 months, following the board's investigation, though he appealed and eventually got it reduced to 3 months with mandatory continuing education on emergency assessment protocols. It wasn't the permanent revocation I'd hoped for, but it sent a message that physicians couldn't ignore obvious medical emergencies without consequences. Donna Murphy, the triage nurse, received a formal reprimand in her personnel file and was required to complete additional training. The security guard was fired after it emerged he'd been involved in 3 other incidents, where he'd threatened to remove patients who were later found to have legitimate medical emergencies. Small victories that didn't feel particularly victorious, but represented more accountability than most cases achieved. The emotional toll of fighting this battle while working full-time and raising Zara was crushing. I started seeing a therapist to process the trauma of that night and the subsequent months of advocacy work. Zara needed therapy too, developing anxiety around eating at restaurants and a hypervigilance about any physical symptoms that might indicate an allergic reaction. I'd saved her life but couldn't protect her from the psychological scars of having trusted adults dismiss her suffering, of having experienced firsthand how fragile the medical safety net really was. We worked through it together, finding ways to reclaim normalcy while acknowledging that something had fundamentally changed in how we viewed the world. 6 months after the incident, I received an envelope in the mail from Mercy Point Hospital. Inside was a letter from their new Chief Quality Officer, Dr. Nina Sato, inviting me to join their Patient Safety Committee. They were specifically seeking input from physicians who'd experienced failures in their system, she wrote, acknowledging that true improvement required uncomfortable honesty about past mistakes. The irony of being recruited to fix the institution that had nearly killed my daughter wasn't lost on me. But I also saw an opportunity to make lasting change from inside the system rather than just criticizing from the outside. I accepted the position with the explicit understanding that I wouldn't be silenced or asked to soft-pedal my critiques. My first committee meeting was tense, attended by several administrators and physicians who'd been involved in the decision-making process that had led to my daughter's near-death experience. Dr. Huang attended, as did a chastened Dr. Vance who'd been required to participate as part of his license reinstatement conditions. I presented data I'd compiled on emergency department wait times, patient outcomes stratified by demographic factors, and the correlation between triage delays and adverse events. The numbers painted a damning picture of systemic failures that went far beyond one doctor's bad judgment on one bad night. We spent 3 hours in uncomfortable discussion about implicit biases, protocol failures, and the cultural factors that allowed staff to dismiss legitimate emergencies. The changes we implemented over the following year were comprehensive and specific. New triage protocols that required immediate assessment by a physician or advanced practice nurse for any patient presenting with respiratory distress, chest pain, or other potentially life-threatening symptoms, regardless of insurance status or ability to complete paperwork. Mandatory implicit bias training for all clinical and support staff, with particular focus on recognizing how assumptions about patient credibility influenced medical decision-making. A patient advocate position stationed in the ER to help navigate families through the system and escalate concerns when staff weren't responding appropriately. Body cameras for security personnel to document all patient interactions. These weren't perfect solutions, but they were concrete steps that made the system marginally safer. I continued working at Riverside General but took on additional responsibilities as a consultant for hospital quality improvement, using my experience at Mercy Point as a case study in what not to do. I spoke at medical conferences about the night my daughter nearly died, about the specific failures that had almost cost her life, about the broader systemic issues those failures represented. Some audiences were receptive, eager to learn how to prevent similar disasters. Others were defensive, viewing my critique as an attack on hardworking emergency physicians, rather than an attempt to identify fixable problems. The resistance reminded me why change in medicine happened so slowly, why institutions protected themselves rather than their patients. Zara is 13 now, 4 years past that terrible night. She carries 2 EpiPens everywhere and has learned to advocate for herself with the ferocity of someone who knows that other people's assumptions can be deadly. She wants to be a doctor when she grows up, she tells me, but specifically a doctor who listens to patients instead of making judgments based on how sick they look. I'm proud of her resilience and terrified for her idealism, knowing how hard the medical system works to beat that empathy out of young physicians. But I also hope that by the time she's practicing medicine, some of the changes we fought for will have made the system marginally better, marginally more likely to treat every patient like their life matters. The restaurant where Zara had her initial reaction was sued by 3 other families who'd suffered allergic reactions after being assured dishes were allergen-free. They'd been adding fish sauce to their supposedly vegetarian marinara for years, a shortcut that added depth of flavor while violating every standard of truth in menu labeling. They settled all the cases and revised their practices, though I never ate there again. Some violations of trust can't be remedied by legal judgments or policy changes. They require a complete severing of the relationship, an acknowledgement that restoration is impossible and protection requires distance. And I think often about the patients who came before Zara and weren't lucky enough to have a mother with medical credentials and the knowledge to fight back. About the people who died or suffered permanent harm because emergency department staff made the same assumptions Dr. Vance made about my daughter, but whose families lacked the resources or expertise to hold the system accountable. About the implicit hierarchies that determined whose suffering was taken seriously and whose was dismissed based on factors that had nothing to do with medical need. The work of dismantling those hierarchies was far larger than one person's advocacy could accomplish, but I was determined to chip away at it wherever I could, for as long as it took. 4 years later, I still keep my hospital badge in my wallet, a talisman, and a reminder that credentials shouldn't determine who receives life-saving care, even though that night they saved my daughter's life when nothing else would have mattered to the people sworn to help her. Thanks for watching till the end. Make sure to subscribe and like to not miss the next story. The principal called saying my daughter hospitalized 5 boys in a fight. My daughter has crippling social anxiety. Principal Dawson's voice came through my phone speaker with that particular mixture of anger and disbelief that school administrators reserve for parents whose children have done the unthinkable. Mrs. Brenner, you need to come to the school immediately. Your daughter Maya was involved in an altercation this morning that resulted in 5 male students being transported to the hospital by ambulance. 2 are in critical condition. We've called the police and they're waiting to speak with you. I was standing in my kitchen staring at Maya's bedroom door, which had been closed for 3 days straight. She'd been on home suspension since Monday after having a panic attack so severe during a group presentation that she'd vomited in front of her entire English class. The nurse had called me to pick her up. Maya had spent the ride home sobbing silently, her body shaking so hard I'd pulled over twice to make sure she was breathing properly. She hadn't left her room since except to use the bathroom at night when she thought I was asleep. I'd been leaving food trays outside her door and finding them mostly untouched hours later. There must be some mistake, I said, my voice coming out steadier than I felt. Maya hasn't been at school all week. She's been suspended at home. I can see her bedroom door from where I'm standing right now. Principal Dawson's silence stretched long enough that I heard papers rustling in the background. Mrs. Brenner, I'm looking at security footage from this morning. Your daughter arrived on campus at 7:43 a.m. At 8:17 a.m., she was involved in a violent confrontation in the senior parking lot that lasted approximately 4 minutes. 5 boys were injured severely enough to require emergency medical transport. The police have detained Maya in my office until you arrive. My legs went numb. I walked to Maya's bedroom and knocked. No answer. I knocked harder. Maya, honey, I need you to open the door. Nothing. I tried the handle and it turned. The room was empty. Her bed was made with hospital corners the way she did when her anxiety was bad, everything in its exact place. But Maya was gone. The window was open. She'd climbed out sometime before dawn without me hearing. My daughter, who couldn't order food at restaurants without having a panic attack, had apparently gone to school and put 5 boys in the hospital. I drove to the school in a daze, running 2 red lights without noticing until horns blared behind me. The parking lot was chaos. 3 ambulances were still there, paramedics loading the last stretcher, police cars everywhere, their lights painting everything in strobing red and blue. News vans were setting up near the front entrance. A crowd of students pressed against the building windows, filming everything on their phones. I parked crooked across 2 spaces and ran toward the main entrance, where a uniformed officer stopped me with one hand on his belt. I'm Maya Brenner's mother. They called me. The officer's expression shifted from professional detachment to something harder to read. He spoke into his radio and moments later Principal Dawson appeared, his face red and sweating despite the October cold. He led me through hallways that felt too bright, too loud, every sound amplified by my racing heartbeat. We passed crying students being comforted by teachers. I saw blood on the floor near the main entrance, a lot of it, and someone had thrown sawdust over it like this was a butcher shop instead of a school. The principal's office door was closed. Through the window, I could see Maya sitting in a chair facing away from me, her posture absolutely rigid. A female police officer stood nearby taking notes. Principal Dawson opened the door and Maya turned to look at me. Her face was completely blank, no expression at all, like she was looking through me instead of at me. Her clothes were torn. Her knuckles were split and bleeding. There was blood on her shirt that I knew wasn't hers because Maya was sitting perfectly still, not injured, not crying, not having a panic attack despite being surrounded by authority figures and strangers. Mrs. Brenner, this is Detective Yolanda Price. She needs to ask you some questions before we can release Maya into your custody. The detective was a black woman in her 40s with short gray hair and eyes that had seen too much. She gestured for me to sit, but I couldn't make my legs work properly. I stayed standing, gripping the back of the chair. Can you verify your daughter's whereabouts this morning between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m.? She was home. She's been on suspension all week. I thought she was in her bedroom. Detective Price made a note. When did you last physically see Maya? Last night around 9 p.m. when I brought her dinner? She didn't want to talk, so I left the tray outside her door. The detective's pen stopped moving. So you haven't actually laid eyes on your daughter since yesterday evening? And you didn't verify she was in her room this morning? The implication hung in the air. I'd failed at basic parenting. I hadn't checked on my daughter, hadn't made sure she was safe, hadn't known she'd climbed out her window and gone to the school she was banned from attending. I looked at Maya and she was staring at her bloody knuckles like they belonged to someone else. Principal Dawson cleared his throat. Mrs. Brenner, I need you to understand the severity of this situation. Your daughter attacked 5 senior boys in the parking lot this morning. Witnesses say she initiated the confrontation. The boys are all on the football team, varsity starters. 3 of them have broken bones. One has a shattered jaw. Another has internal bleeding and might need surgery. I felt my knees buckle. Maya weighed maybe 110 pounds soaking wet. She was 5 feet 3 inches and so thin I could count her ribs when she wore tank tops. She couldn't hurt 5 football players. It was physically impossible. There must be witnesses who saw what really happened. Someone must have attacked her first. Principal Dawson's face got redder. Mrs. Brenner, we have security footage. Multiple angles. Your daughter approached those boys and initiated violence without provocation. She fought like... He paused, searching for words. Like someone with professional training. Maya had never taken a self-defense class in her life. She'd quit Girl Scouts because the camping trips involved too much social interaction. She'd dropped out of swim team because changing in the locker room gave her panic attacks. The idea of her having any kind of combat training was absurd. Detective Price pulled out a tablet and turned it toward me. I need you to watch this, Mrs. Brenner. The video started with a wide shot of the senior parking lot. I saw 5 large boys in Letterman jackets standing near a truck, laughing about something. Then Maya walked into frame. Even in the grainy footage, I could see how small she looked compared to them. She approached them directly. No hesitation. The lead boy turned and said something. Maya responded. Then she moved. What happened next didn't look real. It looked like a movie with wire work and stunt doubles. Maya grabbed the first boy's arm and did something that made him scream and drop to his knees. She kicked the second boy in the knee hard enough that I could see it bend wrong. The third boy rushed her and she sidestepped, driving her elbow into his face. I heard the crack through the speaker. He went down. The fourth and fifth boys came at her together and she fought them both at once, moving with precision that seemed impossible. When it ended, all 5 boys were on the ground. Maya stood over them, her chest heaving, and then she just walked away toward the building like nothing had happened. I watched it 3 more times because Detective Price made me. Each viewing made it more surreal. That couldn't be my daughter. My daughter who had panic attacks over phone calls? My daughter who once cried for an hour because a cashier spoke too loudly to her. But the girl in the video had Maya's hair, Maya's build, Maya's face. And she'd destroyed 5 boys who each outweighed her by at least 50 pounds. Mrs. Brenner, Detective Price said carefully, does Maya have any history of violence? Any previous incidents we should know about? Never. She's never even raised her voice at anyone. She has severe social anxiety. She can barely function in public. Principal Dawson shuffled papers on his desk. We'll need copies of any medical documentation, psychological evaluations, treatment history. The school district's attorney will want everything. I felt anger cutting through the shock. You want her medical records? You want proof she's anxious? She vomited in front of 30 classmates on Monday. Your nurse called me. You suspended her for disrupting class. That was different, Dawson said defensively. That was a panic attack. This was premeditated assault. She came here while suspended, waited for those specific boys, and attacked them without warning. This wasn't anxiety, Mrs. Brenner. This was calculated violence. I looked at Maya again. She was still staring at her hands. Maya, I said softly. Honey, what happened? Why did you go to school? She didn't respond, didn't acknowledge I'd spoken. Just kept staring at her bloody knuckles with that blank expression that scared me more than the violence. Detective Price stood. Mrs. Brenner, I'm going to need to take Maya to the station for formal questioning. She's a minor, so you can be present. But she's being charged with 5 counts of aggravated assault. Given the severity of the injuries, the district attorney will likely try her as an adult. My vision blurred at the edges. As an adult? She's 16. Detective Price's expression softened slightly, but her voice stayed professional. She put 2 boys in the hospital with life-threatening injuries. One might lose his ability to walk if the knee damage is permanent. The other has internal bleeding we're still monitoring. If either of them dies, this becomes manslaughter or potentially murder. The word murder hung in the air like poison gas. My daughter was facing murder charges for a fight I couldn't comprehend. Principal Dawson was already talking about liability and lawsuits. Detective Price was reading Miranda rights, and Maya just sat there, silent and empty, like the girl I'd raised had been replaced by a stranger wearing her face. We need to call a lawyer, I said, my voice shaking. We're not answering any questions without a lawyer present. The police station interview room was exactly like TV shows depicted. Gray walls, metal table, that mirror that was obviously one-way glass. Maya sat across from me while Detective Price and her partner, Detective Raymond Foster, set up a recording device. A court-appointed attorney named Gerald Newsom sat beside us, a tired-looking man in his 50s who'd introduced himself in the parking lot and immediately told us to say nothing until he reviewed the evidence. He'd spent 20 minutes watching the security footage on Detective Price's tablet, his expression growing darker with each replay. Mr. Newsom leaned close to me while the detectives prepared. Mrs. Brenner, I'm going to be honest with you. This footage is damning. The DA is going to argue premeditation. Your daughter walked onto campus while under suspension, approached those boys directly, and initiated violence. No matter what happened before this incident, that video shows clear intent. Unless Maya has a compelling explanation, she's looking at serious prison time. Prison. My 16-year-old daughter who cried during loud commercials was facing prison. I reached for Maya's hand, but she pulled away, still not making eye contact. The detective sat down and Detective Price started the recording, stating the date, time, and everyone present. Maya, can you tell us in your own words what happened this morning? Maya's voice when she finally spoke was flat and emotionless, completely unlike her usual soft, hesitant tone. They deserved it. That was all she said. 3 words that made Mr. Newsome close his eyes in frustration. Detective Foster leaned forward. Who deserved it, Maya? What did they do? Maya's jaw clenched. Everything. They did everything. Detective Price's tone stayed gentle. Can you be more specific? We need to understand what led to this morning's incident. Maya was quiet for so long I thought she wouldn't answer. Then she started talking and I realized I didn't know my daughter at all. They've been tormenting me since freshman year. Not just bullying. Worse. They'd follow me home from school. They'd wait outside my house and film me through my bedroom window. They posted videos online of me having panic attacks. Hundreds of videos. Thousands of comments calling me crazy, telling me to kill myself. My hands started shaking. I'd known Maya was being bullied. She'd told me about mean comments and social exclusion. But she'd never mentioned stalking or videos or any of this. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, my voice cracking. Maya finally looked at me and her eyes were full of something cold and hard. I did tell you. Last year when it started. You said I was being too sensitive. You said high school was hard for everyone and I needed to toughen up. You told me to ignore them and they'd get bored. The memory hit me like a physical blow. Maya coming to me crying about boys at school being mean. Me, exhausted from a double shift at the hospital, telling her teenage boys were immature and she shouldn't let them get to her. Me, brushing off her concerns because I was too tired and stressed to really listen. Me, failing her when she'd asked for help. Detective Foster made notes. Did you report any of this to the school? Maya laughed, a bitter sound that didn't match her usual personality. I reported it 17 times. I have emails. I have signed forms. I have meeting notes. Principal Dawson told me there was nothing he could do unless the harassment happened on school property. But they were smart. They did everything off campus. They'd wait for me at the bus stop, follow me to the library, show up at my work. The school said it wasn't their jurisdiction. The police said it was just kids being kids. Detective Price's expression shifted slightly. You went to the police? Maya nodded. Officer Kent at the front desk. Twice. He told me cyberbullying wasn't a crime and I should just block them online. But they kept making new accounts. They had hundreds of followers watching their harassment. It was entertainment for them. Torturing the anxious girl. Making her worse. Filming her breakdown for content. My mind was reeling. Maya had tried to get help and been dismissed by everyone. By the school. By the police. By me. And her anxiety had gotten progressively worse over the past 2 years, while I'd attributed it to teenage hormones and academic stress. I'd increased her therapy appointments and her medication, but never addressed the root cause because I hadn't known the root cause was systematic stalking and harassment that everyone around her had normalized or ignored. Mr. Newsome cleared his throat. Maya, what specifically happened this morning? Why today? Maya's blank expression returned. Because yesterday I saw the video. The one they posted Wednesday night. They broke into our house while my mom was at work. They came into my bedroom and filmed me sleeping. They posted it with a caption about what they'd do to me if I stayed asleep. 3,000 views in 4 hours. Comments describing assault and rape in detail. I felt bile rising in my throat. They'd been in our house, in Maya's bedroom, filming her while she slept. And I'd been at work, completely unaware my daughter was being violated in her own bed. Detective Price was typing rapidly. Do you still have this video? Can you show us? Maya pulled out her phone and opened an app. She turned the screen toward them. I watched the detectives' faces change as they viewed whatever was displayed. Detective Foster muttered something under his breath. Detective Price's jaw tightened. Mrs. Brenner, I need to see your daughter's phone. She handed it over and the detective scrolled through something, her expression growing darker. There are 37 videos in this folder. All of Maya. All filmed without her knowledge or consent. Mr. Newsome reached for the phone. May I? He watched for several minutes, his face going pale. Then he set the phone down carefully. Detective, my client was acting in self-defense. These videos constitute stalking, harassment, criminal trespass, and potentially conspiracy to commit sexual assault based on those comments. Maya had a reasonable fear for her safety. This changes everything. Detective Price looked skeptical. Self-defense requires imminent threat. These boys weren't actively attacking her this morning. She sought them out. Maya's voice cut through the debate. I sought them out because they texted me at 6 a.m. saying they were coming back tonight. They said the video was just a preview. They described exactly what they were going to do to me. In detail. With timestamps. They were planning to assault me tonight and film it. Show us the texts, Detective Foster said. Maya opened her messages. I watched over the detective's shoulder as he read. The messages were explicit and threatening. Graphic descriptions of sexual violence. Photos of our house from different angles. A timeline showing they'd been surveilling our home for weeks. The final message at 5:47 a.m. said, Tonight, your mom works late on Fridays. We know you'll be alone. My daughter had woken up to text promising she'd be raped and filmed doing it. She'd known I'd be at work and no one would help her because no one had helped her for 2 years. So she'd done what she thought was necessary to protect herself. She'd climbed out her window, gone to school, and eliminated the threat in the only way she knew how. It wasn't legal. It might not even be justified under self-defense law, but I understood why she'd done it. Detective Price took the phone and photographed the messages. This is evidence of criminal conspiracy. We'll need to bring these boys in for questioning once they're medically cleared. But Maya, you still chose to attack them rather than come to us with this information. Why didn't you call 911? Maya's laugh was hollow. I called 911 7 months ago when they cornered me behind the grocery store. The operator told me to call back if they actually touched me. They didn't touch me that night. They just surrounded me for 20 minutes describing what they wanted to do, taking pictures, posting them in real time to their followers. When I finally got away and called back, the operator said unless they'd committed assault, there was nothing police could do. So no, detective. I didn't call 911 because I've learned that doesn't help. The silence in the room was suffocating. Every adult present had failed this girl. The school had dismissed her reports. The police had told her there was nothing they could do. I told her to toughen up, and she'd been forced to survive alone while being systematically terrorized for entertainment. Mr. Newsom was making extensive notes. Detective, my client is a victim who took action to prevent an imminent crime. Those texts constitute a credible threat. Under Oregon law, she had reasonable belief she was in danger. Detective Foster shook his head. She had options. She could have stayed home with her doors locked. She could have had her mother stay home from work. She could have gone to a friend's house. Instead, she tracked down 5 boys and assaulted them so severely that 2 are critical. That's not self-defense. That's revenge. Maya's voice stayed flat. It wasn't revenge. It was elimination of threat. They told me they were coming tonight. They've been escalating for months. The videos, the stalking, breaking into my house, the texts describing assault. I had evidence they were planning to hurt me. I protected myself the only way I knew would work. But you didn't just defend yourself, Detective Price said carefully. You attacked them with enough force to cause permanent injury. Maya met her eyes. Yes, because I needed them to understand they couldn't hurt me anymore. I needed them afraid of me instead of me being afraid of them. I needed everyone who watched those videos and laughed at my panic attacks to see that I'm not weak. I'm not a victim. I'm someone who fights back. The psychology behind her statement was clear. Maya had been dehumanized and turned into entertainment for 2 years. She'd lost all sense of safety and control. The attack this morning was her reclaiming power in the most primal way possible. It might be understandable from a trauma perspective, but it was still legally assault. Mr. Newsom knew it. The detectives knew it. And Maya knew it too, based on the resignation in her eyes. We're going to need statements from the 5 boys about the harassment and stalking, Mr. Newsom said. If their stories corroborate Maya's account, we can build a defense based on extended duress and reasonable fear. Detective Price nodded slowly. We'll interview them once they're able to speak. But Mrs. Brenner, you need to understand that regardless of provocation, Maya used excessive force. The DA is not going to let this go. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Detective Foster closed his notepad. Maya is being charged with 5 counts of aggravated assault. Given her age and lack of criminal history, she'll likely be released to your custody with monitoring requirements. But she cannot return to that school. She cannot have any contact with the victims or their families. And she needs to surrender her passport if she has one. Victims. They were calling those boys victims when they'd spent 2 years victimizing my daughter, when they'd broken into our home and filmed her sleeping, when they'd planned to assault her. But legally, they were victims because Maya had hurt them first. The injustice of it was staggering. Mr. Newsom stood. I'll file motions for bail and begin building our defense. Mrs. Brenner, I need you to gather every piece of evidence you have. Phone records, therapy notes, school emails, anything that documents the harassment. We left the police station 3 hours later. Maya was released into my custody with an ankle monitor and strict orders not to leave our property except for approved appointments. The media was waiting outside. Cameras and microphones thrust in our faces. Questions shouted over each other. Is it true your daughter put 5 boys in critical condition? Was this gang-related? Does she have a history of violence? I shielded Maya and pushed through to our car. She climbed in and stared straight ahead while I drove home in silence. The house felt different knowing those boys had been inside, knowing they'd violated Maya's most private space. I checked every lock twice and wedged chairs under the door handles. Maya went straight to her room without speaking. I stood outside her door trying to think of something to say that would help. Nothing came. I'd already said too much wrong over the past 2 years. What could I possibly say now that would matter? My phone started ringing. My sister Diane, then my mother, then Maya's school counselor, then reporters who'd somehow gotten my number. I turned off my phone and sat in the kitchen drinking coffee that had gone cold hours ago. The local news played on the laptop. They'd gotten security footage somehow, showing it in slow motion with expert commentary. A self-defense instructor explained that Maya's techniques showed advanced training. A psychologist speculated about antisocial personality disorder. A former prosecutor said Maya would likely serve time as an adult given the severity of injuries. None of them mentioned the harassment, the stalking, the videos, the rape threats. Maya was being portrayed as a dangerous, unstable girl who'd attacked innocent boys without provocation. The boys were being described as honor students and star athletes. One of them, Austin Vance, was being recruited by Division I schools for football. Another, Cameron Webb, had a full scholarship to Oregon State. Their futures were being destroyed by this violent girl who couldn't control her emotions. That was the narrative taking shape. I opened Maya's laptop to look for the evidence Mr. Newsom needed. Her email was already open. I knew I shouldn't snoop, but we needed documentation. The first folder I found was labeled Evidence and contained hundreds of files. Screenshots of social media posts, downloads of videos, transcripts of comments, police reports she'd filed, school incident forms, therapy notes. Maya had been systematically documenting everything for over a year. I opened the video folder and immediately wished I hadn't. 37 videos of my daughter. Maya having a panic attack in the school bathroom. Maya crying at her locker. Maya hyperventilating during class. Maya walking home while being followed and taunted. Maya working her shift at the bookstore while someone filmed her from outside, zooming in on her chest and legs. The comments under each video were vile. Thousands of people participating in the degradation of my child. One video was dated 3 days ago. I clicked it despite knowing I shouldn't. The footage showed Maya's bedroom at night, filmed from outside her window. Someone had climbed onto our porch roof and recorded her sleeping for 11 minutes. The camera work was steady, deliberate. This wasn't accidental or impulsive. This was calculated stalking. The comments were explicit threats and fantasies about assault. Over 3,000 people had watched my daughter sleep and left comments describing what they wanted to do to her unconscious body. I vomited in the kitchen sink. When I could breathe again, I kept reading through the files. Maya had reported the initial harassment to Vice Principal Lambert 18 months ago. His response email said, "Boys will be boys, and maybe Maya should try being more social instead of isolating herself." She'd reported it again to Principal Dawson 6 months later with video evidence. His response said the incidents happened off school property and weren't the school's jurisdiction. She'd filed a formal complaint with the school district. They'd responded that without witnesses willing to provide statements, they couldn't take action. Maya had gone to the police 3 separate times. Officer Kent's incident reports showed he'd taken her information, but classified each report as cyberbullying, no criminal activity. The last report was from 3 months ago, when Maya provided video evidence of being followed home. Officer Kent's notes said, "Subject appears anxious and paranoid. Recommend mental health evaluation." He'd dismissed her legitimate stalking complaint as mental illness. I'd failed her. But so had every system meant to protect children. The school had prioritized reputation over safety. The police had minimized her fear. Her therapist had focused on anxiety management without addressing the cause. And I'd been so focused on work and bills that I'd missed the signs that my daughter was being hunted. Because that's what this was. Those 5 boys had treated Maya like prey. They'd tracked her movements, invaded her privacy, documented her suffering, and planned to assault her. And when she'd finally fought back, she was the criminal. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I almost didn't open it, but something made me check. The message contained a link to a private social media group. I clicked it and found a page called The Maya Project, with over 8,000 members. The description said, documenting the mental breakdown of a psycho girl. The page was filled with videos and photos of Maya posted by multiple accounts, timestamps going back nearly 2 years. A systematic campaign to terrorize one girl, crowdsourced to thousands of participants. The page had a new post from this morning. Security footage of Maya fighting the 5 boys with a caption that said, "The psycho finally snapped. Told you she was dangerous." Comments celebrated the violence. People were taking credit for pushing her to this point. Someone had started a betting pool on how long her prison sentence would be. Another person suggested they should visit her in prison and continue documenting her suffering. These people saw Maya as entertainment. Her trauma was content. Her breakdown was engagement metrics. I screenshot everything and sent it to Mr. Newsom with shaking hands. Then I went to Maya's door and knocked softly. She didn't answer, but I heard movement inside. "Maya, honey, I need to talk to you. Can I come in?" Silence. Then the lock clicked. I opened the door slowly. Maya was sitting on her bed, knees pulled to her chest, staring at the window where those boys had filmed her. I sat beside her carefully, leaving space between us. "I found the videos," I said quietly. "I found everything. The social media page, the police reports, the school emails. Maya, I'm so sorry. I should have listened. I should have believed you. You tried to tell me and I dismissed you. You tried to get help and everyone failed you, including me, especially me." Maya didn't respond, but tears started running down her face silently. I reached for her hand, and this time she didn't pull away. Her hand was small and cold in mine, knuckles still split from this morning's violence. "Did I kill them?" she whispered. "Are they going to die?" "I don't know," I admitted. 2 of them are in serious condition. "But Maya, even if they survive, you need to understand the consequences you're facing. You could go to prison. For years. They're trying to charge you as an adult." Maya nodded slowly. "I know. But Mom, they were going to rape me tonight. They described it in detail. They had a plan. They knew when you'd be at work. They knew I'd be alone. What was I supposed to do? You were supposed to trust that adults would protect you. But we didn't. We let you down completely. So you protected yourself the only way you thought would work. I understand why you did it, baby. I just wish I'd understood sooner. Wish I'd listened when you first told me. Wish I'd been the mother you needed instead of the one who was too busy to notice her daughter was being hunted. We sat together while darkness fell outside. Neither of us had eaten all day, but food seemed impossible. The house phone rang constantly, reporters leaving messages. My cell phone vibrated with texts from neighbors, coworkers, people from church, everyone wanting details or offering opinions or distancing themselves from our family's scandal. Maya's story was already viral. Psycho teen attacks football players was trending on 3 different platforms. None of the stories mentioned the harassment or threats. She was just a violent girl who'd attacked innocent boys. The news the next morning was worse. Cameron Webb's parents had hired a PR firm. They'd organized a press conference portraying their son as a victim of random violence. Mrs. Webb cried on camera talking about her son's shattered jaw and uncertain future. Mr. Webb demanded Maya be tried as an adult and given the maximum sentence. Their attorney announced plans to sue our family for medical costs and emotional damages. The other parents quickly followed suit. By noon, we were facing 5 separate lawsuits totaling over $3 million. Mr. Newsom called that afternoon. Mrs. Brenner, we need to talk strategy. The DA is pushing for adult charges. They're arguing premeditation based on Maya leaving home while suspended to specifically target these boys. The security footage shows she approached them directly, which undermines self-defense claims. Our best option might be pleading guilty to lesser charges in exchange for juvenile sentencing. What about all the evidence of harassment? The stalking? The threats? Mr. Newsom sighed. It helps establish motive and might generate sympathy, but legally it doesn't justify the level of force Maya used. She broke bones, caused internal bleeding, potentially permanent disability. The courts generally don't allow self-defense claims for preventing future crimes. She needed an imminent threat, and texts from hours earlier might not qualify. They broke into our house and filmed her sleeping. They threatened to rape her. How is that not imminent? Because she had time to call police, leave the area, or take other protective measures. By choosing to confront them instead, she became the aggressor. I know it seems unfair given what they did to her, but that's how the law works. Our best chance is convincing the DA that trying a traumatized 16-year-old girl as an adult would be a PR nightmare once the full harassment story comes out. So we're negotiating with the same office that ignored her complaints for 2 years? Mr. Newsom's pause told me everything. Yes. Assistant DA Morrison handled several of the incident reports that went nowhere. She's aware of the optics. That might work in our favor or against us depending on whether she wants to cover up the department's failures or distance herself from them. Either way, Maya is looking at juvenile detention at minimum, probably until she's 21. 5 years. My daughter would spend 5 years locked up because she'd protected herself from boys who'd terrorized her with no consequences. The injustice was suffocating. What about the boys? Are they being charged with anything? Mr. Newsom hesitated. That's complicated. The stalking and harassment happened over time, and proving individual responsibility is difficult. The DA could charge them with criminal mischief for the window filming, maybe trespassing. But compared to the injuries Maya inflicted, they're unlikely to face significant consequences. Some community service, probably. Maybe probation. I felt rage building in my chest, hot and bitter. So they spend 2 years torturing my daughter, document every second of it, plan to assault her, and they get community service? While she faces 5 years in detention? That's justice? Mr. Newsom's voice was gentle but firm. That's the legal system, Mrs. Brenner. I don't make the rules. I just try to work within them to get the best outcome for my clients. Right now, the best outcome is keeping Maya out of adult prison. Everything else is secondary. The preliminary hearing was scheduled for the following week. In the meantime, Maya remained under house arrest with the ankle monitor. She couldn't go back to school, couldn't leave our property, couldn't see her few friends. She spent days in her room while I worked from home, taking leave from the hospital to be present. We existed in a strange limbo, waiting for legal proceedings that would determine her future. On the 3rd day, Detective Price called. Mrs. Brenner, I need you to come to the station. We've made some discoveries that complicate the case. I left Maya with my sister Diane and drove downtown. Detective Price met me in the lobby and led me to a conference room where Detective Foster and a woman I didn't recognize were waiting. This is FBI agent Nina Carlisle. She's been investigating an online exploitation ring. Your daughter's case intersects with her investigation. Agent Carlisle opened a laptop and turned it toward me. Mrs. Brenner, the social media page targeting Maya is connected to a larger network we've been tracking. The group has thousands of members who coordinate harassment campaigns against vulnerable teenagers. They target kids with mental health issues, film them during breakdowns, and monetize the content. Several subjects of their campaigns have attempted suicide. 2 succeeded. The room tilted. Maya had been part of an organized criminal enterprise. Not just random bullying, but systematic exploitation. Agent Carlisle continued. The 5 boys who were injured are administrators of multiple harassment pages. They've targeted 17 different teenagers across Oregon and Washington over the past 3 years. They sell premium content, uncensored videos, and private information to paying subscribers. We've identified over 40,000 transactions. They were making money from torturing children. Agent Carlisle nodded. Significant money. Austin Vance cleared nearly $60,000 last year from this operation. The others made between $20,000 and $40,000 each. They treated harassment as a business model. Maya was their most profitable subject because her reactions were particularly severe. Her panic attacks generated the most engagement. I thought I might be sick. Those boys had turned my daughter's mental illness into a revenue stream. They'd stalked her, filmed her, terrorized her, all while profiting from her suffering. And when she'd reported them, no one had believed her because they looked like all-American kids. Honor students, athletes, boys with bright futures who couldn't possibly be running a criminal enterprise from their cell phones. Detective Price leaned forward. This changes Maya's case significantly. We're bringing federal charges against all 5 boys for conspiracy, wire fraud, and sexual exploitation of minors. Several of their videos featured girls under 18 in compromising situations. That's production and distribution of child pornography. They're looking at federal prison time regardless of their injuries. What about Maya? Agent Carlisle's expression was carefully neutral. Her situation is complicated. She committed assault regardless of provocation. But the U.S. Attorney's Office is willing to recommend juvenile sentencing and reduce charges in exchange for her cooperation in the federal case. She can provide victim testimony that strengthens our prosecution. So she testifies against them and gets a lighter sentence? Essentially, yes. But Mrs. Brenner, you need to understand what cooperation means. Maya will have to detail everything they did to her. In court. On the record. It will be public. Reporters will cover it. Those videos will be entered as evidence. Your daughter's trauma will be dissected by defense attorneys and consumed by the public. It will be brutal. More brutal than 5 years in detention? Agent Carlisle met my eyes. Different kind of brutal. But potentially, yes, it could be worse psychologically. Maya will have to relive her victimization repeatedly through interviews, depositions, and trial testimony. She'll be cross-examined by lawyers trying to discredit her. The defense will argue she's mentally unstable and her testimony is unreliable. They'll use her anxiety diagnosis against her. I understood what she was saying. Maya could trade physical incarceration for psychological torture. She could be free but publicly destroyed, or she could refuse to cooperate and face adult prosecution for assault. Neither option was good. Both would damage her permanently, but at least cooperation offered a chance at some form of justice for what had been done to her. I need to talk to Maya, I said. She needs to make this decision herself. We drove home in silence. Diane had made dinner that nobody ate. Maya sat at the kitchen table picking at pasta while I explained the FBI's offer. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she looked at me with eyes that seemed decades older than 16. If I testify, do those videos get taken down? Agent Carlisle said they'd be removed from public platforms as part of the criminal case. Maya nodded slowly. And the other kids they targeted? Do they get justice too? That's the goal. The FBI is building cases against the entire network. Your testimony could help protect other victims. Maya pushed her plate away. Then I'll do it. I don't care if it's hard. I don't care if people know what happened to me. Those boys need to face consequences for what they've done. Not just to me, but to everyone. The federal case moved faster than I expected. Within 2 weeks, all 5 boys had been arrested on federal charges. Their homes were searched, computers and phones seized. The evidence was overwhelming. Agent Carlisle's team found extensive records of their operation. Spreadsheets tracking revenue, customer databases, communication logs coordinating harassment. They'd treated stalking like a business with strategies, metrics, and profit margins. The local news coverage shifted dramatically once federal charges were announced. Suddenly, reporters were investigating how these boys had operated for years without detection. The school district faced scrutiny for dismissing harassment reports. Police Chief Donovan had to answer questions about why Officer Kent had classified stalking as mental health issues. The narrative began changing from violent girl attacks innocent boys to exploitation ring targeted vulnerable teens. Maya's assault charges were reduced to reckless endangerment as part of the cooperation agreement. She pled guilty and received 18 months in juvenile detention with possibility of early release for good behavior. It was still prison, still time stolen from her teenage years, but it was better than 5 years as an adult. The judge acknowledged the provocation and trauma, but said Maya's violence couldn't be excused even with context. The boys faced federal trial 6 months later. Maya testified for 3 days, describing in clinical detail how they'd stalked her, filmed her, profited from her suffering. She explained how she'd reported them repeatedly and been dismissed, how she'd tried to protect herself through official channels but been told she was paranoid or oversensitive, how she'd finally fought back when they'd threatened to rape her and no authority would intervene. The defense attorneys tried to destroy her on cross-examination. They brought up her anxiety diagnosis, suggesting her perception was distorted by mental illness. They questioned why she'd gone to school instead of staying home if she was truly afraid. They implied she'd wanted an excuse to hurt these boys who'd rejected her romantically. Maya remained calm through all of it, answering each question with the same flat affect she'd shown in Principal Dawson's office. The jury saw through the defense's tactics. The evidence was too overwhelming. Thousands of videos, financial records proving profit motive, testimony from other victims who'd been targeted. Chat logs planning the assault on Maya. The boys were convicted on all federal counts. Austin Vance got 12 years. Cameron Webb got 10. The others got between 7 and 9 years each. They'd served time in federal prison, their futures destroyed just as they'd tried to destroy Maya's. The civil lawsuits against our family were dismissed once the criminal convictions came down. The boys' parents couldn't sue for injuries their son sustained while committing federal crimes. We were financially devastated by legal fees, but at least not bankrupt from damages. The school district settled with Maya for undisclosed terms, admitting no wrongdoing but paying enough to cover her therapy and education costs going forward. Maya served 11 months before being released on good behavior. She'd completed her GED inside and started college courses online. When she came home, she was different. Quieter somehow, but also more solid. The fragile, anxious girl had been replaced by someone harder, someone who'd survived things that would have broken most people. Her anxiety remained, but she'd learned to function with it rather than being paralyzed by it. She started speaking at schools and conferences about cyberbullying and online exploitation. She worked with Agent Carlisle's team to identify other victims and dismantle harassment networks. The girl who couldn't order food without panicking now stood in front of hundreds of people sharing her story. She'd transformed her trauma into purpose, her victimization into advocacy. 3 years after the fight that changed everything, Maya stood on stage at a state education conference explaining how schools could better protect vulnerable students. She described the warning signs educators missed, the systems that failed her, the reforms that could prevent other children from being hunted the way she'd been. She spoke without notes, her voice steady, her message clear. Believing children when they ask for help might save their lives. In the audience, I watched my daughter command attention and respect in a way teenage Maya never could have imagined, and realized she'd become exactly the kind of strong person I'd once foolishly told her to be, just not in any way either of us expected. Thanks for watching till the end. Make sure to subscribe and like to not miss the next story.
My daughter's teacher kept humiliating her in front of the class. I taught her a lesson she'll never forget. My daughter Lily had always loved school until she got Mrs. Thornton for 2nd grade. The first week seemed fine. Lily came home excited about her new classroom pet turtle and the reading corner with bean bags. She'd spend hours at night practicing her spelling words and drawing pictures for her teacher. I thought we'd gotten lucky with such an enthusiastic start to the year. Then the red cards started. Mrs. Thornton had this system where kids got green cards for good behavior, yellow for warnings, and red for being in trouble. Lily got her first red card for asking to use the bathroom during math time. She'd raised her hand and waited, but Mrs. Thornton said she should have gone at recess. Lily wet herself a little trying to hold it and had to wear lost and found clothes the rest of the day. When I emailed Mrs. Thornton about it, she said children need to learn time management. The next week, Lily got a red card for helping another student with their worksheet. Mrs. Thornton said it was cheating, even though Lily was just showing the kid where to write their name. Then another red card for standing up to sharpen her pencil without permission. Another for sneezing too loud during reading time. By October, Lily was getting red cards almost daily for the most ridiculous things while other kids did the same stuff without consequence. But the real problem started with the public punishments. Mrs. Thornton would make Lily stand in front of the class and explain why she got a red card. A 7-year-old having to stand there while 20 kids stared at her, trying to explain why drinking water without permission was wrong. Lily started having stomach aches every morning and begging not to go to school. I scheduled a meeting with Mrs. Thornton, who told me Lily was too sensitive and needed to toughen up. She actually said maybe if I disciplined better at home, Lily wouldn't act out at school. I asked what acting out meant, and she listed things like humming quietly while working and wiggling in her seat. Normal 7-year-old stuff. I tried going to the principal, but Mrs. Thornton had been there 15 years, and he said she had her own methods that worked. The worst day was when Lily got a red card for crying. She'd skinned her knee at recess and was trying not to cry, but tears were rolling down her face. Mrs. Thornton made her stand up and tell the class that crying was for babies, and 2nd graders were big kids. The whole class laughed while my daughter stood there with a bloody knee trying to apologize for having feelings. That night, Lily asked me if she was a bad kid. She said Mrs. Thornton told the class she gave out more red cards to Lily than anyone else this year. I decided Mrs. Thornton needed to understand what real consequences looked like. First, I started volunteering in the classroom every week. Mrs. Thornton couldn't say no because the school encouraged parent involvement. I'd sit in the back taking notes on everything. Not obviously just jotting things down in a little notebook with a smile. Mrs. Thornton would ask what I was writing, and I'd say just remembering funny things the kids said. But she'd see me write whenever she gave Lily a red card. It made her nervous. Then I befriended all the other room moms. We had coffee, talked about our kids, and I'd casually mention how stressed Lily was about all the red cards. They started sharing their own concerns about Mrs. Thornton's strictness. Soon everyone was comparing notes about unfair punishments. The mom gossip network activated, and suddenly everyone was watching Mrs. Thornton's every move. I also started sending the most cheerfully aggressive emails. Every red card got a response asking for detailed clarification about the classroom rules. If humming was disruptive, What about tapping? If standing without permission was wrong, what if a child dropped something? I'd CC the principal on every third email, just to keep everyone informed about classroom management. Mrs. Thornton had to spend hours responding to my concerns. The turning point was the winter concert. I volunteered to help coordinate and got myself in charge of the parent seating chart. I made sure Mrs. Thornton's biggest critics were sitting right behind her. During the show, I arranged for Lily to do a special introduction thanking all the teachers, except mysteriously forgetting Mrs. Thornton. When people asked why, I'd whisper about the red card situation. By intermission, every parent was side-eyeing Mrs. Thornton. Then came the class Valentine's party. I volunteered to bring supplies and showed up with everything in red. Red plates, red cups, red napkins, red decorations. I kept saying how much Lily loved the color red now thanks to seeing it so much this year. The other parents caught on and started making jokes about Lily's red card collection. Mrs. Thornton's face matched the decorations. The masterpiece was during Teacher Appreciation Week. I organized the class gift and suggested everyone write notes about what their kids learned this year. I helped Lily write hers, which said, "Thank you for teaching me that. Even when I try my best, it's not good enough, and that some people just won't like me no matter what." I made sure that card was right on top when Mrs. Thornton opened the gift in front of all the parents. The room went dead silent. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. Mrs. Thornton's face turned bright red as she read the first few words of Lily's card out loud, her voice confident at first, but trailing off when she realized what she was saying. She shuffled it quickly to the bottom of the pile and tried to move on to the next card, but Michelle leaned forward with this sweet smile. She asked if we could pass the notes around, so everyone could read all the wonderful things the kids wrote. Mrs. Thornton's hands actually shook a little as she handed the stack to the parent next to her. I watched the cards make their way around the circle while Mrs. Thornton stood there frozen, her smile looking more like a grimace. Parents started reading, and their expressions changed from pleasant to confused to horrified. One mom covered her mouth with her hand. Another one glanced at Mrs. Thornton with raised eyebrows and then looked at me. The room got really quiet except for the sound of cards being passed around. Mrs. Thornton tried to laugh it off and said something about how kids have such interesting perspectives, but nobody laughed with her. The party wrapped up fast after that, with parents suddenly remembering they had places to be. Michelle caught up with me in the parking lot while I was buckling Lily into her car seat. She touched my arm and her voice was quiet but urgent. She told me her daughter Emma had been getting red cards for stuff that made no sense, like organizing her crayons during free time or asking to get a tissue. Michelle said she thought Emma was just having trouble adjusting to second grade and maybe being too sensitive. But after reading Lily's card and thinking about all the stories Emma had been telling her, she realized it wasn't Emma's fault at all. We stood there between our cars while the other parents drove past, and Michelle asked if we could meet for coffee tomorrow to talk about what was really happening in that classroom. I gave her my number, and we agreed to meet at the Starbucks near school at 9 in the morning. The next day I got there first and ordered my usual latte. Michelle showed up right at 9, but she had another woman with her. Michelle introduced her as Aaliyah and explained that she'd mentioned our coffee date to Aaliyah at drop-off that morning. Aaliyah's son was also in Mrs. Thornton's class, and when Michelle mentioned the red cards, Aaliyah practically begged to come along. We grabbed a table in the corner away from other people, and I pulled out my phone to show them photos of some of Lily's red cards. Aaliyah stared at them and then dug through her purse to show us her son's red cards from just this week. One was for breathing too loud during silent reading. Another was for fidgeting with his pencil during a lesson. Michelle pulled up photos on her phone too, and we spread them all out on the table between our coffee cups. The three of us started comparing notes about what our kids had been telling us, and a pattern emerged that made my stomach hurt. Mrs. Thornton had a group of kids she targeted constantly, while other children did the exact same behaviors without consequences. We decided right there that we needed to document everything our children told us about each school day. Aaliyah suggested we create a shared document where we could all add entries with dates and times and specific details about what happened. I left that coffee shop and drove straight to the school to schedule a meeting with the counselor. The secretary tried to tell me the counselor was booked up for weeks, but I said it was urgent regarding my daughter's mental health and I'd wait as long as necessary. The counselor found 10 minutes for me that afternoon. I sat in her tiny office surrounded by motivational posters and told her about Lily's stomach aches every morning and how she'd started having trouble sleeping. The counselor listened and took notes, nodding along like she'd heard this before. When I mentioned Mrs. Thornton's name, the counselor's pen stopped moving and she got this careful look on her face. She said she couldn't discuss other students due to privacy rules, but she'd seen several second graders this year with similar stress symptoms. Then she suggested I might want to talk to other parents to see if they had concerns too. The way she said it made it clear she was telling me something without actually telling me something. I thanked her and left, feeling like I'd just gotten confirmation that this was bigger than just Lily. That That evening, Michelle called me and said she'd told her husband Curtis about everything we discovered at coffee. Curtis was on the school board, and Michelle said he was shocked because Mrs. Thornton had always gotten glowing reviews from the principal. She told me Curtis was going to quietly ask around with the other board members to see what they knew. 2 days later, Michelle texted me that Curtis had found out 3 other board members had received complaints about Mrs. Thornton this year. The principal never forwarded any of those complaints to the board like he was supposed to. Curtis was livid because the board was supposed to be informed about serious parent concerns, especially patterns of complaints about the same teacher. The following Monday, I showed up for my regular volunteer shift in Mrs. Thornton's classroom, but this time I wasn't just helping kids with their worksheets or organizing supplies. I was watching everything. I sat in the back with my notebook and wrote down what I saw with timestamps. At 9:15, Mrs. Thornton gave a red card to a boy named James for tapping his pencil on his desk. At 9:43, she didn't say anything when another kid did the exact same thing for twice as long. At 10:20, she gave Lily a red card for getting up to throw away a tissue without permission. But at 10:35, another girl got up and sharpened her pencil without asking, and Mrs. Thornton just smiled at her. I documented it all. The same 5 kids kept getting red cards while other children did identical behaviors and got praised or ignored. Mrs. Thornton kept glancing back at me while I wrote, and I could see her getting more tense as the morning went on. After class, Mrs. Thornton asked the kids to line up for lunch and then walked over to where I was packing up my stuff. She had her arms crossed and asked why I was really volunteering so much this year. Her voice had this edge to it that wasn't there before. I looked up at her and gave her my sweetest smile. I told her I just loved being involved in Lily's education and seeing how 2nd grade worked. I said it was so interesting to observe different teaching methods and classroom management styles. Mrs. Thornton stared at me for a long moment, and I could see her trying to figure out if I was being genuine or messing with her. She finally just said that was nice and walked away, but her shoulders were tight and she kept looking back at me as she left. I knew she understood that I was watching her now and documenting everything. She was going to have to be more careful when I was in the room. The pressure kept building over the next 2 weeks. Curtis reached out to Principal Holden and mentioned that the school board was asking questions about parent complaints. Suddenly, Holden agreed to meet with me, Michelle, and Aaliyah all together. We sat in his office with our folders of documentation spread across his desk. Holden looked really uncomfortable as we walked him through the pattern we'd discovered. We showed him the red cards with dates and times. We showed him our shared document with dozens of entries from our kids about unfair treatment. We pointed out that the same 5 children were being targeted while others weren't held to the same standards. Holden kept adjusting his tie and saying he was sure there was an explanation. But when Aaliyah asked him what possible explanation there could be for giving a 7-year-old a red card for breathing too loud, he didn't have an answer. He finally promised he would personally observe Mrs. Thornton's classroom to see what was happening. 2 days after that meeting, Lily came home from the school actually smiling. She talked nonstop through dinner about how great her day was and how Mrs. Thornton had been so nice to everyone. She said Mrs. Thornton didn't give out any red cards and even let kids get up for tissues without asking. I felt this sinking feeling in my stomach because I knew exactly what had happened. Mrs. Thornton had known about the principal's observation and put on a performance. She'd been on her best behavior to show Holden that everything was fine. That night, I sent an email to Holden explaining that Mrs. Thornton's behavior changed when she knew she was watched. I asked him to do unannounced observations since the scheduled one hadn't shown him the real classroom environment. I copied Curtis on the email so the school board would know I'd made the request. The following week, Mrs. Thornton retaliated. Lily came home with 3 red cards from a single day, and she was sobbing so hard she could barely get the words out. 1 red card was for her handwriting being too large and taking up too much space on the page. Another was for humming quietly while she colored during art time. The 3rd was for taking too long to line up for recess. I looked at those red cards and felt rage building in my chest. This was deliberate. Mrs. Thornton was punishing Lily because I'd complained to the principal. I grabbed my phone and took photos of the red cards. Then I took photos of Lily's tear-stained face and her red eyes. I sat down at my computer and wrote an email with the subject line "Escalating retaliation against student after parent complaint." I attached all the photos and sent it to Principal Holden, the school counselor, and Curtis. I explained that Mrs. Thornton had given Lily 3 red cards in one day for increasingly absurd reasons, less than a week after I'd asked for unannounced observations. I said this was clear retaliation, and it needed to stop immediately. Then I held Lily while she cried and told her that none of this was her fault, and that I was going to fix it. The next morning, Michelle texted me that she'd run into Mrs. Thornton's sister in the teacher parking lot. Courtney taught 4th grade in the same building, and apparently she'd been waiting to talk to someone about what was happening. Michelle said Courtney looked nervous when she approached her, kept glancing around like she didn't want anyone to see them talking. Courtney told Michelle that her sister had changed over the past 2 years, becoming more rigid and angry about everything. She complained constantly about entitled parents who questioned her methods and problem children who couldn't follow simple rules. Courtney said she'd tried talking to her sister about being more flexible, but Mrs. Thornton insisted that kids today needed stricter boundaries and tougher consequences, or they'd never learn respect. Michelle asked if Courtney had noticed her sister targeting specific students, and Courtney went quiet for a long moment before admitting that yes, she'd seen the pattern. Mrs. Thornton would fixate on certain kids and find fault with everything they did while ignoring the same behaviors in other students. Courtney said she felt guilty for not speaking up sooner, but Mrs. Thornton was her sister, and she didn't want to cause family problems by reporting her. Michelle thanked her for being honest, and Courtney made Michelle promise not to mention where the information came from, because she still had to work in the same building. That afternoon, I made an appointment with Maya Simmons, a child psychologist that the school counselor had quietly recommended. I took Lily in the following week and watched through the observation window as Maya talked with her using dolls and drawing activities. Lily drew a picture of her classroom with herself standing alone in front of the other kids, and when Maya asked her to explain it, Lily said that's where she had to stand when she got in trouble. Maya asked how that made her feel, and Lily said scared and embarrassed because everyone stared at her. She drew another picture of herself with a big red card covering her whole body. After the session, Maya called me into her office and said Lily was showing clear signs of anxiety directly related to the classroom environment. She explained that the public humiliation and unpredictable punishment system had created a fear response in Lily that was affecting her ability to learn and feel safe at the school. Maya wrote a detailed letter documenting everything, including her professional recommendation that Lily be moved to a different classroom immediately for her mental health. She handed me the letter in a sealed envelope and told me to give it directly to the principal, and that she was available to speak with the school if they had questions about her evaluation. I scheduled another meeting with Principal Holden the next day, and brought the psychologist's letter with me. I sat across from his desk and slid the envelope toward him, telling him I was formally requesting an immediate classroom transfer for Lily, based on documented psychological harm. He opened the letter and read it slowly, his expression getting more uncomfortable with each paragraph. When he finished, he set it down and said that moving students mid-year was disruptive to their education and to the classroom dynamics. I leaned forward and reminded him that Curtis had already shared my concerns with the full school board, and they were very interested in hearing how the school planned to address a situation where a second grader needed therapy because of her teacher's behavior. Principal Holden's face went red and he picked up the letter again, reading it more carefully this time. He asked if I'd really go to the school board with this, and I told him I already had copies of everything including Maya's letter, my documentation from classroom observations and statements from other parents. He sat back in his chair and rubbed his temples. 3 days later, Principal Holden called me back to his office and said he'd spoken with Mrs. U. Smith, the other second grade teacher, and she was willing to accept Lily into her classroom. But he needed time to prepare both teachers for the transition and make sure it went smoothly. He said he couldn't do it immediately because there were procedures to follow. I pulled out my phone and opened my calendar, counting out 7 days from that morning. I told him Lily would be in Mrs. Smith's classroom by that date, and if she wasn't, I'd be attending the next school board meeting with my full documentation and Maya's letter. I'd already confirmed the meeting date with Curtis, and knew I could get on the agenda. Principal Holden looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he just nodded and said he'd make it happen. I thanked him for his cooperation and walked out of his office feeling like I could finally breathe properly for the first time in months. That evening, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I answered it and heard Mrs. Thornton's voice, shaky and angry at the same time. She said she'd heard about the transfer request and wanted to talk to me directly about this situation. I stayed quiet and let her talk. She said I was trying to ruin her career over normal classroom management, that she'd been teaching for 15 years and never had problems like this before. Her voice got louder as she talked, saying that if I'd just disciplined Lily better at home, none of this would be happening. I felt my jaw clench but kept my voice calm when I finally responded. I told her that making 7-year-olds stand in front of their classmates and apologize for having feelings wasn't normal, and that giving a child a red card for crying when they had a bloody knee wasn't classroom management. Mrs. Thornton started crying and saying I didn't understand how hard teaching was, how entitled parents had made her job impossible. I said that calling parents entitled when they advocated for their children said everything I needed to know about her teaching philosophy. Then I hung up. My hands were shaking, but I felt good about not letting her manipulate me into feeling guilty. The following Monday morning, I walked Lily to Mrs. Smith's classroom instead of Mrs. Thornton's. Mrs. Smith met us at the door with a warm smile and showed Lily where her new desk was, right next to a girl who immediately started telling Lily about the class guinea pig. I watched Lily's shoulders relax as Mrs. Smith explained the classroom routines in a kind, patient voice. There were no colored cards on the wall, just a chart with everyone's names and stickers for completed work. When I picked Lily up that afternoon, She was actually smiling and talking fast about everything they'd done. She said Mrs. Smith let them get tissues whenever they needed them, and didn't get mad when someone asked a question during instruction time. That night at dinner, Lily ate everything on her plate without complaining about a stomachache. The next day, Mrs. Smith sent me an email saying that Lily was a delightful student who participated actively in class discussions and followed directions beautifully. She said Lily seemed a little nervous at first, but was already making friends and adjusting well to the new classroom environment. 2 days later, Michelle called and asked if I'd meet her and Aaliyah for coffee. When I got there, they both looked exhausted and stressed. Michelle said Emma was still getting red cards almost daily and coming home in tears, and Aaliyah's son had started having nightmares about school. They wanted to know if I'd help them get their children transferred too. I pulled out my folder with copies of all my documentation and walked them through exactly what I'd done. I showed them how to document specific incidents with dates and times, how to request meetings with the principal, and what to say, and how to get their children evaluated by a psychologist if needed. Michelle said Curtis had already told her he'd support them with the school board, and Aaliyah was ready to fight as hard as necessary to protect her son. Within 2 weeks, both Emma and Aaliyah's son were moved to different classrooms. Then another parent I barely knew called me asking for help, and her daughter got transferred too. Principal Holden couldn't pretend anymore that this was just one difficult parent making unreasonable complaints. 3 more students had left Mrs. Thornton's classroom in less than a month, and the pattern was impossible to ignore. Curtis called me one evening and said the school board had scheduled a special session to discuss the situation. The district superintendent was getting involved because multiple families had filed formal complaints, and the board couldn't keep handling it at the school level. He said Francine Guidry was reviewing all the documentation from every family, including my classroom observation notes, the psychologist evaluations, and the email chains with Principal Holden. Curtis told me that Francine had already told Principal Holden that his failure to address the complaints earlier had created a serious problem that now required district-level intervention. The principal had tried to explain that Mrs. Thornton was a veteran teacher with an established track record, but Francine apparently shut that down fast by pointing out that his job was to supervise all his teachers regardless of their tenure. Curtis said the next few weeks were going to get intense, but the district was finally taking this seriously. The following Monday morning, Mrs. Thornton didn't show up to the school. A substitute teacher took over her classroom, and the office sent out a brief email saying Mrs. Thornton was on administrative leave while the district conducted an investigation. I heard from Michelle that the substitute was young and friendly, and the kids in that classroom visibly relaxed the moment she walked in. Parents started reporting that their children were suddenly enjoying school again, that the morning stomach aches and anxiety symptoms were disappearing. One mom told me her daughter had stopped having nightmares about getting in trouble at the school. Another said her son was actually volunteering to answer questions in class again instead of staying silent to avoid attention. The change was immediate and obvious, which made it even clearer how bad things had been with Mrs. Thornton. During the investigation, 2 parents of former students reached out to me through the school parent network. They said their children had been in Mrs. Thornton's class in previous years and had similar experiences with excessive red cards and public humiliation. Both families had complained to Principal Holden at the time, but he'd told them that Mrs. Thornton's methods were effective, and their children needed to toughen up and learn to handle criticism. One parent said her daughter had cried every morning before school that entire year, but they'd been told it was normal adjustment stress. The other parent said their son had developed such severe anxiety that they'd ended up pulling him out for homeschooling the following year. Both families said they'd eventually given up fighting the system and just tried to survive the year, but they wished they'd pushed harder. Now they wanted their experiences documented as part of the investigation to show this wasn't a new problem. I forwarded both families' stories to Francine along with all my documentation, and she added everything to the official investigation file. The district's review process took another 3 weeks while they interviewed more parents, reviewed Mrs. Thornton's personnel file, and consulted with the teachers' union about their options. Francine called me on a Tuesday afternoon and asked if I could come to her office the next day to discuss the outcome. I arrived at the district building and found Francine waiting in a small conference room with a folder thick with paperwork. She told me the district had decided to offer Mrs. Thornton early retirement instead of going through the termination process. I felt my stomach drop because it sounded like Mrs. Thornton was getting away with everything, but Francine quickly explained that they had more than enough evidence to fire her outright. The problem was the teachers' union would fight the termination and drag the process out for at least 2 years, maybe longer. And during that whole time, Mrs. Thornton would either be teaching or collecting full pay while on administrative leave. With the early retirement offer, she'd be gone within 2 weeks and would never be allowed to teach in this district again. She'd also lose the chance to work in any other district in the state, because the early retirement would be noted in her file with the circumstances. Francine said it wasn't perfect justice, but it was the fastest way to make sure Mrs. Thornton never had another classroom of kids to damage. Mrs. Thornton accepted the retirement offer 3 days later. The school board met the following week to address Principal Holden's role in the situation. Curtis called me after the meeting and said it had gotten heated, with several board members demanding answers about why Holden had ignored so many parent complaints over the years. The board voted to formally reprimand him for failing to properly supervise his staff and for not documenting or forwarding serious parent concerns to the district level. Curtis told me quietly that Holden was hanging on by a thread, and one more incident of any kind would cost him his job. The board also voted to implement new policies requiring principals to keep detailed records of all parent complaints and to immediately forward anything involving potential harm to students to the district office. They created a parent liaison position at each school so families would have someone besides the principal to talk to when problems came up. 6 months passed and Lily transformed back into the happy kid she'd been before 2nd grade. Mrs. Smith's classroom became her safe place where she participated in discussions, helped other students, and actually looked forward to the school each morning. She still tensed up sometimes when she made mistakes on assignments and I'd catch her checking my face to see if I was disappointed, but her therapist said those responses would fade with time and positive experiences. I was grateful every single day that I'd fought instead of accepting that 2nd grade would just be a terrible year to survive. Other parents started calling me when they had problems at the school, asking for advice about how to advocate for their kids, and I helped them document concerns and navigate the system that had tried so hard to protect Mrs. Thornton instead of protecting children. My ex from 10 years ago called and said, "I need you to testify that I'm a good mother." I laughed at her. "Get someone else, Rachel. You haven't been a good anything in 10 years. I went to hang up, but she quickly spoke. "It's not what you think. They're trying to take my daughter. Please." I felt bad for maybe 3 seconds. Then I remembered who I was talking to. "Rachel, I'm sorry about your custody case, but no. I'm not lying in court for you." She hung up. An hour later, someone knocked on my door. It was Rachel, and my sister Maya was with her. "We need to talk," Maya said, pushing past me into my apartment. Rachel followed, crying. "Maya, what are you doing here?" "Helping someone who actually needs help," she shot back. They spent the next hour tag-teaming me. Rachel crying about losing her daughter, Maya calling me a heartless monster. Every time I asked why Maya was involved, she changed the subject to me being selfish. Finally, after endless refusals, Rachel looked me dead in the eye. "You're going to testify whether you like it or not." Over the next week, they ambushed me everywhere. I'd be at the gym, and suddenly Maya and Rachel would appear, loudly telling everyone I was happy to let a child go into foster care. Then Rachel escalated. She showed up at my engagement party, with her 7-year-old daughter Ariana, a quiet girl who looked exactly like Rachel, down to the green eyes. My fiancé was giving a toast when Rachel walked Ariana right up to our table. "This is the woman who can save us," she told Ariana, loud enough for everyone to hear. Ariana looked at me with huge eyes. "Are you going to help my mommy?" My fiancé stopped speaking. Everyone stared at Rachel, who had her phone out filming. "Rachel, this isn't fair. What's not fair is letting them take my baby," she said, still filming. The video went viral that night. Woman refuses to save child from foster care at her own engagement party. Maya showed up the next morning with documents. I talked to a lawyer. "You can be subpoenaed as a character witness. The court can compel your testimony." The papers looked official. Court letterhead, case numbers, everything. "Just agree to testify truthfully," Maya said, "or be held in contempt." The next morning, Rachel's entire family showed up. Her mom, dad, even her brother from Florida. They surrounded me in my living room for hours, taking turns guilt-tripping me. The whole time, I kept wondering why Maya cared so much. Why was she so invested in Rachel keeping her kid? Rachel started a social media campaign. Used my full name, my photo, my workplace. She could save my daughter but won't. It got thousands of shares. My boss asked if I needed time off to handle the situation. Rachel texted, "I'll delete everything. Just say you'll testify." I was exhausted. "Fine. I'll come to court. I'll tell the truth about what I know." Her whole face changed. She immediately texted someone. Minutes later, Maya arrived with more documents. "Sign this affidavit about Rachel's parenting. We'll submit it to the court." I read it. It was full of lies about Rachel being an amazing mother, how I'd witnessed her devotion for years. "I can't sign this. It's perjury." "Then at least come to court," Maya begged. "Just be there. Your presence alone might help." I agreed, just to end the harassment. The court date arrived. I sat in the gallery as Rachel's ex-husband testified about her neglect, her drinking, her leaving Ariana alone for hours. Then Rachel's lawyer called me as a witness. I hadn't agreed to this. On the stand, her lawyer asked, "How long have you known Rachel?" 10 years, but we haven't been close. "And in that time, have you ever seen her harm her daughter?" "I've barely seen her with her daughter." "Just answer yes or no." "No, but..." No further questions. I was furious. But then Rachel's ex-husband's lawyer stood up. "You said you've barely seen Rachel with her daughter. Why?" "Because I've avoided Rachel for years." "Why?" I looked at Maya and Rachel. They were both shaking their heads. "Because she's manipulative and dishonest." The courtroom got quiet. "Can you elaborate?" I told them everything. The ambushes, the harassment, the viral videos. the fake documents, how she'd forced me to testify. Rachel's lawyer objected repeatedly, but the damage was done. During recess, Maya cornered me in the bathroom. How could you? How could you? Why do you care so much about Rachel's custody? Maya went quiet. How long have you been together? I asked. 4 years, she whispered. Is Ariana? We used a donor, Maya said. But I'm on the birth certificate too. If Rachel loses custody, I lose Ariana. I stared at my sister. You've been hiding this for 4 years? Rachel didn't want anyone to know, especially not you. Why? That's when Rachel walked in, pale. Because Ariana isn't from a donor, she said quietly. Everything stopped. Your ex-boyfriend, Tom. Remember when you brought him to Christmas 9 years ago? Something happened. Ariana is his. I looked at my sister, who'd known for 4 years. At Rachel, who'd hidden this for 7. You had a baby with my boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. You'd been broken up for 2 months. And you never told me? Either of you? He doesn't know either, Rachel added. But if the court finds out Ariana's biological father was never notified, I'll definitely lose custody. That's when the bailiff knocked. Court's resuming. I walked back to the stand with information that could destroy everything. The judge asked if I had anything to add to my testimony. I looked at Maddox sitting up there in his black robe, then at Rachel who had gone totally white, then at Maya whose eyes were begging me not to say anything. My mouth felt dry and my hands were shaking a little because I knew that whatever came out next would wreck somebody's life. Tom didn't know he had a kid. Ariana didn't know her real dad existed. Rachel would lose everything if the court found out she hid the biological father. And Maya would lose the little girl she'd been raising for 4 years. All of it was sitting on my shoulders right now, and I could feel the weight pressing down on me like something physical. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out at first. Judge Maddox was staring at me waiting for an answer, and the whole courtroom had gone quiet. Rachel's lawyer looked nervous, like he could tell something bad was coming. The ex-husband's lawyer was leaning forward in her seat looking eager. I took a breath that felt too big for my lungs. I cleared my throat and said I needed to talk to both lawyers privately before I kept going. Maddox's eyebrows went up and he looked annoyed, but he banged his gavel and called a recess. A bailiff led me and the 2 lawyers down a hallway into this tiny conference room with a table and 4 chairs. The door closed and suddenly it was just me, Gregory Penn, who was Rachel's lawyer, and Natalia Wilcox, who represented the ex-husband. They both stared at me waiting. Gregory looked worried already, like he knew I was about to drop a bomb on his case. Natalia looked curious and a little excited, like she smelled blood in the water. I told them everything. About Tom being my ex-boyfriend 9 years ago. About Rachel sleeping with him after we broke up. About Ariana being his biological daughter, and him never knowing she existed. About Maya being Rachel's secret partner for 4 years, and how she was on the birth certificate even though she wasn't the biological parent. About how Rachel admitted all of this to me in the bathroom 20 minutes ago because she was scared I'd tell the court. The words came out fast and I watched their faces change as I talked. Natalia's eyes got bright and she sat up straighter because she knew this information could win her whole case right now. Gregory looked like someone had punched him in the stomach and all the color drained out of his face. Gregory asked if I was totally sure about the paternity thing. I told him Rachel said it herself in the bathroom with Maya standing right there. He put his head in his hands for a second, then explained that if Tom was never told about Ariana, the entire custody setup could get thrown out. The court might put Ariana in temporary foster care while they tracked down Tom and did DNA tests and figured out who should actually have custody. It could take months. Ariana could end up with strangers during all that legal mess. His voice got quiet when he said that last part, like he was thinking about what it would do to a 7-year-old kid. Natalia jumped in and said Holden deserved to know the truth. She said Rachel's whole pattern of lying and hiding things proved she wasn't fit to be a parent. She started talking about fraud and deception and how the court needed to know about this material fact. I sat there feeling sick because I had information that could help Rachel's ex get custody, but it would hurt Ariana in the process. Ariana who didn't do anything wrong. Ariana who already looked scared and confused sitting in that courtroom. I'd come here planning to tell the truth and wreck Rachel's case, but now I was thinking about a little girl getting taken away from both her parents and put with foster people she didn't know. We went back into the courtroom after about 15 minutes. Everyone was staring at us trying to figure out what happened in that room. I walked up to the witness stand and asked Judge Maddox if I could make a statement instead of answering more questions. He looked at me for a long second, then said yes. I could see Rachel at her table gripping the edge, so hard her knuckles were bone white. Maya was in the gallery behind her looking like she might throw up. The ex-husband Holden was watching me with this intense look like he was trying to read my mind. I told the court I'd been thinking about my earlier testimony. I said I'd been angry when I talked about Rachel's character, and maybe that anger made me say things that weren't totally fair. I said I didn't feel comfortable judging whether Rachel was a good mom or not, because I hadn't actually been around her and Ariana much in recent years. It was technically true even though I was leaving out the huge part about Tom. I saw relief wash over Rachel's face and she put her hand over her mouth. Gregory looked like he couldn't believe I was helping his case after everything. Natalia was giving me this hard stare like she knew I was hiding something. Court ended for the day around 4:30. I walked out through the big doors into the lobby and Maya was waiting for me. She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward a corner away from other people. She asked what I told the lawyers in that private room. Her voice was shaking and her eyes were red like she'd been crying. I told her I didn't say anything about Tom being Ariana's dad. She looked so relieved she actually hugged me, which was weird because we hadn't hugged in years. Then I pulled back and said she and Rachel owed me real explanations for hiding their relationship and lying to my face for 4 years. Maya nodded and said they'd tell me everything. But right now she just needed to get Ariana home because the kid was upset from being in court all day. I walked out to the parking lot and saw Jimena's car waiting by the curb. I got in and she looked at me and immediately knew something major had happened beyond just the regular courtroom stuff. She asked if I was okay, and I said not really. On the drive home, I explained everything. About Maya and Rachel being together for 4 years. About Ariana being Tom's biological daughter. About how Tom had no idea he had a kid. About the impossible choice I'd just made in that conference room to protect a child whose mother I couldn't stand. Jimena listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she reached over and squeezed my hand. She said it sounded like I'd made the only choice that put Ariana first, even though it meant letting Rachel off the hook. Jimena asked if I was going to tell Tom. I realized I hadn't thought past today. Tom had a right to know he had a daughter, but telling him would start this whole custody nightmare that could hurt Ariana way more than help her. He lived in another state now. He had his own life and probably his own family. What would it do to Ariana to have this stranger show up claiming to be her real dad? What would it do to Tom to find out he'd missed 7 years of his daughter's life? I didn't have answers to any of that. I just sat there watching the city go by outside the car window, thinking about how one secret could wreck so many lives at once. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd learned. Back in my apartment that night, I opened my laptop and started searching for information about custody cases and paternity. The screen glowed in the dark room while Jimena slept in the bedroom. I typed in different combinations of words like biological father custody rights and unknown paternity legal cases. The results made my stomach hurt. Page after page showed families torn apart by paternity revelations. Kids shuttled between multiple homes while lawyers fought for years. One case took 5 years to resolve, and the child ended up in therapy for anxiety. Another showed a father who'd missed 8 years of his daughter's life suing everyone involved for hiding the truth. The legal stuff was complicated, but the pattern was clear. Telling Tom about Ariana would start a nightmare that could hurt her way more than help her. Courts had to notify biological fathers. That meant investigations and DNA tests and temporary custody arrangements while everything got sorted out. Ariana could end up in foster care during the whole mess. I found a case from 3 years ago where a 7-year-old girl got placed with strangers for 6 months while 3 adults fought over custody. The girl's therapist testified that the trauma caused problems that would last for years. I closed the laptop around 2 in the morning. My eyes burned from staring at the screen, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Ariana's face at the engagement party asking if I would help her mommy. I kept thinking about Tom, too. He had a right to know he had a daughter. But what about Ariana's right to not have her whole life destroyed by adult mistakes? Someone knocked on my door at 7:15 the next morning. I'd barely slept and stumbled to answer it in my pajamas. Maya stood there holding 2 coffee cups and looking like she hadn't slept either. Her eyes were red and puffy. She held out one of the cups without saying anything. I took it and stepped back to let her inside. We sat on my couch in silence for a minute. She kept opening her mouth like she wanted to talk, then closing it again. Finally, she set down her coffee and turned to face me. She said she was sorry. Not the fake sorry from before, but actual sorry. Her voice cracked when she said she'd been scared to tell me about Rachel for 4 years. She knew I would hate it and probably hate her too. The relationship started at some work event where they both ended up drunk and talking. Rachel was funny and sweet that night. Different from the Rachel I knew. Things moved fast, and before Maya knew it, they were together, and Rachel was talking about keeping their relationship secret. Maya said she should have told me right away, but Rachel convinced her it would cause problems. Then weeks turned into months, and months turned into years, and the secret got too big to tell. She started crying while she talked. Real tears, not the manipulative kind Rachel used. She said she missed me. Missed having a sister who actually talked to her. Missed family dinners where we didn't have to pretend or hide things. She said the worst part was watching me plan my engagement party, and knowing Rachel was going to ruin it, but feeling trapped because Ariana needed help. I asked when she found out Tom was Ariana's real father. Maya's face went pale. She said Rachel told her about 2 years into their relationship. They were fighting about something else, and Rachel just blurted it out. She said she'd slept with my ex-boyfriend right after we broke up and got pregnant. Maya was shocked, but Rachel started crying and saying if anyone found out the truth, Ariana would get taken away during a paternity investigation. Rachel made it sound like telling anyone would guarantee Ariana ended up in foster care. So Maya kept quiet. She said she felt sick keeping that secret from me, but she loved Ariana by then. Ariana called her Aunt Maya and ran to her when she got home from the school. Maya couldn't imagine losing that. She said she tried to convince Rachel to tell Tom the truth, but Rachel always had excuses. He was too far away, or too angry, or too whatever. The real reason was Rachel wanted total control. We talked for 3 hours straight. Maya explained how the relationship started with Rachel being charming and attentive. Then slowly, Rachel got more controlling, checking Maya's phone and getting upset if she made plans without asking first, telling Maya what to wear and who to hang out with. Maya said she started to see the same manipulative patterns Rachel used on everyone else, but leaving felt impossible because of Ariana. I started understanding that Maya was another person Rachel had trapped. My sister made bad choices by hiding everything from me, but Rachel had manipulated her into thinking those were the only choices. Maya said Rachel got worse during the custody battle with Holden. Every day brought new panic about losing Ariana. Rachel would wake up in the middle of the night crying about foster care. She'd make Maya promise over and over not to tell anyone about their relationship because she was convinced it would hurt the custody case. The harassment campaign against me was Rachel's idea, and Maya went along with it because Rachel said it was the only way to save Ariana. Maya looked exhausted telling me all this. She said she'd been thinking about leaving Rachel for months, but felt stuck. She loved Ariana and couldn't stand the idea of this little girl losing another person from her life. The custody battle made everything more intense and brought out the worst in Rachel. All the manipulation and desperation and control came out in ways that scared Maya. I told Maya I needed time to process everything, but I didn't want to lose my sister forever over Rachel's lies. That got her crying again. We sat there on my couch both exhausted and sad. I said we should try therapy together, work through the betrayal and the lies and figure out how to rebuild some kind of trust. It wouldn't be easy and things might never be the same as before, but Maya was still my sister. She agreed immediately and hugged me tight. It felt weird hugging her after everything, but also kind of right. Like maybe we could find our way back to each other eventually. 2 days later, my phone rang with Rachel's number. I stared at it for a long time before answering. She asked if we could meet in person to talk. Just the two of us without lawyers or courts or anyone else. I told Jimena about the call and she said it was a terrible idea. Rachel would just manipulate me more. But I was curious what Rachel wanted to say now that everything was out in the open. I agreed to meet at a coffee shop downtown with one condition. I would record our whole conversation on my phone. Rachel said okay. The coffee shop was busy when I got there the next afternoon. Rachel sat at a corner table looking smaller than usual. She'd pulled her hair back in a ponytail and wasn't wearing makeup. She looked tired and sad and almost human for once. I sat down across from her and put my phone on the table between us with the record button clearly visible. Rachel stared at the phone, then nodded. She said she wanted to apologize for the engagement party. It was desperate and wrong, and she knew it hurt me and Jimena. She'd been so scared of losing Ariana that she stopped thinking clearly. She made terrible choices and dragged me into her mess when I'd done nothing wrong. I waited for the twist or the manipulation, but she just sat there looking miserable. She said Holden had way more money than her and kept dragging out the custody battle with expensive lawyers and motions. Every court date cost her thousands of dollars she didn't have. She was terrified that having more money would win him custody even though she loved Ariana and took care of her. She said she knew she wasn't perfect, but she was trying. I asked why she never told Tom about Ariana. Rachel's whole face changed. She looked down at her coffee and said she was scared of Tom back then, that what happened between them wasn't totally her choice. Her voice got quiet, and she said he'd been drinking, and so had she, but she didn't really want to. This completely changed everything I thought I knew. If Tom had done something to Rachel without her real consent, then keeping Ariana from him made sense. I told Rachel if that was true, she needed to report it and get documentation, get a therapist or a lawyer to put it on record. She couldn't just say something like that and not back it up. Rachel started backtracking immediately. She said it was more complicated than that. They'd both been really drunk at some party. She'd been upset about me and Tom breaking up and wanted to feel better. She might have started things, but she didn't remember clearly. Tom didn't force her exactly, but she felt weird about it after. She never told him about Ariana because she was ashamed and didn't want him in her life. Her story kept changing with every sentence. First it wasn't consensual, then it was complicated, then it was about shame. I realized I couldn't trust a single word coming out of her mouth. Rachel had spent so many years lying and manipulating that she probably didn't even know what the truth was anymore. I left the coffee shop without saying goodbye. Rachel probably didn't even know what the truth was anymore. I texted Rachel the next day and told her I wouldn't say anything about Tom in court. She called me immediately, but I let it go to voicemail. Then she texted back asking if we could meet one more time, and I almost said no. But I needed to make some things clear, so I agreed to meet at a park near my apartment. Rachel showed up looking nervous and tried to hug me when she arrived. I stepped back before she could touch me. She looked hurt, but I didn't care. I told her protecting Ariana didn't mean protecting her from what she'd done. She needed to understand that all her lying and manipulation was exactly why she was in this mess. Rachel started crying and said she knew she'd made mistakes. I cut her off and said they weren't mistakes. They were choices. She chose to sleep with Tom and hide it. She chose to keep Ariana from her father for 7 years. She chose to drag me into court and harass me at my engagement party. Every single thing that happened was because she kept choosing herself over everyone else. Rachel wiped her eyes and asked if I'd ever forgive her. I told her I didn't know and I didn't care right now. The only thing that mattered was Ariana not getting hurt worse than she already had been. Rachel nodded and said she understood. Then she asked about Maya and whether I was going to forgive my sister. I said that was between me and Maya and none of her business. Rachel looked like she wanted to argue but didn't. We sat there in silence for a few minutes before I got up and left. The next custody hearing happened a week later. I didn't get called to testify this time, which was a relief. I sat in the back and watched Judge Maddox review some papers while both lawyers shuffled documents. Rachel sat at her table looking pale and scared. Her ex-husband Holden sat at the other table looking calm and confident. The judge cleared his throat and announced he was appointing someone called a guardian ad litem to investigate what was best for Ariana. The woman's name was Anastasia Medina, and she would be interviewing everyone involved in the case. Rachel's lawyer tried to object, but Judge Maddox shut him down fast. The judge said this case had too many questions and contradictions, and he needed an independent evaluation before making any custody decisions. The hearing ended after about 20 minutes and everyone filed out. Maya caught my eye from across the courtroom, but I looked away. Anastasia called me 3 days later. She had a professional voice and explained she was investigating Ariana's situation as part of the custody case. She wanted to meet with me privately since I'd testified already. I agreed even though I felt sick about it. We met at her office, which was in a building downtown. Anastasia was maybe 40 with sharp eyes and a way of looking at you that made you feel like she could see right through any lies. She asked me about how I knew Rachel and I explained our history. Then she asked about the engagement party and the harassment campaign. I described everything Rachel had done to force me to testify. Anastasia took notes the whole time and asked specific questions about dates and details. Then she asked about Maya's relationship with Rachel. I hesitated and said they were together. Anastasia nodded like she already knew and asked how long. I said 4 years as far as I knew. She asked if Maya had legal parental rights to Ariana, and I said I didn't think so. Anastasia made more notes, and I could feel her building some kind of picture in her head. Then Anastasia looked up from her notepad and asked directly if there was any information about Ariana's parentage that the court should know. My stomach dropped, and I felt my face get hot. I told her that was something Rachel needed to address, not me. Anastasia watched me for a long moment and then wrote something down. She said she appreciated my time and would be in touch if she had more questions. I left her office feeling like I'd just failed some kind of test. The way she looked at me made it clear she knew I was hiding something. I got in my car and sat there for 10 minutes trying to calm down before driving home. Maya called me that night crying so hard I could barely understand her. She said Anastasia had interviewed her that afternoon and asked all kinds of questions about her relationship with Rachel. Anastasia wanted to know when they got together and whether Maya had any legal connection to Ariana. Then she started asking about family secrets and whether there was anything about Ariana's background that the court didn't know. Maya said she didn't tell Anastasia about Tom, but she could tell Anastasia suspected something. Maya was terrified she'd lose Ariana if Rachel lost custody since she had no legal rights at all. I tried to calm her down, but I didn't know what to say. Maya kept asking if I'd told Anastasia anything, and I said no. Then she asked what I thought was going to happen, and I said I had no idea. We stayed on the phone for almost an hour while Maya cried and panicked. Eventually, she said she had to go and hung up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Tom for the first time in years. We'd dated for about 8 months when I was 24, and it ended badly. He'd wanted to get serious, and I wasn't ready, so I broke it off. I wondered what kind of person he was now and whether he'd even want to know about Ariana. I grabbed my laptop and found his social media after searching for a few minutes. His profile was public, and I scrolled through photos of him with a wife and 2 little kids. They lived somewhere in Ohio based on the location tags. His life looked stable and happy. There were pictures of birthday parties and family vacations and normal everyday stuff. I stared at a photo of Tom holding his daughter who looked maybe 4 years old. He had no idea he had another daughter 3 states away who looked just like him. I closed my laptop feeling worse than before. Jimena noticed I was distracted the next few days. She finally asked what was wrong while we were making dinner. I told her I'd been thinking about Tom and whether he deserved to know about Ariana. Jimena stopped chopping vegetables and looked at me. She said of course he deserved to know. I said it wasn't that simple because telling him could make everything worse for Ariana. Jimena put down the knife and said Tom had a fundamental right to know he had a child. I argued that Ariana's safety mattered more than Tom's rights. Jimena said they both mattered and I couldn't just decide to keep a man from knowing about his own daughter. We went back and forth, getting louder and more frustrated. Jimena said I was making excuses because I didn't want to deal with the fallout. I said she didn't understand how complicated the custody situation was. She said that was exactly the point. It was complicated because Rachel had lied for 7 years, and I was helping her keep lying. I told her I wasn't helping Rachel. I was protecting Ariana. Jimena shook her head and said protecting Ariana meant giving her a chance to know her real father. We barely spoke the rest of the night. I couldn't stop thinking about what Jimena said. 2 days later, I looked up family law attorneys and made an appointment for a consultation. The lawyer's name was something I can't remember now, and her office was small but professional. I explained the whole situation without using names. I asked if I had any legal duty to tell Tom about Ariana. The attorney said no. I had no legal obligation to reveal paternity information that I'd learned privately. But then she said if Tom ever found out later that people knew and didn't tell him, he could potentially sue for custody and might have grounds to argue his parental rights were violated. She explained it would be a complicated case, but Tom would definitely have legal standing once paternity was established. I asked what would happen if Tom pursued custody now. The attorney said it would reopen the whole custody case and get very messy very fast. the attorney pulled out a legal pad and started drawing a diagram. She explained that if Tom came forward claiming paternity, the court would order DNA testing first. During that process, which could take weeks, Ariana's custody situation would be in limbo. Then if the test confirmed Tom was the father, the court would have to sort out custody between 3 potential parents instead of 2. Rachel and Holden's existing custody arrangement would be thrown out. The attorney said in cases like this, kids sometimes end up in temporary foster care while everything gets sorted out because the court can't leave them with parents whose custody is being challenged. She looked at me seriously and said this exact scenario was probably what Rachel had been trying to avoid. I felt sick. Everything I'd been trying to prevent by keeping quiet could still happen if Tom found out later. There was no way to protect Ariana from this completely. I left the attorney's office feeling more confused than when I went in. Maya called me that night asking if we could talk, and I agreed to meet her for coffee the next morning. She showed up looking tired, with dark circles under her eyes that told me she hadn't been sleeping either. We sat across from each other at a small table near the window, and for the first few minutes neither of us said anything. Finally, Maya took a breath and told me she'd found a therapist who specialized in family conflict and asked if I'd go with her. I almost said no automatically, but something in her face stopped me. She looked desperate and sad in a way I'd never seen before, and I realized she was actually trying to fix things instead of just defending Rachel. I told her yes, and we scheduled the first session for Thursday afternoon. The therapist's office was in a converted house with soft lighting and comfortable chairs that were supposed to make you feel relaxed. The therapist herself was younger than I expected, maybe in her early 40s, with short dark hair and glasses. She introduced herself and asked us to explain why we were there. Maya started talking first, her voice shaky as she described our relationship before all this happened. She talked about how close we used to be, how we told each other everything, how I was the first person she came out to when she was 19. Then she got to Rachel and her voice changed, became defensive and smaller at the same time. She explained about keeping the relationship secret, about being scared of my reaction, about getting deeper into it before she could figure out how to tell me. The therapist listened without interrupting, taking notes on a yellow pad. When Maya finished, the therapist turned to me and asked what I wanted to say. I told her about the 4 years of lies, about watching Maya at family dinners and holidays knowing she was hiding something this huge from me. I told her about the engagement party ambush and the courthouse bathroom revelation, and finding out Ariana was Tom's daughter. The therapist asked Maya why she thought she needed to hide the relationship, and Maya's answer surprised me. She said Rachel had convinced her I would try to break them up, that I was judgmental and controlling and wouldn't accept their relationship. Maya looked at me with tears in her eyes, and said she knew now that Rachel had been manipulating her, making her afraid of something that probably wouldn't have happened. The therapist asked if that was true, if I would have tried to break them up. I thought about it honestly, and told Maya I would have been upset at first because of my history with Rachel, but I wouldn't have tried to control her life. I would have told her my concerns and then let her make her own choices. Maya started crying for real then, and she told me she felt trapped by her love for Ariana. She said once she got attached to Ariana as a baby, she couldn't imagine leaving even when the relationship with Rachel got bad. The therapist asked what she meant by bad, and Maya described Rachel's controlling behavior, her jealousy, her pattern of lying and manipulation that extended to their relationship too. She said Rachel would threaten to keep Ariana away from her whenever they fought, would use Ariana as leverage to keep Maya in line. The therapist made more notes and asked me how I felt hearing this. I told her I was angry that Maya chose Rachel over me for 4 years, that she came to Christmas dinners and birthday parties and my engagement party lying to my face the whole time. I said it wasn't just about the relationship being secret. It was about Maya picking Rachel's comfort over our relationship again and again. The therapist nodded and asked Maya if she understood why that hurt me so much. Maya said yes, that she could see now how her choices had damaged our trust, and that she didn't know how to fix it. The session ended with the therapist giving us some homework about writing down our feelings and expectations, and we scheduled another appointment for the following week. 3 days after the therapy session, Maya called me sounding stressed. She said Rachel's custody evaluation wasn't going well, and that Holden's lawyer had submitted a huge packet of evidence. I asked what kind of evidence, and Maya described documents showing Rachel's bank account overdrafts, late rent payments, and credit card debt. There were also witness statements from neighbors who'd heard Rachel and Maya fighting loudly late at night, and from Ariana's school teacher who said Ariana sometimes came to the school in dirty clothes or without lunch. Maya sounded defensive as she explained these things, making excuses for each one. The money problems were because Rachel had to pay for a lawyer. The fighting was just normal relationship stress. Ariana's clothes were fine. The teacher was exaggerating, but I could hear the worry in her voice underneath the excuses. She told me Holden had also documented times when Rachel left Ariana alone while she went out, including one incident where a neighbor called the police because 7-year-old Ariana was crying on the front steps at 9 at night. Rachel had told the police she'd only been gone 20 minutes to get medicine from the pharmacy, but the neighbor said it had been over an hour. Maya tried to defend this too, saying Rachel had a migraine and needed medicine urgently, but even she sounded uncertain. I asked Maya if she thought Ariana was safe with Rachel. Really safe. And there was a long silence. Finally, Maya said she thought Ariana was loved, but that Rachel's judgment wasn't always great, especially when she was stressed. I told Maya that love wasn't enough if a kid wasn't being properly taken care of, and Maya got quiet again. The next day, Maya called again, this time about Anastasia interviewing Ariana. The guardian had spent an hour with Ariana at the courthouse in a child-friendly room with toys and books. Maya wasn't allowed to be there, but Rachel told her what happened afterward. Anastasia had asked Ariana about her daily routine, about both households, about how she felt about her mom and dad. According to Rachel, Ariana said she loved both parents and wanted to live with both of them. But then Anastasia asked if Ariana ever felt scared at home, and Ariana had said yes sometimes. When Anastasia asked why, Ariana said she got scared when her mom and Aunt Maya fought because they yelled and sometimes broke things. Rachel tried to downplay this, telling Maya that kids exaggerate and that they'd only had a few bad fights. But Maya admitted to me that the fighting had gotten worse over the past 6 months, that the custody stress was making everything harder. I asked if Ariana had witnessed the fights, and Maya said yes, that Ariana had seen them argue and had even tried to stop them a few times by crying or asking them to stop. My stomach turned thinking about that little girl trying to make the adults in her life stop hurting each other. Maya said Anastasia also asked Ariana about her dad's house, and Ariana said it was quieter there, and she had her own room with a nightlight. She said her dad helped her with homework and made her breakfast every morning. I could hear Maya processing what this meant, that Ariana might actually be better off with Holden even though Maya would lose access to her. 3 weeks after the bathroom revelation, my phone rang with an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Gregory, Rachel's lawyer. He asked if I had a few minutes to talk, and I told him I wasn't interested in being manipulated again. He said he understood my hesitation, but that he wanted to be straight with me about where things stood. I agreed to listen, mostly out of curiosity. Gregory explained that the custody case was not going Rachel's way. Holden's evidence was strong, and Anastasia's preliminary report suggested Ariana needed more stability and structure than Rachel was currently providing. He said the court was leaning toward giving Holden primary custody, with Rachel getting supervised visitation, until she could demonstrate better judgment and financial stability. I asked why he was telling me this, and he said because Rachel needed character witnesses who could speak to her positive qualities and her support system. He wanted to know if I'd be willing to testify again, this time about how I'd chosen to protect Ariana despite my conflict with Rachel. I almost laughed at the audacity of asking me to help Rachel after everything she'd done, but Gregory kept talking, saying that my testimony could show the court that Rachel had people in her life who would hold her accountable and help her make better choices. He said it might not change the outcome completely, but it could affect whether Rachel got supervised or unsupervised visitation and how much time she'd get with Ariana. I told Gregory I needed to think about it, and he said he understood. He gave me his direct number and said to call him within the next few days if I decided to help. After we hung up, I sat staring at my phone trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to let Rachel face the full consequences of her choices without any help from me. She'd manipulated me, harassed me, used her daughter as a weapon, and hidden a massive secret about Tom. But another part of me kept thinking about Ariana, about that little girl who didn't ask for any of this. If I testified and it helped Rachel keep some meaningful time with Ariana, would that be better for Ariana in the long run? Or would it just enable Rachel to keep making bad choices? I called Jimena and explained the situation. She listened quietly and then asked what I thought was actually best for Ariana, separate from my feelings about Rachel. I said honestly, I didn't know. Ariana needed stability and good judgment, which Holden seemed to provide. But she also loved her mom, and completely cutting off that relationship might hurt her too. Jimena pointed out that I wasn't responsible for fixing this situation, that Rachel had created this mess herself. But she also said if I genuinely thought my testimony could help Ariana, then maybe that was worth considering. I thought about it for 2 days before calling Gregory back. I told him I'd testify, but only about the specific choice I'd made to protect Ariana's welfare by not revealing Tom's paternity in court. I wouldn't lie about Rachel's character or pretend we had a good relationship. I wouldn't claim she was a great mother, or that I'd witnessed years of devoted parenting. I would only speak truthfully about the one decision I'd made to prioritize a child's immediate safety over exposing someone's lies. Gregory asked if I could at least speak to Rachel having people who cared about Ariana's welfare in her life, and I said I could say that Maya genuinely loved Ariana, and that I'd seen that love was real. That was true, and it might help show Rachel had some support system. Gregory thanked me and said he'd be in touch about when I'd need to testify. After I hung up, I felt strange about the decision. I still didn't like Rachel, and I didn't trust her. But I kept thinking about Ariana's face at the engagement party, those scared eyes looking at me while adults fought around her. If my testimony could help that kid have a relationship with her mom while also having the stability of her dad's house, maybe that was the right thing to do. Jimena and I went to our couples counseling session that week, and our therapist helped us work through the argument we'd had about Tom. Jimena explained that she felt like I was protecting Rachel by keeping the secret, and that it bothered her to see me compromise my values. I explained that I wasn't protecting Rachel. I was trying to protect Ariana from an even worse situation where she might end up in foster care while 3 adults fought over custody. Our therapist asked Jimena if she could understand my position even if she disagreed with it, and Jimena said yes, that she could see I was trying to do what I thought was best for the child. Then the therapist asked me if I could understand why Jimena felt uncomfortable with the secret keeping, and I said yes, that I knew it looked like I was helping Rachel get away with lying. We talked about how sometimes there aren't perfect answers, how choosing the lesser harm is still a valid choice even when it feels wrong. Jimena reached over and took my hand, and she said she was sorry for calling my judgment into question. She said she trusted me to make the right choices even when they were complicated. I told her I was sorry for getting defensive, and that I understood her concerns about Tom's rights. We agreed that this situation was messy and that we'd probably never feel completely good about any choice we made. But we also agreed that Ariana's immediate welfare had to come first, and that we'd figure out the Tom situation after the custody case was resolved. The following Saturday, I went to the park near my apartment to clear my head. I was sitting on a bench watching people walk their dogs when I heard a familiar voice calling my name. I turned and saw Maya walking toward me with Ariana holding her hand. Ariana recognized me immediately, and her face lit up with a shy smile. She asked if I was still mad at her mommy, and I felt my chest tighten at the question. I knelt down so I was at her eye level and told her that grown-up problems weren't her fault and she shouldn't worry about them. Ariana nodded seriously, and then asked if I wanted to see her do the monkey bars. I said yes, and she ran off toward the playground equipment with Maya following behind her. Maya and I sat on a bench watching Ariana play, and Maya thanked me for being kind to her. I told Maya that Ariana didn't deserve to be caught in the middle of adult drama, and Maya agreed. We watched Ariana swing across the monkey bars, her face focused and determined. As I watched Ariana play, I started noticing things I hadn't seen before. The way she tilted her head to the side when she was thinking about which direction to go. The quick smile that spread across her face when she succeeded at something. The energetic way she moved, always bouncing or running or climbing. Every single one of those mannerisms reminded me of Tom. I remembered how he used to tilt his head exactly that way when he was working through a problem. How his smile would light up his whole face in that same sudden way. How he was always moving, always restless, always needing physical activity. Ariana had his features too, not just Rachel's. The shape of her nose, the way her eyebrows curved, the strong jawline that would probably become more obvious as she got older. I felt the weight of the secret press down on me harder than ever before. This child had a biological father who didn't know she existed, who'd missed 7 years of her life, who might want to know her if he had the chance. But telling him would blow up everything and might hurt Ariana more than help her. I watched Ariana laugh as she slid down the slide, and I wondered if I was making the right choice by keeping quiet. The secret felt heavier every time I saw her, every time I noticed another piece of Tom in her face and movements. I walked to my apartment and sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open. The question about Tom wouldn't leave me alone. I kept thinking about Ariana's face, about how she had his smile and his way of moving. Jimena came home from work and found me staring at a blank screen. She asked what I was doing, and I told her I didn't know what to do about Tom. She sat down next to me and suggested I write him a letter explaining everything, then decide whether to send it. She said sometimes just writing things out helps you figure out what you really think. I started typing. The words came slowly at first, then faster. I wrote about the custody case, about Rachel's lies, about Ariana. I wrote about the park and seeing Tom and Ariana's expressions. I wrote about how he had a daughter he didn't know about, and how she had a father who could have been part of her life. The letter got longer and longer until it was 3 pages of everything I'd been holding inside. When I finished, I read it back and felt something shift in my chest. Writing it all down made me realize I was scared of the chaos this would cause. Rachel would lose custody if the court found out she'd hidden Ariana's biological father. Maya would lose Ariana too, since she had no legal rights. Ariana might end up in foster care during the legal mess. But keeping the secret meant I was helping Rachel lie, and that made me part of the deception. There were no good choices here, only ones that would hurt fewer people. 3 days later, I called the family law attorney I'd consulted before and made another appointment. The attorney's office was in a tall building downtown with windows that looked out over the city. I sat across from her desk and asked what would happen if I told Tom about Ariana now, after custody had already been decided. The attorney leaned back in her chair and explained that it could reopen the entire case. Tom would have legal standing to request paternity testing and custody rights. The court might be angry about the late revelation, and could view it negatively, especially since Rachel had deliberately hidden this information. Ariana could end up in temporary foster care while everything got sorted out between 3 potential parents instead of 2. The attorney asked if I was sure Tom was the biological father, and I said Rachel had admitted it directly. The attorney made notes on her legal pad, and told me this was a complicated situation with no easy answers. She said Tom had rights as a biological parent, but that revealing it now would create massive disruption for Ariana. I left her office feeling even more confused than before. The following Tuesday, Maya and I had our regular therapy session. We'd been going for a few weeks now, trying to rebuild trust after everything that happened. Our therapist was a woman in her 50s who never let us avoid difficult topics. Maya and I sat on opposite ends of the couch in the small office while the therapist asked how things were going. I brought up the Tom situation, and Maya's face went pale. She knew I was still struggling with whether to tell him. Maya admitted she thought Tom should know about Ariana, but she understood why I was hesitant. She said she'd been thinking about it too and felt guilty for keeping the secret all these years. The therapist asked what I was afraid would happen if I told Tom. I listed everything. Rachel losing custody, Maya losing Ariana in foster care, legal chaos. The therapist nodded and said something that stuck with me. She said I wasn't responsible for fixing Rachel's lies. I was only responsible for making choices I could live with. She asked what I could live with, and I didn't have an answer right away. Maya reached over and squeezed my hand. She said whatever I decided, she would support me. That was the first time in months I felt like my sister was actually on my side, instead of Rachel's. I spent the next week thinking about what the therapist said. I looked at Tom's social media again and saw photos of him with his wife and their 2 kids. He looked happy and stable. He had a life that was working. Telling him about Ariana would blow that up too. But he also had a daughter who existed and deserved to know her father. I kept coming back to Ariana. She was 7 years old and had already been through so much with the custody battle. She deserved to know where she came from. She deserved to have her real father in her life if he wanted to be there. I decided I had to tell Tom, but I needed to do it carefully and with support. I opened Facebook and found Tom's profile. I sent him a message that said I needed to discuss something important from our past and asked if he'd be willing to talk. I kept it vague because I couldn't explain everything in a message. I hit send and then sat staring at my phone. He responded 3 hours later saying he was willing to talk and asking what this was about. I told him it was complicated and asked if we could do a video call. He agreed, and we set up a time for that weekend. Saturday afternoon, I sat in my living room with my laptop on the coffee table. Jimena sat next to me for support. The video call started and Tom's face appeared on the screen. He looked older, but still familiar. He had the same eyes and smile I remembered from 9 years ago. He asked what this was about, and I took a deep breath. I told him as gently as I could that something happened after we broke up that he didn't know about. I explained about Rachel and the Christmas party, and how Ariana was born 8 months later. I watched his face change as he processed what I was saying. He asked if I was telling him he had a daughter, and I said yes. He went completely silent for a long moment. Then he asked why Rachel never told him. I explained about the custody battle and how Rachel had been hiding this to avoid losing Ariana. Tom's face went through shock, then anger, then confusion. He asked how old Ariana was, and I told him 7. He did the math in his head and realized he'd missed 7 years of his daughter's life. He asked if he could meet her, and I gave him Anastasia's contact information since she was still monitoring the custody situation as the guardian ad litem. Tom thanked me for telling him even though I could see he was struggling to process everything. After we hung up, I sat there feeling like I'd just set off a bomb. Tom moved fast. Within a week, he'd contacted a lawyer and filed for paternity testing and custody rights. I got a call from Maya saying the court had reopened Ariana's case. Maya was crying and asking why I did this. Rachel called me screaming that I'd destroyed everything. Ariana's teacher called Maya saying Ariana was confused about why there was another court case and why people kept talking about her dad. The whole situation exploded into chaos exactly like I'd feared. Rachel showed up at my apartment and pounded on the door until I let her in. She stood in my living room yelling that I'd ruined her life and Ariana's life. She said Ariana would end up in foster care now because of me. I told Rachel this was her fault for lying for 7 years, not mine for telling the truth. She left crying and I felt sick about the whole thing. Maya sent me a text saying she was scared of losing Ariana and didn't know what to do. I called her and we talked for an hour. I told her I was sorry for the chaos but that Tom deserved to know. Maya said she understood, but that didn't make it easier. Jimena held me that night while I cried about all the pain this was causing, even though I still thought it was the right thing to do. 2 weeks later, we were all back in court. Judge Bailey Maddox looked annoyed when he called the case. He asked why paternity information was only coming out now, months after the initial custody decision. Rachel's lawyer tried to explain, but Maddox cut him off. The judge ordered DNA testing for Tom and Ariana to confirm paternity. He said he wasn't happy about people hiding information from the court, and that there would be consequences for deliberate deception. Rachel sat at her table looking like she might throw up. Tom sat on the other side of the courtroom with his lawyer, looking determined. Maya sat in the gallery watching everything fall apart. The DNA testing happened the following week at a court-approved facility. Tom and Ariana both gave samples and then we waited for results. It took 10 days for the lab to process everything. When the results came back, they confirmed what everyone already knew. Tom was Ariana's biological father with a match rate over 99%. The court scheduled another hearing to address custody, now that there were 3 parents involved instead of 2. Judge Maddox ordered mediation between Rachel, Holden, and Tom to try to work out an arrangement before going back to court. The mediation happened at a neutral office building with a professional mediator. Rachel, Holden, and Tom sat around a conference table while their lawyers sat behind them. Ariana's therapist, Darren Faulkner, was brought in to help navigate how this would affect Ariana and how to handle the expanded family situation. The mediator explained that they needed to work out a custody arrangement that included all 3 parents and put Ariana's needs first. Rachel looked miserable. Holden looked cautious. Tom looked nervous but determined. They spent hours talking about schedules and transitions and how to explain this to Ariana. Darren talked about how children adjust to complex family situations and what Ariana would need for support. The mediator suggested they start with supervised visits between Tom and Ariana so she could get to know him gradually. Everyone agreed that was the best approach. They scheduled the first meeting for the following Saturday at a neutral location with Darren present to help facilitate. The meeting happened at a family center that had a play area and comfortable rooms for visits. Tom arrived early with his wife and their 2 kids. Ariana came with Maya and Rachel. Ariana looked shy and uncertain when she walked in. Tom knelt down to her level and introduced himself gently. He told her he was her biological father and that he'd just found out about her. Ariana stared at him with those green eyes that looked so much like Rachel's, but had his smile underneath. She asked if he was mad at her, and Tom said no. He could never be mad at her. His wife introduced herself, and their kids came over. Ariana's whole face changed when she realized she had half-siblings. She asked their names and ages and if they wanted to play. The kids went off to the play area together while the adults watched. Tom's eyes filled up watching Ariana interact with his other children. She was laughing and climbing on the play structure and being a normal 7-year-old kid. Darren took notes and asked Ariana how she was feeling. Ariana said she was happy to have more family. The visit went better than anyone expected, and they scheduled another one for the following week. Over the next few weeks, the 3 of them worked out a schedule that looked impossible on paper, but somehow functioned in reality. Ariana spent Monday and Tuesday with Rachel, Wednesday and Thursday with Holden, and Friday through Sunday alternating between Tom's house and back to Rachel. The mediator created a color-coded calendar that everyone kept on their phones. Rachel had to text the group chat whenever Ariana arrived or left. Holden did the same. Tom sent photos of Ariana with her half-siblings almost daily. The first month was chaos with missed pickups and confused schedules. Ariana forgot her backpack at Rachel's when she was supposed to be at Holden's. Tom showed up on the wrong day twice. But gradually, everyone fell into a rhythm. Darren met with Ariana every week and reported back to the court that she was handling the transitions better than expected. She liked having 3 different bedrooms and got excited about which house she was going to next. The structure seemed to help her feel secure instead of torn apart. Maya called me on a Tuesday afternoon and asked if we could meet for coffee. She looked different when I arrived, lighter somehow. We sat outside even though it was cold. She told me she'd ended things with Rachel permanently the week before. Not because of the custody situation or the lies, but because she finally realized she'd been in love with being Ariana's parent, more than being Rachel's partner. The relationship had been unhealthy from the start, but Maya had stayed because leaving meant losing Ariana. Now that she had a defined role in Ariana's life as a family friend who Ariana could visit, Maya felt free to walk away from Rachel. She was staying in Ariana's life but on her own terms. Rachel had tried to manipulate her into staying, but Maya held firm for the first time in 4 years. She looked proud of herself when she told me. 2 weeks after that conversation, Tom and his wife invited me to their hotel. They were in town for Ariana's school play and wanted to talk. His wife made a point of thanking me for telling Tom about Ariana, even though it came so late. She said their family felt more complete now. Tom was harder to read. He admitted he was angry about missing Ariana's first 7 years. Her first words, first steps, first day of school. All of it gone because Rachel decided he didn't deserve to know. But he was also grateful to have any time with her going forward. He showed me videos of Ariana playing with his other kids. She fit right into their family like she'd always been there. His wife said Ariana called them on video chat every night she wasn't at their house. Tom asked if I thought Rachel would ever apologize to him, and I told him honestly that I didn't know. Rachel was working on herself, but some things might be too big to apologize for. I ran into Rachel at the grocery store a month later. We both froze in the produce section. She looked tired but less frantic than before. We stood there awkwardly until she asked if we could talk. We ended up sitting in her car in the parking lot. She told me she'd been seeing a therapist twice a week working on her manipulative patterns. The therapist was helping her understand why she always tried to control everything and everyone around her. Rachel said she was learning to take responsibility for her choices instead of blaming circumstances. She admitted that her desperation during the custody battle had hurt everyone, especially Ariana. The viral videos, the ambushes, the fake documents, all of it had been wrong. She said she understood now that Ariana would have been better off if Rachel had just been honest from the start. About Tom, about Maya, about everything. I didn't forgive her, but I appreciated that she was trying. She asked if Maya and I were okay, and I told her we were working on it. Maya and I started meeting for dinner every week. Just the 2 of us without Rachel or anyone else. We talked about the 4 years of lies and how they damaged our relationship. Maya explained that Rachel had made her believe telling me would destroy everything, that I would hate them both and try to take Ariana away. Maya realized now that Rachel had been manipulating her the whole time, using Ariana as leverage to keep Maya quiet and compliant. We set new boundaries about honesty. No more secrets about relationships or major life decisions. Maya promised to introduce me to anyone she dated going forward. I promised to be less judgmental and more open to hearing her out. It wasn't perfect, but it felt like we were building something real for the first time in years. Our therapist said we were making good progress. Darren called me one afternoon to give me an update on Ariana. He said she was thriving with the 3-household arrangement. Her grades were good, she had friends at the school, and she seemed genuinely happy. The structure and consistency of the court-ordered schedule had given her stability she'd never had before. Ariana told Darren she felt lucky to have so many people who loved her. 3 homes, multiple siblings, and several adults all committed to her welfare. Darren said it was unconventional, but it was working. Ariana had stopped asking when the grown-ups would stop fighting and started enjoying her expanded family. He thought the arrangement could work long-term if all 3 parents kept cooperating. Jimena and I decided to redo our engagement party. This time we kept it small, just close friends at our apartment. No drama, no surprise guests, no viral videos. Maya came and spent the first 20 minutes apologizing to Jimena for everything. For the chaos, the lies, the way she'd brought Rachel's manipulation into our lives. Jimena was gracious and told Maya she understood that Rachel had been controlling her too. They talked for a long time about boundaries and honesty. I watched my sister and my fiancé building a relationship based on truth instead of secrets. The party was exactly what we'd wanted the first time. People laughed and ate and celebrated our engagement without any hidden agendas or family drama lurking underneath. 6 weeks after Tom entered Ariana's life, I checked in with everyone to see how the arrangement was holding up. Rachel texted that Ariana had just left for Tom's house and seemed excited to see her half-siblings. Holden sent a photo of Ariana doing homework at his kitchen table. Tom posted a picture of all his kids together at a park. Ariana was in the middle, smiling bigger than I'd ever seen her. The expanded custody arrangement was working smoothly. Ariana had 3 homes, multiple siblings, and several adults committed to her welfare. It was unconventional and complicated, and required constant communication between people who didn't particularly like each other. But it was functional. Ariana was happy and safe and loved. That was what mattered. I thought a lot about my decision to tell Tom. It had caused immediate chaos and reopened Ariana's custody case right when things were settling. But watching Ariana thrive now with 3 families, I knew it had been right. She deserved to know her biological father. Tom deserved to know his daughter. The truth had been messy and painful and had hurt people in the short term. But keeping the secret would have been worse. Ariana would have eventually found out and felt betrayed by everyone who knew. Tom would have discovered the truth someday and lost even more years. Rachel's lies had caused enough damage. Adding my own lies on top wouldn't have helped anyone. The truth was necessary even when it wasn't clean. Maya started dating someone new 3 months after leaving Rachel. She brought her girlfriend to family dinner and introduced her properly to everyone. No secrets this time, no hidden relationships. The girlfriend was kind and asked good questions and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know our family. Maya looked happy in a way I hadn't seen in years, more confident and honest about what she wanted. She'd learned from the Rachel situation that hiding relationships only led to pain. Her new girlfriend knew everything about the custody drama and the 4 years of lies. Maya was being open about her needs and setting boundaries. I could see her making healthier choices. She was becoming the person she should have been all along. Ariana's first school talent show happened 3 weeks after the custody arrangement settled. I got a text from Maya asking if I wanted to come watch Ariana perform, and I said yes without thinking too hard about it. When I arrived at the elementary school gym, I spotted Rachel sitting in the 3rd row with Maya beside her. Tom was there too with his wife and their 2 kids, sitting 1 row behind them. Holden showed up 5 minutes before the show started and took a seat at the end of Rachel's row. They all nodded at each other like co-workers at a meeting. Ariana came out in a sparkly purple dress and sang a song from some kid's movie I didn't recognize. She kept looking into the audience to find her people, and when she spotted all of them sitting near each other, her whole face lit up. After the show, they all went up together to congratulate her. Tom's kids were excited to see their half-sister, and Ariana showed them the ribbon she got for participating. Rachel and Holden managed to have a normal conversation about Ariana's upcoming dentist appointment. Tom's wife took pictures of all the kids together. It was weird watching them function like this, but it was working. Ariana's therapist had told Maya that Ariana felt lucky to have so many families, which seemed impossible given how messy everything had been. But kids adapt better than adults do sometimes. The 3-parent situation was strange and required constant scheduling and communication, but Ariana was thriving with all the attention and stability. A week later, Jimena and I sat down with our wedding planner to finalize details. We'd rescheduled everything after the engagement party disaster, and now we were actually moving forward. I told Jimena I wanted to ask Maya to be in the wedding party, and she supported the decision even though Maya had brought so much chaos into our lives. Our relationship wasn't the same as before, but we were building something new based on honesty, instead of whatever fake closeness we'd had when she was hiding Rachel. Maya cried when I asked her, and we both acknowledged that we had a long way to go, but we were trying. 2 days before our final dress fitting, a package arrived at my apartment. Inside was a drawing from Ariana showing stick figures labeled with everyone's names. There was Rachel and Maya and Holden and Tom and his wife and kids, all holding hands in a line. At the very end of the line was a stick figure labeled "My Friend," with my name underneath. Ariana had drawn hearts around all of us. I put the drawing on my fridge and stared at it while making coffee. Sometimes the messiest situations create the most unexpected forms of love and connection. Ariana had 3 homes and multiple siblings and more adults who cared about her than most kids ever get. It wasn't traditional or simple, but it was real and it was working. I thought about all the lies and manipulation and court battles that had brought us here. None of it had been clean or easy, but Ariana was happy and safe. That mattered more than any of the pain it took to get here. My ex-husband's new wife tried to relocate my son to Portugal without telling me, and now demands I sign over custody. I found out Bianca was planning to take my son Oliver to Portugal when the school secretary called about missing documents. "We need his birth certificate for the student visa application," she said. Mrs. Hutchinson submitted everything except that. I'm Mrs. Hutchinson, have been for 8 years before the divorce and kept the name for Oliver. Bianca is Mrs. Torres Hutchinson for exactly 11 months. What student visa? I asked. That's how I learned my ex-husband Kyle and his new wife had enrolled Oliver in an international school in Lisbon starting September. They'd paid the $15,000 deposit, signed a lease on an apartment, even bought Oliver new uniforms with the school crest. Never mentioned a word to me. Kyle and I divorced 3 years ago after he cheated with his personal trainer. Not Bianca, someone before her. We had 50-50 custody, worked out schedules peacefully, never fought about Oliver. I thought we were doing divorced parenting right. Kyle met Bianca at a wine tasting 10 months after our divorce. She was 26, owned a travel blog, called herself a digital nomad, had 45,000 Instagram followers and no actual job. They married 8 months later in a ceremony Oliver and I weren't invited to. Fine by me. But Bianca immediately started overstepping, called herself Oliver's bonus mom, showed up to parent-teacher conferences, posted photos of Oliver on her travel blog without permission. I kept my mouth shut because Oliver seemed happy. That ended with the Portugal phone call. I drove straight to Kyle's house. Bianca answered wearing designer workout clothes that probably cost more than my mortgage payment. "Oh, you heard," she said, actually smiling. "Isn't it exciting? Oliver's going to experience authentic European culture, not this suburban wasteland." Behind her, I could see boxes labeled Oliver's room, Lisboa. They'd been packing his things. Kyle appeared looking guilty but trying to play confident. "We were going to tell you once everything was finalized," he said. "Bianca got an amazing opportunity to partner with Portuguese tourism boards. It's just for a year." "A year?" I stayed calm even though my hands were shaking. "You're taking my son to another country for a year?" "Our son," Bianca corrected. "And it's hardly another country. Portugal is very civilized. They have excellent schools. Better than here, actually." That's when she pulled out the papers. Custody modification agreements. Already filled out. Just needed my signature. "This makes sense for everyone," she said. "You're always complaining about juggling work and parenting. Now you can focus on your career while we give Oliver proper cultural exposure." I took the papers and left without signing. That night, I called my brother-in-law, Stephen, who happens to be a federal prosecutor. Told him everything. He made one phone call. Turns out attempting to remove a child from the country without both parents' consent is attempted parental kidnapping. The next morning, 2 federal agents showed up at Kyle's office. Not to arrest him, just to ask questions about the Portugal situation. Loud enough for his colleagues to hear. They asked about the apartment lease, the school enrollment, the plane tickets already purchased for next month. Kyle called me screaming an hour later. "You involved the feds? Are you insane?" "You tried to steal my son," I said. "Consider yourself lucky they're just asking questions." But I wasn't done. See, Bianca's travel blog was her whole identity. Those 45,000 followers were everything to her. She made maybe $2,000 a month from sponsorships, but acted like she was running an empire. The Portuguese tourism board deal was her biggest break, worth $50,000 plus expenses. So I called my friend Louise, who works in international tourism marketing. Asked her to look into Bianca's engagement rates. Turns out 30,000 of her followers were purchased bots from click farms. Her actual engagement rate was below 2%. Industry standard for her follower count should be 8% minimum. Louise happened to mention this at an industry conference in Miami. Word got around to the Portuguese tourism board. They pulled Bianca's contract within 48 hours. But the best part came during the emergency custody hearing Stephen helped me file. Bianca showed up in a Portugal soccer jersey thinking it was cute. The judge was not amused. "Mrs. Torres Hutchinson," the judge said, reading from Bianca's submitted statement, "you wrote that the biological mother is holding Oliver back from life-changing experiences. Can you elaborate?" Bianca stood up eagerly. "Oliver deserves more than strip malls and chain restaurants. In Portugal, he'd learn about real culture. Art, history, proper food. Not this American mediocrity his mother's content with." "I see," Judge Robertson said. "And what languages do you speak?" "English and some Spanish from college." "Portuguese?" "I was going to learn with Oliver. Total immersion is the best way." The judge turned to me. "Do you speak Portuguese?" "No," I admitted. "But I'm not trying to move him there either." Judge Robertson looked at Kyle. "Mr. Hutchinson, were you planning to move to Portugal as well?" Kyle shifted nervously. "I was going to visit monthly. My job is here." "So your plan," the judge said slowly, "was to send your 8-year-old son to a foreign country where he doesn't speak the language, With a stepmother he's known for less than a year, while you stay here for work? The courtroom went silent, quiet enough that I could hear my own heartbeat. Alyssa stood up beside me and opened her folder, pulling out a thick stack of papers. She walked them over to the judge and placed them carefully on the bench. Judge Robertson picked up the first page and started reading while Alyssa explained what she was presenting. School volunteer sign-in sheets showing I'd helped in Oliver's classroom every other Wednesday for the past 2 years. Medical appointment records with my signature on every form, every vaccination, every checkup since he was born. Email chains with his teachers about homework struggles and social concerns. Photos of science fair projects we'd built together at our kitchen table. Field trip permission slips. Parent-teacher conference notes in my handwriting. Birthday party invitations I'd organized. Soccer practice schedules I'd coordinated. The judge flipped through page after page, her expression getting more serious with each one. Alyssa pulled out another section showing Bianca's involvement. Exactly 3 parent-teacher conferences in 11 months. 0 medical appointments. No volunteer hours. 1 field trip where she'd posted Instagram photos instead of helping supervise. The contrast sat there on the judge's bench in black and white, impossible to ignore. Judge Robertson picked up another folder and opened it slowly. Oliver's report cards from the past 3 years. Straight A's in reading and math. Teacher comments about his kindness to other students. Awards for perfect attendance. Photos from the school art show where his painting won 2nd place. She spread the papers across her bench and looked at Kyle over the top of her reading glasses. She asked him what specific problems existed with Oliver's current school that required moving him to another country. Kyle opened his mouth, but nothing came out right away. He glanced at Edward Penn, who nodded at him to answer. Kyle said something about better opportunities and exposure to different cultures. The judge waited. Kyle added that the international school had smaller class sizes. Judge Robertson asked if Oliver was struggling in his current classes. Kyle admitted he wasn't. She asked if Oliver had behavior problems or social difficulties. Kyle said no, he was doing great, actually. The judge set down the report cards and folded her hands. She said that disrupting a child who was thriving academically and socially required more than vague ideas about better opportunities. She said that philosophical preferences about European versus American education didn't justify uprooting an 8-year-old from everything he knew. Kyle tried to explain about the cultural benefits again, but his voice got quieter as he talked. Bianca leaned forward like she wanted to interrupt, but Edward Penn put his hand on her arm to stop her. The judge asked Kyle if he'd discussed any concerns about Oliver's education with his teachers. Kyle said no. She asked if he'd researched the Portuguese school's curriculum or teaching methods. Kyle admitted he'd mostly let Bianca handle those details. Judge Robertson looked at the paperwork again and shook her head slightly. She said that making major life decisions for a child required more than letting someone else handle the details. She said it required actual thought about what was best for that specific child, not what sounded exciting or impressive. Edward Penn stood up and cleared his throat. He said that while the Portugal plan might have been poorly communicated, Kyle still had equal rights as a custodial parent. He said that both parents should have input into major decisions about Oliver's education and future. Judge Robertson looked at him and said that was exactly her point. She said equal custody meant both parents had to agree on major decisions. She pulled out our custody agreement and read directly from it. The part about requiring mutual written consent for any relocation beyond 50 miles. The part about both parents participating in decisions about education, medical care, and religious upbringing. She asked Edward Penn if his client had obtained mutual written consent before enrolling Oliver in a Portuguese school. Edward Penn said they'd planned to. The judge said planning to get consent after paying deposits and signing leases wasn't the same as actually getting consent first. Judge Robertson called for a 15-minute recess. The bailiff told everyone to remain seated while she left the courtroom. I stood up on shaky legs, and Alyssa guided me out into the hallway. My hands were still trembling, so I shoved them in my pockets. Alyssa smiled at me for the first time all day. She said this was going better than she'd hoped. She said the judge was clearly bothered by how Kyle and Bianca had acted. Stephen appeared from wherever he'd been sitting in the back. He came over and put his hand on my shoulder. He said Judge Robertson looked disturbed by their whole attitude. He said the way they'd treated parental consent like an annoying formality instead of a legal requirement wasn't sitting well. I asked if that meant I'd keep custody. Alyssa said nothing was guaranteed, but the judge's questions were pointing in the right direction. We stood in the hallway while other people from other cases walked past us. I watched Kyle and Bianca through the courtroom window. They were talking intensely with Edward Penn. Bianca kept gesturing with her hands. Kyle had his head down. The bailiff called us back in after 12 minutes instead of 15. Everyone took their seats and the room went quiet again. Judge Robertson came back in and sat down. She didn't waste time. She said she was ordering an immediate temporary modification to the custody arrangement. She said I would have primary physical custody of Oliver effective immediately. Kyle's face went white. He leaned forward like he might stand up, but Edward Penn grabbed his arm. Bianca actually gasped out loud. Not a quiet gasp either. A shocked sound that made several people turn to look at her. She stared at the judge with her mouth open. Judge Robertson kept reading from her notes. She said Kyle would maintain parenting time but with modifications. She said the existing schedule would continue but with new restrictions. No travel outside our state without my explicit written consent. No changes to Oliver's school or residence without court approval. She said these restrictions would remain in place until a full custody evaluation could be completed. Judge Robertson said she couldn't trust the current arrangement to stay stable. She said the evidence showed Kyle had planned to remove Oliver from the country without proper consent. She said that demonstrated poor judgment and disregard for both the custody order and Oliver's mother's rights. She said the court had to protect Oliver's interests first. She said that meant ensuring he remained in his stable, familiar environment, while professionals evaluated what permanent arrangement would serve him best. Bianca whispered something to Kyle, but the courtroom was quiet enough that I heard her say, "This wasn't fair." The judge looked up sharply. She reminded everyone that this was a legal proceeding, not a negotiation. She said fairness meant following the law and protecting children's well-being. She said adults who made unilateral decisions about children's lives shouldn't be surprised when court stepped in. Judge Robertson said she was appointing May Browning to do the custody evaluation. She said May was a child psychologist with 20 years of experience in family court cases. She said May would interview Oliver, both parents and any other relevant family members. She said May would observe parent-child interactions and review all the evidence. She said the evaluation would take approximately 6 weeks. She set a follow-up hearing for the first week of October. She said at that hearing she would review May's findings and determine what permanent custody modifications were appropriate. She told both attorneys to provide May with all necessary documentation. She told Kyle and me that we were required to cooperate fully with the evaluation process. Then she banged her gavel and said court was adjourned. Bianca stood up fast and started walking toward me. Alyssa moved between us before Bianca got close. Alyssa said firmly that all communication needed to go through attorneys from now on. Bianca stopped and looked confused. She said she just wanted to explain something. Alyssa repeated that all communication goes through attorneys. Bianca looked at Kyle for support, but he was still sitting down, staring at the table in front of him. Edward Penn came over and guided Bianca back toward their side of the courtroom. She kept looking back at me like she couldn't understand what had just happened. Like she'd walked into court expecting everyone to agree with her plans and couldn't process that the judge had shut her down completely. She still didn't get it. Still didn't understand that you can't just take someone's kid to another country because you think you know better. I grabbed my purse and followed Alyssa out of the courtroom. Stephen walked with us down the courthouse steps. The August heat hit me as soon as we got outside. I called my sister from the parking lot and told her I was coming to get Oliver. She said he'd been asking questions all morning. She said she'd told him everything was fine, but he knew something big was happening. I drove to her house going exactly the speed limit even though I wanted to floor it. My hands had stopped shaking, but my whole body felt wound tight. I kept thinking about Oliver's face when I dropped him off that morning, how he'd asked if I was mad at him, how I'd promised this wasn't his fault. My sister opened the door before I could knock. Oliver was sitting on her couch playing with his tablet. He looked up when I came in and his whole face changed. He ran over and I caught him and held him so tight. I told him he was staying with me for a while. He pulled back and asked if he was in trouble. I knelt down so we were eye level and told him none of this was his fault. I told him that grown-ups had to work some things out, but he hadn't done anything wrong. He asked about Dad. I said he'd still see Dad, but things were going to be a little different for a bit. He nodded and asked if he could bring his Legos. I said he could bring whatever he wanted. We drove back to my house and Oliver ran straight to his room to get his favorite Legos. I sat on the couch and stared at my phone. 17 missed calls from Kyle, all within an hour. I didn't listen to the voicemails. Didn't need to. I could picture him pacing his apartment, getting more desperate with each unanswered ring. My phone buzzed with a text. Kyle asking if we could talk, asking to work this out. I forwarded the message to Alyssa like she'd told me to do. Everything goes through the lawyers now. Everything becomes part of the record. Oliver came back downstairs dragging his Lego bin and asking if he could build on the coffee table. I said yes, even though I usually made him use the floor. He dumped out the pieces and started sorting them by color like he always did. I watched him work and felt my chest get tight. Kyle had been ready to pack all this up and ship it to another country. Ready to take Oliver away from his room, his school, his friends, his whole life. The next morning my phone rang while I was making Oliver breakfast. The school principal. She asked if I could come in for a meeting. Kyle had shown up at the school office an hour earlier demanding to check Oliver out. The secretary told him he couldn't without my permission given the new custody order. Kyle got loud, started saying the court had no right to keep him from his son. The principal had to call security to escort him out. She wanted to make sure everyone understood the pickup rules now. I told her I'd be there in an hour. I dropped Oliver at the school and watched him run to his classroom. His teacher waved at me through the window. Normal morning, regular day. Except Kyle had been here earlier trying to take him. I I walked to the main office and the principal was waiting. She had copies of the temporary custody order spread across her desk. I gave her fresh copies anyway. Updated the emergency contact list. Removed Kyle's mom and sister since they'd probably help him if he asked. Added my sister and Steven instead. The principal made notes in Oliver's file. She said the secretary who called me about the visa felt terrible about the whole thing. I told her that call probably saved Oliver from being stuck in another country. The principal nodded and said she'd make sure all the teachers knew about the pickup restrictions. I thanked her and left. 3 days later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Woman's voice. Professional but warm. May Browning. The child psychologist Judge Robertson appointed. She wanted to schedule my evaluation session. She explained her process. Separate interviews with each parent. Watching how we interact with Oliver. Talking to Oliver himself in ways that made sense for an 8-year-old. She said her job was figuring out what worked best for Oliver. Not punishing anyone. Just finding the right arrangement. We scheduled my session for the following Tuesday. She'd come to my house around 4 so she could see me and Oliver together during our normal routine. I spent the next few days trying not to think about it. Trying not to clean my house too much or plan out what we'd do. May said she wanted to see normal, natural, how things actually were. Tuesday came and May showed up right at 4. She was younger than I expected. Maybe 35. Wore jeans and a cardigan. Carried a leather bag instead of a briefcase. She shook my hand and said she appreciated me making time. We sat at my kitchen table and she pulled out a notepad. Asked about my parenting approach, Oliver's daily routines, his friendships at the school, his relationship with Kyle before all this happened, how I'd handled the divorce, how we'd managed co-parenting. I told her the truth, that it had been hard at first, but we'd figured it out, that Kyle and I actually did pretty well sharing custody until Bianca came along, that I'd kept my mouth shut about a lot of Bianca's overstepping because Oliver seemed happy. May wrote everything down, asked about my work schedule, how I handled sick days and school events, what Oliver and I did together. I told her about homework at the kitchen table, movie nights on Fridays, swimming lessons on Saturdays, normal stuff, regular life. Oliver got home from my sister's house around 5 and May watched us together. Watched me help him with his math homework. Watched us make dinner, spaghetti with meatballs, Oliver's favorite. He talked the whole time about his day at the school, about the book they were reading in class, about his friend Joshua who brought in his pet hamster for show and tell. May sat at the counter taking notes while Oliver showed her his room, his artwork taped to the walls, his shelf of books, his collection of rocks from our camping trip last summer. He seemed comfortable with her, not nervous, just excited to show someone his stuff. 2 days later, Kyle had his evaluation session with May. Alyssa texted me the scheduling update. Said Bianca tried to come to the session even though May specifically said it was for Kyle alone. May had to ask Bianca to wait outside. Apparently Bianca didn't take it well. Stood in the hallway making phone calls loud enough for everyone to hear. Alyssa said the whole thing was a bad look for Kyle. Made it obvious Bianca controlled everything. Made it clear Kyle couldn't even do a custody evaluation without her hovering. I heard through mutual friends that things were falling apart between Kyle and Bianca. Bianca was furious about Portugal. Blamed Kyle for not handling me better. Said he should have just taken Oliver without telling me. That I'd have gotten over it eventually. Kyle apparently told a friend he was starting to see Bianca differently. Starting to realize her judgment wasn't great. That maybe rushing into marriage with someone he barely knew hadn't been his smartest move. The friend said Kyle looked exhausted. Said his apartment was a mess. Said Bianca was barely speaking to him except to complain. Steven called on Friday afternoon. The federal inquiry was officially closed. No charges since Kyle hadn't actually taken Oliver out of the country. But the investigation record was still available for family court. Steven said the whole point was making Kyle understand how serious this was. Making him see that attempting to relocate a child without consent wasn't just a co-parenting disagreement. It was a federal crime. The message got through. Kyle hadn't tried to contact me directly since that first night. Hadn't shown up at my house. Hadn't tried anything stupid. Louise called the next day with an update. Word had spread through the tourism industry about Bianca's fake followers. Several brands quietly ended their partnerships with her. Her Instagram following dropped to around 30,000 as she stopped buying bots. Her engagement rates stayed terrible. Real people weren't interested in her content. Without the fake numbers, she was just another travel blogger with mediocre photos and boring captions. Louise said Bianca's career was basically over. No legitimate brand would work with someone who'd been caught buying followers. The Portugal Tourism Board deal had been her shot and she'd blown it. Alyssa called me the following Tuesday to schedule May's interview with Oliver. She explained that May wanted to meet him at a family therapy center that had a playroom designed for kids his age. The appointment was set for Thursday afternoon. I picked Oliver up from the school early and drove him to the center without telling him too much about what to expect. He seemed nervous in the car, asking if he was in trouble. I reassured him that he wasn't, that a nice lady just wanted to talk to him about how things were going. The The center was in a converted house with a bright blue door and a garden out front. Oliver relaxed a little when he saw the playground equipment visible through the windows. May met us in the lobby wearing jeans and a cardigan, looking more like a teacher than a doctor. She introduced herself to Oliver and showed him the playroom filled with toys, art supplies, and games. She told me I could wait in the lobby and that they'd be done in about an hour. I sat in an uncomfortable chair reading the same magazine page over and over while imagining what they were talking about. When Oliver emerged, he looked calm and was carrying a drawing he'd made. May walked him out and told me she'd send her report to Alyssa within 2 weeks. Oliver chattered about the cool toys on the drive home, mentioning that May had asked him about his favorite things to do at my house and at his dad's house. He said she asked if he felt safe and happy in both places. That night, Alyssa called to say May had told her the interview went well, and that Oliver seemed well-adjusted and articulate for his age. The report would include Oliver's perspective on his relationships with both parents and his feelings about the recent changes in his routine. 3 weeks passed with Kyle sticking carefully to his supervised visitation schedule. He picked Oliver up on time, returned him on time, and sent polite text messages about school activities. Bianca was nowhere to be seen during pickups and drop-offs. Then Edward Penn called Alyssa on a Friday afternoon proposing a settlement. Kyle was willing to accept primary physical custody going to me in exchange for generous visitation rights and shared decision-making on major issues like education and medical care. Alyssa said it was clear they wanted to avoid another court hearing where more details about the Portugal plan might come out. She said Edward sounded tired and stressed, like he'd been dealing with difficult clients. Alyssa and I met at her office on Monday to discuss the settlement offer. She spread the proposed terms across her desk and walked me through each section. The offer gave me primary physical custody with Kyle having every other weekend, 1 weeknight dinner each week, alternating holidays, and 4 weeks during summer vacation. They wanted shared decision-making on major issues and reasonable phone contact with Oliver. Alyssa asked what I thought. I said I was inclined to accept if we could add stronger provisions about travel and relocation. I wanted it in writing that Kyle needed my consent for any travel outside our state and any change in Oliver's school or residence. Alyssa nodded and made notes about our counter-proposal. She said we had leverage because Judge Robertson was clearly unhappy with Kyle's judgment, and any trial would probably result in even more restrictive terms for him. We spent an hour crafting our response. Primary physical custody to me with Kyle having every other weekend from Friday evening to Sunday evening, plus Wednesday dinners from 5 to 8. Shared holidays on a rotating schedule. 4 weeks of summer vacation split into 2 two-week periods. The critical part was the travel and relocation clause requiring my written consent for any travel beyond 100 miles from our city, and any change in Oliver's school enrollment or primary residence. We also included a provision that custody arrangements could be reviewed in 2 years if both parents demonstrated sustained cooperation and circumstances changed significantly. Alyssa sent our counter-proposal to Edward Penn that afternoon. He called back 2 hours later, pushing back on the travel restrictions. Alyssa put him on speakerphone so I could hear. Edward argued that the travel clause was too restrictive, and that Kyle should be able to take Oliver on normal vacations without needing permission for every trip. Alyssa's voice turned cold and professional. She reminded Edward that his client had attempted to relocate Oliver to another country without any consent or notification. She pointed out that Judge Robertson had been disturbed enough by Kyle's judgment to order immediate custody modifications and a full evaluation. She said the judge was unlikely to be more lenient than our proposed terms given Kyle's demonstrated poor judgment and Bianca's continued influence over his decisions. Edward went quiet for a moment. Then he said he'd talk to his client and get back to us. The next day passed with no word. Then Thursday morning, Edward called Alyssa to say Kyle agreed to our terms. He sounded exhausted and said his client was worn down by the legal battle and ready to accept a reasonable settlement. The agreement included everything we'd asked for, including the 2-year review provision. Alyssa scheduled a final hearing with Judge Robertson to approve the settlement in 10 days. Meanwhile, May Browning completed her evaluation report. Alyssa obtained a copy even though we didn't technically need it anymore since Kyle had agreed to settle. She called me after reading it to summarize the findings. May's report confirmed that Oliver was strongly bonded with me, thriving in his current school and home environment, and would benefit from stability rather than major disruption. The report noted concerns about Bianca's boundary issues and her tendency to overstep parental authority. May also noted that Kyle appeared susceptible to Bianca's influence in ways that compromised his parental judgment. The report recommended primary physical custody with me and structured visitation for Kyle. Reading those professional conclusions validated everything I'd been fighting for. The final hearing arrived on a Wednesday morning. I wore a navy dress and arrived at the courthouse 30 minutes early. Kyle showed up with Edward looking nervous and tired. Bianca came too, sitting in the back row wearing a subdued outfit without any Portugal references. Judge Robertson reviewed our settlement agreement page by page, asking questions about specific provisions. Then she looked directly at Kyle and asked if he understood that he had violated his son's trust and his co-parents' rights by planning the Portugal move without consent. Kyle stood up and quietly acknowledged his mistakes. His voice was soft, and he looked genuinely sorry in a way I hadn't seen since our divorce. He said he got caught up in an opportunity that seemed exciting without thinking through how it would affect Oliver, or respecting my role as Oliver's mother. Judge Robertson nodded slowly and approved the settlement, but then she added her own warning. She said any future violation of the custody order would result in immediate suspension of Kyle's parenting time and potential contempt charges. She told Kyle that his son deserved better judgment from his father, and that Bianca's ambitions could not supersede Oliver's needs. Her voice was stern but not unkind. Then Judge Robertson did something unexpected. She addressed Bianca directly, even though Bianca wasn't a party to the custody case. The judge said that stepmothers can play important and positive roles in children's lives, but they must respect boundaries and defer to biological parents on major decisions. She said that overstepping those boundaries, as Bianca had done, creates conflict that ultimately harms the child. Bianca's face turned red, and she looked down at her hands. For the first time since this whole thing started, she seemed to grasp that her overreach had created this disaster. I stepped out into the courthouse hallway with Kyle, setting my phone timer for 5 minutes. He looked tired in a way I hadn't seen before, like something inside him had finally broken down. His shoulders slumped forward, and he kept rubbing his face with both hands. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I let Bianca convince me that Portugal was this amazing opportunity for Oliver. I got caught up in her excitement about the tourism deal and the international school. I didn't think about what it would mean for him to be away from you for a year. I didn't think about how it would feel for you to find out the way you did." I crossed my arms and waited. He needed to say more than that. "I know I messed up," Kyle continued. "Not just with the Portugal thing, with everything. I let someone I've known less than a year make decisions about our son. I signed papers and paid deposits without talking to you. I packed his things like he was mine to take wherever I wanted. My timer buzzed, 5 minutes exactly, but I gave him another 30 seconds. I want Oliver to have a good relationship with you," I said. "He needs his dad, but you have to earn back my trust, not with words, with consistent behavior over time. You follow the custody schedule exactly. You communicate respectfully about his activities and needs. You make decisions together with me, not around me." Kyle nodded slowly. "I understand. I'm on probation. Not just legally, but with you. I get it." We walked back to our cars separately. I didn't look back. Over the next few weeks, Kyle stuck to the new custody schedule like his life depended on it. He texted me updates about Oliver's homework and soccer practice. He asked before signing Oliver up for anything. He showed up exactly on time for pickups and drop-offs, not a minute late or early. Bianca was nowhere to be seen. Not at the exchanges, not at the school events, not in the background during video calls. Kyle mentioned once that she was traveling for work, but her Instagram activity had dropped to maybe 1 post per week. The photos looked different too. Less polished, fewer sponsored tags. Her follower count kept shrinking. I checked her profile one night after Oliver went to bed. She was down to 32,000 followers. The comments on her recent posts were mostly bots, or people asking what happened to her Portugal partnership. She'd stopped responding to anyone. Oliver adjusted faster than I expected. The first week after the final custody order, he seemed nervous during transitions between houses. But by week 3, he was back to his normal self. Happy, talkative, excited about his upcoming birthday party. One evening while we were making dinner together, he asked if Dad was okay. "What do you mean?" I stirred the pasta sauce and tried to keep my voice neutral. "He seems sad sometimes," Oliver said. "Like when we're watching TV or playing games. He gets this look on his face like he's thinking about something that makes him unhappy." I turned down the stove and knelt beside him. Grown-ups make mistakes sometimes. When we do, we have to deal with the consequences. That can be hard and it can make us sad. But it doesn't mean anything about you. Your dad loves you very much. Did he make a mistake about Portugal? I chose my words carefully. He made some choices without thinking them through completely. Now he's working on making better choices. That's what matters. Oliver seemed satisfied with that answer. He went back to setting the table while humming a song from the school. 2 months after the final custody order, Louise called me on a Tuesday morning. "I heard something through the industry network," she said, "about Bianca and Kyle." I poured myself more coffee and sat down at the kitchen table. "What?" "They separated. Bianca moved back to her hometown somewhere in Ohio. Kyle got an apartment closer to your neighborhood." I felt a strange mix of emotions. Part of me felt vindicated that their rushed marriage couldn't survive the consequences of their Portugal scheme. Part of me felt genuinely sad that Oliver had to deal with another family disruption so soon after the custody battle. "How long ago?" I asked. "Maybe 3 weeks. Kyle's been keeping it quiet. Apparently Bianca's influencer career never recovered after the Portuguese tourism board dropped her. The other brands started pulling out when they realized her engagement numbers were fake. She was making almost nothing by the end. And Kyle? I think he finally saw who she really was. The Portugal thing wasn't about Oliver's education or cultural opportunities. It was about her trying to rebuild her brand on his back. When that fell apart, so did they. I thanked Louise for the information and hung up. Oliver would need to know eventually, but I'd wait for Kyle to tell him first. Kyle asked to meet for coffee the following week. I agreed, but picked a busy Starbucks near my office during lunch hour. Public place, time limit, easy exit if needed. He was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table with 2 coffees. He'd remembered how I took mine. That was something, at least. "Thanks for meeting me," he said as I sat down. "You said you wanted to talk about co-parenting going forward." Kyle nodded and wrapped both hands around his cup. "Bianca and I separated. I'm sure you heard. Louise mentioned it. I should have told you sooner. I just needed time to figure out how to explain it to Oliver." He paused. Her influence made me lose sight of what mattered. The Portugal plan, the way she talked about you, the way she inserted herself into every part of Oliver's life. I let all of that cloud my judgment as a father. I sipped my coffee and waited. "I'm committed to rebuilding your trust," Kyle continued. "I want to be a better father to Oliver. Even if that means less exciting adventures than Portugal would have been. Even if that means admitting I was wrong and working hard to prove I've changed." "Words are nice," I said, "but they don't mean much without sustained changed behavior. You've been doing well with the custody schedule. Keep doing that. Keep communicating respectfully. Keep putting Oliver first instead of whatever new person enters your life." "I will. We can try monthly co-parent meetings," I offered. "Sit down together, discuss Oliver's progress, coordinate schedules, start fresh with realistic expectations about cooperation. But if you slip back into old patterns, we're done trying." Kyle agreed immediately. We finished our coffees and talked logistics for 20 minutes. It felt almost normal. Almost like the cooperative co-parenting we'd managed before Bianca entered the picture. 3 weeks later, Oliver's teacher sent me an email that made me smile for the first time in months. Oliver was thriving academically. His reading scores had jumped 2 grade levels. His math work showed strong problem-solving skills. He was participating actively in class discussions and had developed close friendships with several classmates. The teacher noted that he seemed more settled and focused than he'd been earlier in the year. I forwarded the email to Kyle with a simple message. "Thought you'd want to see this." He responded within minutes. "This is wonderful. Thank you for sharing. He's doing so well." For the first time since the Portugal disaster, I felt like we might actually figure out this co-parenting thing properly. Thanksgiving arrived faster than I expected. Kyle and I worked out a schedule where Oliver would spend the morning with me and evening with him. The transition happened at Kyle's new apartment, which was only 15 minutes from my house. Oliver was excited about celebrating twice. He helped me make pumpkin pie in the morning. Then we watched the parade together on the couch. When it was time to go to Kyle's, I walked him to the door. Kyle answered, looking nervous but genuine. "Happy Thanksgiving." "You too." Oliver ran inside to see what his dad had cooked. Kyle and I stood in the doorway for an awkward moment. "He did great in his school play last week," I said. Remembered all his lines. "I heard. I'm sorry I missed it. Work conflict, I couldn't move. There will be other plays." "Yeah." Kyle smiled slightly. "There will be." I left feeling something close to hope. Not for us, but for Oliver. For the possibility that his parents could actually be in the same room without tension. That night, after Oliver was asleep in his bed, I opened a dating app for the first time in 3 years. I'd been so focused on avoiding conflict, on keeping peace with Kyle, on not rocking the boat, that I'd forgotten to prioritize my own life and judgment. The Portugal situation taught me that avoiding all conflict isn't the same as doing what's right. Sometimes you have to fight. Sometimes you have to use every resource available. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts even when it means disrupting the false peace you've carefully maintained. I scrolled through a few profiles without much interest. Stephen had joked that any future partners would need to pass his federal prosecutor screening. The thought made me laugh out loud in my quiet living room. I had my family's support. I had Oliver safe and thriving in his room down the hall. I had a custody arrangement that protected his well-being. I had proven to myself that I could fight when it mattered. Everything else could wait. A package arrived at my door 2 weeks later with Kyle's return address. Inside was a workbook from the co-parenting class, pages marked with sticky notes. He'd highlighted sections about putting kids first and managing conflict without making them feel caught in the middle. A handwritten note fell out when I opened it. "Thought you might find this useful too. Some of this hit hard. I'm working on being better." I flipped through the marked pages. One section talked about how parents sometimes make decisions based on what feels exciting or validating to them, instead of what their child actually needs. Kyle had underlined that sentence twice. Another highlighted passage discussed how new partners can influence judgment when parents are eager to prove they've moved on successfully. I texted him a simple thank you. The gesture felt small but real. Not a grand apology or dramatic change, just evidence he was actually trying to understand where things went wrong. 3 months passed in a surprisingly stable rhythm. Oliver thrived with the new routine. His grades improved, and his teacher sent home notes about his increased confidence in class. Then one evening while I was making dinner, he wandered into the kitchen looking thoughtful. He started arranging his toy cars on the counter in careful lines, which he always did when something was on his mind. "Can I ask you something?" I turned down the stove. "Of course. I was wondering if maybe I could video call Bianca sometime. I know she messed up with the whole Portugal thing, and I'm really glad I didn't have to move, but I kind of miss her." My hand froze on the spatula. Of all the things I expected him to say, that wasn't on the list. "You miss her?" "She used to help me with my Spanish homework, and she taught me how to make those Portuguese egg tarts. Remember when we made those?" I did remember. They'd turned out pretty good, actually. "That's very mature of you to say. Can I think about it and talk to your dad first?" Oliver nodded and went back to lining up his cars. I called Kyle that night after Oliver was asleep. He sounded as surprised as I felt. "He asked you the same thing?" "Last weekend. I told him I needed to discuss it with you first." We talked for nearly an hour, working through the logistics. Supervised calls only. Bianca would need to agree to clear boundaries. No undermining the custody arrangement. No posting about Oliver online. No discussions about Portugal or what could have been. Kyle said he'd reach out to Bianca and see if she was willing to follow those rules. Bianca contacted Kyle 3 days later, asking if she could apologize to me directly. I stared at the text Kyle forwarded showing her request. My first instinct was to say no, but I called Alyssa first. "What do you think?" Alyssa was quiet for a moment. "Legally, you don't owe her anything. Personally, if she's genuinely changed and Oliver wants some connection with her, it might help everyone move forward. But keep it brief, and don't agree to anything without running it by me first." I told Kyle I'd do one phone call. 15 minutes maximum. Bianca called the next evening while Oliver was at his friend's house. Her voice sounded different. Smaller somehow. Less confident. "Thank you for taking my call. I know you have every reason to hang up on me." I didn't say anything, just waited. "I need you to know how sorry I am. I got completely caught up in my own plans and excitement. I convinced myself that what I wanted was best for Oliver too. I didn't respect your role as his mother. I didn't even really think about what he needed versus what would make my life more interesting." She took a shaky breath. "The Portugal thing was my dream, not his. I pushed Kyle into it because I wanted this perfect Instagram life with a ready-made family in Europe. I was selfish and wrong, and I'm genuinely sorry." I walked to the window and looked out at Oliver's bike in the driveway. "You tried to take my son to another country. I know. I can't take that back. I can't fix how badly I screwed up. But I want you to know I've spent these months thinking about what I did and why I did it. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wanted you to hear that I understand now how wrong I was." I let the silence stretch for a few seconds. Oliver asked if he could video call you. "He misses you." Bianca made a small sound like she might cry. "He does?" "Yeah," which surprised me too. "But he's a good kid with a big heart. If you want any kind of relationship with him going forward, it has to be on my terms. You support the custody arrangement. You respect boundaries. You never ever try to override my decisions as his mother again." "I will. I promise. I'm so grateful you're even considering this. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because Oliver asked, and because cutting you out completely when he doesn't want that wouldn't be fair to him. But one wrong move and you're done. Understand?" "I understand. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for not completely shutting me out when you have every right to." I ended the call and sat on the couch for a while. Accepting her apology didn't mean forgetting what happened. It just meant I was choosing to let Oliver have a relationship with someone he cared about, within very strict limits that protected him. Oliver's 9th birthday arrived in early March. Kyle and I met 3 times beforehand to plan the party, splitting the guest list, coordinating the trampoline park reservation, and dividing up food responsibilities. The morning of the party, I arrived at the trampoline park with 24 cupcakes and juice boxes, while Kyle pulled up with pizza and plates. We set up the party room together, hanging decorations and arranging tables. Other parents started arriving with their kids. Several divorced parents I knew from the school events watched Kyle and me working together with obvious surprise. One mom pulled me aside while the kids were jumping. "I have to say, you two are handling this divorce thing really well. My ex and I can barely be in the same room." I glanced over at Kyle, who was helping a kid with his jump socks. "It took some work to get here. We had a rough patch." "Well, whatever you're doing, it's working. Your son seems really happy." Oliver bounced over, sweaty and grinning, to show me a trick he learned. Kyle came over too, and we both watched him demonstrate his flip attempt. For a moment, standing there with Kyle cheering on our son, I felt something settle inside me. Not the false peace from before when I avoided all conflict. Something more solid. We'd been through fire and come out the other side with a better understanding of how to actually co-parent, instead of just pretending everything was fine. 2 weeks later, my boss called me into her office. I'd been working on a major project for months, pulling extra hours and taking on additional responsibilities. She smiled as I sat down. I wanted to let you know the promotion came through. You'll be moving to senior manager effective next month with a salary increase. I felt my face break into a huge smile. The extra money meant I could finally replace my aging car and maybe even take Oliver on a real vacation this summer. More than that, it felt like proof that I'd made the right choice. Fighting for Oliver, standing up to Bianca's dismissive attitude about my suburban life, using every resource I had to protect my son. All of it had been worth it. When I picked Oliver up from Kyle's that evening, I mentioned the promotion casually while loading his backpack into my car. Kyle stopped and turned to face me. That's great. Really. Congratulations. You've been working toward that for a long time. His tone was genuine. No trace of the competitive edge that used to creep into his voice when I had professional success during our marriage. Thanks. It'll help with some things I've been putting off. You deserve it. He paused. You're doing a great job with everything. Work, Oliver, all of it. I nodded, not sure what to say to this new version of Kyle who could celebrate my wins without making it about himself. That weekend, Oliver was putting away his laundry when he made one of those casual kid comments that reveals what they're really thinking. Dad's apartment is nice. He got me my own room and everything. I kept folding towels, trying to sound neutral. That's good. But I'm glad my main home is here with you. I like having all my stuff in one place where it stays. Dad's room is more like for visiting. Relief washed through me. Not because I wanted Oliver to prefer one parent over the other, but because he felt secure. He wasn't torn or confused about where he belonged. He had his home base and his visiting place, and that structure made sense to him. I'm glad you feel comfortable here. Yeah. Plus, all my best stuff is here. And you make better pancakes than Dad. I laughed. Don't tell him that. I won't, but it's true. He grabbed his folded clothes and headed to his room, completely unaware that his simple statement had just validated every hard decision I'd made over the past 6 months. Stephen called on a Friday afternoon with an invitation. We're going to the lake house next weekend. You and Oliver should come. The kids would love it and you could use a break. I hadn't been to their lake house in over a year. Are you sure? That's a lot of people. We're sure. Pack some clothes and plan to stay 2 nights. There's fishing, swimming, kayaking. Oliver will have a blast with his cousins. The weekend turned out exactly as Stephen promised. Oliver spent hours on the dock with Stephen teaching him to cast a fishing line. He caught 3 small bass and insisted on taking photos with each one before releasing them back. My sister-in-law made huge breakfasts, and we all ate on the deck overlooking the water. The kids swam until they were exhausted, then roasted marshmallows while the adults talked around the fire pit. Watching Oliver run around with his cousins, completely carefree and happy, I felt grateful all over again for family who showed up when things got hard. Stephen had made one phone call that brought federal agents to Kyle's office. My sister-in-law had taken Oliver for playdates during the worst of the custody battle. They'd supported me without judgment or hesitation. These were the relationships that mattered, the ones that held steady when everything else fell apart. 6 months after the custody battle ended, I was leaving the grocery store when someone called my name. The school secretary stood by her car, looking uncertain. I walked over. Hi. I've been hoping to run into you. I wanted to apologize for that phone call about the visa. I worried I caused a lot of family drama. I set my grocery bags down. You didn't cause anything. You potentially saved Oliver from being taken to another country without my knowledge or consent. I should have thanked you months ago. Her eyes filled with tears. I felt so guilty. I kept thinking maybe I should have just ignored the paperwork issue. Please don't feel guilty. That call gave me a chance to stop something that would have been really traumatic for my son. You did exactly the right thing by following protocol and contacting both parents. She wiped her eyes. How is Oliver doing? He's great. Thriving, actually. The whole situation worked out better than it could have. I'm so glad. I've been worried about him. We talked for a few more minutes before going our separate ways. Driving home, I thought about how many people had played small but crucial roles in protecting Oliver. The secretary who made that call. Stephen, who knew exactly who to contact. Louise, who exposed Bianca's fake followers. Alyssa, who fought hard in court. Even May, whose evaluation backed up what I already knew about what Oliver needed. Kyle and I met at a coffee shop for our 6-month check-in, a scheduled review of how the custody arrangement was working. He ordered his usual black coffee while I got tea. We sat at a corner table with notebooks and calendars spread between us. Summer schedule first? Kyle pulled out his calendar. I've got 2 weeks of vacation saved. I was thinking first 2 weeks of July if that works for you. That works. I'll take him the last week of July and first week of August. My promotion came with extra vacation days. We went through the details methodically. Camp schedules, doctor appointments, back to the school shopping. The conversation stayed focused on Oliver the entire time. No tension, no hidden agendas, no resentment bubbling under the surface. Just 2 parents working out logistics for their kid. He mentioned wanting to try soccer this fall, Kyle said. Yeah, he's been talking about that. The league practices Tuesday and Thursday evenings. I can do Tuesdays. You take Thursdays? That works. Kyle closed his calendar and looked at me directly. This is working. The new arrangement. Better than before, actually. I nodded. We're being more honest now. Before Portugal, we were just avoiding difficult conversations and pretending that meant we were co-parenting well. Yeah, I think I confused keeping the peace with actually doing right by Oliver. We both did. I finished my tea. But we're figuring it out now. That's what matters. We left the coffee shop and walked to our separate cars. The conversation had been productive, focused entirely on Oliver's needs and surprisingly easy. We'd achieved something more valuable than the false peace we maintained before. We'd built a functional co-parenting relationship based on honesty instead of avoidance. A week later, Oliver sat at the kitchen table doing homework when he looked up at me with that serious expression he gets when something's been bothering him. He set down his pencil and asked why he didn't see Bianca anymore. I pulled out the chair next to him and sat down, choosing my words carefully. Sometimes grown-ups make choices that change how relationships work, I told him, but that doesn't mean people stopped caring. Bianca had some things she needed to figure out in her own life, and sometimes that means stepping back from other people for a while. Oliver nodded slowly, processing this, then asked if it was because of the Portugal thing. I admitted that was part of it, that Bianca had made some decisions without thinking them through completely, and now she was working on understanding why that wasn't okay. Kyle called that evening during his scheduled phone time with Oliver, and afterward he asked if he could talk to me for a minute. Oliver handed me the phone and went back to his room. Kyle said Oliver had asked him the same question about Bianca, and he wanted to make sure we were giving consistent answers. I told him what I'd said, and Kyle agreed that was the right approach. He added that he'd told Oliver essentially the same thing, that adults sometimes need space to work on themselves, and that Oliver didn't do anything wrong. The conversation lasted maybe 3 minutes, but it felt significant that we'd handled it together without drama or blame. The summer camp catalog arrived in the mail 2 days later, and Oliver flipped through it excitedly at breakfast. He pointed to a science and nature program that ran for 3 weeks in July, with activities like hiking, stream ecology, and building solar ovens. The cost was reasonable, and the schedule worked perfectly with my job, so I told him we could sign him up if he wanted. Oliver asked if it would mess up Dad's summertime with him, clearly not wanting to cause problems. I texted Kyle that afternoon with the camp dates and asked if we could adjust his summer visitation to work around it. He responded within an hour saying that sounded great, and he'd take Oliver the last 2 weeks of August instead. No argument, no negotiation, just easy cooperation on a decision that directly affected our son's summer. I enrolled Oliver in the camp program that evening, and he was so excited he called Kyle immediately to tell him about all the activities. Listening to him describe the fossil hunting expedition and astronomy night, I realized how different this felt from the Portugal situation where Kyle made major plans without even mentioning them to me. This was what co-parenting should look like. Both of us making space for what Oliver wanted and needed, rather than imposing our own agendas. The school year ended 3 weeks later with an awards ceremony in the gymnasium. Oliver brought home his report card the day before. All excellent marks and a note from his teacher praising his curiosity and kindness with other students. At the ceremony, Kyle and I sat together in the bleachers while Oliver fidgeted in his seat with the other third graders on the gym floor. When the principal called his name for academic achievement, we both stood up clapping as Oliver walked across the floor to accept his certificate. He looked up at us in the stands and waved, his face bright with pride. Kyle leaned over and said Oliver was doing so well, and I agreed, feeling genuinely proud not just of our son, but of how we'd managed to get here. The past 6 months had been hard, full of legal battles and difficult conversations and rebuilding trust that got shattered. But sitting there watching Oliver smile as teachers praised his hard work, I felt like we'd made the right choices. We'd put his well-being first even when it meant conflict and consequences, and he was thriving because of it. That evening I tucked Oliver into bed in his room, the same room that had nearly been packed up in boxes labeled Lisboa. He was tired from the excitement of the awards ceremony, but happy, talking about summer camp and what he wanted to do with Dad in August. I listened to his plans and felt this deep sense of gratitude that my instinct to fight back had protected him from such a disruptive mistake. Our life wasn't perfect or particularly dramatic, just the normal routine of school and work and weekend soccer games, but it was stable and loving and genuinely ours, built on honest communication and mutual respect rather than false peace. I thought about Bianca's contempt for this suburban existence, her certainty that European culture was somehow superior to strip malls and chain restaurants. She'd been so focused on sophisticated experiences that she'd completely missed what actually mattered, the daily steadiness that lets a kid feel secure enough to thrive. Oliver fell asleep mid-sentence about the camp's hiking trails, and I sat there for another minute just watching him breathe. I wouldn't trade this ordinary, unglamorous life for anything Bianca had considered more culturally sophisticated, because this was real, and it was ours, and it was exactly what Oliver needed.
My family cut me off for marrying wrong. Now they want back in after meeting his parents. My father delivered the ultimatum 3 weeks before my wedding. He called at 9 p.m. on a Thursday while I was addressing invitations at my kitchen table, and his voice had that cold, controlled tone he used when he'd already made a decision and wanted me to know it was final. "If you marry this man, you are no longer part of this family," he said. No preamble, no explanation, just the declarative sentence that ended 26 years of being his daughter. I asked him why, and he laughed, but there was no humor in the sound, just contempt. "You know exactly why, Simone. We raised you better than this. We gave you every opportunity, sent you to the best schools, introduced you to the right people, and you chose to throw it all away for someone who works with his hands like common labor, someone whose family probably can't even afford to contribute to the wedding. It's embarrassing." The word hung in the air between us like poison. Marcus and I had met 18 months earlier at a community garden project where I'd been volunteering as part of my nonprofit work. He was installing an irrigation system, his hands covered in dirt, explaining to a group of elderly Vietnamese gardeners how to maintain the water lines. He spoke to them with patience and respect, never once talking down or simplifying beyond what was necessary. When he smiled, his whole face transformed. I'd dated investment bankers and lawyers before, men my parents approved of. None of them had ever looked at anyone the way Marcus looked at those gardeners, like their knowledge and experience mattered as much as his technical skills. My mother got on the phone next. Her approach was different, softer, but somehow more cutting. "Sweetheart, your father and I just want what's best for you. You're making an emotional decision without thinking about your future. What happens when the novelty wears off and you're stuck with someone who can't provide the lifestyle you're accustomed to? What happens when you have children and realize you've trapped yourself in mediocrity?" She used the word mediocrity like it was a diagnosis, a disease I'd contracted that she desperately wanted to cure. I told them Marcus owned his own contracting business with 12 employees and steady contracts, that he'd put himself through technical school while supporting his younger sister after their mother died, that he was kind and thoughtful and made me happier than I'd been in years. My father's response was immediate and brutal. "Then you've made your choice. Don't expect us at the wedding. Don't expect any financial support. Don't expect to be included in family events or to have access to your trust fund. You are choosing him over us, so live with that consequence." The call ended and I sat at my kitchen table surrounded by half-addressed invitations, my hands shaking so badly I couldn't hold the pen. Marcus came home from a job site an hour later and found me still sitting there in the dark. He didn't ask what happened, just pulled me into his arms and let me cry until there was nothing left. When I finally told him what my father had said, his jaw tightened, but his voice stayed steady. "We don't need them. We'll build our own family, better than the one you came from." My sister Valerie called the next morning. She was careful, like she was negotiating a hostage situation. "Dad's serious, Simone. He's already changed his will. Mom's devastated, but she won't go against him. If you just postpone the wedding, give it a few more months, maybe they'll calm down and we can figure something out." I asked her why I should have to postpone my wedding to placate our parents' snobbery. She sighed like I was being deliberately difficult. "Because they're family. Because Dad controls everything. Because you're making this harder than it needs to be." The next 3 weeks were a study in isolation. My parents returned the wedding invitation unopened. My brother Jeffrey stopped answering my calls and texts. My aunts and uncles, who'd been warm and present my whole life, suddenly became too busy to meet for coffee. Only my cousin Adrienne reached out, and that was to tell me she'd been advised not to attend the wedding if she wanted to remain in good standing with the family. She cried when she said it, but she didn't come. Marcus's family responded differently when they heard what had happened. His father, Ramon, a quiet man who ran a small restaurant supply business, showed up at our apartment with his wife Teresa carrying containers of homemade food. "Family who treats you like this isn't family," Ramon said in his careful English, his accent thick, but his meaning clear. "You have us now. We take care of our own." Teresa hugged me, and I broke down again, overwhelmed by the simple acceptance from people who barely knew me. The wedding happened on a Saturday afternoon in a small botanical garden. 53 people attended, none of them related to me by blood. Marcus's extended family filled 2/3 of the chairs. His sister Camilla was my maid of honor because I no longer had a sister willing to stand beside me. His cousin DJ walked me down the aisle because my father had made it clear he considered that honor revoked. When the officiant asked if anyone objected to the union, the silence felt defiant rather than awkward. We were surrounded by people who wanted us to be happy. The reception was in Ramon and Teresa's backyard, decorated with string lights and mismatched tables borrowed from neighbors. Someone's uncle played guitar while Teresa's sister coordinated the food with military precision. Marcus's grandmother, who spoke no English, held my hands and said something in Spanish that Camilla translated as, "You're one of us now. We don't abandon our children for stupid reasons." The old woman's eyes were fierce when she said it, daring me to argue. I changed my name legally. Simone Barrett became Simone Reyes. It felt like shedding a skin that had never quite fit. My father had always made a point of telling people I was a Barrett of the Connecticut Barretts, like our bloodline meant something beyond old money and older prejudices. Being a Reyes meant something different. It meant acceptance without conditions, belonging without performance. My parents' silence continued through the first year of my marriage. No birthday calls, no Christmas cards, No acknowledgement that I existed. My brother Jeffrey got engaged to a woman from a suitable family, and I learned about it through social media. Valerie had a baby, and I found out from a mutual friend who mentioned it casually, assuming I already knew. The exclusion was methodical and complete. They'd erased me from the family narrative like I'd never been born. Work became complicated. I'd been employed at my father's company, Barrett Holdings, in their nonprofit division. I loved the work, connecting donors with community programs, but my father was the CEO and ultimate decision maker. 2 months after my wedding, I was called into HR and informed my position was being eliminated due to restructuring. The HR director couldn't meet my eyes when she handed me the severance package. I signed the papers in numb silence, knowing exactly why this was happening and having no recourse to fight it. Marcus tried to make jokes about me being a kept woman, but I could see the anger simmering beneath his attempts at lightness. He worked harder, took on more projects, insisted on covering all our expenses even though my severance would have helped. His pride was both admirable and frustrating. I found new work at a different nonprofit making half my previous salary, and we adjusted. Ate out less. Canceled subscriptions. Learned to budget in ways my upbringing had never required. It was humbling and clarifying in equal measure. Month 17 of the marriage brought an unexpected development. Marcus's business landed a major contract renovating a historic building downtown. The project would take 6 months and employ most of his crew full-time. He came home with the signed contract and picked me up, spinning me around our small kitchen while laughing. "This changes everything," he said. "This is the kind of work that leads to bigger contracts. We're going to be okay. Better than okay." And the project went well until month 3 when Marcus got a call from the property owner. There'd been complaints filed with the city about permit irregularities. Nothing specific. Just enough ambiguity to require investigation and temporarily halt the work. Marcus spent 2 weeks dealing with inspectors and paperwork, proving that every permit was properly filed and approved. The delays cost him money and credibility. When the inspector finally cleared everything, he mentioned that the complaints had come from an anonymous source who seemed to have detailed knowledge of the project timeline. Marcus and I sat at our kitchen table that night, and I watched him connect the dots. His face went from confusion to realization to cold fury. "Your father did this," he said. It wasn't a question. I wanted to deny it, to believe my father wouldn't sabotage my husband's business out of spite, but I couldn't. It fit too perfectly with his pattern of punishing anyone who defied him. He'd cut me off financially. Now he was attacking Marcus's livelihood. The message was clear. Choosing me came with consequences. I called my father's office the next morning. His assistant said he was unavailable. I called his cell and it went straight to voicemail. I sent an email asking directly if he was behind the permit complaints. The email bounced back with an automated message saying his filters had blocked it. He'd programmed his system to reject anything from my address. The calculated cruelty of it took my breath away. Valerie finally answered when I called her cell. She sounded tired. "Simone, I can't be in the middle of this. Dad's made his position clear, and I have my own family to worry about. I can't risk making him angry." I asked if she knew about the permit complaints. The pause before she answered told me everything. "I don't know anything specific, but Dad mentioned that your husband's business practices might not withstand scrutiny. He said it would be unfortunate if someone looked too closely." The confirmation hit like a physical blow. My father was weaponizing his connections and resources to destroy Marcus's business. Not because Marcus had done anything wrong, but because punishing me financially hadn't been enough. He needed to demonstrate his power, to prove that defying him came with escalating costs. The pettiness of it was staggering. The danger of it was real. Marcus refused to be intimidated. He documented everything, hired a lawyer to review the complaints and his responses, made sure every future permit application was perfect. The project finished 2 months late and over budget, but it finished. The building owner was satisfied enough to provide a strong reference. Other clients appreciated Marcus's professionalism under pressure, but the damage lingered. The 2-month delay had forced him to turn down other projects. His reputation in the industry suffered whispers about reliability and complications. Year 2 of our marriage was harder. Money stayed tight. I took a second part-time job doing grant writing from home. Marcus worked 60-hour weeks trying to rebuild momentum. We were exhausted and stressed, and for the first time I understood what my mother had meant about novelty wearing off. Except it wasn't the novelty wearing off. It was fighting against sabotage and isolation while trying to build a life together. We argued more, struggled to find time for each other, felt the weight of my family's rejection in new and painful ways. Ramon and Teresa provided steady support. Sunday dinners at their house became a refuge. Teresa's cooking, Ramon's quiet wisdom, the easy affection of Marcus's extended family who gathered every week to share food and stories. His grandmother would pat my hand and say things in Spanish that I was slowly learning to understand. Los árboles fuertes crecen en tormentas. Strong trees grow in storms. I wanted to believe her. Month 23 brought a crisis. Marcus fell from scaffolding at a job site and broke his wrist and 3 ribs. The injuries weren't life-threatening, but they meant he couldn't work for 6 weeks. His crew could handle smaller jobs under his direction, but the business took a hit. I watched him struggle with being sidelined, with the pain and frustration and fear that this setback would compound the damage my father had already inflicted. His medical insurance covered most of the bills, but not all of them. We maxed out our credit card covering the gap. I swallowed my pride and called Jeffrey, told him about Marcus's accident, and asked if he could help us with a short-term loan. We'd pay him back with interest as soon as Marcus returned to work. Jeffrey was silent for a long moment before he said, "I can't do that, Simone. Dad would find out, and I can't afford to be on his bad side right now. I'm sorry, but you made your choices. You have to live with them." He hung up before I could respond. The betrayal cut deeper than my father's initial rejection. Jeffrey and I had been close growing up. He'd been the one who taught me to ride a bike, who'd helped me with math homework, who'd defended me against bullies in middle school. Now he was refusing to help when I actually needed him, because our father's approval meant more than our relationship. The transactional nature of my birth family's love became impossible to deny. We survived Marcus's recovery through a combination of savings, side work I picked up, and a loan from Ramon that he insisted wasn't a loan, but a gift. "Family helps family," he said in his careful way, refusing to discuss repayment terms. Teresa brought food 3 times a week. Camilla organized a meal train with other family members. They surrounded us with practical support and never once made us feel like a burden. The contrast with my own family's abandonment was stark and clarifying. Marcus healed and returned to work with a determination that bordered on obsessive. He rebuilt his business through sheer force of will, taking jobs other contractors wouldn't touch, working harder than anyone else, proving his reliability over and over until the whispers about complications faded. Year 3 of our marriage was better financially, but the emotional toll of the previous 2 years lingered. We'd survived, but we'd been changed by the experience. I found out I was pregnant in month 38. The test showed positive on a Sunday morning, and I sat on the bathroom floor crying for 20 minutes before telling Marcus. When I finally showed him, he pulled me close and said, "This is going to be amazing. We're going to be amazing parents, better than the ones you came from." I wanted to believe him, but the fear was overwhelming. My parents had abandoned me. What if I didn't know how to be a better parent? What if their poison had infected me in ways I couldn't see? Teresa threw me a baby shower that filled her entire backyard with Marcus's extended family. Women I barely knew brought gifts and advice and stories about their own pregnancies and children. His grandmother held my growing belly and said a prayer in Spanish, blessing the baby with health and happiness. The outpouring of love from people who'd known me less than 4 years was humbling. I thought about my mother who hadn't called in 3 years, who didn't know she was going to be a grandmother, who'd chosen pride over relationship. I sent my parents a letter announcing the pregnancy, not because I expected them to care, but because I wanted documentation that I'd tried. That when this child asked why they didn't know their maternal grandparents, I could honestly say I'd made the effort and been rejected. The letter came back marked, "Return to sender," in handwriting I recognized as my mother's. She'd received it and sent it back unopened. The message was clear. I was dead to them. So was their grandchild. Valerie called 2 weeks later. "Mom's upset that you told other people about your pregnancy before telling family." I laughed, a harsh sound that surprised us both. "I tried to tell her." She sent my letter back unopened. She made her choice. Valerie sighed. She didn't know what was in the envelope. She thought it was another attempt to guilt trip them about the wedding. "You should try calling." I asked why I should be the one making effort when I'd been the one cut off for loving the wrong person. Valerie had no answer. Our daughter Maya was born on a Wednesday in April. 8 pounds, 6 ounces, perfect and healthy and ours. Marcus cried when they placed her in his arms. Teresa and Ramon came to the hospital within hours. His grandmother held Maya and cried, whispering blessings in Spanish. Camilla took approximately 1,000 photos. The waiting room filled with Marcus's family celebrating this new life. My side of the family remained conspicuously absent. I made one more attempt. Sent my parents a birth announcement with Maya's photo and details. This one wasn't returned, but there was no response either. The silence continued unbroken. My daughter would grow up without knowing half her genetic family because they'd decided her father wasn't good enough. The injustice of it made me physically ill some days. Other days, I was grateful Maya would never experience their conditional love. Motherhood consumed the next year. Maya was colicky and demanding, and I loved her with a fierceness that frightened me. Marcus was a hands-on father, changing diapers at 3 a.m. and walking the floor with her when she wouldn't sleep. We were exhausted and broke and happier than we'd been since the wedding. Teresa taught me to cook traditional recipes. Ramon built Maya a crib with his own hands. The family that had embraced me continued surrounding us with practical love. Marcus's business finally turned a real profit in year 4 of our marriage. The historic building project had led to 3 more renovations. His reputation had recovered. He hired 2 more employees and rented proper office space instead of working from our apartment. We moved to a small house with a yard for Maya to play in. Nothing extravagant, but ours. Built on his work and my determination, untainted by my father's money or approval. The call came on a Saturday morning when Maya was 18 months old. An unknown number that I almost didn't answer. Valerie's voice sounded strange when I picked up. "Simone, I need you to listen without hanging up. Something's happened and Mom wants to talk to you." I asked what had happened and why she thought I'd care after 4 years of silence. Valerie's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Just please. She needs to talk to you. My mother's voice when she got on the phone was different, smaller somehow. She asked how I was, and I said fine, waiting for the real reason she'd called. She asked about Marcus and Maya. I gave minimal responses. Finally, she said, I saw Marcus's parents last week at a charity gala. They were presenting a check to a children's hospital, a substantial check. Ramon apparently sits on the hospital board and has been a major donor for years. Teresa runs a foundation that provides meals to food-insecure families. They were receiving an award for their community service. The words came out stilted, like she was reading from a script she hadn't written. I felt something cold settle in my chest. So you're calling because you realized Ramon and Teresa Reyes are philanthropists? That they're the kind of people you consider respectable? Is that what it takes for you to acknowledge I exist? My mother tried to interrupt, but I kept going. You cut me off because you thought Marcus came from nothing, because you assumed his family was beneath yours. Now you find out they give away more money than you spend on country club fees, and suddenly I'm worth talking to again? My mother's voice turned defensive. We didn't know. If you'd told us about his parents' background, things might have been different. The statement was so absurd I started laughing. His parents' background? You mean the fact that Ramon immigrated at 23 with $500 and built a successful business through 40 years of hard work? Or that Teresa came from a family that lost everything and rebuilt it? You mean those backgrounds? The ones you never bothered to learn about because you were too busy being embarrassed by Marcus working with his hands? She said my father wanted to meet with us, that they'd made a mistake and wanted to repair the relationship. I asked what had changed in 4 years besides her social embarrassment at discovering Ramon and Teresa's charitable work. She couldn't give me an answer that didn't sound calculated and hollow. I told her I needed time to process and hung up, sat on my couch staring at nothing while Maya played with blocks at my feet, oblivious to the earthquake that had just shaken my world. Marcus came home from a hardware store run and found me still sitting there. When I explained the call, his face went through several emotions before settling on a hard skepticism. So they want back in now that they know my parents aren't who they thought they were. Now that they've realized cutting you off might have been a miscalculation. He said miscalculation like it was profanity. I nodded, unable to trust my voice. We talked for hours after Maya went to bed, worked through anger and hurt, and the complicated desire to have my family back even knowing they didn't deserve it. Marcus was clear about his boundaries. If we do this, if we open that door, it's on our terms. They apologize to both of us. They acknowledge what they did was wrong. They meet my parents properly and treat them with respect. And if they slip even once, we walk away and don't look back. I agreed, but privately wondered if my parents were capable of genuine apology or if this was just another manipulation. I called my mother back 3 days later, told her Marcus and I would meet with them, but there were conditions. She agreed too quickly without asking what the conditions were, and I knew this was about managing their social embarrassment more than actually repairing relationships. We arranged to meet at a neutral restaurant the following Sunday. My stomach churned with anxiety all week. Sunday arrived cold and gray. Marcus wore a suit he'd bought specifically for this meeting, refusing to give my parents ammunition to judge his appearance. We arrived 5 minutes early, and they were already there, seated at a corner table. My father had aged in 4 years, new lines around his eyes and mouth. My mother looked brittle in a way I didn't remember. Valerie was there too, apparently serving as buffer or witness. The first 10 minutes were excruciating small talk. My father asked about Maya using the tone people use when they're checking a box on a list. My mother commented on the restaurant's decor. Valerie stared at her water glass like it might provide escape. Finally, Marcus cleared his throat and said, "Let's address why we're really here. You cut Simone off for marrying me. Now you want back in? What changed?" My father bristled at the directness. I think we all made mistakes. Emotions were high. Things were said in the heat of the moment that we all regret. Marcus leaned forward slightly. I didn't make any mistakes. I fell in love with your daughter and married her. You're the ones who turned that into a crisis. So I'll ask again, what changed? The silence stretched until my mother said quietly, "We met your parents properly. At the gala, they're not what we expected." I felt Marcus go very still beside me. What were you expecting? Poor immigrants who didn't speak English? People you could look down on to justify cutting off your daughter? My mother flinched, but my father's face reddened. Now, wait just a minute. We had certain concerns about Simone's future financial security. Concerns that appear to have been unfounded. We're trying to make amends here. Marcus stood up. Making amends requires admitting you were wrong, apologizing, showing remorse for the damage you caused. This isn't amends. This is damage control because you're embarrassed you misjudged us. He looked at me. We don't need people in our lives who only value us when they think we're worth something. Maya deserves better than grandparents who'd abandon her mother over class prejudice. We're leaving. I stood too, my heart pounding. Valerie looked panicked. Simone, wait, they're trying. This is a start. I looked at my sister who'd stood by while our parents erased me from the family. A start would have been them showing up 4 years ago. A start would have been meeting Maya in the hospital. This isn't a start. It's too little, too late, and for all the wrong reasons. We walked out while my mother called after us, her voice sharp with distress she didn't know how to hide. In the parking lot, Marcus was shaking with adrenaline. I'm sorry. I know you wanted to try, but I couldn't sit there and let them pretend this was about anything other than their social standing. I hugged him, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. Don't apologize. You said everything I couldn't say, everything I needed them to hear. We drove home and told Teresa and Ramon what had happened. They listened without judgment, and Teresa said simply, "Some people only love what makes them look good. That's not love at all." My father called the next day, left a voicemail that I listened to twice, analyzing every word. He wanted another chance. Said they'd gotten off on the wrong foot and could we please meet again, this time at their house where they'd be more comfortable. The presumption that their comfort mattered more than accountability made me delete the message halfway through. I didn't call back. Valerie showed up at my house 3 days later without calling first. I opened the door to find her standing on my porch looking miserable. "Can we talk?" I let her in and made tea while she sat at my kitchen table. Maya was napping upstairs. The house was quiet except for the kettle's whistle. Valerie wrapped her hands around her mug and said, "I've been a coward. I watched them treat you like garbage and said nothing because I was scared. I chose my trust fund and dad's approval over my sister. I'm sorry." The apology hit differently than my parents' attempted reconciliation. Valerie's voice shook with genuine remorse. Her eyes were red like she'd been crying before she arrived. I sat across from her and asked, "Why now? What changed for you?" She shook her head. "Watching you walk out of that restaurant. You were so strong, so clear about what you deserved. I realized I've been weak my entire life. I've let Dad control everything because it's easier than standing up to him. But it's cost me you, and it's cost Maya a relationship with her aunt." We talked for 2 hours. She told me about life in the family after I left. How Jeffrey had become more rigid, trying to be the perfect son to fill the gap I'd left. How my parents spoke about me in clinical terms, like I was a problem they'd solved by cutting me loose. How holidays felt hollow with my absence. She cried when she talked about watching Maya through social media posts from mutual friends, knowing she'd missed the first 18 months of her niece's life because she'd been too afraid to defy our parents. I asked what she wanted now, and she said honestly, "I want my sister back. I want to know Maya. I want to stop being the person who chose money and approval over love. I know I don't deserve it after standing by for 4 years, but I'm asking anyway." I looked at this woman who'd been my closest friend growing up, who'd abandoned me when I needed her, who was now asking for a chance I wasn't sure I could give. Maya started crying upstairs. I went to get her, and when I came back down with my daughter on my hip, Valerie's face crumpled. "She looks like you did at that age." I let Valerie hold Maya, watched my sister's careful gentleness with this niece she was meeting for the first time. Maya studied Valerie with the serious suspicion toddlers have for strangers, but didn't cry. After a few minutes, she reached for Valerie's necklace and Valerie laughed, a sound I hadn't heard in years. I told her, "If you want back in, it has to be real. You can't disappear again if Dad gets angry. You can't choose their approval over showing up for Maya. She deserves better than conditional family." Valerie nodded, still holding Maya. "I understand. I'll prove I'm serious, however long it takes." She started coming over every Sunday afternoon. At first, I watched her carefully, waiting for signs she'd retreat to the safety of our parents' approval. But she kept showing up, brought age-appropriate toys, learned Maya's schedule and preferences, asked about my life with genuine interest. Slowly, cautiously, we rebuilt trust. My parents' attempts to reconnect continued. My father sent flowers with a card that said, "Family forgives." I sent them back with a note that said, "Family doesn't abandon." My mother called repeatedly until I blocked her number. They showed up at Ramon and Teresa's restaurant one evening, apparently hoping to run into us, but Ramon politely informed them we weren't there and they weren't welcome to wait. The attempted manipulation through various channels was exhausting. Jeffrey called after 6 weeks of radio silence from me. He said our parents were hurt and confused by my refusal to reconcile, that they'd made a genuine effort and I was being stubborn. I asked if he remembered refusing to loan me money when Marcus was injured. The silence on his end was long. Finally, he said, "That was different. Dad had made his position clear." I told him that was exactly the problem. Our parents' positions had always mattered more than relationships, and I was done living under that conditional love. Marcus's business continued growing. He landed a contract for a new medical building that would take 8 months and employ 15 people. The irony wasn't lost on us. My father had tried to sabotage Marcus's career and instead had forced him to become more careful, more professional, more determined. The obstacles had made him stronger. Marcus hired a business manager and a proper accountant, moved into a larger office, started turning down smaller jobs to focus on substantial projects. Success felt sweeter because we'd earned it despite the sabotage, not because of family connections. Year 5 of our marriage brought unexpected developments. Ramon had a health scare that landed him in the hospital for a week. Marcus and I visited daily, along with what felt like his entire extended family. The waiting room was always full of Rhea's relatives bringing food, telling stories, supporting Teresa through her worry. My parents never visited anyone in the hospital unless it was socially required. The contrast in how these two families operated couldn't have been clearer. Ramon recovered and threw himself back into his charitable work with renewed intensity. Teresa joked that she'd created a monster, but her eyes were proud. I learned more about their history through those weeks. How Ramon had worked 3 jobs while building his business. How Teresa had started cooking for elderly neighbors and turned it into a foundation that now served thousands. How they'd given back to the community that had given them opportunity. Their wealth was substantial, but they wore it quietly, focused on impact over image. My mother showed up at my house unannounced one Saturday morning. Marcus was at a job site. Maya and I were making pancakes when the doorbell rang. I opened the door and there she was, perfectly dressed and carefully made up, looking profoundly uncomfortable. "I need to talk to you," she said. I almost closed the door, but something in her face stopped me. I let her in but didn't offer coffee or comfort. She sat at my kitchen table while Maya ate pancakes with intense concentration, getting syrup everywhere. My mother watched her granddaughter with an expression I couldn't read. Finally, she said, "I've been going to therapy. Your father doesn't know. I've been working through some things about my own parents and how they raised me, about class and value and what I was taught to prioritize." She paused, watching Maya try to use her fork properly. "I was taught that certain people mattered and others didn't, that appearances and social standing were more important than character. I taught you the same things." I waited, not willing to make this easier for her. She continued, "I met Marcus's parents properly last month, had lunch with Teresa at her foundation. She showed me what they do, the families they help, the lives they've changed. And I realized I'd been so focused on what Ramon and Teresa looked like on paper that I never saw who they actually were, never bothered to learn. And I did the same thing to Marcus, judged him based on assumptions and prejudices without ever giving him a chance." And Maya finished her pancakes and climbed down from her chair, wandering over to her toy box. My mother watched her move and said, "She's beautiful. I've missed so much." Her voice cracked on the last word. I said, "Yes, you have, by choice." She nodded, tears sliding down her carefully made-up face. I know it was my choice, your father's choice, and we were wrong. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm here to say, I'm sorry, for cutting you off, for making you choose, for missing these years with you and Maya, for teaching you that love was conditional when it should have been absolute. The apology was more than I'd expected, but I wasn't ready to accept it. What about Dad? Is he sorry too, or is this just you trying to clean up the mess on your own? She wiped her face, careful not to smear her makeup. Your father is complicated. He's struggling with admitting he was wrong. His pride is involved, but he's seen the photos from the hospital gala, seen Ramon and Teresa's foundation work featured in the business journal. It's forced him to reconsider some assumptions. I laughed bitterly. So he's sorry because your social circle now respects Marcus's family, not because cutting off his daughter was cruel, just because it was bad judgment that made him look foolish. My mother flinched but didn't argue. That's part of it. I won't lie to you. Your father cares deeply about appearances and reputation. But there's also been guilt, especially when he learned you'd tried to reach out when Maya was born and we rejected it. That's bothered him more than he'll admit. I asked what she wanted from this conversation. She looked at Maya playing with blocks on the floor. I want to know my granddaughter. I want to repair what I broke with you. I want to be better than I was raised to be. I don't expect you to forgive me immediately, but I'm asking for a chance to prove I've changed. I told her I needed time to think and discuss it with Marcus. She accepted that. Asked if she could hug Maya goodbye. I said no, that Maya didn't know her and I wouldn't confuse her with strangers making claims about being family. My mother looked hurt but nodded and left without arguing. After she was gone, I sat on the floor with my daughter and cried while she patted my face, trying to comfort me in the way toddlers do when they sense distress. Marcus came home to find me still on the floor, Maya napping against my shoulder. I told him about my mother's visit and watched him process the information. His first instinct was to protect. To say no, they'd had their chance and wasted it. But after a long pause, he said, "It's your family, your decision. I'll support whatever you choose. But I need to know they won't hurt you again. That they won't hurt Maya. If we open this door, they have to respect our boundaries completely." Valerie came over that evening and I told her about our mother's visit. She wasn't surprised. Mom's been different lately, more reflective, less concerned with what other people think. I don't know if it's the therapy or age or genuine remorse. Maybe all three. I asked if Dad was changing too. Valerie shook her head. Dad's still Dad. He's trying to understand why his money and connections didn't fix this, but I don't think he fully grasps what he did wrong beyond miscalculating Marcus's family's standing. We decided to meet with both my parents, but this time at Ramon and Teresa's house, on our territory with our support system present. The symbolism wasn't subtle, but it mattered. My parents would have to come into a space that represented the family they'd rejected, would have to interact with Ramon and Teresa as equals, not as charity cases or social climbing opportunities. The meeting was scheduled for the following Sunday afternoon. That week felt interminable. I practiced what I wanted to say. Marcus prepared himself for potential confrontation. Teresa cooked enough food to feed 20 people, even though only 8 would be there. Ramon made sure his English was sharp, refusing to give my father any excuse to dismiss him. The tension in everyone's preparation was palpable. Sunday arrived sunny and warm. My parents pulled up exactly on time, my father's expression carefully neutral, my mother visibly nervous. Teresa welcomed them at the door with graciousness that put me to shame. She offered refreshments, showed them to the living room, made small talk about the weather. Ramon shook my father's hand firmly, not deferential, but not aggressive. They established themselves as hosts, not supplicants. We all sat in Ramon and Teresa's comfortable living room, surrounded by family photos and evidence of a life well lived. My father looked around with an expression that might have been appreciation or assessment. My mother focused on Maya, who was playing with blocks in the corner, supervised by Camilla. The silence stretched until Marcus said, "We're here to establish ground rules. If you want back into Simone and Maya's lives, here's what that looks like." He outlined our terms. Complete apology with acknowledgement of specific harms. Respect for both families equally, with no hierarchy implied. No financial strings attached to relationships. No interference in how we raise Maya. Weekly therapy sessions for my father addressing his classism and controlling behaviors. My father's face darkened with each point. When Marcus finished, my father said, "These seem excessive. We're willing to admit mistakes were made on both sides." Ramon spoke for the first time, his accent careful but his words clear. "No mistakes on both sides. Only one side made mistakes. My son married your daughter with love and respect. You responded with rejection and cruelty. That is all." The room went silent. My father stared at Ramon like he'd been slapped. Ramon continued, "You want now to repair because you learn we are successful. But we were successful before. You did not care to know. You judged without knowing. That is your failure." Teresa added, "In our culture, family is everything. We would never abandon a child for choosing love. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. If you want to be part of Maya's life, you must understand you failed your daughter. Failed her completely. And you must do better." My mother was crying quietly. My father's jaw worked like he was grinding his teeth. Jeffrey and Valerie, who'd come as witnesses, looked uncomfortable. I found my voice. "Everything Marcus listed isn't negotiable. Those are the minimum requirements for access to my family. You'll apologize specifically for cutting me off, for sabotaging Marcus's business, for returning my letters unopened, for missing Maya's birth. You'll acknowledge you were wrong without qualifications or excuses. You'll respect Ramon and Teresa as equals, not judge them based on nationality or language or anything else. And you'll prove through consistent actions over months that you've changed. One slip, one condescending comment, one attempt at control, and we're done. Permanently." My father stood up. "I won't be dictated to by my own daughter, or lectured by people who don't understand our family dynamics." He headed for the door. My mother stood too, but didn't follow him. She looked at me and said, "I accept your terms. All of them. I'll do the work. I'll earn my way back." She looked at my father. "With or without you." The shock on his face was almost comical. In 40 years of marriage, she'd apparently never contradicted him publicly. My father stared at her like he didn't recognize her. "Eleanor, we're leaving." She shook her head. "No, you're leaving. I'm staying. I'm meeting my granddaughter properly. I'm apologizing to my daughter and her husband. I'm learning to be better than I was raised to be. You can join me or not, but I'm done choosing your pride over our children." The transformation in her posture was visible. She'd been brittle when she arrived. Now she stood taller, more solid. My father looked around the room at all of us watching him. At Ramon and Teresa, who'd held firm boundaries. At Marcus, who hadn't backed down. At me, his daughter, who'd survived 4 years without him and built a life that didn't need his approval or money. At my mother, his wife, choosing our relationship over his pride. He stood there for a long moment before sitting back down heavily. "What exactly do you want me to say?" The next 3 hours were painful and necessary. My father struggled to apologize without defending himself. My mother cried through her apology but didn't make excuses. Marcus shared how the sabotage had affected his business and his sense of safety. I talked about the isolation and grief of being cut off. Ramon and Teresa offered perspective from their own experiences with family betrayal and forgiveness. Maya played through most of it, occasionally coming over to check on me, sensing the emotional intensity. By the end, my parents had agreed to family therapy together and individual therapy for my father. They'd acknowledged specific harms and apologized without qualification. They'd committed to proving through actions they'd changed. My mother asked if she could hold Maya. I said yes, watching my daughter go carefully into her grandmother's arms. Maya studied my mother's face seriously before patting her cheek, a gesture of comfort she'd learned from me. My mother broke down completely. The weeks that followed were tentative. My parents came to Sunday dinners at Ramon and Teresa's house, fitting into the established routine rather than demanding separate accommodation. My father was stiff at first, uncomfortable with the casual warmth and multilingual chaos of Marcus's extended family, but he showed up, listened more than he talked, watched how Ramon and Teresa interacted with their children and grandchildren with evident affection and no conditions. My mother took to Maya with a gentleness that surprised me. She asked permission before giving gifts, respected bedtimes and routines, accepted correction when she overstepped. She attended therapy faithfully and shared insights she was learning about her own upbringing and the prejudices she'd internalized. Slowly, very slowly, I began to trust that the change was real. Jeffrey remained distant, loyal to the family structure that benefited him, but Valerie integrated fully into our lives, becoming the Aunt Maya deserved. She brought her own daughter to play dates and family dinners, raising her child differently than we'd been raised, building something better from the wreckage of our family patterns. A year after the confrontation in Ramon and Teresa's living room, my father pulled me aside at a Sunday dinner. We stood in the backyard while kids played and adults talked inside. He looked older, tired, but somehow more real. I was wrong, he said. Not just about Marcus or his family. About everything. About measuring people's worth by their bank accounts and family names. About treating love like a transaction that required approval. About cutting you off when you made a choice I didn't understand. I waited for the caveat, the justification, but none came. He continued, I missed 4 years of your life. Maya's early years. I can never get that back. And it was my fault. Not yours, not Marcus's. Mine. His voice broke slightly. I'm grateful you gave me another chance. More grateful than I know how to express. I'm trying to be better. To be the father you deserved all along. I hugged him then. The first physical contact we'd had in 5 years. He held on tightly, and I felt him shaking with either emotion or relief. Marcus's business grew into one of the most respected contracting firms in the city. My father, trying to make amends, recommended Marcus for projects through his business connections, but always disclosed the relationship and let Marcus's work speak for itself. Marcus appreciated the referrals but never relied on them, maintaining the independence that defined his success. Maya grew up surrounded by 2 families who loved her completely. She learned Spanish from Ramon and Teresa, practical skills from Marcus, compassion from watching her grandmother's transformation. She never knew a time when her maternal grandparents weren't present, but she grew up hearing the story of how family can be lost and rebuilt through accountability and change. Years later, at Maya's 8th birthday party, I watched my father talking with Ramon, 2 men who'd started as adversaries now friends through the bridge their children had built. My mother played with Maya, truly present in a way she'd never been with me as a child. Valerie's daughter and Maya ran through the yard like sisters. Marcus stood with his crew, men who'd become loyal employees because he treated them with dignity and paid them fairly. Teresa came to stand beside me, watching the celebration. You did good, she said in her careful English. You stood strong when it was hard. You demanded respect. You built something beautiful from something broken. I leaned into her, this woman who'd accepted me when my own mother had rejected me. We all did, I said. All of us together. She squeezed my hand. Yes, all of us. That's what family means. The past couldn't be undone. The 4 years of abandonment and pain would always be part of our story. But we'd built something better on the other side. A family that valued character over connections. That measured worth by kindness rather than bank accounts. That understood belonging was earned through presence and respect, not demanded through obligation or blood. My parents had learned too late that the family they rejected was exactly the family they needed, and we'd learned that sometimes the greatest strength is knowing what you deserve and refusing to settle for less. Thanks for watching till the end. Make sure to subscribe and like to not miss the next story.
My family turned me into my bratty stepsister's full-time caregiver. They treated me like dirt, so I destroyed them twice as hard. When my mom married Paul 3 years ago, I was happy she'd found someone after Dad died. Paul seemed nice enough and came with a 16-year-old daughter named Olivia, who'd been in a wheelchair since a car accident when she was 8. Mom said we'd be a perfect blended family, and I'd finally have the sister I'd always wanted. I was 18 and about to start college, but Mom convinced me to take a gap year to help everyone adjust. She said Olivia needed time to get comfortable with new people, and having a stepsister her age would help. What she didn't mention was that by help, she meant become Olivia's unpaid full-time caregiver. The first week after they moved in, Paul announced that Olivia's previous aide was too expensive now that they had me. He'd already canceled her service and expected me to take over immediately. I had no training or experience, but Paul said it wasn't hard. I just needed to help her with transfers, bathroom needs, getting dressed, and making sure she ate her specific meals at the designated times. When I said I didn't know how to do any of that safely, he said I'd figure it out. Mom backed him up, saying this was what families did for each other. Olivia seemed sweet at first, thanking me for helping and apologizing for being a burden. But once she realized I was trapped, everything changed. She'd demand I wake up at 5 in the morning for her first bathroom trip, then berate me for being slow. She'd insist on specific outfits, then scream that I'd dressed her wrong. She'd throw her breakfast on the floor if it wasn't exactly the temperature she wanted, then tell Paul I'd refused to feed her. And Paul believed every word because his poor, disabled daughter couldn't possibly lie. When I tried telling Mom that Olivia was being cruel, she said I needed to understand that Olivia's life was hard, and acting out was natural. When Olivia told me she wished I'd die in a car accident so I'd know how she felt, Mom said she was just processing trauma. When Olivia deliberately knocked over my laptop while I was applying for online classes, destroying my applications, Paul said, accidents happen, and I shouldn't leave electronics where Olivia could reach them. Everything in Olivia's radius was apparently my fault. The worst part was Olivia was perfectly capable of doing most things herself. I'd catch her transferring to her chair alone when she thought I wasn't looking. Then she'd scream for help the second she heard footsteps. She'd reach things on high shelves in her room but claim she couldn't feed herself in front of her dad. She had full upper body strength and control, but played completely helpless whenever it benefited her. She'd roll herself to the bathroom at night, but during the day, I had to push her everywhere. 6 months in, I was exhausted and depressed. I'd missed college enrollment, lost touch with friends because I couldn't leave the house, and spent every day being verbally abused by Olivia, while Mom and Paul lived their best lives. They went on date nights while I stayed home. They took weekend trips while I managed Olivia's care. They'd thank me for being such a good sister, then leave for hours. One day, Olivia's physical therapist, Anne, came for her monthly check-in. Olivia immediately went into helpless mode, claiming she'd lost mobility since last visit. Anne started testing her range of motion, and Olivia failed every test, acting like she couldn't even grip a pencil. Anne looked concerned and said they'd need to increase sessions. After Anne left, Olivia laughed and said that was too easy, that medical professionals were idiots who believed anything. She didn't know Anne had forgotten her phone and came back to get it just in time to hear everything through the door. Anne knocked and asked to speak with me privately. She'd been Olivia's therapist for 5 years and knew exactly what Olivia was capable of. She said she'd suspected Olivia was manipulating people, but never had proof until now. She asked about my situation, and I broke down telling her everything. Anne's face got darker with every detail. She asked if I knew that what was happening was illegal. Using an untrained person for medical care was neglect. Forcing me to provide full-time care without pay was exploitation. Olivia's fake helplessness was medical fraud since Paul was claiming disability benefits for needs Olivia didn't actually have. Anne said she was a mandated reporter and had to file this with Adult Protective Services. Within a week, an investigator showed up. Olivia went into her helpless act, but the investigator had Anne's reports showing Olivia's real capabilities. They tested Olivia themselves and caught her using abilities she claimed not to have. They interviewed me separately, and I told them about the abuse, the unpaid labor, the missed education opportunities. They pulled Olivia's medical records and found discrepancies everywhere. The investigator pulled out a thick notebook and clicked her pen. Vivian Torres had this serious look that made my stomach twist. She asked me to describe a typical day with Olivia, starting from the morning. I took a breath and started talking about the 5 a.m. wake-up calls. Every single morning, Olivia would scream for me through the wall between our rooms, claiming she needed the bathroom right that second. I'd stumble out of bed half asleep and help her transfer from bed to wheelchair, even though I'd caught her doing it herself plenty of times when she thought no one was watching. Then came breakfast, which had to be exactly the right temperature, or she'd throw it on the floor and tell Paul I was starving her. I described how she'd demand specific outfits, then yell that I dressed her wrong no matter what I picked. How she'd knock things over and blame me. How she told me she wished I'd die in a car accident just like her. Vivian's pen moved faster across the page as I talked, her mouth getting tighter with each detail. I told her about watching Olivia reach things on high shelves in her room when her dad wasn't home, then claim she couldn't even feed herself at dinner. About seeing her roll herself to the bathroom at midnight, then screaming for help to move 10 feet during the day. About the laptop she deliberately destroyed when I was trying to apply for online classes. Vivian asked specific questions about how often I saw Olivia do things alone versus when she claimed helplessness. I said it happened multiple times every single day. She'd transfer herself, reach for things, roll around independently, but the second she heard footsteps, she'd go limp and helpless. Vivian wrote everything down, her expression getting darker with every answer I gave. When she finished taking notes, Vivian explained what would happen next. She'd be making surprise visits to observe Olivia's actual abilities compared to what Paul reported to disability services. The visits would be unannounced so Olivia couldn't prepare her helpless act. Vivian also needed to review all of Paul's benefit claims going back years and compare them to Anne's professional records. She said the discrepancies in the medical files were already serious, but if she could document Olivia performing tasks that Paul claimed she couldn't do, that would prove fraud. She asked if I understood that this investigation might result in criminal charges against Paul. I nodded, feeling this weird mix of relief and terror. Part of me wanted him to face consequences for what he'd done to me. Another part was scared of what would happen to our family. Vivian must have seen something in my face because she said this wasn't my fault, that I was the victim here, not the person causing problems. She promised to keep me updated and said I should document anything else I witnessed. Then she left and I sat there wondering if I'd just blown up my entire life. 2 days passed where everything felt normal but wrong. Olivia acted sweet and helpless like always when Paul was around. Mom kept asking if I was okay, but I couldn't tell her what was happening. Then at 7 in the morning on the 3rd day, the doorbell rang. I was in the kitchen making Olivia's specific breakfast when I heard Paul answer the door. Vivian's voice carried through the house, saying she was there for a follow-up observation. Paul sounded surprised but tried to act welcoming. I heard footsteps going upstairs toward Olivia's room. My heart started racing. I put down the pan and crept toward the stairs, staying quiet. Vivian's voice came from Olivia's doorway, calm and professional, saying she needed to observe Olivia's morning routine. Then I heard Olivia's voice, sleepy and confused, asking what was happening. Paul tried to say that Olivia needed privacy for her morning transfer, but Vivian said she was here specifically to document transfer capabilities. There was silence for a few seconds. Then I heard wheels moving across the floor. More silence. Vivian's voice cut through, sharp and clear, stating for the record that she'd just observed Olivia transfer from bed to wheelchair without any assistance whatsoever. Olivia made this small gasping sound. Paul started talking fast, his words tumbling over each other. I moved closer to the stairs and saw Vivian standing in Olivia's doorway with her phone out, taking photos. Olivia sat frozen in her wheelchair, her face completely white. She'd been caught doing exactly what I'd been describing, and she knew it. Paul launched into this explanation about good days and bad days. He said Olivia's condition varied, that sometimes she had more strength and mobility than other times. Vivian didn't look impressed. She pulled out papers from her bag and read directly from Paul's benefit applications. According to his official reports to disability services, Olivia required total assistance with all transfers at all times due to complete upper body weakness. She couldn't move from bed to chair without full physical support from a caregiver. Those were Paul's exact words from forms he'd signed 3 months ago. Vivian looked at Olivia, then at Paul, then back at her phone where she'd just recorded video of Olivia doing a perfect independent transfer. She said the discrepancy was now documented with photos, video, and timestamps. Paul's face turned red. He tried saying the forms were old, that maybe he'd exaggerated Olivia's needs by accident, that he didn't understand all the medical terminology. Vivian's expression stayed completely neutral. She said she'd be submitting this documentation to the fraud investigation unit along with her other findings. Then she asked to speak with me privately. Paul looked like he wanted to argue, but Vivian's tone made it clear this wasn't optional. She followed me downstairs to the kitchen and closed the door. Vivian sat across from me at the kitchen table and asked about the laptop Olivia destroyed. I felt everything I'd been holding in for months start cracking open. I pulled the broken device from the drawer where I'd kept it, showing her the smashed screen and bent frame. My hands shook as I explained how I'd been filling out applications for online classes, trying to salvage some kind of education after missing regular college enrollment. Olivia had rolled up beside me, looked at what I was doing, and asked what schools I was applying to. I'd been stupid enough to tell her, excited that she seemed interested. Then she'd grabbed the laptop off the table and thrown it on the floor, saying if she couldn't go to regular school, then I shouldn't get to either. The screen shattered and the whole thing stopped working. When Paul came home and saw it, Olivia cried and said I'd left it where she could reach it, that she'd accidentally knocked it over trying to get a book. Paul believed her immediately, and yelled at me for being careless with my things. He said I should have known better than to leave electronics in Olivia's radius. I started crying while telling Vivian this, all the anger and frustration pouring out. She let me talk, taking notes the whole time. When I finished, she asked if I still had any of the acceptance letters from the colleges that had offered me spots 18 months ago. I said they were in my room. She asked me to get them. I ran upstairs, grabbed the folder I'd kept hidden under my mattress, and brought it back down. Vivian photographed every letter, every scholarship offer, every opportunity I'd lost. The next morning, Vivian called my old high school. She spoke to the guidance counselor who'd helped me with applications during senior year. I didn't hear the whole conversation, but Vivian told me afterward that the school confirmed everything. They had records of my grades, my test scores, my college acceptances. The counselor remembered me specifically because I'd had multiple scholarship offers, and everyone expected me to do well in college. Then I'd suddenly stopped responding to emails and phone calls right after graduation. The counselor had tried reaching out several times but never got answers. Now she understood why. Vivian added this documentation to her growing file. She said having third-party verification of my lost opportunities made the exploitation case stronger. This wasn't just me claiming I'd missed college. This was proof from official sources that I'd had a clear path to higher education that got destroyed after Paul made me Olivia's caregiver. Every piece of evidence made the situation look worse for Paul, and I could see Vivian's determination growing with each new detail she uncovered. 4 days after the surprise visit, Vivian brought someone new to the house. His name was Raymond Torres, and he was a financial investigator who specialized in disability benefit fraud. He had the same serious expression as Vivian and carried a briefcase full of documents. Paul looked nervous when they both showed up together. Raymond explained that he'd been reviewing Paul's disability benefit claims going back 5 years, since Olivia first started receiving assistance payments. He'd compared Paul's reported care needs against standard benefit guidelines and found concerning patterns. According to Paul's applications, Olivia required round-the-clock care for basic daily activities. She couldn't transfer, couldn't dress herself, couldn't prepare food, couldn't perform any task without direct physical assistance. Based on those reported needs, Paul received maximum assistance payments every month. Raymond had calculated the total amount received over 5 years. He didn't say the number out loud right then, but his expression made it clear the amount was significant. He said he needed to compare Paul's claims against medical records and therapist assessments to determine if the reported care needs matched Olivia's actual capabilities. Paul tried to say that Olivia really did need all that help, that he wouldn't lie about his daughter's condition. Raymond's response was cold and professional. He said the evidence would speak for itself. Anne arrived later that same day with 5 years' worth of physical therapy records. She'd organized everything by date, with detailed notes from each assessment session. Vivian and Raymond spread the documents across our dining room table, while Anne explained what each report showed. At every single evaluation, Anne had documented Olivia's actual physical capabilities. The records showed consistent upper body strength, full range of motion in her arms, ability to grip objects, ability to support her own weight during transfers. Anne had noted multiple times that Olivia was capable of independent transfers with proper technique. She'd observed Olivia reaching for items, manipulating objects, and performing tasks that required significant strength and coordination. Anne pointed to specific entries where she'd recommended Olivia practice independent living skills because she had the physical ability to do them. The medical documentation directly contradicted everything Paul had reported to disability services. Where Paul claimed Olivia needed total assistance, Anne's professional records showed Olivia performing tasks independently. Where Paul said Olivia had no upper body strength, Anne documented full strength and mobility. The discrepancies weren't small differences in interpretation. They were complete opposites. Vivian and Raymond took photos of every relevant page. Anne said she'd be willing to testify about what she'd observed over the years if the case went to court. Paul sat in the corner of the room, his face pale, watching his lies get exposed one document at a time. Raymond finished his calculations that evening. He called Vivian and me into the kitchen to review his findings. He'd added up every disability payment Paul received over 5 years based on claims that Olivia required maximum assistance with daily living activities. The total came to $73,000. Raymond explained that if Paul had accurately reported Olivia's capabilities, the benefit amount would have been significantly lower, probably around $20,000 for the same time period. The difference between what Paul claimed and what Olivia actually needed was $53,000. That wasn't a minor error or misunderstanding. That was systematic fraud over multiple years. Raymond said the amount qualified as felony fraud rather than a misdemeanor. The charges would be serious, and if convicted, Paul could face prison time. He'd also have to pay back the full $73,000 in fraudulent benefits. Vivian asked if I understood what this meant. I nodded, feeling numb. My stepfather had been stealing money from disability services by lying about his daughter's needs, and he'd forced me into unpaid labor to make those lies look real. The full scope of what he'd done was finally becoming clear, and it was so much worse than I'd realized. Mom came home from work while Vivian and Raymond were still there. She saw all the documents spread across the table and asked what was happening. Vivian explained that this was now a formal investigation into disability fraud and labor exploitation. Mom's face went through about 10 different expressions: confusion, shock, anger, fear. She asked what I had to do with any of this. Vivian said I was the primary witness and victim of the exploitation. Mom turned to me with this hurt look, like I'd betrayed her by talking to investigators. I felt anger rise up in my chest. I asked her if she seriously didn't know what had been happening for the past 18 months. If she really didn't notice that I'd become Olivia's unpaid servant while she and Paul went on dates and trips. Mom's eyes filled with tears. She said she knew I was unhappy, but thought I was just adjusting to the new family situation. Vivian asked directly if Mom had witnessed any of Olivia's verbal abuse toward me. Mom hesitated, then admitted she'd heard some of it. She said Olivia would say cruel things sometimes, but Paul convinced her it was normal teenage acting out. Vivian's expression hardened. She asked if Mom thought it was normal for a teenager to tell her stepsister she wished she'd die in a car accident. Mom flinched. She said Paul told her Olivia was processing trauma and I needed to be patient. Vivian closed her notebook and said that enabling abuse, even indirectly, had consequences too. Mom started crying harder, saying she didn't realize it was that bad, that she thought she was helping everyone adjust, but her excuses sounded hollow even to me. She'd chosen to believe Paul over her own daughter, and now everything was falling apart because of that choice. Vivian turned back to Mom and explained in a flat voice that making an untrained 18-year-old provide complex medical care wasn't just bad parenting. It was neglect of both me and Olivia, because neither of us had protection if something went wrong during transfers or medical needs. Mom's face crumpled and tears started running down her cheeks. She said she didn't realize it was that serious, that Paul told her I just needed to help with basic stuff. Vivian's expression didn't change at all. She'd clearly heard plenty of excuses from parents who turned a blind eye to what was happening in their own homes. She closed her folder and said the investigation would continue regardless of what Mom claimed to know or not know. The next morning, a process server showed up at the door with official papers for Paul. I was in the kitchen making breakfast when the doorbell rang. Paul answered and came back into the room holding an envelope with his face turning red. He ripped it open and read the letter inside. Then his eyes snapped to me with pure rage. He started screaming that I'd destroyed his family and ruined Olivia's future, that the disability benefits were suspended pending investigation, and we'd lose everything because of my lies. His voice got louder with each word, and he moved toward me with his fists clenched. I backed against the counter, feeling my heart slam in my chest. Then Vivian's voice came from the doorway asking if there was a problem. She'd arrived for a follow-up visit and heard Paul shouting from outside. She stepped between us and told Paul very calmly that intimidation and threats would make his situation considerably worse. Paul's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Vivian said she'd be adding witness intimidation to her report. Paul turned and walked out of the room without another word. Vivian looked at me and said we needed to get me out of that house immediately. She made a phone call right there in the kitchen, and within 2 hours, a social worker arrived to help me pack. I threw clothes and personal items into trash bags because I didn't have real luggage. The social worker kept telling me to take my time, but I wanted to move fast before Paul came back, or Mom tried to convince me to stay. Walking through that house for the last time felt surreal. 18 months of my life trapped in those rooms, serving Olivia's fake needs while my own future disappeared. I grabbed my broken laptop even though it didn't work anymore, just because it represented everything they'd taken from me. The social worker carried my bags to her car, and I climbed in without looking back. Driving away from that house felt terrifying because I had no idea where I was going or what would happen next. But it also felt like I could breathe fully for the first time in over a year. The social worker took me to a youth transitional housing program for young adults aging out of difficult family situations. The building looked like a regular apartment complex, but inside it had shared common areas and support staff. My room was small with 2 twin beds, a desk, and a dresser. My roommate was already there when I arrived. Her name was Jamie, and she'd left home at 17 after her parents kicked her out for being gay. She helped me unpack my trash bags and didn't ask too many questions about why I'd shown up with all my stuff that way. Over the next few days, Jamie explained how the program worked and introduced me to other residents who'd escaped various bad situations. Talking to Jamie helped me understand that what happened to me wasn't normal or acceptable. She'd say things like asking if I realized that parents weren't supposed to force their kids into unpaid labor, or that stepfamilies weren't supposed to treat one kid like a servant. Hearing her say those things out loud made something shift in my brain. I'd spent so long being told I was overreacting or being difficult that I'd started believing maybe I was the problem. 3 days after I moved out, Vivian called and said she'd set up an appointment for me with a therapist who specialized in family exploitation and abuse. The therapist's name was Coral McDowell, and her office was in a small building near the downtown area. I took 2 buses to get there for my first session. Coral was probably in her 50s with gray hair and a calm way of speaking that made me feel less nervous. She asked me to describe what happened in my own words without worrying about making it sound organized or logical. I talked for almost the full hour, explaining the caregiving duties, Olivia's cruelty, Paul's dismissiveness, Mom's enabling. When I finished, Coral said what I'd experienced had specific names. Financial exploitation because I provided labor worth thousands of dollars without compensation. Labor trafficking within a family because I was forced into work I couldn't refuse. Emotional abuse because of the constant verbal attacks and manipulation. Hearing those terms applied to my situation made my hands shake. Those words made everything feel real in a way it hadn't before. I'd always known what happened was wrong, but I didn't have language for exactly how wrong it was. Coral explained that giving names to these experiences wasn't about making me feel like a victim. It was about helping me understand that what happened followed patterns that affected lots of people, and that understanding those patterns would help me heal and protect myself in the future. She said we'd work together on processing the trauma and rebuilding my sense of what healthy relationships and boundaries looked like. I left that first session feeling exhausted but also oddly relieved. Someone with professional training had looked at my situation and confirmed I wasn't crazy or dramatic. What happened to me was serious enough to have official terminology and treatment approaches. The following week, I got a call from the prosecutor's office asking me to come in for a meeting. The prosecutor assigned to the case was named Keith Warner, and he had a small office filled with file boxes and legal books. He shook my hand and gestured for me to sit down, then pulled out a thick folder with Paul's name on it. He explained that based on the evidence collected by Vivian and Raymond, the state was filing criminal charges against Paul. He opened the folder and showed me the list. Welfare fraud for the false disability claims, labor exploitation for forcing me into unpaid caregiving work, child endangerment for putting me in a position to provide medical care without proper training where I could have seriously injured Olivia or myself, financial abuse for benefiting from my unpaid labor while claiming I was just helping family. The list went on for 2 full pages. Keith said each charge carried potential jail time, and Paul would also have to pay back all the fraudulent benefits, plus restitution to me for lost wages. Keith explained that Olivia wouldn't face criminal charges because she was a minor, and the law viewed her as being under her father's control and influence, but she'd be required to undergo psychological evaluation and treatment as part of the case resolution. The court wanted to understand why she'd participated in the fraud, and what interventions she needed to prevent future manipulative behavior. The focus of the criminal case was on Paul as the adult who created and benefited from the fraudulent situation. He was the one who filed the false benefit claims, canceled Olivia's professional aid to save money, and forced me into the caregiver role. Olivia's cruelty toward me was terrible, but legally she wasn't the one responsible for the systematic exploitation. Keith asked if I had questions, and I asked what would happen if Paul was convicted. He said Paul would likely face prison time given the amount of fraud involved, probably 2 to 4 years depending on how the trial went. After meeting with Keith, I had to decide whether I wanted to pursue a civil case against Paul and Mom for the lost wages and educational opportunities. The criminal case would hold Paul accountable to the state, but a civil case would get me financial compensation for what they'd stolen from me. Keith referred me to Miriam Alston, a family court mediator who could help me understand my options and potential outcomes. Miriam had an office in the courthouse and met with me the next afternoon. She explained that in a civil case, I could sue for the fair market value of the caregiving work I'd provided, plus damages for the lost scholarship opportunities and delayed education. She said we'd need to calculate exactly how much my labor was worth, and how much my future had been set back by missing college enrollment. The process would take months, and there was no guarantee I'd actually collect any money even if I won, since Paul might not have assets to pay a judgment. But it would create a legal record of the harm done to me. Miriam pulled out a calculator and started running numbers. 18 months of full-time caregiving at minimum wage, assuming 40 hours per week, came to approximately $45,000 in lost wages. That didn't count the scholarship money I'd lost by missing college enrollment, which had been worth about $30,000 for my first 2 years. It also didn't account for the emotional distress, lost social connections, or delayed career start. Miriam said a civil case could potentially seek $75,000 or more in total damages. She asked if I wanted time to think about whether to pursue it. I looked at those numbers and thought about Paul and Mom going on date nights while I was trapped at home serving Olivia. I told Miriam I wanted to move forward with the civil case. They'd stolen almost 2 years of my life and I wanted them to pay for every single day of it. Miriam scheduled a follow-up meeting for the next week to start the civil case paperwork. I left her office feeling like I'd taken another step toward making them pay for what they'd stolen from me. The money mattered, but what mattered more was the official record that what they did was wrong and had real consequences. I spent the next few days at the transitional housing trying to adjust to having my own space and my own schedule. Jamie showed me how the kitchen worked and introduced me to the other residents. Everyone there had left bad family situations and nobody asked questions they didn't want to answer themselves. It felt safe in a way I hadn't experienced in 18 months. 3 days after my meeting with Miriam, my phone rang with Mom's number. I stared at it for a full minute before answering. Her voice came through shaky and desperate, already crying before she got a single word out. She begged me to drop the case against Paul, saying he might go to jail and they'd lose the house if he got convicted. She kept saying she understood I was hurt, but this would destroy their whole life together. I listened to her sob for maybe 30 seconds before I cut her off. I told her she should have thought about that before she let Paul turn me into unpaid labor for a year and a half. I told her she chose him over me every single day, and now she had to live with that choice. Then I hung up while she was still crying. My hands shook after I ended the call, but I didn't feel guilty. She'd had dozens of chances to protect me, and she picked him every time. Anne called 2 days later and asked if she could stop by the transitional housing to check on me. She showed up that afternoon with a thick folder of papers. We sat in the common room and she spread out documentation from every single visit she'd made to the house over the past 18 months. She'd noted my exhaustion in her records. She'd written observations about how thin I'd gotten and how I flinched when Olivia yelled. She'd documented dates when I had dark circles under my eyes or seemed withdrawn. Anne said she wished she'd realized sooner what was really happening to me, that she'd suspected something was wrong but didn't put all the pieces together until she heard Olivia laughing about fooling medical professionals. Looking at her notes felt validating in a way I hadn't expected. Someone had noticed I was suffering even when my own mother pretended everything was fine. The following week, I met with the college admissions counselor at my old high school. Mrs. Patterson remembered me from 2 years ago when I'd been accepted to multiple schools with scholarship offers. She pulled up my old file and explained that I could apply for the upcoming spring semester as a gap year student. My previous acceptance letters would help my applications since colleges kept records of students they'd wanted. Some of my old scholarship opportunities were gone because they were specifically for incoming freshmen, but new ones had opened up for gap year students and transfer applicants. Mrs. Patterson walked me through the application process and gave me a list of deadlines. She said I should write my personal essay about what I'd learned during my gap year, focusing on the experiences that shaped who I'd become. I spent the next week working on that essay. Writing about the past 18 months felt like pulling glass out of a wound, but I focused on what I'd learned about exploitation and advocacy and standing up for myself. I wrote about recognizing when someone was taking advantage of me and finding the courage to speak up even when my own family told me I was wrong. I wrote about Anne believing me when nobody else would, and how that changed everything. When I brought the finished essay to Mrs. Patterson, she read it right there in her office. She looked up at me with tears in her eyes and said it was the most powerful essay she'd read in 20 years of counseling. She said any college would be lucky to have a student with my strength and self-awareness. Keith called me in for a meeting at the prosecutor's office 3 weeks after the investigation started. He had new information about Paul's lawyer trying to negotiate a plea deal. The offer was for Paul to pay back all the fraudulent benefits plus restitution to me, but he'd avoid jail time with probation instead. Keith explained that the decision was partly mine since I was the victim, and he wanted to know what I thought would be just. I sat there looking at the plea offer paperwork and thought about Paul going on date nights while I was trapped at home serving Olivia. I thought about him canceling the professional aid to save money and forcing me into that role with no training. I thought about him believing every lie Olivia told and dismissing every concern I raised. I told Keith that Paul needed real consequences, not just paying money back. He deliberately exploited me for 18 months and committed fraud for years before that. Money wouldn't teach him that what he did was wrong or stop him from doing it again to someone else. Keith nodded and said he agreed completely. He rejected the plea offer that same day and told Paul's lawyer they were moving forward with full prosecution. Paul would have to face trial and real prison time if convicted. The prosecutor's office sent me a copy of the rejection letter, and reading it felt like another small victory in taking back control of my life. 2 weeks later, Keith forwarded me the results of Olivia's court-ordered psychological evaluation. A psychologist had spent hours testing her and interviewing her about her behavior. The report said Olivia had oppositional defiant disorder and had learned manipulative behaviors from watching Paul avoid consequences for lying and rule-breaking. The psychologist noted that Olivia had been enabled to use her disability as an excuse for cruel behavior, rather than learning healthy coping strategies. The recommendation was intensive therapy focused on accountability and developing genuine independence. Olivia would need to work with a specialist who understood both physical disability and behavioral disorders. The psychologist's report included detailed notes about Olivia's actual physical capabilities. She could transfer herself, dress herself, prepare simple meals, and handle most daily tasks without assistance. She'd been enabled to avoid these tasks through manipulation, rather than genuine inability. The report said Olivia would need to relearn independence and develop healthier ways to cope with her actual limitations, instead of exaggerating them for attention and control. Reading that professional confirmation of what I'd observed for months felt validating. I wasn't crazy or exaggerating. Olivia really had been faking helplessness, and I'd been right to speak up about it. Mrs. Patterson called me in early December with news about my college applications. I'd gotten accepted to 3 schools for the spring semester, including the state university that had been my original top choice. The financial aid packages weren't as generous as my original freshman scholarships had been, but between grants and work-study programs, I could make it work. I'd have to take out some small loans, but nothing I couldn't manage with a part-time job. Looking at those acceptance letters felt like getting my future back after Paul had tried to steal it from me. I called Mrs. Patterson back and accepted the state university's offer. I'd start classes in January, only 3 semesters later than originally planned. Keith called me again right before Christmas with unexpected news about Mom. She'd filed for legal separation from Paul after the prosecutor explained she could face charges as an accessory if she stayed married to him during the trial. The prosecutor had told her that enabling the exploitation and benefiting from the fraudulent disability payments made her potentially liable. Mom had moved in with her sister 2 states away and filed the separation papers within a week. Keith forwarded me a letter Mom had sent through her lawyer. She apologized for not protecting me and said she finally understood how badly she'd failed as a mother. The apology didn't make excuses or blame anyone else. It just acknowledged what she'd done wrong and said she was sorry. I read that letter 3 times trying to figure out how I felt about it. The apology felt real, but it also felt too late. She'd chosen Paul over me for 18 months and only left him when her own freedom was threatened. I put the letter in a drawer and didn't respond. Maybe someday I'd be ready to talk to her, but that day wasn't today. Coral's office had soft lighting and comfortable chairs that made it easier to talk about hard things. When I showed her Mom's letter, she read it carefully before looking up at me. She asked how the apology made me feel, and I told her it seemed real, but also convenient timing since Mom only left after the prosecutor mentioned possible charges. Coral nodded and explained that acknowledging an apology doesn't require forgiveness, especially when someone apologizes mainly to protect themselves. She said I could recognize Mom's words without letting her back into my life. That healing didn't mean pretending everything was okay now. We talked about how Mom had 18 months to choose me over Paul, and only made that choice when her own freedom was at risk. Coral helped me understand that my anger was valid even if Mom was sorry, that I didn't owe her anything just because she finally admitted she was wrong. I left that session feeling lighter, like I had permission to put myself first without guilt. 6 weeks after Vivian first knocked on the door, I sat in a courthouse waiting room wearing the nicest clothes I owned. Keith had prepared me for what to expect at the preliminary hearing, explaining that I'd need to describe my daily routine as Olivia's caregiver, and how Paul had dismissed every concern I raised. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, with wooden benches and fluorescent lights that made everything look washed out. Paul sat at the defense table in a suit, looking nothing like the man who used to thank me for being such a good sister while leaving me trapped at home. The judge asked me to state my name and age for the record. Then Keith started asking questions. I described waking at 5 every morning for Olivia's first bathroom trip, the specific meals at designated times, helping with transfers and dressing despite having no training. Keith asked about the verbal abuse, and I told the judge how Olivia would scream that I was too slow, throw food on the floor, tell me she wished I'd die in a car accident. Paul's lawyer objected twice, but the judge let me continue. When Keith asked about my laptop, I explained how Olivia had deliberately knocked it over while I was applying for online classes, destroying my only chance at continuing my education. I described how Paul said accidents happen, and blamed me for leaving electronics where Olivia could reach them, even though she'd done it on purpose. The whole testimony took almost an hour, and my hands were shaking by the end. Paul's lawyer stood up for cross-examination and immediately tried to paint me as a rebellious teenager who resented helping family. He asked if I'd been angry about taking a gap year, if I'd felt put out by having to help my stepsister, if I'd exaggerated Olivia's behavior because I wanted to go to college instead. I answered honestly that yes, I'd been frustrated, but that didn't change the facts about what happened. Keith objected when the lawyer suggested I was lying for attention, and the judge sustained it. Then Keith presented Anne's testimony from her written statement, describing how she'd suspected manipulation for months, and finally heard Olivia laughing about fooling medical professionals. He showed the investigators photos of Olivia transferring herself and reaching high shelves, contrasted with Paul's benefit applications claiming she needed total assistance at all times. Raymond's financial analysis showed $73,000 in fraudulent payments over 5 years. The evidence covered the defense table in neat stacks of paper, each page another proof that I'd been telling the truth. Paul's lawyer tried to argue that the discrepancies were honest mistakes, that Olivia's abilities varied day to day. But Keith pointed out that Paul had consistently reported maximum disability for years, while Anne's records showed steady capabilities. The judge took less than 10 minutes to decide after hearing all the evidence. She said there was sufficient evidence for trial on all charges, including welfare fraud, labor exploitation, and child endangerment. Paul's lawyer immediately requested bail reduction, arguing that Paul had strong community ties and wasn't a flight risk. Keith countered that Paul had exploited 2 minors in his care for financial gain and showed no remorse. The judge denied the bail reduction, but allowed Paul to remain out on bail with strict conditions. No contact with me whatsoever, and any contact with Olivia had to be supervised by a court-approved monitor. Paul's face went red when the judge read those conditions, and I felt a surge of satisfaction knowing he couldn't intimidate me anymore. The judge scheduled the trial for late March, about 4 months away, and dismissed us. I walked out of that courthouse feeling like someone had finally listened to me and believed what I said. 2 weeks later, Coral called me at the transitional housing to say Olivia's therapist had a letter for me. I picked it up the next day, my stomach tight with nerves about what Olivia might have written. The letter was 3 pages long in Olivia's handwriting, and it started with an apology. She wrote that she'd been cruel and manipulative, that she'd taken out her anger about the accident on me because I was an easy target. She said therapy was helping her understand why she'd acted that way, how she'd learned to control people by playing helpless, and how wrong that was. The letter acknowledged specific things she'd done, like destroying my laptop and telling me she wished I'd die and said she was ashamed of those actions now. She asked if we could talk sometime, said she wanted to try to make things right even though she knew that might not be possible. Reading it made my chest feel tight and my eyes burn with tears I didn't want to cry. Part of me wanted to believe she meant it, but another part remembered 18 months of abuse and didn't trust anything she said. I brought the letter to my next session with Coral, and we spent the whole hour discussing whether I wanted to respond. Coral asked what I hoped to gain from talking to Olivia, and I realized I didn't have a good answer. I wasn't ready to forgive her or rebuild any kind of relationship, and talking to her wouldn't change what she'd done to me. But I also had things I wanted her to know about how her actions had affected me, things I'd never gotten to say when I was trapped in that house. Coral suggested I could write a letter explaining my feelings that Olivia's therapist could share with her in session, giving me a voice without requiring direct contact. That felt right, like I could have my say without opening myself up to more manipulation. I spent 3 days writing that letter, describing how her cruelty had made me feel worthless, how she'd stolen my education and future, how I'd lost friends and opportunities because of her lies. I didn't offer forgiveness or suggest we talk later. I just told her the truth about the damage she'd caused and said I needed her to leave me alone while I rebuilt my life. I gave the sealed letter to Coral, who promised to pass it to Olivia's therapist. January came with snow and the start of spring semester at the state university. I'd missed 3 semesters of college, watching friends from high school post about dorm life and football games, while I was trapped as an unpaid caregiver, and finally being on campus felt like getting my life back. My classes were challenging in ways I loved. Professors who expected me to think critically and participate in discussions about psychology and social work. I'd declared a social work major after realizing I wanted to help other people escape exploitative family situations, and my introduction to social work class felt like it was designed specifically for me. The other students were focused on learning instead of manipulation, and being surrounded by people working toward futures instead of tearing each other down made me feel human again. I studied in the library between classes, joined a student organization for future social workers, and ate lunch in the dining hall while doing homework. Every normal college experience felt precious because I knew how close I'd come to losing all of it. My work-study job was in the campus library, shelving books and helping students find research materials. The work was quiet and gave me time to think, and earning $9 an hour felt incredible after 18 months of forced unpaid labor. I got my first paycheck 2 weeks into the semester and stared at it for a full minute before depositing it on my phone. That money was mine, earned through work I'd chosen to do, and nobody could take it away or tell me I owed it to them. I used part of it to buy new clothes since most of what I owned was old and worn out, and put the rest toward textbooks and supplies. The independence of earning my own money and making my own choices about spending it felt like proof that I'd escaped, that Paul and Olivia no longer controlled any part of my life. Jamie from the transitional housing program had also started at the state university for spring semester, and we met for coffee between classes once a week. She understood family trauma in ways my old friends never could, because she'd lived through it herself, leaving home at 17 after years of her parents using her as free childcare for her younger siblings. We talked about setting boundaries with families who'd exploited us, about feeling guilty for choosing ourselves over people who'd never chosen us, about rebuilding lives that other people had tried to destroy. She was the first real friend I'd made since losing touch with everyone during my caregiver imprisonment, and having someone who understood made the hard days easier. We studied together in the library, complained about difficult professors, and reminded each other that we deserved the futures we were building. Keith called me in late February to say Paul's trial was scheduled for late March, about a month away. He wanted to meet and prepare me for testifying, explaining that the trial would be more intense than the preliminary hearing, and Paul's lawyer would try harder to discredit me. We met at his office downtown, and he walked me through likely questions. How to stay calm when the defense attorney tried to rattle me. What to do if I felt overwhelmed on the stand. He showed me the evidence he'd be presenting, including Anne's testimony, the investigator's photos, Raymond's financial analysis, and Olivia's own admission that she'd faked helplessness. Keith said the evidence was overwhelmingly in our favor, but trials were unpredictable, and I needed to be prepared for Paul's lawyer to paint me as a liar or exaggerator. He had me practice answering hostile questions until I could respond calmly without getting defensive. By the end of the meeting, I felt nervous but ready, knowing that testifying meant facing Paul again, but also meant making sure he faced real consequences for what he'd done. The week before the trial, Keith called me between classes. Paul's lawyer wanted to make a final plea offer to avoid going to trial. Keith explained the terms over the phone while I sat on a bench outside the library. Paul would admit to reduced charges, serve 18 months in jail, get 5 years probation after release, and pay back all the fraudulent benefits plus my lost wages. Keith said it was a decent offer that guaranteed consequences without the risk of trial. I listened to him lay out the numbers and the timeline, but something about it felt wrong. Paul would admit to lesser charges, spend less than 2 years locked up, and then move on with his life. Like what he did wasn't that serious. I told Keith I wanted Paul to stand in court and admit exactly what he did, not hide behind reduced charges that made it sound less awful than it was. Keith got quiet for a second, then said going to trial was risky because juries were unpredictable and we could lose everything. But he also said he believed we had a strong case with all the evidence, and if I wanted to push for full accountability, he'd support that decision. I said I wanted the trial. Keith said he'd reject the plea offer and we'd see Paul in court. The trial started on a Monday morning 3 weeks later. I sat in the front row of the courtroom with Anne on one side and Jamie on the other for moral support. Paul sat at the defense table in a suit that made him look respectable. Nothing like the man who'd turned me into unpaid labor for 18 months. The jury filed in and took their seats. 12 strangers who'd decide if Paul faced real consequences or walked away. Keith stood up and gave his opening statement, laying out the charges and promising to prove Paul had committed welfare fraud, labor exploitation, and child endangerment. Paul's lawyer argued that Paul was a struggling single dad who'd made mistakes but never intended to hurt anyone. I wanted to scream that intention didn't matter when the damage was real and deliberate, but I stayed quiet and waited for the evidence to speak. Anne testified first, taking the stand on day 1 and explaining her role as Olivia's physical therapist for 5 years. Keith walked her through her professional observations, asking specific questions about Olivia's actual capabilities versus what Paul reported to disability services. Anne described watching Olivia demonstrate full upper body strength, independent transfers, and fine motor control during therapy sessions, then hearing Paul claim Olivia needed total assistance with all daily tasks. She talked about the day she forgot her phone and came back to hear Olivia laughing about fooling medical professionals, how she'd suspected manipulation, but never had proof until that moment. Paul's lawyer tried to suggest Anne was biased against Paul or misremembering events, but Anne had detailed session notes going back years that backed up every word she said. The jury took notes while she testified, their faces serious as they absorbed the gap between Olivia's real abilities and Paul's fraudulent claims. Raymond testified on day 2, presenting the financial evidence he'd compiled during his investigation. He explained how Paul had been receiving maximum disability benefits for Olivia, based on reports claiming she needed round-the-clock care and couldn't perform basic tasks independently. Raymond showed the jury documents proving Paul had received $73,000 over 5 years, all based on exaggerated and false claims about Olivia's limitations. He walked through bank statements, benefit applications, and medical reports that Paul had submitted, pointing out specific lies in each document. Paul's lawyer tried to argue that Paul genuinely believed Olivia needed that level of care, but Raymond presented Anne's therapy notes from the same time periods showing Olivia was far more capable than Paul claimed. The financial trail was clear and damning, showing Paul had knowingly lied to maximize benefits while forcing me to provide unpaid care that wasn't actually necessary. Vivian testified that afternoon, describing what she found when she investigated the case. She talked about showing up at 7 in the morning and catching Olivia transferring herself without help, about interviewing me and hearing how I'd been trapped providing full-time care without training or pay. Vivian described finding me exhausted, isolated, and stuck in an exploitative situation where Paul and Olivia controlled every part of my life. She explained how Paul had canceled Olivia's professional aid service the week after moving in with my mom, immediately replacing paid trained help with me as free untrained labor. Vivian's testimony made everything sound even worse than I remembered, laying out the systematic way Paul had used both me and Olivia for financial gain. Paul's lawyer suggested I could have left anytime I wanted, but Vivian pointed out I was 18 with no money, no transportation, and a mother who supported Paul's demands, making escape nearly impossible without outside intervention. I testified on day 3, walking to the stand with my hands shaking but my voice steady. Keith asked me to describe my daily routine during those 18 months, and I told the jury about waking at 5 every morning for Olivia's bathroom demands, about being berated for being too slow or doing things wrong, about watching my college acceptance letters expire while I was trapped providing care. I described Olivia throwing food on the floor and Paul believing her lies that I'd refused to feed her. I talked about catching Olivia doing things alone that she claimed were impossible, about her deliberately destroying my laptop to sabotage my college applications, about Paul dismissing every concern I raised. I explained how Mom enabled everything, saying Olivia was just processing trauma whenever she told me she wished I'd die. Paul's lawyer tried to paint me as an exaggerating, rebellious teenager who resented helping family, asking if I'd ever just refused to help or told Paul no. I explained that I'd tried refusing and Paul threatened to kick me out with nowhere to go, that I'd tried telling Mom and she chose Paul's version over mine every time. The lawyer asked if maybe I was making things sound worse than they were, but Keith presented my detailed accounts that matched perfectly with Anne's observations, the investigator's photos, and the financial records. Everything I said had documentation backing it up, making it impossible to dismiss as teenage drama. Olivia testified as part of the prosecution case on day 4, and watching her take the stand felt strange after everything that happened. She admitted that she'd faked helplessness and manipulated everyone around her, that she'd been cruel to me because she was angry about her limitations, and I was an easy target. She cried while describing how Paul encouraged her to exaggerate her needs to maximize benefits, how he'd coached her on what to say to doctors and disability examiners. Olivia said Paul told her the extra money would give them a better life, that she was helping the family by playing more disabled than she actually was. She talked about taking her anger at the car accident out on me, about enjoying the power of making me do everything for her even when she could do it herself. Paul's face went red while Olivia testified and his lawyer objected multiple times, but the judge let her continue because she was a prosecution witness. Olivia's testimony destroyed any remaining argument that Paul was just a confused dad who didn't understand the rules. The jury deliberated for 6 hours while I sat in the courthouse hallway with Anne and Jamie, too nervous to eat or focus on anything. Keith came out twice to say the jury had sent questions to the judge, but wouldn't tell me what they asked. Finally, the bailiff called us back in and said the jury had reached verdicts. We filed back into the courtroom and I sat in the same front row seat, gripping the bench in front of me while the jury foreman stood up. The judge asked if they'd reached verdicts on all counts and the foreman said yes. Guilty on welfare fraud, guilty on labor exploitation, guilty on child endangerment. Paul's face went pale as each verdict was read, his lawyer putting a hand on his shoulder while Paul stared straight ahead. The judge thanked the jury and set a sentencing date for 2 weeks later, then dismissed everyone. I walked out of the courtroom feeling like I could finally breathe, knowing Paul would face real consequences for what he'd done. 2 weeks later, I sat in the same courtroom for sentencing. Paul stood in front of the judge while Keith presented a sentencing recommendation based on the severity of the crimes and the harm caused. The judge reviewed the case file, looked at Paul, and delivered the sentence. 3 years in state prison, 5 years probation after release, and orders to pay back $73,000 in fraudulent benefits, plus $45,000 to me for lost wages. The judge's voice was firm as he explained that Paul had exploited both his daughter and stepdaughter, prioritizing financial gain over our well-being and development. The sentence reflected the seriousness of betraying family trust for monetary benefit, and the judge hoped the time in prison would make Paul understand the gravity of what he'd done. Paul's lawyer asked if he could remain free pending appeal, but the judge denied it and ordered Paul taken into custody immediately. 2 bailiffs walked over and put handcuffs on Paul right there in the courtroom, leading him through a side door while his lawyer gathered papers. Mom attended the sentencing and cried through the whole thing, sitting 3 rows behind me and sobbing into tissues while the judge spoke. After the bailiffs took Paul away, she tried to approach me in the hallway outside the courtroom. She said my name and reached for my arm, but I stepped back and told her I needed more time before I was ready for any kind of relationship with her. Mom said she understood and that she was sorry, her face red and puffy from crying. I walked away without saying anything else, leaving her standing in the courthouse hallway while Anne and Jamie waited for me by the exit. I met with my therapist the next day to process everything that happened. Sitting in her office felt safe after the intensity of the trial and sentencing, and I told her about the mixed feelings swirling around in my head. Relief that Paul was held accountable and would spend real time in prison for what he did. Sadness that my family situation had exploded so completely that the people who were supposed to protect me had used me instead. Anger that it took outside intervention to stop the exploitation. That my own mother hadn't chosen me over Paul until forced to by legal consequences. My therapist listened and helped me understand that all those feelings could exist at the same time. That justice didn't erase the lost time or the betrayal, but it did help me move forward. She reminded me that I'd survived something awful and come out stronger. That I was building a new life on my own terms. The session helped me see that closing this chapter meant I could finally focus on the future, instead of being trapped in what Paul and Olivia had done to me. I threw myself into my classes that first semester, staying up late in the library and showing up early to study groups. Every assignment felt like proof that I could succeed without anyone controlling my time or telling me I was wasting opportunities. When final grades posted in December, I stared at the 3.7 GPA on my screen and felt something shift inside me. My psychology professor pulled me aside after our last class and asked if I'd ever considered graduate school. She said my paper on family systems and power dynamics showed real insight, and that I had the kind of analytical mind that would thrive in advanced study. I thanked her and said I'd think about it, but mostly I felt proud that someone saw potential in me based on my actual work, instead of how well I could follow orders. The spring semester started with news from Olivia's therapist through the court reporting system. Olivia had enrolled in regular high school classes instead of continuing home instruction. Her therapist noted that attending school with other students was forcing Olivia to develop genuine independent skills since she couldn't manipulate classmates the way she'd manipulated family. The report mentioned Olivia was learning to ask for help appropriately, instead of faking helplessness, and that she was taking responsibility for her actions in therapy sessions. I felt weird reading about her progress, like I was supposed to care but couldn't quite get there yet. Part of me hoped she was actually changing, but another part remembered every cruel thing she'd said and didn't trust that real change was possible. The restitution payment started arriving in February through a court-managed account. The first deposit was $8,000, a chunk of the $45,000 Paul owed me for lost wages. I sat at my laptop staring at my bank balance and feeling like I was looking at someone else's account. I'd never had more than a few $100s at once in my entire life. I transferred most of it straight to my tuition account for next year, treating the money exactly like the scholarship replacement it basically was. The rest went into savings for textbooks and living expenses. Every dollar felt like reclaiming something Paul had stolen, turning his exploitation into my education. Jamie and I started apartment hunting in March for sophomore year. We found a 3-bedroom place near campus that needed a 3rd roommate, and Jamie's friend from her biology class wanted to move out of the dorms. The apartment had old carpet and a kitchen that barely fit 2 people, but it was ours. We signed the lease in April, and I felt actual excitement about moving in. These were roommates I chose, people who treated me like an equal instead of unpaid help. The apartment represented the kind of normal college living situation I should have had all along, the life Paul had tried to prevent me from having. Mom texted me in late May asking if we could meet for coffee. 6 months had passed since the sentencing, and I'd ignored most of her previous messages. Coral and I had discussed boundaries in therapy, talking about what kind of contact I was comfortable with and what my limits were. I agreed to meet Mom at a coffee shop near campus with a firm 1-hour time limit. I got there first and picked a table near the door, so I could leave easily if I needed to. Mom arrived 10 minutes late, looking older than I remembered. She ordered tea and sat down across from me, her hands shaking slightly as she wrapped them around the cup. She told me she'd been in therapy since the trial, working with someone who specialized in family dynamics and codependency. She said her therapist was helping her understand how she'd enabled Paul and failed to protect me. Mom didn't make excuses or try to justify what she'd done. She just listed the ways she'd been wrong, acknowledging that she'd chosen her marriage over my safety, and that she'd dismissed my complaints because facing the truth would have meant admitting she'd made a terrible mistake. She said she wanted to do better and asked what that would look like for me. I told Mom I appreciated her taking accountability, but I wasn't ready to have her back in my life regularly. The hurt was too deep and too recent for me to pretend everything could be normal between us. We agreed to occasional supervised meetings where she could demonstrate changed behavior over time, maybe once every few months in public places with clear time limits. Mom's face crumpled a little, but she nodded and said she understood. We finished our drinks in awkward silence, and I left feeling emotionally exhausted, but also relieved that I'd held my boundaries. Anne called me in June with an unexpected request. She was organizing a training session for healthcare providers about recognizing signs of family exploitation and caregiver abuse. She asked if I'd be willing to speak about my experience to help professionals identify similar situations with their patients. The idea scared me at first, talking about everything that happened in front of strangers who worked in medicine. But Anne explained that my story could help prevent other families from exploiting young caregivers, and that healthcare providers needed to understand what warning signs looked like in real situations. I agreed to do it and spent 2 weeks preparing what I'd say. The training session happened in a hospital conference room with about 30 therapists, nurses, and social workers. I stood at the front and told them about becoming Olivia's caregiver without training, about the verbal abuse and manipulation, about how everyone dismissed my concerns until Anne caught Olivia lying. I explained how isolated I'd become and how no one questioned why an 18-year-old was providing complex medical care alone. When I finished, several people asked questions about what signs they should watch for and how to approach families when they suspected exploitation. Walking out of that hospital, I felt powerful in a way I hadn't before, like my experience could actually help protect other people. I changed my major to social work at the start of summer session. Sitting in my academic advisor's office, I explained that I wanted to help young people escape exploitative family situations. My psychology classes had been interesting, but I realized I wanted more direct work with vulnerable populations. My advisor pulled up the social work program requirements and walked me through what classes I'd need. She mentioned that my personal experience would give me insight that would make me a better advocate, but I'd also need to work on maintaining professional boundaries so I didn't burn out. I left her office feeling like I'd finally figured out what I was supposed to do with my life. Like everything that happened had led me toward this purpose. Another letter from Olivia arrived in August, a year after the trial ended. Her handwriting was neater than the first letter, the words more carefully chosen. She wrote about her progress in therapy and described the work she was doing to understand why she'd treated me so badly. She acknowledged specific cruel things she'd said and done, not making excuses but explaining what her therapist had helped her realize about using manipulation to feel powerful when she felt helpless about her disability. Olivia wrote that she didn't expect forgiveness and wasn't asking for a relationship. She just wanted me to know she was genuinely working on becoming a better person, and that she was sorry for the pain she'd caused. I read the letter twice and then put it in my desk drawer. I wasn't ready to respond yet, but I also didn't throw it away like I had the first one. I sat at my desk 3 days later and opened a blank document to write back to Olivia. My fingers hovered over the keyboard while I thought about what I wanted to say. I typed that I appreciated her honesty about her progress in therapy and that I was glad she was working on herself. I wrote that I wished her well in her recovery and hoped she continued developing healthier ways to cope with her disability. Then I added the important part, the boundary I needed to set. I explained that while I acknowledged her growth, I wasn't interested in rebuilding a sibling relationship. I needed to focus on my own healing and moving forward with my life. I read it over twice, changed a few words to make sure the tone was clear but not cruel, and hit send before I could second-guess myself. The email felt honest and fair, protecting my own well-being while not dismissing the work she was doing. The application for the internship with Adult Protective Services came through my social work department advisor in October. She forwarded me the posting and said my experience made me a strong candidate. I filled out the forms, wrote an essay about why I wanted to work in exploitation prevention, and submitted everything by the deadline. 2 weeks later, I got called for an interview. Vivian was on the interview panel. sitting at the conference table with two other supervisors I didn't know. She smiled when I walked in, but kept things professional during the questions. They asked about my coursework, my career goals, and how I'd handle difficult cases involving family dynamics. When they asked why I wanted this specific internship, I told them I understood what it felt like to be trapped in an exploitative situation, and I wanted to help other people recognize the warning signs before years of their lives got stolen. Vivian nodded and wrote something down. I got the acceptance email 3 days later. My internship started in January, working 15 hours a week with Vivian's investigation team. She taught me how to review case files, spot inconsistencies in reported care needs versus actual capabilities, and interview potential victims without making them feel interrogated. She showed me the documentation procedures that had helped build the case against Paul, and explained how proper evidence collection made the difference between successful prosecution and cases that fell apart. Working with her felt like channeling everything I'd survived into something useful. She became more than a supervisor. She became a mentor who understood exactly what I'd been through and helped me figure out how to use that experience to protect other people. 2 years after the investigation started, I walked across campus toward my apartment carrying textbooks for my senior year classes. I had a 3.8 GPA, a job offer from a victim advocacy organization waiting for after graduation, and my own place that I shared with 2 roommates who actually treated me like an equal. The scholarship money I'd lost when Paul derailed my education had been partially replaced by the restitution payments, which I'd put toward tuition. I was taking advanced courses in trauma-informed care and family systems, building toward a career helping people escape the kind of situation I'd survived. My friends were people I'd chosen, people who respected my boundaries and didn't expect me to sacrifice my life for their convenience. Paul was still in prison with another year left on his sentence. Mom and I had occasional supervised coffee meetings where she demonstrated her therapy progress, but I still wasn't ready for a real relationship with her. Olivia was living in a group home learning actual independent living skills. None of them had any power over my choices anymore. My life belonged to me now. Every decision and every direction I took was mine alone. Walking into my apartment building, I realized the family that had tried to trap me had actually freed me by showing me exactly what I didn't want my life to be. I sat in my family systems class the next week, listening to a lecture about exploitation dynamics within households. The professor described patterns of forced caregiving, isolation tactics, and how abusers convinced victims that mistreatment was normal family obligation. Everything she said matched what I'd lived through. After class, I stayed behind and told her about my experience. She asked if I'd be willing to do a presentation for next semester's class about recognizing exploitation from a survivor perspective. I agreed immediately. Escaping that house had been the best thing that ever happened to me, even though getting there had been painful and scary. I was stronger now, more aware of manipulation tactics, more confident in setting boundaries. I'd learned to recognize when someone was trying to take advantage of my willingness to help. My commitment to helping other people escape exploitation came directly from understanding how easy it was to get trapped and how hard it was to get out. My life was genuinely mine now, built on choices I made for myself rather than obligations forced on me. That freedom was worth every difficult moment I'd gone through to get here. I walked out of that classroom knowing exactly what I wanted to do with my future, and nobody could take that certainty away from me.
My relatives said we were the family of failures. Then they learned that I was a doctor. My dad drove a bus for 30 years, and my mom cleaned office buildings at night. We lived in a small apartment while my cousins lived in huge houses because their parents were all lawyers and business owners. Every family reunion was the same thing. Uncle Harold would ask Dad if he was still driving that bus like it was something shameful. Aunt Rita would tell Mom about her new designer purse while Mom sat there in her Target clearance clothes. Cousin Bradley would talk about his acceptance to Yale while looking at my brother and me like we were headed straight to community college. They'd always make these comments about how some people were meant for bigger things and others had to accept their station in life. My parents never fought back, just smiled and said they were proud of their honest work. But I saw how Dad's shoulders would drop when Uncle Harold talked about his latest promotion. I watched Mom's face when Aunt Rita would accidentally forget to invite us to the fancy family events because we wouldn't fit in with their important friends. When I was applying to colleges, the whole family laughed when I said I wanted to be a doctor. Cousin Bradley actually said out loud that people like us didn't become doctors. We became patients. Aunt Rita patted my mom's hand and said it was sweet that I had dreams, but I should be realistic about my abilities. Uncle Harold offered to get me a job at his company in the mailroom when I inevitably dropped out. They didn't know I'd already gotten a full-ride scholarship to a state school based on my grades. I didn't tell them either. For 8 years, I disappeared from family events. Told my parents to say I was working, which was true. I was working my way through pre-med, then medical school, then residency. 80-hour weeks, living on vending machine coffee, studying until my eyes burned. My parents knew what I was doing, but I made them promise not to tell anyone. They'd ask why, and I'd say I wanted to focus without the family's negative energy. Really, I was planning something better. During those 8 years, the relatives got worse. They'd ask my parents if I'd dropped out yet. When my brother became an electrician, they said at least one of us learned a trade instead of chasing impossible dreams. They started excluding my parents from more events, saying it was too expensive and they'd understand since money was tight for bus drivers. Uncle Harold loved telling the story about how he'd offered me a mailroom job, and I was too proud to take it, probably why I was failing now. Cousin Bradley became a financial advisor and made sure everyone knew he was managing portfolios worth millions, while my family couldn't even manage to show up to reunions. They actually started a family group chat without us, where they planned vacations and shared success stories. Mom found out from a family friend and cried for days. Then came Grandma's 90th birthday party, big fancy event at a hotel ballroom that Uncle Harold paid for. He made sure everyone knew he'd covered everything, because that's what successful family members do for those they love. My parents were put at a table in the back corner with the family friends. No one really knew. I showed up late, straight from a 36-hour shift, still in my scrubs because I didn't have time to change. Uncle Harold saw me first and loudly said, "Look who finally showed up dressed like a janitor." Aunt Rita asked if I was working at a hospital now, and before I could answer, she said at least cleaning work was steady employment. Bradley made a joke about how I must have finally taken that mailroom job, but at a hospital instead. The whole room was laughing. That's when the hotel manager approached, asking if there was a doctor present because someone in the lobby was having chest pains. The relatives kept laughing about their jokes while I followed the manager out. Turned out to be a mild panic attack, but I stayed with the man until the ambulance arrived, doing the full assessment to be safe. The manager was so grateful that he announced to the whole ballroom that they were lucky to have such a skilled emergency physician in attendance. "Doctor," Rivera called me, using the title and last name from my hospital badge. The room went silent. Uncle Harold asked what the manager meant by doctor. The manager explained I'd just provided emergency care, and he'd looked me up, and I was actually the head of emergency medicine at the biggest trauma center in the state, the youngest department head in the hospital's history. Aunt Rita laughed nervously and said there must be a mistake because I was just, and then she stopped because she couldn't say what she'd been about to say. I walked back to the microphone they'd set up for speeches and introduced myself properly for the first time in 8 years. I lifted the microphone and tapped it twice. The feedback screech cut through the murmurs and made everyone turn toward me. My voice came out steady even though my heart was pounding, so hard I could feel it in my throat. I said I wanted to properly introduce myself since it had been 8 years. I told them I was Dr. Rivera, head of emergency medicine at State Trauma Center. I explained that while they all assumed I'd failed and dropped out, I'd actually been completing medical school and residency. The ballroom went completely silent except for Grandma's oxygen tank humming in the corner. Uncle's face turned red, starting at his neck and spreading up to his forehead. Aunt's mouth hung open like she'd forgotten how to close it. I could see her expensive lipstick smudged on her bottom teeth. Several relatives had stopped mid-bite, forks frozen halfway to their mouths. The silence stretched so long that I could hear the ice melting in someone's drink at a nearby table. I kept talking, my voice calm and even. I explained that 8 years ago I'd received a full-ride scholarship to state school based on my grades. That's why I could afford medical school despite my parents' modest income. I watched Cousin's face change as I spoke. His smug smile faded first, then his eyes got wider, then something like panic crossed his features. His whole body went stiff in his chair. I could see him gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles turned white. His entire story about me failing was collapsing right in front of everyone, and he knew it. His wife touched his arm, but he didn't seem to notice. A few relatives near him shifted in their seats, glancing between him and me. I turned toward the back corner where Mom and Dad sat. I thanked them publicly for teaching me the value of honest work and perseverance. I said that watching Dad drive that bus with pride for 30 years taught me more about serving people than any fancy school ever could. I told them that Mom's dedication to cleaning those offices with integrity showed me what real character looked like. Mom's face crumpled and tears started running down her cheeks. Dad put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Both of them looked completely overwhelmed. Dad's eyes were shining and he kept blinking fast like he was trying not to cry too. Mom pressed her hand over her mouth, but I could see her shoulders shaking. Several people at their table reached over to touch their arms or pat their hands. Uncle tried to interrupt with a forced laugh that came out too loud and too high. He stood up halfway and said this was wonderful news, and he always knew I had potential. But his voice cracked on the word potential, and it came out sounding strangled. Several relatives turned to stare at him with new expressions on their faces. The skepticism was obvious. People who'd been nodding along with his comments about me for years were now looking at him like they were seeing him differently. Aunt clutched her designer purse against her chest, like it might somehow protect her from all the judgment now pointing her direction. She kept looking around at the other tables, trying to make eye contact with people, but most of them looked away. The shift in the room was almost physical, like the air pressure had changed. I set the microphone back in its stand, and walked across the ballroom to my parents' table. My scrubs made a soft swishing sound with each step. Mom and Dad both stood up before I got there. Mom grabbed me first and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. Dad wrapped his arms around both of us. His voice was rough when he whispered that he was so proud. Then he pulled back a little and asked why I didn't tell them I was coming tonight. I admitted I wanted to see the looks on everyone's faces when they realized they'd been wrong about me for 8 years. Dad let out a sound that was half laugh and half sob. Mom kissed my cheek and her tears were wet against my skin. The party atmosphere had completely changed. Small groups of relatives were whispering and glancing between our table and Uncle's prominent seat near Grandma. Some people were pretending to eat, but their eyes kept darting over. Others had given up pretending and were just staring openly. Several cousins I barely knew started approaching our table. They came one at a time or in pairs, moving slowly like they weren't sure if they should. Their congratulations felt forced and uncomfortable. One cousin said she always thought I'd do something great. Another said he'd been meaning to reach out over the years. A third asked what medical school was like with this fake enthusiasm that made my teeth hurt. All of them had either ignored me completely at past events or laughed along with Uncle's jokes. Now they were acting like we'd always been close. I kept my responses short and polite, but I didn't pretend I believed their sudden interest was real. Grandma's voice cut through the noise. She called my name and waved me over to her table. When I got close, she reached out and grabbed my hand. Her grip was surprisingly strong for someone 90 years old. Her fingers were bony but warm. She pulled me down so I had to lean closer to hear her. She said she was proud of me, but wished I'd shared my journey with the family instead of hiding it. Her eyes were watery behind her glasses. I realized as she spoke that she genuinely didn't understand. She had no idea how toxic her children had made things for my parents. She thought I'd just been busy with school. She thought the family had been supportive and I'd chosen to stay away for no good reason. The confusion on her face was real. I spent 20 minutes sitting next to Grandma, explaining as gently as I could. I told her I stayed away because every family event became a chance for her children to make my parents feel small. I described how Uncle would ask Dad about the bus like it was shameful. How Aunt would talk about designer purses while Mom sat there in clearance clothes. How Cousin made it clear he thought people like us couldn't become doctors. Grandma's face changed as I talked. She looked troubled, her forehead creasing deeper with each example. She admitted she'd noticed some tension between her children, but thought it was just normal sibling stuff. She said siblings always compete and tease each other. I shook my head and told her this went way beyond that. I explained about the family group chat that deliberately excluded my parents. About the events they weren't invited to because we wouldn't fit in. About 8 years of constant comments about my failure that my parents had to endure alone. Grandma's hand tightened on mine, and she looked toward Uncle's table with an expression I'd never seen on her face before. Uncle appeared next to us with Aunt right behind him. Both of them were doing obvious damage control. Uncle's businessman smile was back, but it looked painted on. He insisted they were just joking all these years and never meant any harm. Aunt nodded along and said everyone knew they were just teasing. Her voice was too bright and too fast. I looked at them calmly and asked if they thought it was a joke when they were excluded my parents from the family group chat. I asked if forgetting to invite them to important events because we wouldn't fit in with their successful friends were just teasing. Uncle's smile flickered. Aunt started to say something but stopped. Several relatives at nearby tables had gone quiet and were clearly listening now. Aunt's face flushed deep red, and she stammered that those were just oversights. She said things got busy and sometimes people got left off invitation lists by accident. I pulled out my phone without saying anything. I scrolled to the folder where I'd saved screenshots Mom had sent me over the years. I turned the screen toward them and started swiping through images. Family vacation photos from trips my parents never knew about until afterward. Birthday celebration announcements that my parents learned about from other relatives weeks later. Holiday gatherings they weren't invited to. Summer barbecues at Uncle's house that somehow their invitation got lost. I watched Uncle's confident businessman face crack as he realized what he was looking at. His eyes moved from the phone to my face and back again. Aunt made a small sound in her throat. The relatives who were listening weren't even pretending not to stare anymore. Uncle's whole carefully built image of the generous, successful brother was falling apart right there in the hotel ballroom. I stepped away from them before either could come up with another excuse. The crowd had thinned around us, but enough relatives remained nearby to witness the whole exchange. I walked through the ballroom toward the exit, passing tables where family members pretended not to stare while clearly hanging on every word they'd overheard. My hands were shaking slightly from adrenaline, not from anger, but from finally saying what I'd rehearsed in my head for 8 years. The hotel carpet muffled my footsteps as I headed toward the lobby, needing space to breathe after confronting the people who'd made my parents feel worthless for decades. My brother caught up with me near the coat check area. He didn't say anything at first, just pulled me into a hug that nearly knocked the air out of my lungs. When he finally let go, his eyes were wet, and he was grinning like he'd just won something important. He told me he'd been waiting 8 years to watch someone put uncle and aunt in their place like that. I started to apologize for keeping him out of the loop, but he cut me off and admitted Mom had told him about medical school during my second year because she needed someone to talk to about how proud and worried she was. He'd respected my request to stay quiet, even though he wanted to brag about his doctor brother every time cousin made another snide comment about our family's lack of ambition. We found a quiet corner near the hotel bar and sat down on one of those fancy couches that's more for show than comfort. For the next hour, we talked about things we'd never really discussed before. He explained that becoming an electrician wasn't just about finding steady work. It was partly his way of refusing to play the family's game, where your worth got measured by how impressive your job title sounded. He made good money, better than cousin actually earned after you factored in all the insurance products cousin pushed on people who didn't need them. But the family treated his skilled trade like it was something to apologize for, while acting like cousin's financial advisor job was some kind of achievement. He'd watched me disappear from family events and understood why, even wished sometimes he had the guts to do the same thing instead of showing up, and enduring their comments about how at least one of us learned a practical skill instead of chasing impossible dreams. The party was winding down when we walked back into the ballroom. Several relatives approached us separately over the next 30 minutes. An aunt I barely remembered hugged me and said she'd always believed in me, which was strange considering she'd never spoken to me before tonight. She asked if I was accepting new patients because her husband needed a good doctor. A cousin whose name I couldn't recall wanted to know if I could help his son get into medical school, maybe write a recommendation letter or make some calls to admissions offices. Another relative asked if I knew any specialists because her sister needed a referral, and it would be so helpful to have a doctor in the family. I realized none of them were actually confronting what had happened tonight, or acknowledging the years of cruelty my parents endured. They just wanted to be associated with my success now that it was public and useful to them. Mom and Dad found me near the exit. Mom's eyes were red from crying, but she was smiling. Dad had his arm around her shoulders and looked more relaxed than I'd seen him in years. They insisted I come back to their apartment instead of driving home to my condo across the city. I tried to argue that it was late and they must be exhausted, but Mom squeezed my hand and said she wasn't ready to say goodnight yet. During the drive, Dad stayed quiet behind the wheel while Mom kept holding my hand in the back seat. The car felt full of 8 years of complicated feelings. Pride mixed with relief, mixed with leftover hurt, mixed with something that felt like sadness for all the time we'd lost while I was hiding my achievements, and they were defending my absence to relatives who assumed I'd failed. Their apartment looked exactly the same as it had 8 years ago. Same worn couch, same kitchen table with the wobbly leg Dad kept meaning to fix, same family photos on the wall that stopped including me after I disappeared from gatherings. We sat at that kitchen table where I'd studied for the MCATS, where Mom used to quiz me on anatomy terms before her night shift cleaning offices. She made coffee even though it was past midnight. We finally talked honestly about the 8 years of silence. Mom admitted she understood why I needed to disappear from family events, but she'd missed me desperately at holidays and birthdays. She'd wanted to tell Uncle where I really was every time he made another joke about my failure. Dad said watching Uncle mock my absence while not knowing I was succeeding had been one of the hardest things he'd endured in 30 years of enduring Uncle's condescension. I apologized for making them carry the secret alone. I explained that I'd been so focused on proving everyone wrong that I didn't fully consider how my absence affected them beyond sparing them from more family judgment. I'd thought about the big reveal for so long that I'd forgotten about all the small moments they'd faced alone. Dad reached across the table and grabbed my hand. He said he'd do it again because seeing Uncle's face tonight was worth 8 years of snide comments. We all started laughing, and then somehow we were crying, and then we were laughing again until our stomachs hurt, and the coffee got cold. Over the next few days, my phone exploded with messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Some texts felt genuine, congratulating me on my achievements and apologizing for not staying in touch. Others were so transparent I almost laughed. Distant cousins suddenly remembered we'd been close as kids. Aunts and uncles wanted to grab lunch and catch up. Everyone seemed to have a story about how they'd always known I'd do something special. Cousin sent a long text apologizing for his behavior over the years and asking if we could get coffee to talk things through. I read it twice, then put my phone down without responding. I wasn't ready to let him off the hook that easily. His apology might be sincere, but 8 years of mockery didn't disappear because of one text message sent after he got embarrassed in front of the whole family. Uncle called my dad directly 4 days after the party. Dad answered and immediately put him on speaker so I could hear from across their living room. Uncle's apology lasted 10 minutes and was full of justifications. He talked about how competitive he'd always felt with his younger brother, how Dad's contentment with a modest life made him feel like his own ambition was judged, How seeing Dad happy driving a bus while Uncle stressed over quarterly earnings reports made him question his own choices. How he'd needed to feel superior to his brother to justify the sacrifices he'd made for his career. I listened to the whole thing and realized he was still making this about himself rather than the pain he'd caused. He was explaining his behavior instead of truly owning it. When he finally stopped talking, Dad was quiet for a long moment before saying he'd think about what Uncle said and they could talk again later. After he hung up, Dad looked at me and shook his head. Aunt sent a gift basket to my parents' apartment 3 days later. It arrived in a huge wicker basket wrapped in cellophane, filled with expensive cheeses and fancy crackers and imported chocolates and bottles of wine that probably cost more than my parents spent on groceries in a month. The card was thick and embossed with gold lettering. Inside, Aunt had written a long message expressing regret for any misunderstandings over the years and hoping we could move forward as a family. Mom read the card twice, then set it aside and started unpacking the basket. She pointed out that Aunt was apologizing through money and gifts rather than actually examining her behavior. The expensive foods were easier than honest conversation. We loaded everything into bags and drove it to a shelter downtown. Mom kept the basket for storage, saying at least something useful came from Aunt's guilt. Monday morning arrived with my alarm going off at 5:30, same as always. I drove to the hospital through empty streets, the city still dark and quiet. The parking garage was nearly empty at this hour, just a few night shift cars scattered across the levels. I badged into the emergency department and headed straight for the staff lounge to drop off my lunch. The break room was busier than usual for 6 in the morning, with at least a dozen people clustered around the coffee maker and the small table where someone always left donuts. The conversation stopped the second I walked through the door. Everyone turned to look at me and I felt my face getting hot. Ricardo was standing near the window holding a coffee mug, and he raised it toward me like a toast. He told everyone that the hospital board member who attended Grandma's party had already spread the story through 3 departments, and by now half the hospital knew about the family drama. I wanted to disappear into the floor. One of the night shift nurses came over and touched my arm, saying her own sister hadn't spoken to her in 5 years because she became a nurse while her sister stayed in their small town working retail. She said families sometimes couldn't handle when one person climbed higher than they expected. A respiratory therapist shared that his father still introduced him as his son, who works at the hospital, never mentioning that he had a master's degree and ran the entire respiratory department. An attending physician admitted that her mother still asked when she was going to get a real job, even though she'd been practicing medicine for 12 years. The stories kept coming, each person adding their own experience of family members who diminished their success or couldn't celebrate their achievements. I stood there holding my empty lunch bag, realizing I wasn't alone in this specific kind of hurt. The conversation shifted back to normal work topics after about 15 minutes, but something had changed. These colleagues I'd worked alongside for years suddenly felt more like actual friends who understood something important about my life. My pager went off at 6:15, pulling me into the organized chaos of the emergency department. The morning moved fast with the usual stream of patients having chest pain, breathing problems, injuries from overnight accidents. I was in the middle of examining a patient with possible appendicitis when the overhead page system called my name, asking me to report to administration. My stomach dropped. The hospital administrator never called department heads to her office unless something was seriously wrong. I finished with my patient, handed off to the attending covering my cases, and took the elevator up to the 3rd floor where the administrative offices lived in their quiet, carpeted world, far from the emergency department noise. Peggy's assistant waved me straight into her office. She was sitting behind her desk looking at her computer screen, and she gestured for me to close the door and sit down. I lowered myself into the chair across from her desk, my mind racing through every possible professional conduct violation I might have committed. She turned away from her computer and looked at me directly. She asked if I was worried about getting in trouble, and I admitted that showing up at a family party in my scrubs and making a scene probably wasn't the most professional choice. She laughed and said she didn't care about any of that. She grew up in a trailer park with a single mom who cleaned houses, and she was the first person in her entire extended family to go to college. Her relatives treated her scholarship to state school like she'd won the lottery through dumb luck, rather than 4 years of perfect grades. She told me about her aunt who said college was wasted on girls who'd just get married anyway, and her uncle who asked why she needed a degree when she could make decent money waitressing. She worked her way through undergraduate and then got her master's in the hospital administration, while her cousins posted on social media about how she thought she was too good for the family now. When she got her first administrator job, her own sister stopped inviting her to family events because she made everyone else feel bad about themselves just by existing. I sat there listening, surprised that this woman who always seemed so polished and professional had experienced the same kind of family rejection. She leaned back in her chair and said she hadn't spoken to most of her siblings in 15 years because they couldn't handle her success. Every achievement became another wedge between them. When she got promoted to the hospital administrator, her brother sent her a message saying she'd become exactly the kind of person they used to make fun of when they were kids. She warned me that my big revelation at the party might not lead to the reconciliation I was hoping for. Some people were too invested in their story about themselves being superior to admit they'd been wrong. They'd rather lose the relationship than face their own behavior. She said I might need to accept that some family relationships were permanently broken, and that wasn't my fault or my responsibility to fix. I thanked her for sharing her experience and left her office feeling heavier than when I'd arrived. The rest of my shift passed in a blur of patience and paperwork. I drove home around 7 that evening, exhausted from the long day and the emotional weight of multiple conversations about family dysfunction. I had an appointment with Valeria at 8, and I barely had time to change clothes and grab something to eat before heading back out. Her office was in a small building near the university, up a flight of stairs to a waiting room with comfortable chairs and soft lighting that was supposed to make people feel calm. I'd been seeing her since my second year of residency, when the 80-hour weeks and constant stress started giving me panic attacks. She opened her door right at 8 and invited me in. We settled into our usual spots, her in the chair by the window and me on the couch against the wall. She asked how I was feeling about the party, and I told her the whole story from start to finish. She listened without interrupting, occasionally taking notes on her tablet. When I finished, she asked what I'd been hoping to achieve with the public revelation. I started to answer, then stopped because I realized I'd never actually examined my motivations that clearly. She pushed me to think about whether I wanted vindication, revenge, or something else entirely. We spent the next 40 minutes digging into what I'd really wanted from that moment at the microphone. Through the conversation, I realized I'd wanted my parents to be publicly recognized as good people who raised a successful son despite their modest means. I wanted everyone who'd watched Uncle and Aunt make my parents feel small to see that their judgment was wrong. I wanted the relatives who'd excluded my parents from family events to feel ashamed in front of everyone. Valeria asked if the revelation had achieved those goals. I admitted that it had, at least in the moment. She asked if the satisfaction felt as good as I'd imagined during 8 years of planning. I sat with that question for a long time before answering. The moment had felt powerful, standing at that microphone and watching their faces change from mockery to shock. But it also felt hollow in a way I hadn't expected. Uncle and Aunt's embarrassment didn't undo the years they'd made my parents feel inferior. The family dynamics hadn't fundamentally changed. They'd just shifted to accommodate my new status, and that felt like a superficial victory rather than genuine growth or healing. Valeria nodded like she'd expected this answer. She pointed out that revenge fantasies rarely delivered the satisfaction we imagined because they didn't actually repair the underlying damage. I'd proven them wrong, but that didn't make my parents' hurt disappear or transform my relatives into better people. I left her office feeling emotionally wrung out, but also clearer about what had actually happened at that party. I drove home through dark streets, thinking about everything Peggy and Valeria had said. My phone rang as I was unlocking my apartment door. My brother's name showed on the screen. He sounded tired when I answered. He told me the family group chat I'd never been included in had exploded with drama over the past few days. Apparently they'd added him to it right after the party, and he was getting dozens of messages every day. Some relatives were defending Uncle and Aunt, saying everyone was being too hard on them, and they'd just been joking around all those years. Other relatives were sharing their own experiences of being judged or excluded by the family. One cousin admitted she'd felt looked down on for years because she'd gone to community college instead of a 4-year school. An aunt confessed that she'd stopped coming to family events because Aunt always made comments about her weight. My brother said the whole thing was exhausting to watch. People were performing concern and solidarity that they'd never shown when it actually mattered. Everyone wanted credit for being supportive now, but where were they when Mom found out about the group chat and cried for days? Where were they when Uncle told that mailroom story for the 100th time? He said he was considering muting the chat because watching everyone rewrite history to make themselves look better was making him angry. We talked for another 20 minutes about how people were suddenly acting like they'd always been on our side, and then we said goodnight. I fell asleep thinking about Peggy's warning that some relationships might be permanently damaged. The week passed in a blur of work and avoiding my phone, which kept buzzing with messages from relatives I hadn't heard from in years. I responded to a few of the ones that seemed genuine and ignored the rest. Friday afternoon during my lunch break, one of the emergency department clerks told me someone was asking for me in the waiting room. I walked out expecting a patient or maybe a pharmaceutical rep, but instead I found Cousin standing near the registration desk, looking uncomfortable in his expensive suit. He asked if we could talk, and I agreed to meet him in the cafeteria. We got coffee and found a table in the corner away from other people. He looked genuinely nervous, fidgeting with his coffee cup and not making eye contact. He started by saying his entire identity had been built on being the family's success story. Yale, the finance job, the nice apartment, the whole package. My revelation at the party had forced him to confront something he'd been avoiding for years. He was coasting on his Yale degree while working a job he found completely meaningless. He spent his days selling financial products to rich people who didn't need them, and he went home every night feeling empty. Watching me stand up there and talk about my actual passion for medicine made him realize he'd never felt passionate about anything in his career. He'd chosen finance because it paid well and impressed people, not because he cared about it. He apologized for his specific comments about people like us not becoming doctors. He admitted he'd been threatened by my ambition because it highlighted his own lack of passion. If I could become a doctor despite coming from a family of bus drivers and cleaners, what was his excuse for settling into a career that made him miserable? I appreciated the honesty and I told him so. But I also told him that understanding why he was cruel didn't immediately erase the impact of his cruelty. He'd spent years making me and my parents feel inferior, and those wounds didn't heal just because he'd had an epiphany about his own life choices. Rebuilding trust would take time and consistent changed behavior, not just one honest conversation. He nodded and said he understood. He asked if we could maybe try to have coffee again in a few weeks, and I said maybe. He left looking both relieved and disappointed, and I went back to work. 2 days later, my dad called to say Uncle had requested a meeting with him, Mom, and me. We agreed to meet at a neutral restaurant rather than anyone's home, choosing a quiet place near my parents' apartment. Uncle arrived 10 minutes early, and I watched him through the restaurant window as we walked up. He looked older than I'd ever seen him, his shoulders less straight and his face showing stress lines I didn't remember. His usual commanding presence was replaced by something that looked almost like humility. We sat down at a table near the back and the server brought water and menus. Uncle didn't open his menu, just sat there looking at his hands. He started talking without looking up. His voice came out quiet and rough, like he'd been practicing what to say, but the words still hurt coming out. He apologized to my parents for 30 years of putting them down and making them feel less than him. Then he said something I wasn't expecting. He told Dad that their father, my grandfather, who died before I was born, always favored Dad, even though Harold was the one with big plans and ambition. Grandpa would brag about Dad's honest work driving the bus and how he was a good man who treated people right, but he barely mentioned Harold's business success. Harold said he spent his whole adult life trying to prove he was worth more than his younger brother by making more money and having a bigger house and a fancier life. He thought if he could show everyone how successful he was, maybe it would make up for never being the favorite son. Dad sat very still while Harold talked, and I watched my father's face go through about 10 different emotions. When Harold finally stopped talking and looked up, Dad's jaw was tight. He said he never knew Harold felt that way about Grandpa's attention. He never realized their father made Harold feel second best. But then Dad's voice got harder, and he said that still doesn't excuse 30 years of making his wife and children feel like garbage. 30 years of comments about the bus driving job. 30 years of Aunt treating Mom like she was too poor and too simple to matter. 30 years of laughing at me for wanting to be a doctor. Harold's face went red and he nodded fast, saying Dad was right and asking what he could do to fix things now. Dad leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. He said Harold couldn't fix 30 years with one apology and some explanation about childhood. What he needed was to show changed behavior over time, not make big promises or grand gestures that would fade out in a few weeks. He said he'd believe Harold was different when he saw it happen consistently, not because Harold said it would happen. Harold looked like Dad had punched him, but he agreed. The server came by to take our order and we all just asked for coffee, nobody wanting to eat during this conversation. I spoke up after the server left. I told Harold that the family group chat he made without my parents needed to be completely dissolved, and replaced with a new one that included everyone, or he needed to publicly tell the whole family that he deliberately left people out and commit to including everyone going forward. Harold's face went pale and his hands gripped the edge of the table. He looked at me and then at my parents and then down at his coffee cup. I realized right then that giving up control over how the family communicated and who got were included was genuinely hard for him. He'd been the one deciding who mattered and who got left out for, so long that letting go of that power felt like losing something important. But he said okay. He said he'd do it. 3 days later, Mom got a text from Aunt asking to meet for coffee. Mom showed me the message and asked what I thought she should do. I told her it was her choice, but that Aunt probably wanted to apologize now that Harold had. Mom agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near their apartment. I offered to come along for support, but Mom said she needed to do this alone. She met Aunt on a Thursday morning and came home 2 hours later looking exhausted. She sat down at the kitchen table and told me and Dad what happened. Aunt had cried through most of the conversation. She apologized for years of being cruel, both the obvious mean comments and the subtle ways she made Mom feel less important. She admitted she felt bad about her own background and covered it up by acting like her current wealth and status made her better than everyone else. Aunt grew up poor too, poorer than my parents, and she married Harold partly because his family had money. She spent years trying to prove she belonged in that world by putting down anyone who reminded her of where she came from. Mom was that reminder. Every time Aunt saw Mom in clearance store clothes or heard about Dad's bus route, it made her think about the life she'd escaped and the person she used to be. Mom told Aunt that she accepted the apology, but needed time to trust that the change was real. She said she wasn't interested in suddenly being part of Aunt's social circle, now that I was successful, and made the family look good. If Aunt wanted to rebuild their relationship, it had to be because she genuinely valued Mom as a person, not because having a doctor in the family made her look better to her rich friends. Aunt looked hurt when Mom said that, but she was accepted it. Mom came home feeling completely drained, but said there was something in Aunt's eyes that seemed genuine. She wasn't sure if the remorse would last, but at least Aunt was trying. The next afternoon, my phone rang with Grandma's number. She asked me to visit her at her retirement community because she needed to talk about family dynamics she'd been blind to for too long. I drove over that evening after my shift ended. When I got to her apartment, she had photos and old cards and party invitations spread across her dining table. She said she wanted me to help her understand when and how things got so bad in the family. We sat down and started going through everything. I pointed out patterns she'd never noticed before. In every family photo from the last 20 years, Harold and Aunt were positioned prominently in the center or front, while my parents were stuck in corners or the back row. Birthday cards showed that Harold and Aunt's kids got long personal messages from relatives, while my brother and I got generic one-line notes. Party invitations revealed that my parents were invited to big events at the last minute, while everyone else got weeks of advance notice. I showed her how achievements were celebrated completely differently, depending on who accomplished them. When Cousin got into Yale, the whole family threw a party, and Harold sent an announcement to everyone he knew. When I got my scholarship, nobody outside my immediate family even knew about it. Grandma started crying as we went through decades of family history. She said she let Harold pay for everything and run all the family gatherings because it seemed easier than dealing with conflict. She never questioned why some family members stopped coming to events, or why my parents always seemed quiet and uncomfortable. She just assumed everyone was fine because nobody complained directly to her. She apologized for not protecting my parents and asked if it was too late to change how the family worked. I told her honestly that some damage can't be fully repaired. The years of hurt don't just disappear because people finally admit they were wrong. But acknowledgement matters and effort matters, even if things never go back to how they could have been. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing small shifts. Relatives who used to walk right past my parents at gatherings now stopped to actually talk to them and ask real questions about their lives. The family group chat got deleted, and a new one appeared with everyone included, even family members who'd been left out for years. Harold's usual dominance at family events was less obvious. He still talked a lot and had opinions about everything, but he asked other people what they thought instead of just announcing decisions. The changes felt shaky and sometimes fake, like people were performing being better rather than actually being better. But they were still changes. My brother called me one Saturday and asked if I wanted to grab lunch. We met at a place halfway between our apartments and spent 2 hours talking about everything happening with the family. He admitted he was struggling with anger about how people suddenly treated our parents better only because I became a doctor. He said Mom and Dad deserved respect all along for being good people who worked hard and raised their kids right, not just because one of those kids achieved something impressive that made the family look good. I agreed with him completely. The fact that it took my success to make people treat our parents decently said everything about how shallow those relationships were. I suggested that maybe some people genuinely didn't realize how their behavior affected others until someone made it clear. Not everyone who participates in toxic family dynamics is consciously cruel. Some are just thoughtlessly following established patterns until someone disrupts them. My brother considered this but still looked unconvinced. He said intention doesn't erase impact, and I agreed with that too. We sat in silence for a while, both processing how complicated forgiveness becomes when you're dealing with years of accumulated hurt from people who claim they didn't know better. 2 weeks later, Godwin took me to lunch at a small restaurant near the hospital. He'd been my residency mentor 5 years ago, and we'd stayed in touch even after I finished training. He ordered coffee and asked how I was handling the family situation, and I gave him the short version of everything that happened since the party. Godwin nodded slowly and said he'd been through something similar when he became a physician. He came from a working-class background like mine. His dad worked construction, and his mom was a secretary. When he got into medical school, his siblings reacted with resentment instead of pride. They felt he was abandoning his roots by pursuing medicine. They made comments about how he thought he was better than them now. They stopped inviting him to family gatherings because they said he wouldn't want to hang out with regular people anymore. Godwin tried for years to maintain those relationships, but the resentment ran too deep. His brother told him that doctors were all greedy and didn't care about real people. His sister said he'd changed and wasn't the same person she grew up with. Eventually, he had to accept that some family relationships couldn't be salvaged. The gap was too wide, and they weren't willing to meet him halfway. He built chosen family with colleagues and friends instead, people who supported him and understood his journey. He told me he was sharing this because he wanted me to remain open to reconciliation where possible, but not to sacrifice my peace trying to fix relationships with people who weren't willing to do their own work. Some relatives might genuinely change and grow. Others might just perform change to avoid looking bad. I needed to protect myself while giving people the chance to prove themselves through actions over time. 3 months after the party, my parents hosted a small dinner at their apartment. Just my brother, his girlfriend, me, and them. No extended family, no drama, no competition. Mom made her famous chicken casserole, and Dad grilled vegetables on their tiny balcony grill. We sat around the same kitchen table where I'd studied for the MCATS years ago. The apartment felt warm and comfortable in a way family gatherings at hotels and fancy restaurants never did. Dad raised his water glass and said this was what family should feel like. People who genuinely love and support each other without competition or comparison. He was grateful that the four of us had always had this even when the extended family was toxic. My brother's girlfriend looked a little emotional, and she mentioned that her own family was complicated too. She appreciated being included in something that felt real and safe. We spent 3 hours eating and talking and laughing about nothing important. Mom told embarrassing stories about my brother and me as kids. Dad shared memories from his bus driving days, the regular passengers who became friends over the years. My brother talked about a complex electrical job he'd just finished and how proud he was of solving a problem that had stumped other electricians. I shared a story about a patient who came into the emergency room convinced he was dying, but turned out to have really bad gas. We were just being ourselves without worrying about judgment or keeping score. After dinner, Mom brought out coffee and announced she had news. She was retiring from her cleaning job. She'd worked nights for 30 years and was finally eligible for pension. She wanted to spend her remaining healthy years enjoying life, rather than working while everyone else slept. Dad added that he was considering early retirement from the bus company too. They'd been talking about traveling to places they'd always dreamed about, but couldn't afford or didn't have time for. Mom wanted to see the Grand Canyon. Dad wanted to visit national parks out west. They had a whole list of places they'd been planning for years. I offered to help financially with their retirement plans. Dad's face shifted and he said no immediately. He didn't want my success to become about money. He and Mom had always supported themselves and didn't need charity now. I understood his pride, but explained that helping them enjoy retirement wasn't charity. It was gratitude for the sacrifices they made raising my brother and me. They worked multiple jobs to keep us fed and housed. They supported my education even when the rest of the family mocked my ambitions. They carried the secret of my medical career for 8 years while enduring constant questions about whether I'd failed. Letting me contribute to their travel fund wasn't about me being successful. It was about me being their son and wanting them to be happy. Mom started crying and Dad's jaw tightened. They looked at each other, having one of those silent conversations that couples have after decades together. Finally, Dad nodded and said they'd accept help with the travel fund, but nothing else. They'd still pay their own bills and handle their own expenses. The travel money would be a gift from their son who wanted to give back. I agreed to those terms and Mom hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. A week later, Cousin reached out again through text. He asked if I'd be willing to meet for coffee and talk. I'd ignored his previous messages because I wasn't ready to let him off the hook. But something about this message felt different. Less performative, more genuine. I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop halfway between our places. He showed up looking tired and less polished than usual. His expensive suit was replaced with jeans and a regular shirt. He ordered black coffee and we sat outside where it was quiet. He told me he'd been seeing a therapist to work through his identity crisis. The revelation at the party forced him to confront that his entire sense of self was built on being the family success story. My achievement shattered that narrative and left him questioning everything. He admitted he was considering leaving financial advising to pursue teaching. That was his original passion before family pressure pushed him toward a more lucrative career. Uncle had convinced him that teaching was a waste of his intelligence and that financial advising would make him wealthy and respected. He'd spent 10 years managing portfolios and selling insurance products to rich people, and he was miserable. He made good money but felt empty. He apologized again for his behavior over the years and said he understood if I couldn't forgive him. He just wanted me to know he was trying to change. I appreciated his honesty and decided to share some of my own struggles. During medical school, I questioned whether I was pursuing medicine for the right reasons or just to prove my family wrong. There were nights when I almost quit because the motivation felt corrupt. I had to work through that with my own therapist and figure out that my reasons could be complicated. I could want to help people and also want to prove Uncle wrong. Both things could be true. I encouraged Cousin to explore teaching if that was his real passion. Making less money but being happy was worth more than being wealthy and miserable. We talked for 2 hours, the most honest conversation we'd ever had. We weren't close and might never be. But there was potential for a respectful relationship if he continued growing and doing the work. Over the next few months, I noticed Uncle making genuine efforts to change his behavior. He stepped back from financial control of family events and asked other relatives to help plan and host gatherings. This was clearly difficult for him. At Thanksgiving, he suggested that different family members could contribute dishes instead of him catering everything. At Christmas planning, he asked for input instead of just announcing decisions. Other relatives seemed surprised but appreciative. Several mentioned to my parents that they'd felt steamrolled by Uncle's dominance for years, but didn't know how to address it. His effort was noticeable even if it wasn't perfect. He still talked too much and had strong opinions about everything. But he was trying to listen more and control less. Aunt joined a volunteer organization that served low-income families. Mom mentioned this during one of our weekly dinners, and I was immediately skeptical. It felt like Aunt was performing change rather than genuinely growing. But Mom said she'd talked to Aunt a few times, and Rita seemed humbled by the experience. She was working at a food bank distributing groceries to families who couldn't afford enough food. She told Mom that meeting people who worked multiple jobs and still struggled to feed their kids made her realize how lucky she'd been and how blind she'd been to other people's realities. She was learning to see people's worth beyond their economic status. Mom said the change seemed real, but time would tell. I remained cautious but acknowledged that people could grow if they were willing to do the uncomfortable work. 6 months passed since that night at the hotel ballroom, and everything felt different when Grandma sent out invitations for a Sunday gathering at her retirement community. The invitation came from her personally, instead of through Uncle's usual email chain, and she made sure to call Mom directly to confirm they'd be there. When we arrived at the community center, I noticed right away that the seating arrangement had changed completely. Mom and Dad were placed at a central table near the front, instead of being tucked away in some forgotten corner. Uncle and Aunt sat at a side table without any special prominence, and Cousin was nowhere near the head of anything. Multiple relatives had contributed food and decorations, instead of Uncle funding everything and making sure everyone knew about his generosity. The conversations felt genuine instead of competitive, with people actually asking about each other's lives, rather than waiting for their turn to brag about achievements. An older cousin I barely knew approached me during the meal and pulled me aside near the community center windows. She thanked me for what happened at Grandma's birthday party and admitted she'd felt sick watching Uncle and Aunt treat my parents poorly for years. She never knew how to address it without causing a massive family fight, so she just stayed quiet and felt guilty. 3 more relatives said similar things throughout the afternoon, each one sharing that they'd been uncomfortable with the family dynamics, but didn't have the courage or knowledge to disrupt the patterns. A younger cousin told me she'd stopped attending events for 2 years because she couldn't stand watching the way certain family members acted, and my public revelation gave her hope that things might actually change. I realized my moment at the microphone hadn't just been about vindicating my parents or proving my own worth. It gave permission to everyone who'd been silently suffering through the toxic dynamics to finally acknowledge that something was wrong. Grandma stood up before dessert was served and asked for everyone's attention. She thanked everyone for coming and for contributing to make the gathering special. Then she looked directly at my parents. She said she should have acknowledged their decades of hard work and good character years ago, instead of letting her children's competitive nonsense overshadow what really mattered. Dad started tearing up, and Mom squeezed his hand tight while several relatives applauded. I watched my parents receiving the public respect they'd deserved all along, and something heavy lifted from my chest that I didn't even know I'd been carrying. But not everyone seemed comfortable with the new family atmosphere. Uncle and Aunt participated politely, but kept their distance from meaningful conversations, and a few other relatives who'd been deeply invested in the old hierarchy looked uncomfortable throughout the gathering. They attended because family obligation required it, but they didn't engage beyond surface pleasantries. Cousin showed up late and left early, barely making eye contact with anyone. I accepted that not everyone would embrace change or growth. Some people needed the old patterns and hierarchies to feel secure about themselves, and forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths about their behavior was too threatening. They'd rather maintain distance than do the hard work of examining why they participated in cruelty for so many years. That was their choice and their loss. My work at the hospital kept me busy and fulfilled in ways that went beyond clinical medicine. I developed a reputation for mentoring residents who came from backgrounds similar to mine, the ones who felt out of place among colleagues from wealthy families and prestigious universities. Karen stopped by my office one afternoon between shifts and told me I was creating the supportive environment I'd wished for during my own training. She'd watched me spend extra time with a first-year resident who was struggling with imposter syndrome, helping him see that his community college background made him more relatable to certain patients rather than less capable as a physician. I hadn't thought about my mentoring that way, but Karen was right. I was building something better than what I'd experienced, turning my family pain into something that helped others facing similar challenges. Tristan from the hospital board approached me during a department meeting about starting a scholarship program for pre-med students from working-class families. He wanted to use my story as inspiration for fundraising and program development. I agreed immediately because it felt like a way to transform everything I'd been through into something meaningful beyond my own vindication. We spent weeks developing the program structure, identifying students who showed academic promise but lacked financial resources or family support for pursuing medicine. The scholarship would cover tuition and provide mentoring throughout their education, giving them the support system I'd mostly built for myself through sheer determination. During one planning meeting, Tristan mentioned that my family revelation had inspired the board to think differently about diversity in medicine, recognizing that economic background created barriers just as significant as other forms of discrimination. My brother called one evening sounding excited and nervous at the same time. He'd proposed to his longtime girlfriend and she said yes, and he wanted me to be his best man. We met for dinner to celebrate, and during the meal he thanked me for taking the heat from the family for so many years. He explained that my decision to pursue medicine despite their mockery gave him freedom to choose his own path with less pressure. While everyone was focused on whether I'd fail at becoming a doctor, he quietly became an electrician without facing the same level of judgment. I told him I'd never thought about it that way. He said watching me refuse to let the family define my worth taught him that their opinions didn't have to control his choices. He was genuinely happy in his work, and grateful he hadn't let their judgment push him towards some career he didn't want just to prove something. We spent hours talking about our childhood and how we'd both found ways to survive the family dynamics, and I felt closer to him than I had in years. Preparing the best man speech forced me to think deeply about family relationships and what reconciliation actually means. I wrote and rewrote the speech multiple times, trying to capture something honest about how families can be complicated and imperfect. Sometimes the best outcome isn't perfect reconciliation, where everyone becomes close and loving. Sometimes the best you can hope for is honest acknowledgement of harm and genuine effort toward change. Some relatives had grown and were making real efforts to be better. Others remained distant and uncomfortable, unable or unwilling to examine their own behavior. That was okay. I didn't need everyone to transform completely or apologize perfectly. I just needed them to stop actively hurting my parents and to create space for healthier dynamics going forward. The wedding day arrived with clear skies and warm weather. The ceremony was beautiful and included both my parents' modest circle of friends and the extended family, all mixing more naturally than they had in decades. Uncle and aunt attended and behaved appropriately, sitting quietly through the ceremony and making polite conversation at the reception. There was still some awkwardness when they interacted with my parents, but the atmosphere felt respectful rather than toxic. They didn't try to dominate conversations or make everything about themselves. They brought a generous gift and congratulated my brother sincerely. Cousin showed up alone and stayed on the edges of the reception, and I wondered if he was still processing everything that had changed. Grandma danced with Dad and told him how proud she was of both her grandsons, and several relatives commented on how nice it was to attend a family event that felt warm and genuine instead of competitive and stressful. During my best man speech, I talked about how my brother taught me that success means different things to different people, and the only opinion that matters about your life choices is your own. I watched Mom and Dad holding hands at their table, both of them smiling with real joy instead of the strained politeness they'd worn at family events for decades. The reception went late into the evening with dancing and laughter, and for the first time in my memory, a family gathering felt like an actual celebration instead of a performance or competition. During the reception, Dad found me near the bar getting water and pulled me aside to a quieter corner. He put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before, something between pride and sadness. He told me he was proud of both his sons, one who became a doctor and one who became an electrician, but not because of what we did for work. He said he was proud because we both chose paths that made us happy and refused to let other people's judgments define our worth. He explained that watching my brother ignore the family's pressure to pursue something more prestigious taught him that success meant different things to different people. Then he looked at me and said, watching me disappear for 8 years to build my career without their validation showed him that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is remove yourself from toxic situations until you're ready to face them on your own terms. His voice cracked a little when he said he spent 30 years feeling like a failure because his brother and sister-in-law made him feel that way. But seeing both his sons living authentically made him realize he'd succeeded at the only thing that really mattered. I hugged him hard and felt 8 years of distance between us collapse in that moment. Later, Mom asked me to dance even though neither of us really knew how, and we shuffled awkwardly on the dance floor while she held my hands tight. She told me the last 8 years were hard, watching the family ask if I'd dropped out yet and not being able to tell them the truth. She said there were nights she cried after cleaning office buildings because she missed me at holidays and family dinners, even the terrible ones. But then she smiled and said watching me walk across that hotel ballroom at Grandma's party and claim my achievements in front of everyone who doubted me was one of the best moments of her entire life. She told me she'd endure every condescending comment from Aunt Rita and every dismissive look from Uncle Harold all over again if it meant seeing me become the person I was meant to be. She said the revelation wasn't just about proving them wrong, it was about proving to herself and Dad that they'd raised good sons despite having less money and fewer opportunities than the rest of the family. We kept dancing even after the song ended because neither of us wanted to let go yet. A year after the revelation at Grandma's party, my parents decided to host Thanksgiving at their apartment for the first time in decades. They'd always been invited to other people's houses or excluded entirely, but never hosted themselves. The guest list was small and deliberate. My brother and his wife, me, and a few close family friends who'd supported my parents during all those difficult years when the extended family was cutting them out. Uncle Harold and Aunt Rita weren't invited, not because my parents wanted revenge, but because they were finally prioritizing relationships that felt genuine and nourishing instead of obligatory and painful. Mom spent days cooking her favorite dishes, and Dad set up the small dining table with their nicest plates. The apartment felt warm and full, even though only 7 people were there. One of their friends brought homemade pie, and another brought wine, and everyone talked and laughed without any undertone of competition or judgment. Nobody asked what anyone did for work, or compared salaries or bragged about accomplishments. It was just people who cared about each other sharing a meal together. I helped Dad carve the turkey in the tiny kitchen, while Mom laughed with her friends in the living room about something that happened at her old cleaning job. My brother was showing his wife photos from our childhood and telling stories that made everyone crack up. I watched Dad's face as he carefully sliced the meat and listened to the sounds of genuine happiness filling the apartment. That's when it hit me that the real victory wasn't the dramatic revelation at the hotel or forcing the family to acknowledge my success. The real victory was this moment right here, my parents surrounded by people who genuinely loved them, finally free to enjoy their lives without constantly defending their worth or proving they deserved respect. Our small family unit had become stronger and more connected than ever, not because I became a doctor, but because we all learned that other people's opinions couldn't define us unless we let them. Dad looked up from the turkey and smiled at me, and I knew he understood it too. We carried the food to the table together and sat down with the people who mattered most, and for the first time in my memory, a family gathering felt like coming home instead of going to battle.
At our daughter's 3rd birthday party, my husband raised his glass and said, "I'm taking my daughter tonight and there's nothing anyone can do about it." He said it right after we sang Happy Birthday while 40 guests stood there with cake plates in their hands. My mother dropped her fork and my father started moving toward him, but my husband held up his hand. "Before anyone calls the police, you should know I have full custody as of this morning." I felt my legs go weak because we weren't even separated, let alone divorced. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say while our daughter Mia played with her new toys completely unaware. He pulled out a manila envelope from his jacket and held it up. "Emergency custody order. Signed by Judge Harrison at 9 this morning." My best friend Rachel grabbed my arm to steady me. "On what grounds?" she demanded because she was a paralegal and knew this stuff. "Unfit mother, drug use, neglect. It's all documented." He was lying, but he said it so calmly that people started looking at me differently. My sister Kate stepped forward. "That's insane. She doesn't even drink wine." But my husband just smiled. "Tell them about your prescription, Lauren, the one you've been taking for 6 months." My heart sank because I knew what he was about to do. "I take anxiety medication, prescribed by my doctor. You know this," I said, but he was already shaking his head. "You take 3 times the prescribed dose. You buy extra pills from your friend at the hospital. I have receipts." The friend at the hospital was my cousin who worked in the pharmacy. She'd never sold me anything, but I couldn't prove that. "Mom watches Mia crying while she's passed out on the couch." He continued. "I have statements from concerned neighbors." The concerned neighbors were his brother and his brother's wife who lived 2 houses down and hated me since I'd reported them for leaving their dog outside in freezing weather. My mom finally spoke up. "I'm here every day. Lauren is a perfect mother. What are you really doing?" That's when my husband's lawyer walked in. I recognized him from the country club. Robert Pearson, who handled divorces for wealthy men who wanted to destroy their wives. "Mrs. Coleman, we need to discuss the terms of your supervised visitation." He said it loud enough for everyone to hear. Supervised visitation? I was starting to panic now. I haven't done anything wrong. My husband walked over to Mia and picked her up. "Daddy's taking you to Grandma's house tonight. Won't that be fun?" His mother lived in Florida. He was taking her across state lines. Rachel pulled out her phone. "I'm calling the police. This is kidnapping." But Pearson, the lawyer, stepped in. "I wouldn't do that. We have a valid court order. Interfering would be criminal." That's when my dad noticed something. "Why is your suitcase in the hallway? And Mia's too?" 3 suitcases were sitting by the front door already packed. This had been planned for weeks, maybe months. "We're leaving after the party," my husband said, still holding Mia, who was getting fussy. "My new job starts Monday in Miami." New job? He'd never mentioned any new job. He worked for his father's company here in town. The court agrees that relocating is in Mia's best interest, away from negative influences. He looked directly at me when he said it. Kate was filming everything on her phone, which made Pearson nervous. "Turn that off. This is a private family matter." But Kate kept recording. "It's my niece's birthday party. I can film whatever I want." That's when Uncle Paul, who'd been quiet in the corner, spoke up. He was a retired family court attorney. "Can I see that custody order?" My husband hesitated, but then handed it over. Paul read it slowly, then read it again. "This is dated today, but references a hearing from yesterday. Where was this hearing held?" Pearson answered quickly. "Judge Harrison's chambers. Emergency session." Paul smiled. "Judge Harrison is in the hospital. Has been for a week. Had a heart attack. I visited him yesterday." The party went completely quiet. Pearson's face changed. "You must be mistaken. Perhaps it was Judge Harrison Jr." Paul shook his head. "There is no Judge Harrison Jr. His son is named Michael and he's a dentist." My husband put Mia down suddenly. "There must be some confusion. My lawyer handled everything." But Pearson was already backing toward the door. "I need to make a call, verify some details." Paul held up the papers. "These are forgeries. Very good ones, but forgeries. The seal is wrong. The case number doesn't match the county format. And the judge's signature is dated when he was unconscious in the ICU." Rachel was already on the phone with the real police. My husband tried to leave, but my dad and 3 other men blocked the door. "You're not going anywhere with my granddaughter," Dad said quietly. My husband turned to Pearson. "You said this would work. You said she'd never fight it." Pearson was sweating now. "We need to leave. Now." But it was too late. Requested Dreads is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. 2 police officers walked through my front door less than 3 minutes after Rachel made the call. The younger one headed straight for my husband while his partner moved toward Robert, who was still trying to edge closer to the hallway. My dad and the other men stepped aside but stayed close enough to block any escape route. Uncle Paul held up the forged documents and started talking before anyone else could say anything. He pointed to the seal first, then the case number, then the signature, while explaining in detail why each part was wrong. The officers listened carefully, and one of them pulled out a notebook to write down what Paul was saying. My husband kept repeating that this was all just a big mistake, and his lawyer had handled everything properly. He said it in this calm voice like he was trying to convince everyone that he was the reasonable one here. Robert tried to interrupt twice, but the officer nearest to him told him to be quiet and wait his turn. Paul handed over the papers, and the younger officer took photos of them with his phone. My husband's face was getting red now, and he kept looking at Robert like he was waiting for him to fix this somehow. Robert just stood there sweating and not making eye contact with anyone. The officer asked Paul how he knew Judge Harrison was in the hospital, and Paul explained that he'd visited him just yesterday afternoon. The officer made a phone call right there in my living room to verify it, and I could hear someone on the other end confirming that Judge Harrison had been in intensive care all week. My husband started backing toward the kitchen, but my dad moved to block that direction too. The officer told my husband to stay put and not move anywhere until they sorted this out. Mia was sitting on the floor playing with her new dollhouse, completely unaware that her father was about to be arrested. I wanted to pick her up and take her to another room, but I couldn't move. Detective Jeremy Walton showed up about 20 minutes later in regular clothes like he'd been called in from home. He had gray hair and reading glasses hanging from a chain around his neck. He talked to Uncle Paul first, and Paul went through the whole explanation again about the forged seal and the wrong case number format, and the signature dated when Judge Harrison was unconscious. Jeremy wrote everything down in a small notebook and asked Paul specific questions about court procedures and document formats. Then he talked to Rachel, who showed him her phone with the video Kate had recorded. He watched the whole thing twice and asked Rachel to send it to his email address right away. Kate came over and showed him her phone too, since she had the original video file. Jeremy asked her when she started recording, and she said right when Robert walked in the door. He watched that video 3 times, and I could see his expression change when he got to the part where my husband said his lawyer handled everything. Jeremy made several phone calls while standing in my dining room. I could hear him talking to someone at the courthouse and someone at the hospital and someone else whose title I couldn't quite catch. Each call seemed to make him more serious. He looked at my husband and Robert and told them both to sit down on the couch and not talk to each other. My husband tried to argue, but Jeremy cut him off and said if he didn't sit down quietly, then he'd be sitting down in handcuffs. Robert sat immediately, but my husband took another few seconds before he finally dropped onto the couch. Jeremy called someone else, and I heard him say something about forgery and fraud and possible kidnapping charges. My mom was standing next to me now with her hand on my shoulder. The party guests were still here watching everything unfold like it was some kind of show. Nobody had touched their cake in over an hour. Jeremy put his phone away and walked over to my husband and Robert. He told them both to stand up and put their hands behind their backs. My husband's face went white and he started saying this was crazy and he had rights and they couldn't arrest him without evidence. Jeremy pulled out handcuffs and told him the evidence was the forged court documents he'd tried to use to kidnap his daughter. Robert started talking fast about how he was an attorney, and this was a misunderstanding, and he needed to call his office. Jeremy told him he could call whoever he wanted after they got to the station. The younger officer handcuffed my husband while Jeremy handcuffed Robert. Jeremy read them both their rights in this flat voice like he'd done it 1,000 times before. He listed the charges as conspiracy to commit kidnapping, forgery of court documents, fraud, and attempted parental kidnapping across state lines. Each charge made my husband's face get paler. The 40 guests stood there in complete silence watching two men get arrested at a 3-year-old's birthday party. Jeremy asked if anyone else had video or photos of what happened, and 3 people held up their phones. He took down their names and contact information and told them someone would be in touch. The officers started walking my husband and Robert toward the front door. Mia looked up from her dollhouse and saw her daddy in handcuffs. She stood up and asked why the police were taking daddy away. Her little voice was so confused and innocent. I felt something break inside my chest because how do you explain this to a 3-year-old? I picked her up and held her close and told her daddy had to go talk to some people, but she'd see him later. She started crying and asking if daddy was in trouble. I didn't know what to say, so I just held her tighter while the officers led my husband out the door. He looked back at us once and I couldn't read his expression. Robert didn't look back at all. Rachel was already on her phone before the police cars pulled away from the curb. She called her boss, who apparently specialized in family law, and explained the whole situation in quick sentences. I could hear her boss asking questions and Rachel answering while she paced around my kitchen. She told him about the forged documents and the attempted kidnapping and the arrest and how we needed help right away. Her boss said something and Rachel nodded even though he couldn't see her. She hung up and told me he was calling someone he knew who handled custody cases involving parental kidnapping. Within an hour, a woman named Victoria showed up at my house. She was maybe 50 with short dark hair, and she carried a leather briefcase that looked expensive. She sat down at my kitchen table and asked me to tell her everything from the beginning. I went through the whole story while she took notes on a legal pad. She asked specific questions about my husband's behavior over the past few months and whether I'd noticed any unusual activity. I told her about the packed suitcases and the Miami job I'd never heard about. She wrote it all down. Victoria explained that my husband's actions had actually made my custody case much stronger because attempting to kidnap a child with forged documents showed extremely poor judgment and a willingness to break the law. She said we'd file for emergency custody first thing Monday morning, along with a restraining order to keep him away from me and Mia. She spent 2 hours at my house going over everything and preparing paperwork. By the time she left, it was almost 9 at night and Mia had fallen asleep on the couch. The party guests had all left by 8. My parents stayed to help clean up the mess of uneaten cake and unopened presents. Kate stayed too, and she sat with me in the kitchen after we put Mia to bed. My mom and dad were in the living room putting away decorations and wrapping up leftover food. Kate pulled out her phone and we watched her video frame by frame. You could see everything clearly. My husband announcing he was taking Mia, Robert walking in and talking about supervised visitation, the packed suitcases by the door, Uncle Paul exposing the forgery, my husband's face when he realized it wasn't going to work. And most importantly, you could hear my husband saying his lawyer handled everything. Kate had captured his exact words. She sent the video to my email and to Victoria's email and made 3 backup copies on different cloud services. We sat there in my kitchen past midnight going through every detail. Kate kept asking if I was okay, and I kept saying yes, even though I wasn't sure what okay even meant anymore. My husband of 5 years had just tried to steal our daughter using fake legal papers. He'd planned it for weeks or maybe months. He'd packed our daughter's clothes and bought plane tickets and rented a condo in another state. And he'd done it all while pretending everything was normal. While kissing me goodbye in the mornings and asking what I wanted for dinner and playing with Mia before bedtime. I couldn't process it. My brain kept trying to make sense of it and failing. I spent Saturday and Sunday going through every financial record I could find. My parents took Mia to the park so I could focus without her asking questions. I pulled up bank statements and credit card bills and investment accounts. What I found made me feel sick. My husband had been moving money out of our joint savings account for 3 months. Small amounts at first. 500 here, 1,000 there. Then bigger chunks. 3,000, 5,000. By the time I added it all up, nearly $40,000 was gone, transferred into accounts I didn't have access to and couldn't track. I found paperwork stuffed in the back of his desk drawer for a condo lease in Miami. He'd signed it 6 weeks ago. The lease started next Monday, which was exactly when he'd said his new job began. Except there was no new job. His father's company was here. He'd been planning this escape for at least 6 weeks and probably longer. I found receipts for plane tickets. 3 one-way tickets to Miami dated for tomorrow. He was really going to do it. Take Mia and disappear to Florida where his mother would help him hide her from me. I took photos of everything with my phone and sent them all to Victoria. She responded within an hour saying this was excellent evidence of premeditation, and it would help our case significantly. Rachel came over Sunday afternoon with her laptop. She'd been researching Robert all weekend using her paralegal connections and access to legal databases. What she found explained a lot. Robert had been involved in 3 other custody cases, where fathers accused mothers of drug abuse to gain custody. In 2 of those cases, the accusations were later proven completely false. In one case, the mother had actually sued Robert for legal malpractice, but the case was settled out of court with a non-disclosure agreement. Rachel found online reviews from former clients, and half of them called him unethical. One review said he was willing to bend rules to win cases. Another said he'd suggested creating evidence that didn't exist. A third said he'd coached a client to lie under oath. Rachel printed everything out and put it in a folder for Victoria. She explained that this pattern showed Robert specifically targeted mothers with false drug accusations because it was an effective strategy that was hard to disprove quickly. My husband had chosen Robert specifically because he needed someone willing to break the rules. Someone willing to forge court documents and create fake evidence. Robert had a reputation for doing whatever it took to win, and my husband had found exactly the right corrupt lawyer for his plan. Victoria called me Monday morning at 8. She'd already filed emergency motions with the family court, and we had a hearing scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. She explained that the severity of the charges and the clear evidence of attempted kidnapping had convinced the judge to fast-track our case. My husband had been released on bail Sunday night, but there was a temporary restraining order in place. He couldn't come within 500 feet of me or Mia, and he couldn't contact us in any way. Victoria said his parents had hired a different lawyer to fight the custody case since Robert was now facing criminal charges himself. She warned me that his new lawyer would try to minimize what happened and paint my husband as a desperate father who made bad choices. We needed to be ready to counter that narrative with facts and evidence. I spent Monday and Tuesday preparing for the hearing. Victoria came to my house both days to go over my testimony and review all the evidence we had. The forged documents, Kate's video, the financial records showing premeditation, the Miami condo lease, the packed suitcases, my clean drug tests from my annual physical 2 months ago that proved I'd never abused my medication. Every piece fit together to show this wasn't a desperate mistake, but a carefully planned crime. Wednesday afternoon, I sat in a courtroom while my husband's new lawyer argued that the forgery was all Robert's idea. He claimed my husband was just a worried father who wanted to protect his daughter from my supposed drug problem. He said my husband had been manipulated by an unethical attorney and didn't know the documents were fake. Victoria stood up and destroyed that argument in less than 5 minutes. She presented the Miami condo lease signed 6 weeks ago, the financial records showing systematic money transfers over 3 months, the packed suitcases that proved he was ready to leave immediately, the plane tickets purchased 2 weeks before the birthday party. Every piece of evidence showed planning and intention. Then she presented my drug test results from my annual physical proving I'd never abused my anxiety medication. My doctor had even written a letter confirming I took my prescription exactly as directed and had never asked for early refills or shown any signs of addiction. Victoria played Kate's video for the judge showing my husband's own words admitting his lawyer handled everything. The judge watched it twice. The hearing took 53 minutes total. Judge Victoria sat at her bench reviewing Uncle Paul's written analysis of the forgery. She watched Kate's video 3 times. She read my doctor's testimony and looked at my clean drug test results. She examined the Miami condo lease and the financial records and the plane tickets. Then she looked at my husband and asked him directly if he'd known the custody documents were forged. His lawyer tried to answer for him, but the judge said she wanted to hear from my husband himself. He said he'd trusted his lawyer and didn't know the documents were fake. Judge Victoria asked him about the Miami condo and why he'd signed a lease 6 weeks ago if this was a sudden, desperate decision. He didn't have a good answer. She asked about the $40,000 he'd transferred and the packed suitcases and the plane tickets. He kept saying he'd been trying to protect Mia from my drug problem, but he couldn't explain why he'd been planning for months if it was really an emergency. Judge Victoria granted me temporary full custody with supervised visitation only for my husband. She said he could see Mia 2 hours per week at a supervised visitation center with a court-appointed monitor present. She looked genuinely angry when she talked about the forged documents. She said forging court papers and a judge's signature undermined the entire legal system and showed a complete disregard for the law. She said my husband had traumatized his daughter and destroyed any trust that existed in his marriage. She set another hearing for 3 months later to review the custody arrangement, but made it clear that his actions had seriously damaged his case for any kind of shared custody in the future. 2 days after the custody hearing, Kate called me while I was making lunch for Mia. She told me Detective Walton wanted to search Robert's office and needed to know if I had any other information about him. I gave her everything Rachel had found online about his previous cases and the reviews from angry clients. The detective got a search warrant that afternoon and went through Robert's files with 2 other officers. They found templates on his computer for fake custody orders with blank spaces where he could fill in names and dates. There were 6 other case files where he'd created fake documents for clients who wanted to take kids from their ex-wives. One file had notes about bribing a court clerk to use real case numbers, so the forgeries would look more real. Robert tried to claim attorney-client privilege when the detective asked him about the files, but Detective Walton explained that privilege doesn't cover criminal conspiracy. Robert was looking at charges in multiple cases now, not just mine. The detective called me that evening to tell me what they'd found, and said Robert would probably spend years in prison if he was convicted on all the charges. I felt relieved knowing he couldn't hurt other families the way he'd tried to hurt mine. The next morning, my phone started blowing up with notifications. My husband's parents had posted on Facebook claiming I was keeping their granddaughter away from them unfairly. His mother wrote this long post about how she was a loving grandmother who just wanted to see Mia, and I was being cruel by preventing visits. Several of their friends commented with supportive messages about grandparents' rights, and how terrible it was that I was punishing them for their son's mistakes. None of these people had been at the birthday party, so they didn't know what actually happened. Kate saw the posts first and called Rachel immediately. They spent the next hour writing factual responses explaining that my husband had been arrested for trying to kidnap Mia using forged court documents. Rachel posted links to the news articles about the arrest and the charges. Kate posted screenshots from the court records showing the restraining order and the reasons for it. Within a few hours, the comments shifted completely. People started asking my husband's parents why they were defending someone who'd forged a judge's signature and tried to take a child across state lines. His mother deleted her original post, but by then dozens of people had already shared it with their own comments about the situation. My father-in-law posted an angry response claiming we were spreading lies about his son, but that just made more people look up the court records themselves. By the end of the day, their social media campaign had completely backfired, and several of their friends had apologized to me privately for commenting without knowing the full story. 2 weeks after the birthday party, my cousin Sarah called me crying so hard I could barely understand her. She worked in the hospital pharmacy, and investigators had shown up that morning asking questions about whether she'd sold me pills illegally. My husband had told them she was my source for extra anxiety medication, and they needed to verify his claims. Sarah was terrified she'd lose her job or get arrested even though she'd never done anything wrong. I felt horrible that my husband's lies were affecting innocent people who had nothing to do with our marriage problems. I called Victoria immediately, and she told me to have Sarah bring all her employment records showing every prescription she'd ever filled. Victoria explained that the records would prove Sarah had never filled any suspicious prescriptions for me, and the investigation would clear her completely. I drove to Sarah's apartment and sat with her while she pulled together 3 years of pharmacy logs. She kept apologizing for being scared, and I kept telling her she had nothing to apologize for, because my husband was the one who'd lied about her. We took the records to Victoria's office that afternoon, and she made copies of everything. She called the investigators right there and explained that Sarah's records proved she'd never sold pills to anyone illegally. The investigators said they'd verify the records and close that part of the investigation within a week. Sarah hugged me so tight when we left Victoria's office and made me promise to let her know if there was anything she could do to help with the custody case. 3 days later, Detective Walton called my husband's brother and sister-in-law in for interviews about their statements as concerned neighbors. They'd told my husband they'd seen me passed out on the couch while Mia was crying, and he'd used those statements in the fake custody documents. The detective asked them specific questions about dates and times, and what exactly they'd witnessed. Under questioning, they admitted my husband had asked them to say they'd seen me passed out, even though they'd never actually witnessed anything like that. The detective informed them that providing false statements in a custody case was a crime, and they could face charges themselves. Suddenly, they started backtracking and claiming they'd misunderstood what my husband wanted them to say. They said they thought he just wanted them to be supportive, and they didn't realize he was going to use their words in legal documents. The detective told them their cooperation would be noted, but they'd still need to provide written statements correcting their earlier lies. My dad heard about the interview from his friend who worked at the police station and called me laughing about how fast they'd turned on my husband when they realized they could get in trouble too. That same week, Mia started having nightmares about police and people taking her away. She'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night asking where I was and if the police were coming back. During the day, she followed me from room to room and got anxious whenever I was out of her sight for more than a few minutes. I couldn't even go to the bathroom without her standing outside the door asking if I was still there. Victoria recommended a child therapist named Lorraine Burke, who worked with young kids who'd been through scary situations. I called Lorraine that afternoon and got an appointment for the next week. The first session was just me and Lorraine talking about what happened at the birthday party, while Mia played with toys in the corner. Lorraine explained that kids Mia's age don't understand legal stuff, but they understand when adults are scared or angry and when their normal routine gets disrupted. She said we'd start weekly sessions where Mia could play with dolls and gradually talk about the scary birthday party in ways that made sense to a 3-year-old. After that first session, Mia seemed a little calmer, and Lorraine gave me techniques for helping her feel safe at home. We started the weekly sessions, and slowly Mia began acting more like herself again, though she still had bad nights sometimes. 2 weeks later, I sat in the courtroom watching Pearson walk to the witness stand. The prosecutor had made a deal with him, and now he was testifying against my husband in exchange for a lighter sentence. Pearson looked older than I remembered from the birthday party, and he kept his eyes down as he was sworn in. The prosecutor started with basic questions about how he met my husband, and when they first discussed custody issues. Pearson explained that my husband had come to his office about 4 months before the birthday party asking specifically about emergency custody and how to get it without the other parent knowing. The prosecutor showed him printed emails and asked if he recognized them. Pearson confirmed they were real, and that my husband had sent multiple messages asking about what evidence would be needed to prove I was an unfit mother. One email from my husband listed ideas including drug abuse and neglect, and asked if those would be enough for a judge to grant emergency custody. Another email discussed the plan to take Mia to Florida immediately after getting the custody order. Pearson admitted he'd told my husband that legitimate emergency custody would require actual evidence and court hearings, but my husband had pushed back saying he needed something faster. The prosecutor asked directly if Pearson had suggested creating forged documents. Pearson said my husband had been the one to suggest it first, but that he'd agreed to help because my husband offered to pay him $50,000. My husband's lawyer tried to object multiple times, but the judge overruled him because Pearson's testimony was part of his plea agreement. The prosecutor presented more emails showing Pearson and my husband discussing exactly what the fake custody order should say and how to make it look authentic. My husband had provided all the false information about my supposed drug problem and the concerned neighbor statements from his brother. Pearson had taken that information and created the forged documents using templates he'd developed for other cases. The defense lawyer tried to argue during cross-examination that Pearson was lying to get a better deal for himself, but the emails made it impossible to deny what had happened. Every detail Pearson described matched the documents Uncle Paul had analyzed at the party. When Pearson finally left the stand, he still wouldn't look at me or my husband. The trial continued for another week with more witnesses and evidence, but everyone knew the outcome was decided after Pearson's testimony. The jury got the case on a Friday afternoon, and we all sat in the courtroom waiting. Rachel held my hand while Kate sat on my other side texting our parents updates. Victoria had warned me that juries could take days to decide, but this one came back in less than 3 hours. The bailiff told us the jury had reached a verdict, and we needed to return to the courtroom. My legs felt shaky walking back in, and I couldn't look at my husband sitting at the defense table. The judge asked the jury foreman if they'd reached a verdict, and he said yes. Guilty on conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Guilty on forgery. Guilty on fraud. My husband's face went completely white, and his lawyer put a hand on his shoulder, but he just sat there staring straight ahead. The judge set a sentencing hearing for 2 weeks later, and my husband was taken back into custody because the prosecution argued he was a flight risk. I watched the bailiff put handcuffs on him and lead him out through the side door. Rachel hugged me in the hallway outside, and Kate was crying even though she tried to hide it. Victoria said this was the best possible outcome and that it would help enormously with the custody case. The sentencing hearing was shorter than I expected. The prosecutor asked for the maximum sentence because my husband had tried to kidnap a child and had abused the legal system. My husband's lawyer argued that he was a first-time offender who'd made a terrible mistake out of desperation. The judge didn't seem impressed by that argument. She said my husband's actions represented a serious breach of trust and an abuse of the legal system that could have traumatized a young child. She sentenced him to 3 years in prison with possibility of parole after 18 months. My husband didn't react at all when she announced the sentence. His parents were sitting in the back of the courtroom, and his mother started crying loudly, but his father just looked angry. The judge added that my husband would need to pay restitution for my legal fees, and that she was recommending he have only supervised visitation with Mia, even after his release. As soon as the hearing ended, my husband's parents tried to approach me in the hallway, but Victoria stepped between us and told them any communication needed to go through lawyers. Within a week of the criminal conviction, the family court scheduled a hearing on permanent custody. My husband's parents filed a motion asking for grandparent visitation rights, which surprised me because they'd barely been involved in Mia's life before all this happened. Victoria explained that grandparents could request visitation in our state, and that the court would consider what was best for Mia. We had a meeting in Victoria's office to discuss how to handle their request. I wanted to say no completely because I was still so angry about everything their son had done, but Victoria pointed out that Mia shouldn't lose her entire paternal family just because her father had committed crimes. She suggested supervised visits twice a month as a compromise. Rachel thought I was being too generous, but Kate agreed with Victoria that Mia might want a relationship with her grandparents when she got older. After thinking about it for several days, I agreed to the supervised visits with strict conditions about where and when they could happen. 5 months after that terrible birthday party, I stood in front of a family court judge waiting to hear the final custody decision. My husband had been in prison for 3 months by then, and his lawyer argued that he should still get visitation rights once he was released. Victoria presented evidence of the kidnapping attempt, the forged documents, and the criminal conviction. She also had statements from Lorraine about how the attempted kidnapping had affected Mia emotionally. The judge reviewed everything and said it was one of the clearest custody cases she'd seen. She awarded me full legal and physical custody of Mia, with my husband getting supervised visitation only after his release from prison. The judge also ordered him to pay child support and reimburse me for the legal fees, though Victoria had warned me that collecting money from someone in prison would be difficult, and I shouldn't count on seeing much of it. My parents were in the courtroom, and my mom cried when the judge announced the decision. Walking out of that courthouse knowing Mia was legally safe felt like I could finally breathe properly for the first time in months. Lorraine called me in for a meeting without Mia to discuss her progress. She said Mia was doing much better, and the nightmares had decreased significantly over the past few weeks. Mia still got anxious around her father's relatives before their supervised visits and needed extra reassurance afterward, but overall she was processing the trauma in healthy ways. Lorraine recommended continuing weekly therapy for at least another 6 months, because processing this kind of trauma took time and consistency. I asked if Mia would remember what happened when she got older, and Lorraine said probably yes, but that the therapy now would help her understand it wasn't her fault. We talked about warning signs to watch for, like regression in behavior or new fears, and Lorraine gave me strategies for handling difficult questions when Mia got old enough to ask them. Leaving that appointment, I felt grateful we'd found Lorraine because I couldn't imagine navigating this without professional help. The financial situation kept getting worse despite the custody victory. My parents offered to help me refinance the house to deal with the debt my husband had left behind. We spent a weekend going through all the paperwork and discovered he'd taken out a home equity loan I didn't know about, in addition to maxing out the credit cards. The total debt was close to $80,000, not counting the legal fees. My dad talked to his bank about refinancing options, and eventually we got a new mortgage that consolidated most of the debt, but increased my monthly payments. I picked up extra freelance work doing graphic design at night after Mia went to bed to cover the ongoing legal and therapy costs that insurance didn't fully pay. Some weeks I was working until midnight or later just to keep up with everything. Kate and Rachel remained constant supporters through all of it. They came over for dinner twice a week and helped with childcare when I needed to work late or attend legal meetings. Rachel brought groceries without asking, and Kate started a college fund for Mia using money she'd been saving for a vacation. Having them around made the hard days bearable. 8 months after my husband tried to kidnap Mia at her birthday party, we were building something that felt safer and more stable than our old life ever was. Mia smiled more now and laughed at silly things like she used to before everything happened. She still asked about her daddy sometimes, and I told her he was away, but that he loved her, which felt like the right thing to say, even though I wasn't sure it was true. The supervised visits with her grandparents happened twice a month at a family center downtown, and while Mia seemed okay with them, she was always quieter for a day or two afterward. I continued taking her to therapy every week because Lorraine said consistency mattered more than anything else right now. My parents came over most Sundays for dinner, and my dad had started teaching Mia to ride a tricycle in the driveway. The financial pressure was still overwhelming, and some months I wasn't sure how I'd make all the payments, but we were managing. I was still angry about the betrayal, and probably would be for a long time, but I was also grateful that Uncle Paul had exposed the forgery before my husband could take Mia away. We were healing slowly but genuinely, and I'd learned that sometimes the worst moments reveal who truly loves and supports you. Mia was safe, and that was what mattered most. My husband slapped me when I told him I was pregnant. Evan and I had been trying to have a baby for 2 years. We've had 2 years of negative tests and wondering if something was wrong with me. Then last month I missed my period. Then I took 5 tests in one sitting because I couldn't believe the first 4. When those 2 pink lines finally appeared, I sat on the bathroom floor and cried until my sister Carrie talked me down through the phone. She told me I needed to tell everyone and make it special. Don't just blurt it out over dinner. Throw a party, invite everyone who matters. Turn this into a memory we'd tell our kid about someday. So that's exactly what I did. 7 weeks later, my house was packed with everyone I loved. My parents stood by the appetizer table. Carrie kept shooting me excited glances from across the room. Evan's parents had flown in from Arizona, and his younger brother Jeff had shown up early to help me set chairs and arrange the gift table. Evan worked the crowd like he always did, shaking hands and making people laugh, being the charming husband I'd fallen for 6 years ago. I watched him from the kitchen doorway and felt my heart swell. Tonight, I was going to make him the happiest man alive. I grabbed a fork, tapped it against my wine glass, and the room slowly went quiet. 40 faces turned toward me. My mom was already tearing up, and she didn't even know yet. Evan made his way through the crowd and stood beside me, his arm wrapping around my waist. He looked at me with warm, curious eyes, completely clueless as to what I was about to say. "Thank you all for coming," I said. my voice shaking a little. "I know some of you traveled really far, and I promise it's worth it." I looked up at Evan and smiled. "We're having a baby. I'm pregnant." The room exploded. My mom screamed. My dad started clapping so hard I thought he'd hurt his hands. Carrie was jumping up and down yelling, "I knew it," even though she actually did know. Everyone was hugging and crying, and the energy in that room felt like pure love. I turned to Evan, expecting him to lift me up or spin me around or do something romantic. Instead, he was frozen. His arm had dropped from my waist. His face had gone completely white. "Evan?" I reached for him. "Baby, aren't you excited? We're finally going to be parents." And that's when it came. The slap to my face that hit so hard I crashed backward into the gift table. The pain was instant and blinding, like someone had taken a hot skillet and pressed it flat against my skin. The music kept playing for 3 more seconds before someone killed it, and then there was nothing. Just silence. Just the ringing in my ear where his hand had landed. I looked up at my husband from the floor and didn't recognize the man standing over me. His face was twisted into something ugly, his chest heaving, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "You cheating whore!" he yelled. "You really thought you could pass off someone else's baby as mine?" I couldn't speak. My cheek was on fire and my brain couldn't process what was happening. "Evan, what are you talking about?" I finally managed. "I've never cheated on you. I would never do that to you." He laughed and it sounded like something breaking. "Stop lying." He was screaming now, veins bulging in his neck, spit flying from his mouth. "You can't be pregnant with my baby Marina. I had a vasectomy 4 years ago before we even got married. I can't have babies." The words hit me harder than his hand did. A vasectomy. 4 years ago. He'd been letting me cry over negative tests for 2 years, knowing the whole time it was impossible. "So whose is it?" he continued, his voice getting louder. "Who have you been sleeping with behind my back? How long has this been going on?" The room was still dead silent. My mother had her hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her face. My father looked like he wanted to end someone but couldn't make his legs move. And then someone was kneeling beside me, warm hands on my shoulders, helping me sit up, brushing glass away from my dress. I looked and it was Jeff, his face pale with shock as he stared at his brother like he was seeing a monster. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Jeff said, his voice shaking with anger. "You just hit your pregnant wife in front of everyone." He helped me to my feet and positioned himself between me and Evan like a shield. Evan was pacing back and forth like a caged animal, running his hands through his hair. 2 years I let you make me feel guilty for not giving you a baby. And this whole time you were spreading your legs for someone else?" He turned to the room, arms wide, like he was inviting everyone to see what I really was. Look at her. Look at her standing there pretending to be confused. She knows exactly what she did. She knows exactly whose baby that is. So there I was, face stinging entire family watching accused of cheating by my own husband. And the worst part? Evan had proof. A vasectomy I never knew about. In his mind, this pregnancy was impossible unless I slept with someone else. I demanded a paternity test. It would take a week to come back. 7 days until I could prove I was innocent. But I didn't know that those 7 days would be the worst of my life. Because while I waited for science to save me, everyone I loved was about to turn on me. Everyone left the party without saying goodbye. They just grabbed their coats and filed out one by one, eyes down, mouths shut. My parents were the last to go. My father hugged me so tight it hurt and whispered, "I'll kill him if you want me to." But I shook my head because I still believed this was a misunderstanding. When the door finally closed, I turned around and Evan was already walking toward our bedroom. "Evan," I said. My voice came out smaller than I wanted it to. "Please just listen to me. I don't know how to explain this, but I haven't been with anyone else. You're the only man I've been with in 6 years. There has to be another explanation." He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Just this cold, empty sound that made me feel sick. "Another explanation? For how you got pregnant by a man who can't make babies?" He took a step toward me. I flinched. I actually flinched away from my own husband, and I watched that register on his face. For half a second, something flickered in his eyes. Guilt, maybe. Or recognition of what he'd done. But then it was gone, replaced by that hard, angry mask. I'd love to hear it, Marina. Really. Enlighten me. I had nothing. No explanation. No defense except my own word, which clearly meant nothing to him anymore. "Then let's do a paternity test," I said. "Let's prove it scientifically. Because when that test comes back showing you're the father, you're going to have to live with how you treated me tonight. You're going to have to look me in the eyes knowing you hit me and called me those things and humiliated me in front of everyone I love." Something changed in his expression. Doubt, maybe. Or fear. He was quiet for a long moment and I let the silence stretch because I needed him to feel the weight of what he'd done. "Fine," he finally said. "First thing tomorrow." We sat in the clinic waiting room like two strangers sharing a bus stop. Evan sat 4 chairs away from me with his arms crossed and his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping under his skin. Every few minutes he'd glance at me and then look away like even the sight of me made him sick. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to grab his face and force him to look at me. Really look at me. and see that I was telling the truth, but I just sat there with my hands folded in my lap, staring at the wall, trying not to cry in public. The nurse called my name first, and I went alone because Evan refused to be in the same room while they drew my blood. Afterwards, she told me I'd have to wait 7 to 10 business days. I sighed heavily. That meant 7 to 10 days of this hell. I nodded and thanked her and walked back to the waiting room on legs that didn't feel like mine. The texts from his family started on day 2. His mother went first. I always knew you were a whore. Now my whole family knows it too. His sister followed an hour later. You disgust me. I hope you lose that baby. His aunt sent a paragraph about how she'd warned Evan not to marry me, how she'd seen the trash in me from day 1, how I'd fooled everyone with my nice girl act, but now the mask was off. His cousin sent a photo of me from the party, mid-fall, with the caption, "Cheaters always get what they deserve." I sat on my bed reading message after message until my phone screen blurred from tears. These people had hugged me at holidays. They'd sent me birthday cards. They'd told me I was part of the family. Now they were calling me names I'd never been called in my life, and wishing harm on my unborn child. I turned off my phone because I couldn't take anymore. Carrie came over that afternoon and found me still in bed. She climbed in next to me like we were kids again and held me while I cried. "You need to leave him," she said softly. "He hit you, Marina. In front of witnesses. You could press charges. You could take him for everything." My mother called that night saying the same thing. So did my father. So did everyone in my family who reached out. Leave him, sue him, make him pay. But I couldn't. Not yet. Because the test would prove I was innocent and then everything would go back to normal. It had to. I lay awake that night with my hand on my stomach, trying to feel something. Some connection to the life growing inside me. But all I felt was doubt. What if Evan was right? What if the vasectomy made it impossible? What if somehow, some way, something had happened that I couldn't remember? The thought made me sick, but I couldn't stop it from creeping in. I went through every night of the past 3 months in my head. Every time Evan and I had been together. Every moment I'd been alone. Nothing made sense. I knew I hadn't cheated. I knew it in my bones. But if Evan really couldn't have children, then whose baby was this? On day 4, Jeff knocked on my door holding a bag of takeout. "Figured you weren't eating," he said. His voice was gentle and his eyes were soft with concern. I hadn't showered in 2 days. I was wearing the same sweatpants I'd slept in, and my hair was tangled into a mess on top of my head. I looked like a mess. But Jeff didn't seem to notice or care. He just stood there on my porch waiting patiently for me to let him in. And I did. We sat at the kitchen table and Jeff unpacked containers of lo mein and fried rice and orange chicken. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me to explain myself or defend myself or prove anything. He just handed me a fork and said, "Eat something, please." So I did. Small bites at first because I had zero appetite. But the food was warm and the company was warmer, and slowly I started to feel almost human again. Jeff talked about stupid things. A movie he'd seen last week. A coworker who kept microwaving fish in the office and stinking up the whole place. His neighbor's dog that barked at 3 in the morning every single night. He filled the silence with easy conversation that didn't require anything from me except to listen. And when I finally started crying, which I knew I would, he didn't panic or pull away. He just moved his chair closer and put his arm around my shoulders and let me fall apart. "I didn't do anything wrong," I said between sobs. "I know you probably think I did, but I swear, Jeff, I have never been with anyone except your brother. I don't know how this happened. I don't understand any of this." He rubbed slow circles on my back and shook his head. "I believe you," he said quietly. "I don't know what's going on, but I know you're not that kind of person. Anyone who spent 5 minutes with you knows that." I cried harder because after 4 days of being treated like a criminal, someone finally saw me. Someone finally believed me without demanding proof. Jeff stayed for 2 more hours. He washed the dishes even though I told him not to. He made sure I had his number saved in my phone in case I needed anything. And when he left, he hugged me at the door and told me to call him anytime, day or night, if everything got too heavy. I watched him drive away and felt something I hadn't felt in days. Hope. Someone was actually on my side and not trying to tell me what to do or berating me left and right. I survived the week from hell. Evan's family calling me every name. Carrie begging me to leave him. Evan looking through me like I was already gone. The only person who didn't treat me like a criminal was Jeff. He checked on me every day, brought me food when I couldn't eat, told me Evan was wrong for what he did. But I held on because the test results were finally here. This was my proof, my vindication. Except when I opened that envelope, I didn't find salvation. I found something that made everything 1,000 times worse. 3 more days passed before the envelope arrived. Jeff checked on me a few times and brought food when he could. But mostly I was alone in a house where my husband lived 20 feet away and acted like I didn't exist. Evan had been locked in the guest room since the night of the party. He'd leave for work before I woke up. He'd come home after I'd already gone to bed. The only sign he was still living there was the coffee mug in the sink every morning, and the sound of the guest room door clicking shut every night. We existed in the same house like ghosts who couldn't see each other, Sometimes I'd stand outside the guest room door with my hand raised, ready to knock, ready to try one more time, but I never did. What was the point? He'd made up his mind about me. The only thing that would change it was proof. And proof was coming. When the mail truck finally pulled up on day 7, I was standing at the window like I'd been doing every afternoon. My heart jumped into my throat the second I saw the white envelope in the mailman's hand. Clinic logo in the corner. My name printed on the front. My entire future folded up inside a single piece of paper. I ran outside in my bare feet, not caring that the concrete was cold, not caring that I was still in my pajamas. I grabbed the envelope from his hands before he could put it in the box. He gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. I didn't care about anything except what was inside. I held it against my chest and felt my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. This was it. This was finally it. 7 days of hell were about to end. I was about to be vindicated. I called Jeff first. I don't know why. Maybe because he was the only person who'd believed me. Maybe because I needed someone in my corner when I finally proved the world wrong. He answered on the second ring. The results came, I said, and I could hear the hope in my own voice. They're here, Jeff. I'm holding them right now. He told me he'd be there in 10 minutes and to wait for him before I opened anything. I agreed because I wanted witnesses. I wanted everyone to see the moment I was proven innocent. Then I went to the guest room door and knocked. No answer. I knocked again, harder this time. Evan, I called through the door. The results are here. Come out. I want you to see this with your own eyes. I pressed my ear against the wood and heard movement inside. Footsteps, the creak of the bed, then silence. I knocked a third time. I'm not going away. This affects both of us and you're going to be here when I open it. More silence. Then finally the lock clicked. The door swung open and Evan stood there looking at me with empty eyes. He'd lost weight in the past week. His face was pale and there were dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't been sleeping either. For half a second I felt sorry for him. Then I remembered the slap. I remembered the names he'd called me. I remembered the way he'd turned the whole room against me. The sympathy disappeared. He didn't say a word. He just walked past me toward the kitchen and sat down at the table with his arms crossed, waiting. I followed him and placed the envelope in the center of the table between us. Neither of us touched it. We just stared at it like it might explode. Jeff arrived 5 minutes later. I heard his car pull into the driveway and went to let him in. He looked nervous, which surprised me. His eyes kept darting to the envelope on the table and then back to my face. You okay? He asked quietly. I nodded because I was more than okay. I was ready. I was finally going to prove that I hadn't done anything wrong. He followed me into the kitchen and froze when he saw Evan sitting there. The two brothers looked at each other for a long moment. Something passed between them that I couldn't read. Then Jeff pulled out a chair and sat down, positioning himself closer to me than to Evan. You haven't opened it yet, Jeff said, stating the obvious. I shook my head. I wanted witnesses. I wanted both of you to watch me open it so no one can say I tampered with anything. So no one can claim I switched the results or forged something or whatever other accusation might come next. I looked directly at Evan when I said that last part. He didn't react. Just sat there with his arms crossed and his jaw tight, staring at the envelope like he was trying to set it on fire with his eyes. Jeff reached across the table and put his hand over mine. His palm was warm against my cold fingers. Whatever happens, he said softly, I'm here, okay? No matter what that paper says, I'm not going anywhere. I squeezed his hand and thanked him for being the only person who'd stood by me through this nightmare, for the only person who'd believed me when everyone else had already decided I was guilty. Evan's eyes locked onto our hands and something dark flickered across his face. His jaw tightened even more. His nostrils flared. Seriously? He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Just ice. I'm sitting right here and you're holding hands with my brother? Should I even bother reading those results or do I already have my answer? I pulled my hand away from Jeff's and stood up so fast my chair scraped against the floor. The sound was loud in the quiet kitchen. Don't you dare, I said, and my voice came out stronger than I expected. Don't you dare twist this into something it's not. Your brother is the only person who's been kind to me while you've been treating me like garbage. He's been bringing me food because I can't eat. He's been checking on me because you won't even look at me. So don't you stand there and act like I'm doing something wrong by accepting basic human kindness from the only person who's offered it. Evan rolled his eyes. Just open the envelope, Marina. I don't have all day to listen to your excuses. I took a deep breath and picked up the envelope. It felt heavier than it should, like the weight of my entire marriage was pressed into that single piece of paper. I looked at Evan and felt something surge in my chest. Confidence. Certainty. I knew I hadn't cheated. I knew I hadn't been with anyone else. Whatever was in this envelope was going to prove it. And then he was going to have to look me in the eyes and apologize for everything he'd put me through. I held on to that image as I slid my finger under the seal. The sound of the paper tearing was impossibly loud. I pulled out the single sheet inside and unfolded it slowly, savoring the moment. This was it. This was my vindication. My eyes scanned the words at the top. Medical terminology. Reference numbers. My name. Evan's name. And then the results. I read them once. My brain didn't process what I was seeing. I read them again. The words were the same, but they still didn't make sense. I read them a third time and the paper started shaking in my hands. No. No, 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 no. This wasn't right. This couldn't be right. There had to be a mistake. A typo. A mix-up at the lab. Something. Anything. Because what I was reading was impossible. What does it say? Evan demanded. His voice cut through the fog in my brain. Read it out loud. I want to hear you say it. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My throat had closed up. My lungs had stopped working. The room was tilting sideways, and I had to grab the edge of the table to keep from falling over. Marina, Jeff said, and his voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. Far away. Muffled. What does it say? I looked up at my husband. At the man I'd loved for 6 years. At the man I'd built a life with. At the man who was waiting for me to confirm everything he already believed about me. Tears were streaming down my face, and I couldn't stop them. It says you're not the father. The words hung in the air between us. Heavy. Final. Devastating. Evan's expression didn't change. Not even a flicker of surprise. He just sat there with his arms crossed like he'd been expecting this all along. Like he'd known from the beginning that I was exactly what he accused me of being. And there it is, he said slowly. His voice was calm now. Almost peaceful. Like a storm that had finally passed. The proof. You've been cheating on me this whole time, and now you can't hide it anymore. He stood up slowly and put both hands on the table, leaning toward me until I could see every line of anger on his face. So who is it? Huh? Who's the lucky guy? Someone from work? Some random guy you met at a bar? An ex-boyfriend you never really got over? He was getting louder with each question. Tell me, Marina. I deserve to know whose baby you're carrying in my house. Whose baby you tried to trick me into raising as my own. I don't know. I sobbed. The words came out broken and desperate. I don't understand. I haven't been with anyone else, Evan. I swear on my life I haven't been with anyone else. There has to be a mistake. The lab made an error. We need to take another test. We need to... He slammed his fist on the table so hard the envelope jumped and my whole body flinched. The test isn't wrong! He was screaming now. Full volume. Veins bulging in his neck just like the night of the party. Science doesn't lie, Marina. DNA doesn't lie. The only liar in this room is you. He pointed his finger in my face and I could see his hand shaking with rage. You've been lying to me for months, maybe years, and now you're standing there crying like you're the victim? Like I'm the bad guy for being angry that my wife got pregnant by another man? I didn't do this, I screamed back at him. Something inside me broke. All the fear and confusion and desperation came pouring out as rage. I don't know how this happened, but I didn't do this. I have never been with anyone except you. Not once in 6 years. I don't understand what's happening, but I know I didn't cheat. You have to believe me, Evan. Please. I grabbed his arm, desperate for him to see me. Really see me. To look past his anger and recognize the woman he'd married. The woman who loved him. The woman who would never betray him. Please believe me. Please. I'm begging you. He shoved me away so hard I stumbled backward. My hip hit the counter and pain shot through my side. Jeff jumped up and caught me before I could fall further, his arms wrapping around me to steady me. Don't touch me, Evan snarled, and his face was twisted into something I didn't recognize. Pure hatred. Pure disgust. Don't ever touch me again. You make me sick. Looking at you right now makes me physically sick. I can't even stand to be in the same room as you. He turned to Jeff, who was still holding on to me, and his eyes narrowed. And you, my own brother, sitting here holding her hand, comforting her, being her shoulder to cry on while my marriage falls apart. He took a step toward Jeff, and for a second I thought he was going to swing. Did you know about this? Did you know she was sleeping around behind my back? Have you two been laughing at me this whole time? Jeff's face went pale. His arms tightened around me almost protectively. I didn't know anything, he said quietly. His voice was steady, but I could feel his heart pounding against my back. I swear to you, Evan. I just came to support her when the results came in. That's all. I had no idea. Evan stared at his brother for a long moment, searching his face for something. Then he laughed. That horrible cold laugh that made my blood run cold. Support her. Right. Well, congratulations. She's all yours now. You can have her. I'm done. He turned and stormed toward the guest room. I heard drawers being yanked open, clothes being thrown, hangers clattering to the floor. Jeff let go of me and I stood there in the middle of the kitchen, frozen, tears streaming down my face, my whole body shaking so hard I thought my bones might rattle loose. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I'd been so sure, so completely certain that the test would save me, that science would prove what I already knew, prove I was innocent and faithful. Instead, the test had destroyed everything, and it hadn't even given me answers. It just told me Evan wasn't the father. It didn't tell me who was. It didn't explain how any of this was possible. It just left me standing in my kitchen with my whole life in pieces, and no idea how to put them back together. Evan came back 10 minutes later dragging 2 suitcases behind him. He didn't look at me as he walked toward the front door. His face was set in stone. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, like I was already invisible to him. "Evan, wait," I begged, running after him. I grabbed the back of his shirt and he spun around so fast I stumbled backward. "Don't touch me," he said through clenched teeth. "What part of that don't you understand?" I held up my hands in surrender, tears blurring my vision. "Please, we can figure this out. We can take another test. Something is wrong. Something doesn't make sense. I know I didn't cheat Evan. I know it. There has to be an explanation." He stared at me for a long moment, and for just a second, I saw something flicker in his eyes. Doubt, maybe, or sadness, or the ghost of the man he used to be. Then it was gone, replaced by that cold, hard mask. "The only thing that doesn't make sense is how I didn't see what you really were sooner. My mother was right about you. My whole family was right about you. I should have listened to them from the beginning." He picked up his suitcases and opened the front door. "I'm staying with Felix until I figure out what to do about the house. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't try to contact me at all. As far as I'm concerned, you don't exist anymore." The door slammed behind him so hard the pictures on the wall rattled. Then his car started. Then he was gone. And I was alone. I collapsed onto the kitchen floor and cried so hard I thought I might shatter into 1,000 pieces. Jeff knelt down beside me and tried to put his arm around me, but I pushed him away. I didn't want comfort. I didn't want kindness. I wanted answers. Because I knew I hadn't cheated. I knew I hadn't been with anyone else. I had never let another man touch me in 6 years of marriage. So how was this possible? How was I carrying a baby that wasn't my husband's? I stared at those results knowing how guilty this looked. Evan was gone. He wouldn't even let me explain. He had already decided I was a cheater and a liar. But I still had no idea how this happened. I didn't know that Carrie was about to ask me a question that would change everything. A question I should have asked myself weeks ago. I called Carrie before the sun came up. She answered on the first ring like she'd been waiting by the phone all night. "The results came back," I said. My voice was raw from crying. "Evan's not the father." She was at my door within the hour. I let her in and handed her the paper without saying anything. She read it twice, her face getting paler each time. Then she set it down on the kitchen table and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "Sit down," she said. "We need to talk through this." I sat across from her at the table. The same table where Evan had slammed his fist. The same spot where Jeff had held my hand. The exact place where my entire life had fallen apart less than 12 hours ago. Carrie pushed the results aside and folded her hands in front of her. "I need you to walk me through everything. Not the party. Before that. When do you think you conceived?" I stared at her. "What does that matter? The test says Evan isn't the father. That's the only thing that matters. Just answer the question, Marina. When do you think it happened?" I tried to focus. My brain felt like it was full of static. "I don't know exactly. Evan and I were together a lot during that window. We had a whole system. Ovulation tracking, temperature charts, scheduled nights. It could have been any of those times." Carrie shook her head. "You're about 11 weeks along. That means conception happened roughly 9 weeks ago. Maybe 10. She leaned forward. "Think harder. Is there any night during that time that stands out? Anything that felt different or strange?" I closed my eyes and tried to go back. All those nights of trying so hard blurred together. The same routine, the same hope, the same disappointment month after month until the one test that finally came back positive. But then something floated up from the back of my mind. A night I hadn't thought about since it happened. A night that was different from all the others. "There was one night," I said slowly. My eyes were still closed, reaching for details I'd never bothered to examine before. "About 9 or 10 weeks ago. I woke up because Evan was shaking me, gently. Then I felt him kissing my neck. I paused, remembering. I asked if he was in the mood and he just hummed, like a yes. And I remember wanting a baby so badly I went along with it." Carrie's voice was steady. "What else do you remember?" I tried to pull more from the fog. "It was completely dark. We have blackout curtains because Evan's a light sleeper. I couldn't see anything, not even an outline." I paused. Something was shifting in my chest. Something uncomfortable. He never actually said anything. Not one word the whole time. Usually Evan would whisper to me, tell me he loved me, ask if I was okay. But that night it was just the hum. And when it was over, he just rolled away and went to sleep. Or I thought he did. I was so tired I passed out again right after. Carrie was quiet for a long moment. I opened my eyes and found her staring at me with an expression that made me dizzy. When she spoke again, her voice was careful, gentle, like she was trying not to break something fragile. "Marina, I need you to really think about what I'm about to ask you." I felt my whole body tense. "Okay." She reached across the table and took my hands. Her fingers were cold. That night, the darkness, the silence, the way he didn't speak, just hummed. She squeezed my hands. "Are you absolutely certain it was Evan?" I yanked my hands back like she'd burned me. What kind of question is that? Of course it was Evan. I was in my own bed, in my own house. Who else would it have been? But even as the words came out, something cold started crawling up my spine. Carrie didn't look away. "You said it was pitch black. You said he never spoke. Not one word. Just a hum that could have come from anyone. She paused. How do you know it was him? Because it had to be him, I said. But my voice was shaking. He was there when I woke up in the morning. Nobody else could have gotten into our house. What you're suggesting is insane, Carrie. Completely insane. Carrie's face was pale, but her voice stayed steady. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm asking you to consider something. A possibility that would explain why you're pregnant with a baby that isn't Evan's, even though you swear you never cheated. I stood up so fast my chair crashed backward onto the floor. I needed to move. I needed to get away from this conversation. I needed my sister to stop saying things that were making the walls close in around me. No, I said. I was backing away from the table. That's not possible. I would have known. I would have felt that something was wrong. I would have, but would I have? The room was completely dark. Not a single word was spoken. Just that one low hum. His hands didn't touch me the way Evan's usually did. Rougher. More urgent. Less careful with me. I had told myself it was because he was half asleep. Exhaustion made people different. Sometimes intimacy didn't have to be gentle to still be love. What if it wasn't love at all? What if it wasn't Evan? Oh God, I whispered. My back hit the kitchen counter and I grabbed it to keep myself upright. Carrie. Oh my God. She was out of her chair instantly, crossing the room to catch me as my legs gave out. Her arms wrapped around me and held me up while my whole body started to shake. Breathe, she said into my hair. Just breathe. We don't know anything for sure yet. This is just a possibility. We need to think about this clearly. But I couldn't think clearly. I couldn't think at all. If Carrie was right, then an intruder had come into my home while I was sleeping. A stranger had climbed into my bed in the dark. My body had been used while I thought it was my husband. And I had gone along with it eagerly, wanting a baby so badly that I never questioned the silence. Never wondered why the darkness felt different. Never stopped to make sure the man touching me was actually my husband. Who? I choked out. The word barely made it past my throat. Who would do something like that? Who has access to our house in the middle of the night? Carrie went very still. Her arms tightened around me. And then she said something that made my blood turn to ice. Who has a key to your house, Marina? The answer hit me like a truck. The only person who had one was Jeff. Jeff had a key. Evan gave him one 2 years ago when we went on vacation and needed someone to water the plants. We never asked for it back. My mind started racing through everything from the past week. His kindness when everyone else turned on me. His certainty that I hadn't cheated. Showing up at my door without being called. Sitting too close on the couch. Touching my knee. Telling me maybe my marriage falling apart was for the best. Being there when I opened the results. Holding my hand while I read the words that destroyed my life. No, I said. But even as I said it, pieces were clicking into place. Horrible pieces. Pieces I didn't want to see. Not Jeff. He wouldn't. He's Evan's brother. He's been helping me. He's been... I trailed off. Helpful. Attentive. Always there. Never surprised by anything that happened. Like he already knew how it would end. Carrie pulled back and looked me in the eyes. We need to find out for sure. Another test. One that compares your baby's DNA to Jeff's. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely stand. And if it's him? If the test comes back positive? What do I do then, Carrie? What do I do if Evan's own brother did this to me? It wasn't Evan that night. The realization hit me so hard I couldn't breathe. Someone came into my bedroom in the dark, got into my bed, and I never knew. I thought I was trying to make a baby with my husband. I was being used by Jeff. Every visit, every kind word, every time he told me Evan didn't deserve me. He knew. He knew the whole time. Now I had to make Evan believe me. He wouldn't answer his phone. He thought I was still the villain, but I knew where he was staying, and I wasn't going to let him hide from the truth anymore. Carrie didn't have an answer. Neither did I. But I knew one thing for certain. Evan needed to hear this. He needed to know what his brother might have done. I grabbed my phone and called him. Straight to voicemail. I called again. Same thing. 5 more times I tried. Each call going nowhere. Each ring making me more desperate. He'd blocked me. Or he was ignoring me. Either way, I wasn't getting through. He's staying with Felix, I told Carrie. I know where that is. I'm going over there. She tried to stop me. Told me I should wait until I had proof. Told me showing up hysterical with accusations against his brother would only make things worse. But I couldn't wait. Every second that passed was another second Evan believed I had betrayed him. Another second Jeff got away with what he did. I grabbed my keys and ran to my car before Carrie could say anything else. The drive to Felix's apartment took 12 minutes. I spent every one of them rehearsing what I would say. How I would make Evan listen. How I would convince him that his own brother had done something unthinkable. By the time I pulled into the parking lot, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. Felix's apartment was on the 3rd floor. I took the stairs 2 at a time and pounded on the door so hard my knuckles ached. No answer. I pounded again. Evan, I yelled through the wood. I know you're in there. Open the door, please. I figured it out. I know what happened. Silence. Then footsteps. Then the door swung open and Evan stood there looking at me like I was a ghost he'd been trying to outrun. His eyes were red. His clothes were wrinkled. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Go away, Marina." His voice was flat, dead. "I don't want to hear any more lies." I pushed past him into the apartment before he could stop me. Felix was sitting on the couch looking uncomfortable. I ignored him completely. "It wasn't me," I said, turning to face Evan. "I didn't cheat on you. I never cheated on you. But someone did get me pregnant. Someone who had access to our house. Someone who came into our bedroom in the middle of the night while it was pitch black and I couldn't see anything." Evan's jaw tightened. "What are you talking about?" I told him everything. The night I woke up to someone shaking me. The kiss on my neck. The hum instead of words. The complete darkness. The way nothing felt quite right, but I was so desperate for a baby that I didn't question it. The way whoever it was never spoke. Not once. Just that single hum when I asked if he was in the mood. Evan's face changed as I talked. The anger was still there, but it was moving away from me and towards something else. Someone else. "Who has a key to our house?" I asked him. "Besides us. Who else can get in?" I watched the realization hit him. Watched his eyes widen. Watched his hands curl into fists at his sides. "Jeff," he whispered. The name came out like poison. "I gave Jeff a key 2 years ago." I nodded. Tears were streaming down my face, but I didn't wipe them away. "He's been so helpful this whole week, Evan. Showing up without being asked, bringing me food, telling me you didn't deserve me, holding my hand when I opened those results." My voice cracked. He knew. He knew the whole time because he's the one who did it. Evan didn't say anything for a long moment. His chest was heaving. His face had gone from pale to red. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely controlled. "Get in the car." We drove to Jeff's apartment in complete silence. Evan's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping under his skin. I didn't know what he was going to do when we got there. Part of me was scared to find out. Jeff's building was a nice complex on the east side of town. We pulled into the parking lot and Evan was out of the car before I even had my seatbelt off. I ran after him as he stormed toward the entrance. He didn't buzz. He didn't call. He just waited until someone came out and caught the door before it closed. We took the elevator to the 4th floor. Evan pounded on the door with his fist. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the lock clicked. The door swung open. And there was Jeff. He wasn't surprised to see us. That was the first thing I noticed. No shock on his face. No confusion. No panic. He just stood there in the doorway looking calm. Almost peaceful. Like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. "Hey," he said. His voice was steady. Casual. Like we'd just stopped by for a visit. Evan grabbed him by the shirt and shoved him backward into the apartment. "Tell me the truth," he growled. "Tell me what you did to my wife." Jeff didn't fight back. Didn't try to defend himself. He just let Evan push him until his back hit the wall. Then he looked past his brother. Directly at me. His eyes found mine and something in them made my skin crawl. Intensity. Hunger. Possession. Like he was looking at something that belonged to him. "Marina," he said softly. My name in his mouth made me want to vomit. "I've been waiting so long to finally tell you everything." Jeff stood in that doorway looking at us like he'd been expecting this moment his whole life. No panic, no guilt, just this calm expression that made my skin crawl. Evan demanded answers. I held my breath waiting for denials, excuses, anything that would let me pretend this was some horrible mistake. But he didn't deny it. He smiled. And what came out of his mouth next proved that this wasn't a moment of weakness or a drunken accident. This was planned. This was obsession. This was everything. The corners of Jeff's mouth curled upward in a way that made him look like a completely different person. Not the kind brother who brought me takeout. Not the gentle voice that told me everything would be okay. This smile was slow and deliberate and wrong. The kind of smile someone wears when they've been keeping a secret for years and finally get to say it out loud. "You might want to let go of me, Evan," Jeff said. His voice was steady and conversational, as if Evan wasn't pinning him against the wall with murder in his eyes. "This is going to be a long conversation, and you'll want to sit down for it." Evan's hands twisted tighter into Jeff's shirt. The fabric bunched and strained under his grip. A vein was pulsing visibly in his neck, and his breathing had gone ragged and heavy. "Start talking. Right now. Tell me what you did." Jeff didn't struggle. Didn't try to push Evan off. He just stood there against the wall looking more relaxed than anyone in his position should be. Then his eyes slid past Evan and landed on me. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Something about his gaze pinned me in place. He stared at me the way a lion stares down a gazelle. It became clear I was his prey from the moment we met, and he was determined to make me his. "Fine," Jeff said softly. His eyes never left mine, even though he was answering Evan. "You want to know what I did? I'll tell you everything. But first you should know that I'm not sorry. Not even a little bit. What I did was the best decision I ever made. My chest felt like someone was sitting on it. Every breath took effort. I pressed my back harder against the wall because my legs weren't trustworthy anymore. They felt hollow, disconnected from the rest of me. Evan slammed Jeff against the wall hard enough to make a picture frame rattle. Talk. Jeff let out a small laugh. Having your spare key gave me so much power. Power I've been wanting for a long time. I loved that I had access to your house, your life. He tilted his head slightly. Your wife. The word wife came out of his mouth like he was tasting something sweet. I felt my dinner rising in my throat. Evan's whole body had gone rigid. The muscles in his arms were straining against his shirt. His jaw was clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. That night, Jeff continued, I knew exactly what I was doing. I'd been tracking Marina's ovulation schedule for months. At every family gathering, she talked about how badly she wanted a baby. She cried about you two trying for so long that she was starting to lose hope. And I couldn't have my sweet, precious Marina feel that devastated. Every word hit me like a physical blow. He'd been watching me, studying me, learning when I was most vulnerable. But then something interesting happened, Jeff continued. His voice had turned almost cheerful now. You got a vasectomy, and you didn't tell her. You let her believe something was wrong with her body while you sat there knowing the whole time you'd made sure she could never have your baby. He laughed softly. That's when I realized the universe was giving me a sign. You didn't want to be a father, but I did. And Marina deserved to have the baby she'd been crying herself to sleep over for 2 years. Jeff continued. I waited for the perfect night. I knew your bedroom layout, knew about the blackout curtains, knew Evan slept like the dead after his night poker games. All I had to do was slip in around 3 in the morning, climb into bed, wake you up the way a husband would. He looked at me again, and his expression softened into something that made me want to scream. Tenderness. Affection. Like he was remembering a romantic moment we'd shared. You were so sweet that night, Marina. So eager. When I kissed your neck, you made this little sound, this happy little sigh. And when you asked if I was in the mood, I almost broke character and told you the truth right there. How much I loved you and wanted you. He smiled happily at that while tears poured down my face. I couldn't do anything except stand there and listen to him describe the worst thing that had ever happened to me. But I stayed quiet, Jeff continued. Just hummed a yes, and let you believe what you wanted to believe. And afterwards, when you curled up against me in the dark, I laid there for almost an hour just holding you, listening to you breathe, feeling your heartbeat against my chest. It was the happiest I'd ever been. Evan released one hand from Jeff's shirt and pulled it back into a fist. His knuckles were white. His arm was shaking with the effort of not swinging. You sick piece of garbage, Evan spat. Each word came out through gritted teeth. You violated my wife. In my house. In my bed. Jeff's eyes finally moved to his brother. Something flickered in them. Not guilt, not shame, annoyance. Like Evan was interrupting something important. She was never really yours, Evan. That's what you don't understand. From the moment I met her at your engagement party, I knew she was supposed to be with me. But you got there first. You always got there first. The better grades, the better job, the better everything. And then you got her too. His voice dropped lower, harder. I spent 4 years watching you take her for granted. 4 years watching you ignore her while she tried so hard to be a good wife. 4 years knowing I could love her better than you ever would. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep from sobbing out loud. 4 years. He'd been watching me for 4 years. Every family dinner. Every holiday. Every time he came over to help with something around the house. He'd been looking at me like this. Wanting me like this. And I never knew. Evan's fist connected with Jeff's jaw so hard the sound echoed off the walls. Jeff's head snapped to the side and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't fall. Didn't cry out. Didn't even raise his hands to defend himself. He just turned his head back slowly and looked at his brother with that same calm expression. Then he laughed, blood on his teeth and joy in his eyes. That felt good, didn't it? Jeff said. Hit me again if you want. Break my nose. Knock out my teeth. None of it changes anything. I did what I did and I don't regret a single second of it. He spit blood onto the floor. That baby Marina is carrying? That's my baby. My child. The only family I've ever made for myself. And you can hate me all you want, but you can't undo that. You can't take that away from me. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor. My legs had finally given up completely. Carrie wrapped her arms around me while I tried to make myself as small as possible. Tried to disappear. Tried to stop hearing his voice, but it kept going. And these past 2 weeks? Jeff stepped away from the wall now that Evan had let go of him. He wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his hand. Those were the best days of my life. Sitting with you in your kitchen, Marina. Holding your hand. Telling you I believed you when everyone else called you a liar. Watching you look at me like I was the only person in the world who cared. He took a step toward me, and Evan immediately moved between us. I got to be there for you. I got to comfort you. I got to be the man you needed while your husband treated you like garbage. Every tear you cried on my shoulder was proof that I was right. You should have been with me from the beginning. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. Every moment from the past 2 weeks was replaying in my head, but it all looked different now. His arm around me on the couch. His hand on my knee. The way he always sat too close. The way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't paying attention. I thought he was being kind, supportive, brotherly. He was savoring his victory, enjoying watching me suffer while knowing he was the reason for all of it. Marina. Jeff said my name softly, almost lovingly. Look at me. Please. I didn't want to, but something in his voice made me lift my head. He was standing a few feet away with Evan blocking his path, but his eyes found mine easily. And what I saw in them terrified me more than anything else had. Hope. Genuine hope. Come with me, he said. Right now. Tonight. We can leave this whole mess behind. Start over somewhere new. Raise our baby together the way it should have been from the start. The air left my lungs. He actually believed this was possible. He actually thought I might say yes. He'd violated me in the most intimate way possible, and he was standing there asking me to run away with him. You're insane, I whispered. The words came out thin and broken. You're completely insane. Something changed in his expression. The hope dimmed slightly, replaced by confusion, then frustration. I'm offering you everything, Marina. A man who actually loves you. A father for your baby. A fresh start away from everyone who turned on you. Why would you choose to stay here with someone who hit you in front of 40 people? Evan moved so fast I barely saw it. His fist connected with Jeff's face again, and this time Jeff went down. He hit the floor hard, and Evan was on top of him instantly, punching, over and over, each blow landing with a sickening thud. You don't get to talk to her, Evan was screaming. Tears were streaming down his face. You don't get to look at her. You don't get to say her name. Do you understand me? Do you understand what you did? Jeff didn't fight back. He just laid there taking the beating with that horrible smile still on his bloody face. And between punches, I heard him laughing, quiet and wet and wrong. I sat on the floor of my brother-in-law's apartment watching my husband beat him bloody. And all I could think was that even if Evan killed him right now, it wouldn't undo anything. It wouldn't erase what Jeff had done to me. It wouldn't take back that night. It wouldn't unpregnant me or unmake the baby growing inside me or give me back the life I had before. I was vindicated. Evan finally knew the truth. I wasn't a cheater. I wasn't a liar. I was a victim. But being a victim didn't feel like winning. It felt like being hollowed out from the inside. Evan finally stopped hitting him. His knuckles were split open and covered in Jeff's blood. His chest was heaving. His whole body was shaking with rage that had nowhere else to go. Jeff was still conscious, still smiling through swollen lips and bloody teeth, still looking past Evan directly at me. It was worth it, Jeff slurred. His voice was thick with blood. Every second, every punch, all of it. Because for one perfect night, you were mine, Marina, and nothing either of you do will ever change that. I let out the most blood-curdling scream. We called the police that night. They took Jeff away in handcuffs while he smiled at me through the back window of the car. I told them everything, every detail of that night, every word Jeff had said. The cop nodded and wrote things down and told me I was brave for speaking up. But brave didn't fix anything. What Jeff did to me was hard to prove in court. He never broke in because he had a key. I never said no because I thought he was my husband. The lawyer called it a he said, she said situation, even though Jeff had told us everything himself. Evan and Carrie heard it all. Didn't matter. In the end, Jeff took a deal. Some small charge about being in our house without permission. 6 months of checking in with an officer and paying a fine. No jail. Nothing that would follow him forever the way that night would follow me. Evan and I tried to fix things. For about 3 weeks, we went to a counselor. Sat in a room and talked about trust and pain and getting better. But every time I looked at him, I saw the party. The slap. The way he called me a whore in front of everyone I loved. The way he decided I was a cheater before thinking about any other answer. He said sorry 1,000 times. Cried and begged and swore he would spend his whole life making it up to me. But some things can't be fixed. Some words can't be taken back. He hit me. He shamed me in front of 40 people. He let his family send me texts wishing bad things on my baby. Even though he knows the truth now, those 2 weeks of hell still happened. I filed for divorce. He didn't fight it. I think part of him knew we were broken the moment his hand hit my face. The stress took everything from me. 2 weeks after the divorce was done, I woke up in the middle of the night with pain so bad I couldn't stand. Carrie drove me to the hospital. The doctor told me what I already knew from all the blood. I lost the baby. Part of me felt relief and I hated myself for it. That baby was innocent. That baby didn't ask to be made. But every time I thought about carrying Jeff's child, every time I pictured looking into a face that might have his eyes or his smile, I couldn't breathe. Now the baby was gone and I didn't have to choose. The guilt from feeling relieved will probably stay with me forever. But for now, there's nothing I can do but start a new life far from everyone. My husband refused to believe his kids were terrorizing me. I made him experience exactly what they put me through. I married Glenn 3 years ago after dating for 2 years. He had 2 kids from his previous marriage, Cody, who was 12, and Madison, who was 10 when we got married. During our dating phase, I only saw the kids every other weekend, and Glenn always handled everything. They seemed sweet enough, maybe a little hyper, but nothing crazy. Glenn always talked about how perfect they were, how they got straight A's, how teachers loved them, how lucky he was to have such amazing kids. I thought I was getting this ready-made perfect family. The second we got married and I moved into Glenn's house, everything changed. The kids went from polite to absolute nightmares overnight. Madison would go into my closet and cut up my clothes with scissors, then tell Glenn I said she could use them for art projects. Cody would delete my work files from my laptop and claim he was just trying to help organize. They'd throw food at the walls during dinner, and when I'd say something, Glenn would laugh and say kids will be kids. When I showed him my destroyed clothes, he'd say Madison was just being creative and he'd buy me new ones. When I lost a promotion because my presentation was deleted, he said I should have backed up my files better. The kids learned fast that Daddy would never believe they did anything wrong. Madison started telling kids at school that I hit her. The principal called Glenn concerned, and instead of asking Madison why she'd lie, Glenn asked me if I was stressed and maybe grabbed Madison too hard by accident. Cody started stealing money from my purse, and when I caught him red-handed, Glenn said Cody was probably just borrowing it and forgot to ask. He made Cody give it back, but also gave him $20 for being honest about taking it. I tried talking to Glenn's ex-wife Kelly about it, but she just laughed and said good luck. That's why she left him. She told me Glenn had been the same way during their marriage, always making excuses for the kids, never letting her discipline them. She said the kids were different at her house because she actually had rules. That gave me an idea. I started planning a business trip that would last 2 weeks. Told Glenn I had to go to Dallas for a major project. He said no problem, he'd handle everything with the kids. The night before I left, I had a conversation with Cody and Madison. I told them that while I was gone, they could do whatever they wanted since Daddy wouldn't stop them anyway. Madison's eyes lit up and she asked if she could paint her room black. I said Daddy would probably love how creative that was. Cody asked if he could have friends over every night. I said Daddy would think it was great he was so social. I left for my trip, which was actually just me staying at my sister's house across town. Glenn called me the first night panicking because Madison had poured black paint all over her bedroom carpet trying to paint the walls. He asked how to get paint out of carpet and I said I didn't know. Maybe he should call a professional. He said it would cost hundreds of dollars, and I reminded him that Madison was just being creative like he always said. The second day, Cody had 8 friends over who broke Glenn's television playing video games too roughly. Glenn called asking if homeowners insurance covered that. I said to check the policy but reminded him how happy he must be that Cody had so many friends. By day 4, the kids had figured out Daddy still wouldn't punish them even without me there. Madison flushed Glenn's car keys down the toilet because he wouldn't take her to get ice cream at 10 p.m. Cody told his teacher Glenn said homework was stupid and he didn't have to do it anymore. The school called Glenn furious, and he had to go in for a parent conference where they showed him 8 missing assignments. Glenn called me crying that the kids were out of control. I asked what he meant since his kids were perfect angels. He said I didn't understand how hard it was to manage everything alone. I said he was probably right and maybe the kids were just expressing themselves. Week 2 was even worse. Madison cut her own hair into a mohawk because some girl at school said it would look cool. When Glenn freaked out, she cried and said he was mean and she missed Mommy. Glenn actually called me sobbing that Madison said she liked me better. Cody got suspended for selling his lunch to other kids and keeping the money, then lying about it. The principal told Glenn this was a pattern of behavior they'd been seeing and were concerned about lack of discipline at home. When I came back after 2 weeks, the house was destroyed. Doorway frames to the kitchen doorway held thick black paint smears, and the living room television screen showed a spider web of cracks spreading from the center. Glenn sat on the couch crying with his head in his hands, surrounded by the wreckage of 2 weeks without me as his buffer. The kids were at Kelly's house for the weekend, which was the only reason Glenn agreed to let me come back at all. He looked up at me with red, swollen eyes and told me he finally got it. He finally understood what I'd been trying to tell him for 3 years. I didn't feel the triumph I expected. Instead, I felt exhausted and sad that it took destroying our home and manipulating his children to make him see the truth. We spent the first hour just walking through the house cataloging the damage while Glenn explained each incident in a hollow voice. The black paint ground into Madison's carpet cost $800 to even attempt cleaning. The broken television was $1,500, and the plumber charged $300 to retrieve his car keys from the toilet. Glenn told me the worst part wasn't the property damage, but the moment when the school principal called him a neglectful parent who was raising dishonest children. He'd always believed teachers loved his kids, that everyone saw them as perfect angels, and having that illusion shattered broke something in him. I asked Glenn what he wanted to do now, if he wanted me to move out permanently, or if he thought we could fix this. He said he didn't know, but he needed me to understand that he's genuinely sorry for making me feel crazy and alone for 3 years. Glenn's mother, Leanna, called that evening because the school contacted her as an emergency contact when they couldn't reach Glenn during Cody's suspension. She demanded to know what was happening and why her perfect grandchildren were suddenly in crisis. I watched Glenn try to explain the situation to his mother and actually tell her the truth instead of making excuses. Leanna was shocked into silence when Glenn admitted the kids have been out of control for years, and he refused to see it because admitting they weren't perfect felt like admitting he'd failed as a father. Leanna insisted on coming over the next day to see the house and talk to both of us. Glenn agreed because he was too emotionally exhausted to argue, and I think part of him wants his parents to witness what he finally sees. When Leanna and her husband Julian arrived the next morning, their shock at the state of the house was obvious. Julian walked through each room shaking his head while Leanna sat down heavily on the couch and asked Glenn how long this has been going on. Glenn broke down again, telling his parents everything: the cut-up clothes, the deleted work files, the stolen money, the false abuse allegations at the school. Leanna looked at me with something like horror and apologized for all the times she dismissed my concerns as me being too strict or not understanding children. Julian asked the practical question: what's the plan to fix the situation? Glenn admitted he doesn't have one beyond knowing that everything has to change, and I added that I'm not sure the marriage can survive even if the parenting situation improves. Leanna suggested family therapy right away and offered to pay for it since this is partially her fault for raising Glenn to think children should never be disciplined. Glenn looked surprised that his mother was taking responsibility, and I realized this was the first time I've seen anyone in his family actually acknowledge a mistake. We scheduled an emergency family therapy session for the following week, but the therapist wanted to meet with Glenn and me alone first. I agreed because I need a neutral party to help me figure out if I even want to try saving this marriage. Kelly called me directly that evening, which surprised me since we've barely spoken since our first conversation. She said the kids came to her house talking about how Daddy is acting weird and mean now, and she wants to know what happened during my business trip. I told Kelly the truth about the fake trip and my plan to force Glenn to experience what I'd been dealing with. She was quiet for a long moment, then said she wishes she'd thought of that during her marriage. Maybe it would have saved her years of misery. Kelly offered to keep the kids for an extra week while Glenn and I figure things out, and she also offered to back me up with the therapist about the children's behavior patterns. I'm surprised by her support, but grateful because having the ex-wife confirm the problems makes it harder for Glenn to backslide into denial. The first therapy session was brutal. The therapist didn't let Glenn minimize or excuse anything, and she also didn't let me off the hook for manipulating the children as part of my revenge plan. We both left feeling raw and uncertain, but the therapist said that discomfort means we're actually dealing with real issues instead of pretending. Glenn started researching parenting strategies and child psychology articles obsessively, which would be encouraging, except he keeps trying to tell me everything he's learning like it's brand new information. I have to remind him that I've been telling him these exact things for 3 years, and he called me too strict. The house repairs began with the carpet replacement in Madison's room, and Glenn physically flinched when he wrote the check. I don't feel sorry for him because this is a natural consequence of never setting boundaries, and maybe financial pain will motivate him to maintain the changes. Kelly brought the kids back after 9 days away, and the change in Glenn's demeanor when they walked in was immediate. He's nervous and uncertain instead of his usual indulgent self, and the kids pick up on it right away. Madison throws herself at Glenn the second she walks through the door, wrapping her arms around his waist and smiling up at him with those big eyes that usually get her anything she wants. She holds on to him for a few extra seconds before pulling back and asking in her sweetest voice if she can have friends over for a sleepover tonight since they just got back and she missed everyone so much. Glenn looks down at her and I watch his face go through about 5 different emotions before he shakes his head and tells her no, not tonight. They need to settle back in first. Madison's smile freezes on her face like she's not sure she heard him right. Her eyebrows pull together and her mouth opens a little bit, then her eyes narrow just slightly as she studies Glenn's face, trying to figure out what's different about him. She looks over at me like maybe I put him up to this, then back at Glenn, and I can actually see her brain working through possible strategies to change his answer. She doesn't try any of them, though, just nods slowly and walks toward the stairs without her usual argument or tears. Cody comes in next carrying his backpack and drops it right in the middle of the living room floor before heading toward the kitchen. It's something he does every single day, and normally I'd be the one to pick it up while Glenn walked right past it without noticing. This time Glenn calls out Cody's name in a firm voice that makes both me and Cody stop moving. Cody turns around looking confused, and Glenn points at the backpack on the floor. He tells Cody to put it in his room where it belongs, not leave it for someone else to trip over. Cody stares at his dad like he's speaking another language, then glances at me to see if I'm going to intervene somehow. When neither of us moves, he walks back slowly, picks up his backpack and carries it upstairs. His face shows he's figured out something big has changed, but he doesn't know what yet or how permanent it is. Dinner that night feels like we're all sitting on eggshells waiting for someone to crack them. I made spaghetti because it's easy and I'm exhausted from everything, and the kids sit down at the table actually using their napkins instead of wiping their hands on their shirts. Madison twirls her pasta around her fork carefully, and Cody cuts his meatballs into small pieces, both of them watching Glenn out of the corners of their eyes. About halfway through the meal, Madison picks up a piece of broccoli with her fingers, and I see her arm move back slightly like she's getting ready to throw it. Glenn's fork stops halfway to his mouth and he says Madison's name as a warning. She freezes with the broccoli in her hand and looks at him, testing to see if he's serious. When his expression doesn't change, she flicks the broccoli at the wall anyway, probably figuring he'll laugh it off like always. The broccoli hits the wall and leaves a small butter stain before falling to the floor. Glenn puts his fork down very carefully and tells Madison to go clean it up right now. She starts to smile like it's a joke, but Glenn's face stays serious. She asks why she has to clean it up, and Glenn says because she threw it there. Madison's smile disappears and she pushes her chair back hard enough that it scrapes against the floor. She stomps over to the wall, picks up the broccoli, and wipes at the stain with her napkin, but it just smears the butter around. Glenn tells her to get a wet paper towel from the kitchen and do it properly. Madison's face turns red and her eyes fill with tears, but Glenn doesn't back down. She goes to the kitchen, gets the paper towel, cleans the wall, then Glenn tells her to go to her room for the rest of dinner. Madison looks at me like I'm supposed to save her, but I just take another bite of my spaghetti. She runs upstairs and slams her door hard enough that the house shakes. After the kids go to bed, Glenn sits on the couch staring at nothing with his hands hanging between his knees. I sit down next to him and wait for him to say something. He finally asks in this quiet voice if that's what parenting is supposed to feel like, if it's supposed to be that hard and exhausting. I tell him yes, that's exactly what it feels like. It's hard and thankless, and you have to do it every single day without giving up. I explain that's why I've been so angry watching him take the easy path of just giving them whatever they want and never making them face any consequences. Glenn nods slowly and says he always thought being a good parent meant making your kids happy, making sure they never felt bad or upset. I tell him that's not parenting, that's just avoiding conflict, and it doesn't help kids learn how to handle real life, where they can't always get what they want. The next morning, I'm in the kitchen making coffee when Madison comes downstairs wearing one of my cardigans over her pajamas. She's done this dozens of times before, just goes into my closet and takes whatever she wants without asking. I'm about to say something when Glenn walks into the kitchen and stops short when he sees what Madison's wearing. He asks her if that's mine, and Madison shrugs and says she was cold. Glenn tells her to go upstairs, take it off, and apologize to me for going through my things without permission. Madison looks shocked and says it's just a sweater. What's the big deal? Glenn repeats himself in that same firm voice from last night, and Madison's face goes through anger, disbelief, and then something close to fear. She pulls the cardigan off right there in the kitchen, throws it on the counter, and mutters sorry before running back upstairs. Glenn picks up the cardigan and hands it to me carefully like it's something precious. I take it from him and feel this tiny spark of hope in my chest that maybe he's actually capable of changing, that maybe the last 2 weeks broke through to him in a way 3 years of my complaints never could. 3 days later, the school calls while I'm working from home and Glenn's at the office. The principal says they need Glenn to come in right away, because Cody told his teacher that his dad is being mean to him now and he's scared to go home. My stomach drops because I know exactly what Cody's doing, using the same manipulation tactics that have always worked before. I call Glenn and tell him what the principal said. He's quiet for a long moment, then says he'll leave work right now and go to the school. 2 hours later, Glenn comes home and his face is tight with anger in a way I've never seen before. He tells me the principal and school counselor sat him down wanting to know if there were problems at home. Glenn had to explain that he's been too easy on the kids for years, and he's finally implementing normal rules and discipline. The counselor asked for specific examples and Glenn told them about the backpack, the broccoli, the borrowed clothes, all these tiny normal things that apparently Cody twisted into his dad being mean and scary. The principal said they have to take these things seriously, but they could tell from Glenn's examples that he wasn't doing anything wrong. Glenn told them to call Kelly if they wanted confirmation about the behavioral issues. He's angry in a way I didn't think he was capable of being at his kids, like he's finally seeing how much they've been manipulating him all along. That evening, Glenn sits Cody down at the kitchen table and asks him why he told his teacher he was scared to come home. Cody's eyes immediately fill with tears, and he says in this shaky voice that he didn't mean it that way. He was just upset about having to do chores and it came out wrong. Glenn doesn't soften his expression or his tone. He tells Cody that lying to teachers and counselors about being scared at home is serious, that people could get in real trouble for that kind of accusation. Cody cries harder and says he's sorry, he won't do it again, and normally this is where Glenn would pull him into a hug and tell him it's okay. This time Glenn just sits there and lets Cody cry. He explains that false accusations have serious consequences, and Cody just lost his video game privileges for 2 weeks because lying about safety issues isn't something they can ignore. Cody's crying stops abruptly and he stares at Glenn like he's never seen him before. Cody's shock turns into anger fast, and he stands up from the table so hard his chair tips backward. He yells that he wants to go live with his mom full-time if Glenn's going to be like this. It's clearly meant to hurt Glenn and make him panic and beg Cody to stay. Glenn just nods calmly and says that's fine. They can call Kelly right now and discuss it with her and the family therapist. Cody's face goes pale because this isn't how this is supposed to work. He's supposed to threaten to leave and Glenn is supposed to apologize and take back the punishment and promise to be nicer. Glenn pulls out his phone and actually starts to dial Kelly's number. Cody says wait in this panicked voice and Glenn looks at him with his finger still hovering over the call button. Cody mumbles that maybe he doesn't want to live with his mom full-time. Maybe he was just mad. Glenn puts his phone down and tells Cody that threatening to leave every time he doesn't get his way isn't going to work anymore, so he should only say it if he means it. Our second therapy session happens 2 days later, and this time Kelly joins us on video call from her apartment. The therapist asks Kelly to describe how the children behave at her house compared to what she's heard about their behavior at Glenn's. Kelly says at her house the kids do their homework without being asked, they clear their plates after meals, they follow basic rules because she's always had consequences for not following them. She explains that when Cody or Madison try their usual tactics at her place, she doesn't engage with the drama, she just enforces whatever consequence they agreed to ahead of time. The therapist asks Glenn how it feels to hear that his children are completely capable of good behavior, but chose not to show it to him. Glenn's face does this complicated thing where he looks hurt and angry and embarrassed all at once. Glenn admits to the therapist that he feels stupid and betrayed, like his own kids have been playing him for years and everyone else could see it except him. His voice cracks a little when he says he thought he was being a good dad by never making them upset, but really he was just teaching them that manipulation works better than honesty. The therapist nods and writes something down in her notebook. She tells Glenn that the children were responding to the environment he created, where getting what they wanted was easier through manipulation than through honest communication. She says that makes it a pattern he can change rather than a character flaw in the kids themselves. Glenn looks at me and I can see he's finally understanding what I've been trying to tell him for 3 years. The kids aren't bad, they're just doing what worked in the world Glenn created for them. Now he has to create a different world with different rules, and it's going to be hard and uncomfortable for everyone until the new patterns stick. That evening, Madison comes home from Kelly's house and bounces into the kitchen, asking if she can go to Lily's birthday party on Saturday. Glenn looks up from his coffee and asks if she finished her weekend chores like they discussed. Madison's face goes blank for a second. Then she says she'll do them tomorrow. Glenn shakes his head and tells her the rule is chores first, then activities. So if they're not done by Saturday morning, she can't go to the party. Madison's expression shifts through confusion to anger in about 2 seconds. She starts screaming that this isn't fair, that I've ruined everything, that I turned her daddy against her and now he's mean just like me. Glenn stands up and tells her calmly that he's not being mean. He's being a parent, and the rule applies whether she likes it or not. Madison throws herself on the floor, actually kicking and screaming like a toddler, yelling that she hates both of us and wants to live with her mom forever. I watch Glenn's face, expecting him to cave like always, to comfort her and promise she can go to the party anyway. Instead, he tells Madison she can go to her room until she's ready to speak respectfully, and if she's not calm in 30 minutes, she'll lose screen time for the evening too. Madison looks at me like I'm supposed to intervene and save her. I just shrug and tell her she heard what her dad said. She scrambles up off the floor and runs to her room, slamming the door so hard a picture frame falls off the hallway wall. Glenn sits back down looking shaky and asks me if he did that right. I tell him yes, that was exactly right, and he actually enforced a boundary without backing down. He runs his hands through his hair and says that was the hardest thing he's ever done, watching her cry and not immediately making it better. About 40 minutes later, Madison comes out of her room with red eyes and asks quietly if she can still go to the party if she does all her chores tomorrow morning. Glenn tells her yes, and she nods and goes back to her room without another word. After she's gone, Glenn comes to find me in the bedroom where I'm folding laundry. He sits on the edge of the bed and just stares at his hands for a minute. Then he tells me he understands now why I was so angry and desperate. He says watching Madison scream that I ruined everything while he stood there enforcing a simple boundary showed him exactly what I've been living with for 3 years. Every time he gave in to stop the crying or the manipulation, I had to watch and know that he was choosing their comfort over my sanity. He says he's ashamed it took his house being destroyed and his kids going out of control for him to finally see what I was telling him all along. The next therapy session happens on Thursday afternoon, and the therapist tells us she wants to start including the kids in family sessions, but first she needs to meet with them separately to understand their perspective. She schedules individual appointments with both Cody and Madison for the following week. When those sessions happen, the therapist calls Glenn and me in afterward to discuss what she learned. She tells us both kids complained that their dad changed suddenly, and they don't understand why he's being so strict now. Madison apparently cried through most of her session, saying she just wants her nice daddy back. Cody told the therapist that nothing they do is good enough anymore, and they're walking on eggshells all the time. The therapist watches our faces as she relays this information, and I feel Glenn tense up beside me. She explains that from the children's perspective, their behavior worked perfectly fine for years, and then suddenly it didn't, with no warning or explanation they could understand. She recommends we have a family meeting where Glenn explains clearly what changed and why, rather than just reacting to each incident as it happens. She says the kids need to understand that the new rules aren't random or meant to punish them, but are actually teaching them skills they should have learned years ago. We scheduled a family meeting for Sunday afternoon when everyone will be home together. Glenn spends Saturday night writing out what he wants to say and practicing with me. Sunday comes and we all sit down in the living room, the kids on one couch looking suspicious, and Glenn and me on the other. Glenn starts by telling them he made serious mistakes as a parent by not teaching them boundaries and letting them get away with behavior that hurt other people. Madison interrupts immediately, saying she never hurt anyone. I actually speak up before Glenn can and tell her about my destroyed clothes that she cut up with scissors, my deleted work files that cost me a promotion, the money stolen from my purse, and the lies she told at the school that could have gotten me investigated for abuse. Madison's face goes red and she says those were just mistakes or she didn't know better. Glenn shakes his head and tells her firmly that she knew exactly what she was doing and he should have stopped her the first time instead of making excuses for her. Cody jumps in trying to defend his sister, saying everything was just accidents or misunderstandings. Glenn looks right at him and says no. They were choices with consequences that he failed to address at the time. He tells Cody that stealing money and lying about homework and selling lunch at the school weren't accidents. They were deliberate actions that Cody made because he knew Daddy wouldn't really punish him. The kids look at each other with this expression I can't quite read. Maybe they're realizing that their united front of playing innocent isn't going to work anymore, now that Glenn actually sees through it. Glenn pulls out a printed sheet of paper from the folder beside him and tells them this is a list of house rules and consequences that he created with the therapist's help. He reads through each rule slowly while the kids sit there getting more and more tense. No lying, no stealing, no destroying property, chores must be completed before privileges, homework comes before screen time, respectful language is required. Madison starts crying before he's even halfway through the list and says this isn't fair. Glenn stays calm and tells her that fair doesn't mean everyone gets whatever they want. It means everyone follows the same rules and faces the same consequences when they break them. The first week of the new rules is complete chaos. Madison forgets to do her chores every single day and acts shocked when she loses privileges. Cody talks back, constantly testing whether Glenn will really follow through with consequences. Both of them try playing Glenn and me against each other like they used to, telling him I said something I didn't or telling me he promised something he didn't. Glenn catches them doing it twice and adds extra consequences for lying. By Wednesday, Madison hasn't been allowed screen time for 3 days straight because she keeps breaking rules and Glenn keeps following through. She has a breakdown at dinner crying that she just wants things to go back to normal. Glenn tells her this is the new normal, and she needs to adjust her behavior instead of waiting for him to give up. Thursday night, I find Glenn sitting on the back porch looking exhausted. He tells me this is so much harder than he expected, that every time the kids cry or seem genuinely hurt by a consequence, he wants to just let it go. I sit down next to him and remind him that temporary discomfort from boundaries is better than long-term dysfunction. He admits he feels like a bad father when they're upset, like he's failing them by making them unhappy. I tell him that's because he's been measuring success by their happiness instead of their character development. Being a good parent means teaching them to function in the real world, not protecting them from every uncomfortable feeling. He nods slowly and says he knows I'm right, but it goes against every instinct he has. I tell him his instincts got trained wrong by years of taking the easy path, and now he has to retrain them by doing the hard thing consistently until it becomes natural. 2 weeks into the new system, Cody gets caught stealing money from Glenn's wallet. Glenn finds him in his room counting out $20 bills and asks where he got them. Cody tries to lie and say Glenn gave them to him, but Glenn knows exactly how much was in his wallet that morning. Glenn's immediate instinct is to make excuses. I can see it on his face. He starts to say maybe Cody needed lunch money or something for school. Then he stops himself mid-sentence and actually follows through with the consequence they agreed on. He tells Cody he's lost phone privileges for a week because stealing is non-negotiable. Cody starts crying and begging and promising he'll never do it again. Glenn takes the phone anyway and walks out of the room before he can change his mind. I come downstairs the next morning and find Cody sitting on the living room floor staring at the wall where his phone usually charges. He's been without it for 12 hours and looks like he's going through actual withdrawal. Glenn walks past him to get coffee and Cody jumps up following him into the kitchen. I hear Cody's voice getting louder, saying he needs his phone for school, that all his friends are probably worried about him, that this punishment is too harsh for just borrowing some money. Glenn's voice stays level as he reminds Cody that stealing is not borrowing, and the consequence was clearly explained. Cody shifts tactics and starts crying, saying he's sorry and he learned his lesson, and can he please have the phone back now. I stay in the hallway listening because this is Glenn's test, and I need to see if he'll actually follow through. Glenn tells Cody that being sorry is good, but consequences don't disappear just because you apologize. Cody's crying gets louder and more desperate, the kind of performative sobbing that used to make Glenn cave immediately. I hear Glenn set his coffee mug down and walk toward the living room, and for a second I think he's going to give in. Instead, he walks right past Cody and comes to find me in the hallway. He looks exhausted but determined and asks if I can take the kids to the school because he needs a minute. After I drop them off and come back, Glenn is sitting at the kitchen table with his head in his hands. He tells me that was the hardest thing he's ever done as a parent, watching Cody break down and not fixing it for him. I sit across from him and wait for him to keep talking. He says for years he thought being a good dad meant making his kids happy, protecting them from feeling bad, solving all their problems before they even felt the discomfort. Now he realizes he was actually teaching them that manipulation works, and consequences don't exist. He looks up at me and says, Taking that phone and keeping it taken even when Cody was sobbing felt like the first real parenting decision he's made in years. The next 3 days are weird because Madison suddenly becomes the perfect daughter. She does her chores without being asked, offers to help with dinner, compliments my outfit, asks about my day at work. Glenn and I exchange looks across the dinner table because we both know something is coming. On the third day of this angel behavior, Madison comes into the living room where Glenn and I are watching TV and sits down between us. She puts her head on Glenn's shoulder and tells him she's been thinking about how she hasn't had any new clothes in forever, and all her friends have better stuff than her. Glenn nods and says, okay, they can go shopping soon. Madison sits up smiling and says, great. When can they go? And she has a whole list of stores she wants to hit, and she'll need his credit card because she's not sure how much everything will cost. I watch Glenn's face carefully as he processes what's happening. The old Glenn would have handed over his wallet and told her to have fun. This Glenn pauses, and I can actually see him remembering the therapy session where the therapist warned about exactly this pattern. Kids who've been allowed to manipulate often try being extra good right before asking for something major, testing if the new boundaries are real or if they can still work the system. Glenn tells Madison that he's glad she's been helpful lately, and they can definitely go shopping, but it'll be next month after her good behavior has been consistent for a while, and they'll set a reasonable budget beforehand. Madison's sweet expression cracks immediately. She asks what he means by reasonable budget, and Glenn says they'll figure out an amount that covers what she actually needs, not everything she wants. Madison's voice goes sharp as she points out that he used to let her buy whatever she wanted, and this isn't fair. Glenn stays calm and explains that a lot of things are changing because the old way wasn't working. Madison storms off to her room and I hear her door slam. Glenn looks at me and asks if he handled that right. I tell him the therapist would be proud because he just recognized manipulation and didn't reward it. Kelly calls me directly 2 days later, which surprises me because we usually only talk through Glenn about kid logistics. She sounds tired and says the kids have been complaining to her nonstop about the new rules at our house. Apparently they've been asking if they can live with her full-time because Daddy is being mean now, and everything is different and they don't like it. I ask what she told them, and Kelly actually laughs, a real genuine laugh, and says she told them her house has the same rules, and they can't escape expectations by switching homes. She tells me Cody tried to argue that she lets them do whatever they want, and Kelly had to remind him about her chore chart, her homework requirements, and the time she grounded Madison for a week for lying. The kids apparently looked shocked, like they'd forgotten their mom actually parents them. Kelly says this is the first time in the 8 years since the divorce that she and Glenn are actually on the same page about the kids. She thanks me for whatever I did to finally make Glenn wake up, says she's watched him be the fun, permissive house for years. While she had to be the strict one, and having him finally step up as a real co-parent instead of the place where rules don't exist, means the kids might actually have a chance at turning out okay. Our couples therapy session that week is separate from the family sessions with the kids. The therapist looks at me directly and asks a question she's been dancing around for weeks. She wants to know if I actually want to stay married to Glenn. The room goes quiet and I feel Glenn tense up next to me on the couch. I take a breath and tell her honestly that I don't know. Glenn is changing his parenting and following through with consequences and backing me up for the first time in 3 years, but I don't know if I can forgive 3 years of being gaslit and unsupported. 3 years of my clothes being destroyed and my work being sabotaged and being called too strict while Glenn made excuses for everything. 3 years of feeling like I was going crazy because he refused to see what was happening right in front of him. The therapist nods and asks what would need to happen for me to even consider staying. I tell her I need to see if these changes stick, or if Glenn backslides the first time the kids really push back. I need to know this isn't just temporary guilt and shame that'll fade once the house is repaired and things calm down. I need to see him maintain boundaries when it's hard, not just when he's still scared from those 2 weeks alone. Glenn speaks up then, and his voice is shaky. He tells the therapist he understands if I want a divorce, that he wouldn't blame me after everything he put me through, but he's hoping I'll give him a chance to prove the changes are permanent, not just a reaction to crisis. The therapist asks what that would look like, and I think about it for a long minute. I tell them I need at least 6 months of consistent follow-through before I can even consider whether trust can be rebuilt. 6 months of him backing me up when the kids act out, enforcing consequences without me having to push him, being an actual partner in parenting instead of another obstacle. 6 months of him choosing our marriage over protecting the kids from their own behavior. Glenn nods and says he can do that. He will do that. The therapist reminds us both that 6 months is just the evaluation point, not a guarantee, and we both need to be prepared for whatever decision comes at the end of that time. A month passes with the new system in place and the school calls. Glenn answers and I watch his face change as he listens to whoever is on the other end. He thanks them and hangs up looking stunned. I ask what happened and he tells me that was Cody's teacher calling with positive feedback. She says Cody's behavior has improved noticeably over the past month. He's been turning in homework consistently, participating in class more, and she wanted to acknowledge that whatever changes are happening at home are making a real difference. Glenn just stands there holding his phone and I can see his eyes getting wet. He sits down heavily on the couch and tells me he never realized how much damage his permissive parenting was doing beyond our home. He thought as long as the kids seemed happy and he avoided conflict, everything was fine. He didn't connect their behavior problems at the school or their manipulation tactics with friends to his refusal to give them structure. Hearing a teacher call with praise instead of complaints made him understand that his children are actually capable of functioning well when they have boundaries, and he's the one who's been holding them back all these years by protecting them from consequences. I sit next to him feeling a complicated mix of validation and sadness. Validation because someone outside our house is confirming what I've been saying for 3 years. Sadness because it took a teacher calling to make Glenn really see the broader impact of his choices. I've been telling him this exact thing since we got married and he dismissed me every time. But a teacher he's never met calls once and suddenly it all clicks into place. I don't say any of this out loud because Glenn is already processing enough, but I file it away as something to bring up in therapy. The fact that he needed external validation to believe me is part of the bigger trust issue we're dealing with. Madison gets invited to a sleepover the following weekend and comes to ask permission instead of just announcing she's going like she used to. She actually stands in the kitchen doorway and waits for Glenn to finish what he's doing before speaking, which is new. She tells him her friend is having people over Friday night and she wants to go. Glenn asks basic questions like whose house, will parents be there, what time should he pick her up? Madison answers each question without attitude or eye rolling, and Glenn tells her yes, she can go, he'll drop her off at 7 and pick her up at 10 the next morning. Madison nods and starts to leave, then turns back and thanks him. After she's gone upstairs, Glenn looks at me and comments on how different that interaction was from her usual pattern of demanding things and throwing fits when she didn't get her way. I point out that having structure and knowing what to expect actually makes kids feel safer, even when they fight against the boundaries. Madison seemed almost relieved to have Glenn verify the details and set a pickup time instead of just winging it like he used to. The family therapist meets with all of us the next week and starts by saying the kids are making real progress. Both Madison and Cody are developing better coping skills and learning that manipulation doesn't work anymore. But she warns us that regression is completely normal, and we shouldn't interpret backsliding as failure of the whole system. She emphasizes that changing family patterns takes months or years, not weeks, and consistency matters way more than perfection. There will be days when Glenn forgets to enforce a rule or gives in when he shouldn't, and days when the kids figure out a new manipulation tactic. The important thing is getting back on track quickly, instead of letting one slip turn into abandoning all the changes. She looks at Glenn specifically and tells him that he's doing hard work that goes against years of ingrained habits, and he should give himself credit for the progress while staying committed to the long-term goal. 2 months after that first disastrous visit, Glenn's parents come back to the house. I'm nervous about seeing them again because last time they witnessed complete chaos and dysfunction. But when they walk in, the difference is obvious. The house is clean and repaired. There's no food on the walls, no broken items scattered around. The kids are doing homework at the kitchen table instead of running wild. Glenn's mom stops in the living room and looks around with visible relief on her face. She comments on how much calmer everything feels, how the whole energy of the house has changed. We sit down to have coffee and she asks the kids about school, and they actually answer politely instead of ignoring her or being rude. Cody tells her about a project he's working on, and Madison mentions she made honor roll this semester. After the kids go back upstairs to finish homework, Glenn's dad tells him directly that he's proud of him for doing the hard work of real parenting. He says it's not easy to change patterns and admit mistakes, especially with your own kids, but Glenn is showing up and following through, and that's what matters. I opened my laptop that evening while Glenn watched TV with the kids and pulled up apartment listings in the area. Just looking at options made me feel less trapped, less like I had to stay no matter what happened. I scrolled through one-bedroom places near my office, calculating what I could afford on my salary alone. Glenn walked past to get water from the kitchen and glanced at the screen over my shoulder. He stopped moving for a second, then continued to the kitchen without saying anything. When he came back, he sat down next to me on the couch instead of returning to the TV room. He asked quietly if I'd made a decision about leaving. I told him honestly that I was still deciding, but I needed to know I had a way out if the changes didn't stick. He nodded slowly and said he understood, that he couldn't expect me to just trust him after 3 years of him proving I couldn't. Then he got up and went back to the TV room without trying to convince me to stay or getting defensive. That response actually meant more than if he'd begged. 3 months passed with Glenn maintaining the boundaries and structure consistently. The kids still tested limits, but less often, and Glenn didn't backslide even when they cried or complained. One evening, he suggested we go to dinner alone to talk without the kids or therapists around. We dropped the kids at Kelly's house and drove to a quiet restaurant across town. After we ordered, Glenn started apologizing again, but this time was different from his previous general apologies. He brought up specific incidents with exact details. He apologized for the time I showed him my destroyed clothes, and he said I was overreacting instead of addressing Madison's behavior. He apologized for asking me if I'd grabbed Madison too hard when she told the school I hit her, instead of questioning why his daughter would lie about abuse. He apologized for giving Cody $20 after catching him stealing from my purse, rewarding the exact behavior that should have been punished. He went through maybe 10 specific examples from our 3 years together, each one a moment where he'd chosen to believe his kid's manipulation over my legitimate concerns. He said he'd gaslit me repeatedly by making me question my own perception of reality when I was seeing things clearly the whole time. I felt tears in my eyes listening to him list out these specific moments because it showed he actually understood what he'd done wrong. I told him that his specific apology meant more than all the general ones combined because it proved he'd actually thought about his behavior and recognized the patterns. He asked what he could do to rebuild trust between us. I said keep doing exactly what he's doing now. Consistent parenting, backing me up when the kids misbehave, not making excuses or finding creative interpretations when they do something wrong. I said trust gets rebuilt through actions over time, not through words or promises. He nodded and said he'd keep showing up and following through for as long as it took. Kelly called me a week later with an unexpected suggestion. She wanted the 4 adults to meet together to discuss coordinating rules between households. Her sister Ramona would come too since she was involved in the kids' lives and had witnessed their behavior at both houses over the years. I agreed even though the idea of sitting down with Glenn's ex-wife and her sister felt awkward. We met at a coffee shop on a Saturday morning while the kids were at a friend's birthday party. The first few minutes were tense with everyone being overly polite and formal. Then Ramona broke the tension by joking that it only took Glenn's house being destroyed for him to finally listen to both his wives. Everyone laughed, including Glenn, and the atmosphere relaxed. Kelly said she'd been thinking about how the kids had different rules at each house and could play the parents against each other. She wanted to establish consistent expectations so the kids couldn't escape structure by switching homes. We spent 2 hours at that coffee shop creating a shared list of rules and consequences. Chore requirements were the same at both houses, including specific tasks the kids had to complete daily and weekly. Screen time limits matched so the kids couldn't binge devices at one parent's house after being restricted at the other. Consequences for lying or stealing were identical no matter where the behavior happened. Bedtimes, homework expectations, and respectful communication standards all aligned between households. When we picked the kids up from the party and told them about the new coordinated system, both of them complained immediately. Madison said it wasn't fair that she couldn't have different rules at Mom's house. Cody said they were ganging up on him, and Kelly was supposed to be the cool parent. Kelly told them firmly that's exactly the point. They need stability and structure everywhere, not chaos at one house and rules at the other. Having all the adults on the same page meant they couldn't manipulate or escape expectations anymore. 4 months after my fake business trip, Madison came home from the school with her report card. She walked into the kitchen where Glenn and I were making dinner and put the paper on the counter without saying anything. Her grades had improved from mostly C's and D's to B's and 1A. The conduct marks showed better behavior, and the teacher's comments mentioned Madison was participating more in class and being respectful to other students. Madison stood there trying to act like she didn't care, but I could see she was proud of herself. Glenn looked at the report card and told her he was proud of her effort and the improvement she'd made. He didn't go overboard with excessive praise or treats for meeting basic expectations like he would have before. He just acknowledged her work appropriately and said he hoped she'd keep it up. Madison nodded and took the report card back, and I saw a small smile on her face as she headed upstairs. A few days later, Cody asked Glenn for help with a school project instead of just not doing it or lying about it being done. Glenn sat down with him at the kitchen table, and they worked through it step by step. Glenn asked questions to help Cody think through the problems instead of just giving him answers. Cody actually listened and took notes and worked on the project seriously for over an hour. I watched them from the living room where I was reading and felt something shift in my chest. This was the first time I'd seen them interact as parent and child in a healthy way since I'd known them. Glenn was actually parenting, setting expectations, and helping Cody meet them. Cody was actually being a kid who needed guidance instead of a manipulator working his dad. It gave me hope that maybe the changes really were sticking. The family therapist did a check-in session the following week with all 4 of us. She said we'd made significant progress over the past several months, but recommended continuing therapy for at least another 6 months. She explained that the kids were developing healthier coping skills and learning to communicate their needs instead of manipulating to get what they wanted. Glenn was maintaining boundaries consistently, which gave the kids security even when they fought against the structure. She emphasized that these were the foundations of lasting change, but the family needed continued support to prevent backsliding into old patterns. Everyone agreed to keep attending sessions regularly. That night after the kids went to bed, Glenn and I had a serious conversation about whether I was ready to commit to staying in the marriage. He asked me directly if I'd decided or if I was still considering leaving. I told him honestly that I saw real change happening, and I was willing to keep working on rebuilding trust between us. But I needed him to understand that one backslide into old patterns, and I was done. If he started making excuses for the kids again, or dismissing my concerns, or choosing their manipulation over our partnership, I would leave immediately. I wasn't going to give him multiple chances to prove he'd changed because I'd already given him 3 years of chances before my fake business trip. He said he understood completely, and he knew he was getting one opportunity to show the changes were permanent. We agreed to think of this as a new relationship starting now, rather than trying to fix the broken one from before. Glenn suggested we renew our vows privately once we'd made it to a full year of healthy patterns, as a way to mark the real beginning of our marriage. I was surprised to find myself actually considering it instead of immediately saying no. A year felt like enough time to know if the changes were real or just temporary effort. If we made it that long with consistent parenting and mutual support, maybe a vow renewal would feel right. A few weeks after that conversation about renewing our vows, Madison knocked on my bedroom door while I was folding laundry. She stood in the doorway picking at her fingernails and asked if I could take her shopping for new clothes. I said sure and started to grab my purse, but she stopped me and said she wanted to apologize first for cutting up my clothes 3 years ago. She said she knew it was mean and she was sorry and she'd been saving her allowance money to help pay for replacements. I told her I appreciated the apology and we could definitely go shopping, but she needed to understand that actions have consequences even when we're sorry about them later. I said she could use her allowance money to pay for half of whatever we bought, and I'd cover the other half. Madison nodded and actually seemed okay with that arrangement instead of arguing like she would have months ago. We went to the mall that Saturday, and she picked out clothes carefully, checking price tags and doing math in her head to figure out what she could afford with her share. It felt like shopping with an actual responsible kid, instead of the destructive nightmare who used to demand everything she saw. The next week, Cody came home from the school looking nervous and went straight to his room without his usual snack. Glenn noticed and went upstairs to check on him. I heard them talking through the door and Cody admitted he'd gotten in trouble for talking during a test. Glenn came back downstairs 20 minutes later and told me Cody had been expecting him to call the teacher and make excuses like he used to. Instead, Glenn had a calm conversation about what happened, why the rule existed, and what better choices Cody could make next time. Glenn said Cody seemed almost relieved to have a father who acted like a parent instead of a friend who'd cover for anything. The school called the next day to confirm Glenn's conversation with Cody, and the teacher said she appreciated the united front between home and school for the first time since Cody had been in her class. 6 months after my fake business trip, our house was finally repaired. The new carpet in Madison's room looked perfect. The replacement television worked great, and all the other damage from those 2 weeks was fixed. The kids were doing better in the school with consistent homework completion and improved behavior reports. Glenn had maintained the boundaries without any major backsliding, though there were still occasional tests that he handled appropriately. I found myself feeling cautiously optimistic about our future together for the first time since we'd gotten married. I knew we'd always need to stay alert about old patterns trying to creep back in, but the changes seemed real and lasting instead of temporary effort. Glenn and I celebrated our progress with a quiet dinner at home after the kids went to Kelly's house for the weekend. He made pasta and we ate at the kitchen table with candles, something we hadn't done since before we got married. He told me he was grateful I hadn't given up on the family even when I had every right to leave. I said I was glad he finally opened his eyes to what was really happening. I told him that watching him become the father his children actually needed instead of just their friend had made me fall in love with him again in a completely different way than before. He reached across the table and took my hand, and we sat there quietly finishing our wine. The house felt peaceful in a way it never had during those first 3 years, and I realized this was what family was supposed to feel like. My husband thought covering my nose while I slept was hilarious. I taught him what funny really means. I'd been married to Jason for 3 years, and we'd been pretty happy overall. We both worked from home, him doing graphic design, and me writing marketing copy for tech companies. We had this nice routine where we'd have coffee together every morning, take walks at lunch, and cook dinner together most nights. Jason had always been a jokester, doing silly voices to make me laugh or hiding rubber spiders in my coffee mug. Harmless stuff that was actually funny. I even liked that about him when we first met because my ex had been super serious about everything. But something changed after Jason started watching these prank channels online. He'd spend hours watching couples pranking each other and laughing at the really mean ones where people cried or got hurt. I told him those videos were staged, and even if they weren't, it was messed up to enjoy watching someone's partner upset them. He said I didn't understand comedy. The first time he covered my nose while I was sleeping, I woke up gasping and panicked. Jason was sitting there laughing, saying my face was hilarious when I couldn't breathe. I was shaking and told him that was terrifying, not funny. He said I was overreacting and it was just for a second. He promised he wouldn't do it again. 2 nights later, he did it again. This time I woke up with his whole hand over my nose and mouth. I pushed him off and asked what was wrong with him. He said he was testing how long it would take me to wake up and it was just an experiment. I slept on the couch that night. He apologized the next morning, brought me flowers, said he understood why I was upset. I went back to our bed. A week passed fine. Then I woke up at 3 a.m. to him holding my nose closed with his fingers. He immediately let go when I woke up, but he was giggling. said he couldn't help himself because I looked so peaceful, and he wanted to see my surprised face. I told him if he did it one more time, I was done. He said I was threatening divorce over a harmless prank and called me dramatic. The next few nights I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I started drifting off, I'd jolt awake afraid he was about to do it again. I was exhausted at work, messing up projects, drinking 6 cups of coffee just to function. When I told Jason his prank was affecting my work, he said maybe I needed therapy for my trust issues. He kept doing it. Not every night, but randomly, so I never knew when it would happen. Sometimes he'd just hover his hand over my face to fake me out. Sometimes he'd actually do it. He started timing it, seeing if he could get to 5 seconds before I woke up. I tried sleeping in the guest room, but he'd sneak in there too. The lock on that door had been broken since we moved in, and Jason had never fixed it despite promising to. I knew exactly what I had to do. First, I started staying up late, later than him. When he'd go to bed, I'd wait until he was deep asleep. Then I'd stand over him with my phone flashlight shining in his face. The first time he woke up confused and scared. I said I was just checking if he was breathing because he was so quiet. Told him his reaction was hilarious. He didn't think it was funny. I kept doing it every single night. Set random alarms to wake up and check on him multiple times. 3 a.m., 4:30, 5:15. Each time with the flashlight right in his eyes. When he complained, I said I was worried about his breathing and wasn't this concern sweet? He started getting bags under his eyes. Then I upgraded. I'd shake him awake randomly to ask urgent questions. Did he remember to lock the front door? Did he hear that noise? Was he sure he set his alarm? When he'd get angry, I'd say I was just making sure he was okay because he'd been breathing weird. He tried wearing a sleep mask, but I'd just shake him harder. Within a week, Jason was a wreck. He was falling asleep during client calls, completely unable to focus on work. He begged me to stop. I said I would when I felt safe sleeping again. He promised he'd never touch my nose again. I said I'd heard that promise before. I kept going for another week. Jason tried sleeping in his car one night, but I went out there at 2 a.m. knocking on the window with a flashlight asking if he was okay. The neighbors saw and asked if everything was all right. Jason had to explain he was sleeping in his car for no real reason while his wife stood there in her pajamas looking concerned. He looked insane. Finally, he broke. Jason sat on the edge of our bed at 7 a.m. looking like he'd aged 10 years. Dark circles made his eyes look sunken, and his hands shook when he tried to run them through his hair. He stared at the carpet between his feet and started talking without looking at me. He couldn't do this anymore, he said. The sleep thing was breaking him. He understood now what he'd put me through. Really understood it. His voice cracked on the last part, and I sat in the doorway watching him carefully. I'd heard promises before, lots of them. The flowers after the couch night, the apology after the hand over my mouth, the swearing it would never happen again right before it happened again. I crossed my arms and waited for him to keep talking. He looked up at me finally, and I saw something in his face that hadn't been there before. Something scared. And desperate that matched exactly how I'd felt 2 weeks ago, when I was drinking my 6th cup of coffee just to stay awake during a client call. I told him I'd consider stopping my wake-up campaign, but I needed to see real change first, not just words. He nodded so fast his whole body moved with it. He'd do anything, he said. Couples therapy, individual therapy, whatever I wanted. He'd never touch me while I was sleeping again. Never even come near the bed when I was asleep. The way he said it reminded me exactly of how I'd sounded when I begged him to stop after that 3rd time, when I'd promised I wasn't overreacting and please just listen to me. His desperation was a mirror of mine from 2 weeks back, and part of me felt satisfied watching him experience it. Another part felt sick that we'd gotten here at all. I told him we'd try it his way for one night and see what happened. He looked so relieved I thought he might cry. That night I turned off all my alarms for the first time in 2 weeks. Jason went to bed at 10 and I stayed up until 11, then climbed into our bed on my side. I lay there in the dark listening to him breathe, deep and steady and completely out. My body wouldn't relax. Every time I started drifting off, my eyes snapped open and my heart kicked into high gear. I'd trained myself to expect interruption, and now my nervous system wouldn't stand down even though I wanted it to. I counted Jason's breaths, watched the ceiling fan spin shadows across the room, checked the time on my phone every 20 minutes. At 2 a.m, I finally fell asleep sitting up against the headboard. When I woke at 6, sunlight was coming through the curtains and Jason was already awake, propped on his elbow watching me. The relief on his face was so obvious it made something twist in my chest. He looked rested for the first time in weeks, and I couldn't figure out what I felt about that. It wasn't quite satisfaction, and it wasn't quite guilt. It was something messy in between that I didn't have a name for. Jason kept his promise for 3 days straight. He moved into the guest room even though I was back in our bed. He didn't argue about it or try to negotiate. The first morning after he moved, I walked past the guest room at 8 and saw him kneeling by the door with a screwdriver and a new lock mechanism from the hardware store. He was installing it carefully, testing the bolt after each screw. That lock had been broken for 8 months. I'd asked him to fix it probably 15 times, and he'd always said he would get to it eventually. Now he had it done in under an hour. I stood in the hallway watching him work, and noticed how he jumped slightly when he realized I was there. He flinched when I moved too quickly toward the kitchen. His whole body had this new tension in it, like he was waiting for me to do something unpredictable. I recognized it because I'd moved through the house the exact same way for weeks, never quite relaxed, always braced for whatever came next. On the fourth night, I woke up naturally at 2 in the morning. No alarm, no flashlight, just my eyes opening in the dark because my sleep was still broken even without trying. I lay there for a second getting my bearings, and then I saw him. Jason was standing in our bedroom doorway, not moving, just watching me sleep. The hallway light behind him made him a dark shape against the brightness. When I sat up fast, he jerked backward like I'd thrown something at him. He started explaining immediately, words tumbling out about how he was just checking if I was okay. He heard a noise and wanted to make sure I was safe. But the way he jumped when I moved told a different story than his mouth did. I asked him how long he'd been standing there, and he said just a second, but his eyes shifted when he said it. I told him to go back to the guest room, and he did without arguing. I lay back down but didn't sleep the rest of the night. The trust was completely gone on both sides now. I didn't trust him not to mess with my sleep, and he didn't trust me not to retaliate. We were two people living in the same house, both afraid of each other in different ways. The next day, I moved my stuff back to the guest room and started locking the door every night. Jason watched me carry my pillow and blankets down the hall but didn't say anything. He just nodded and went into our bedroom, closing that door behind him. We worked in separate rooms during the day now. He set up his design stuff in the bedroom and I kept my laptop at the kitchen table. We'd pass each other getting coffee or lunch and exchange maybe 3 words. Dinner happened in silence, both of us eating quickly and cleaning up our own plates before going back to our separate spaces. It was like living with a roommate I barely knew, except this roommate was legally my husband, and we were splitting a house we'd bought together when things were different. My work performance started improving as I finally got consistent sleep behind a locked door. I met my deadlines again, stopped making stupid mistakes in copy that my clients had to point out. But my boss sent me an email after reviewing my latest batch of projects asking if everything was okay. She said the writing was technically fine, but it had this edge to it now that wasn't there before. Everything I produced felt angry somehow, harder and sharper than my usual style. I read back through the marketing copy I'd written that week and saw what she meant. I'd described a software feature as aggressively efficient instead of streamlined. I'd called a product brutally effective instead of highly capable. The anger I felt had bled into my work without me noticing, changing my voice into something I didn't quite recognize. Jason's client work suffered in a new way now that he was sleeping again. He met his deadlines and his technical skills were fine, but 2 clients in the same week asked for revisions that felt more energetic and vibrant. One said his logo design looked competent but lifeless. Another said the website mock-up he'd created was functional, but had no creative spark. I saw him staring at his screen one afternoon, clicking through design options with this blank expression on his face. He was going through motions without any real energy behind them. The sleep deprivation had broken something in him that rest alone wasn't fixing. We attempted our first real conversation in a week on a Saturday afternoon. I suggested it, and Jason agreed immediately, too quickly, like he'd been waiting for me to bring it up. We sat at opposite ends of the couch with the full middle cushion empty between us. He apologized again, the same words I'd heard before. Then he tried to explain that the prank videos had made it seem funny and harmless, that everyone in the comments was laughing and saying they'd done similar things. I cut him off and pointed out that my terror was real every single time, that I'd wake up gasping and panicking and he'd just laugh. He went quiet for a long minute and then said he finally seemed to actually hear that. Not just hear the words, but understand what they meant. He admitted he kept doing it partly because he felt powerless in other areas of his life. His client base had been shrinking, and he was losing bids to younger designers who charged less. Making me react gave him some sense of control when everything else felt like it was slipping away. The honesty was uncomfortable, like he'd opened up something raw that we both had to look at now. It was the first genuine thing he'd said that didn't sound like an excuse or a deflection. I told him my retaliation came from the same dark place, that making him suffer gave me back some power after weeks of feeling helpless. We sat there looking at each other across the empty couch cushion, both understanding we'd hurt each other on purpose, and both knowing that understanding didn't fix anything. I brought up couples therapy the next day while we sat in the living room with our laptops on opposite sides of the room. Jason closed his computer immediately and said yes before I even finished explaining why we needed it. I started searching for therapists who specialized in relationship issues, and found one with decent reviews who could see us in 2 weeks. The wait felt wrong somehow. Too much time to fall back into bad habits, but also not enough time to prepare for sitting in a room with a stranger and explaining how we'd deliberately tortured each other. Jason asked if we could try eating meals together again while we waited for the appointment. I agreed, but told him we needed to keep things simple and safe. No big conversations about what happened. Just practice being in the same room without fear or anger. That first dinner together was stiff and awkward, both of us sitting at the kitchen table with our food between us like a barrier. Jason talked about a logo redesign he was working on for a coffee company, going into detail about color theory and font choices that I didn't really care about, but listened to anyway. I told him about a marketing campaign for a new app launch, describing the target audience and messaging strategy in more detail than necessary. We were filling silence with work talk, avoiding anything real, anything that mattered. The weather came up twice. We both commented on how nice it was outside, how we should take more walks again, how fresh air was good for clearing your head. Neither of us suggested actually taking a walk together. When dinner ended, we cleaned up the dishes side by side at the sink, careful not to let our hands touch when passing plates. It felt like being on a first date with someone I wasn't sure I actually liked, except this person was legally my husband, and we owned a house together. Jason suggested watching a movie the next evening, something we used to do every weekend before everything fell apart. I said okay, but insisted on a comedy we'd both seen before, nothing new that required focus or emotional investment. We needed something safe and familiar, something that wouldn't trigger any difficult conversations or remind us of better times. He picked the same silly action comedy we'd watched at least 5 times, the one with the car chases and the jokes we could quote from memory. We sat on the couch with a full cushion of empty space between us, both of us pressed against our respective armrests like we were trying to take up as little room as possible. The movie played and we laughed at the same parts we always laughed at, but the sound felt forced and hollow. Halfway through, during a quiet scene, Jason reached over slowly and touched my hand where it rested on the middle cushion. His fingers were warm and slightly shaky. I didn't pull away, but I didn't squeeze back either. Didn't give him any indication that the touch meant anything beyond basic tolerance. We stayed like that, connected but uncertain, his hand barely resting on mine, until the credits rolled. It was the first physical contact in 2 weeks that didn't involve fear or anger or deliberate cruelty. When the movie ended, we separated immediately, and I went to the guest room without discussion. That night, I did something that scared me even as I was doing it. I left the door unlocked. It was a small gesture of trust that felt enormous, like I was exposing myself to danger on purpose just to prove I could. I lay in bed staring at the doorway, my body tense and alert, waiting for Jason to appear. Every small sound in the house made my heart race. I woke up 4 times checking the empty doorway, my nervous system still wired for threat even though nothing bad was happening. The door stayed empty all night. Jason respected the boundary, stayed in our bedroom, didn't test my trust. The next morning, I found him in the kitchen making coffee for both of us, remembering exactly how I took mine without asking. 2 sugars, splash of cream, heated in the microwave for exactly 30 seconds, because I liked it slightly warmer than fresh brew. He handed me the mug and we went out to the back porch together, sitting in the plastic chairs we'd bought last summer. We didn't talk much, but the silence felt different from it had before, less hostile and more like 2 people who were too tired to fight. A neighbor walked by on the sidewalk and waved, calling out to ask if everything was okay. She'd clearly seen that weird night when Jason tried sleeping in his car and I'd gone out there in my pajamas with a flashlight. I handled the question with a vague explanation about Jason having trouble sleeping lately, needing some air, nothing serious. The lie came easily, protecting our privacy, but also hiding what we'd actually become. The neighbor nodded and said something about trying melatonin before walking on. Jason looked at me with this expression that was equal parts grateful and ashamed, like he appreciated me covering for us but hated that there was something to cover. We spent the afternoon working in the same room for the first time since everything started, both of us at the dining table with our laptops and scattered papers. The silence was still uncomfortable, but it was productive silence, both of us focused on our respective projects instead of watching each other suspiciously. I caught Jason glancing at me a few times like he was making sure I was real, like he couldn't quite believe we were sitting together working normally. Around 6, Jason closed his laptop and picked up his phone, ordering takeout from my favorite Thai place without asking what I wanted. He just remembered my usual order, the pad Thai with extra peanuts and the spring rolls with the sweet sauce. When the food arrived, I found myself genuinely smiling for the first time in weeks. We ate at the table instead of in front of screens, actually sharing a meal like normal people. During dinner, Jason told me he'd deleted all the prank channel subscriptions from his account. He showed me his phone to prove it, scrolling through his feed that was now full of design tutorials and cooking videos and woodworking projects. It was performative, this showing me, this proving he'd changed, but it also mattered. He was trying to demonstrate that he understood those videos had poisoned something in him, that watching people hurt each other for entertainment had made him think hurting me was acceptable. I told Jason that his pranks scared me, but what I did back scared me even more. Sitting there at the table with cold Thai food between us, I admitted that becoming someone who could plan and execute revenge like that made me feel sick. I'd turned into a person who could watch another human being suffer and feel satisfied about it, and that wasn't who I wanted to be. Jason listened without interrupting, his hands wrapped around his water glass. I could see him processing what I was saying, understanding maybe for the first time that his actions hadn't just hurt me. They'd changed me into someone capable of hurting him back without hesitation. The person who woke him up with a flashlight every night wasn't the woman he married, and we both knew it. We talked about how we got to this point, how his constant dismissing of my fear taught me that words were useless. I told him I tried talking, tried explaining, tried begging him to stop, and none of it worked until I made him feel what I felt. He nodded slowly and said he created this whole situation by refusing to take me seriously until I hurt him the way he'd been hurting me. The acknowledgement came too late to prevent the damage, but at least it was honest. We sat there looking at each other like strangers who shared a terrible secret, both of us carrying the weight of what we'd done. The conversation shifted to whether our marriage could actually survive this. We'd both deliberately hurt each other, both turned our home into a battlefield where sleep became a weapon. I asked if people could come back from that, if trust could rebuild after both partners proved they were willing to traumatize each other. Jason didn't have an answer, and neither did I. But we were finally asking the real questions instead of pretending everything would magically fix itself. The honesty felt raw and uncomfortable, but it was the first genuine thing between us in weeks. Jason asked if I wanted him to sleep on the couch until therapy started, giving me complete control of both bedrooms. I appreciated the offer because it showed he understood I needed to feel safe. But I suggested we try sharing our room again with one absolute rule that we both had to follow. No touching while the other person slept, period. No checking if someone was breathing, no accidental brushes, nothing. We'd sleep in the same bed but with a clear boundary that neither of us could cross. Jason agreed immediately, and I could tell he was relieved I was willing to try. That night we both lay in our bed completely rigid, hyper-aware of every breath and movement the other person made. The space between us felt huge even though we were only 2 feet apart. I stared at the ceiling trying to relax my muscles, but my body stayed tense and alert. It took me 2 hours to fall asleep, and even then it was light and fitful. I woke up 3 times in complete panic, my heart racing before my brain caught up and remembered nothing bad was happening. Each time I jolted awake, Jason was already awake too. I could see his eyes open in the dark, both of us clearly struggling with the same hypervigilance. Morning came with both of us exhausted again, but for completely different reasons than before. We weren't tired from deliberate sabotage anymore. We were tired from broken trust and nervous systems that wouldn't calm down. Jason got up first and made breakfast while I lay there gathering the energy to face the day. We ate scrambled eggs and toast quietly at the table, both of us looking like we'd survived something traumatic, which I guess we had. The bags under Jason's eyes matched mine now, and we moved carefully around each other like people recovering from the same illness. I had a work video call that morning with 3 colleagues to discuss a new campaign. I positioned my laptop so the lighting would hide the worst of the shadows under my eyes, but one of them still commented that I looked tired. I blamed it on a tight project deadline, maintaining the lie that my personal life was fine. The words came easily because I'd been practicing them, but the lie felt heavier each time I told it. My colleague suggested I take better care of myself and get more sleep, and I had to stop myself from laughing at the irony. If only she knew that sleep had become the central battlefield of my marriage. Jason's phone pinged during lunch with a therapy appointment reminder. We were still 5 days away from the first session, and those 5 days stretched ahead of us like an impossible distance. He looked at the reminder and then at me, asking if I thought we could make it that long without completely falling apart. I told him we had to make it because the alternative was admitting we'd destroyed something beyond repair. Neither of us wanted to say that out loud, so we'd just have to survive until someone professional could help us figure out if our marriage was salvageable. We established a new routine over the next few days that felt mechanical but functional. We worked separately during the day in different rooms, avoiding the tension of shared space. We ate meals together at the table, making small talk about work projects and weather. We spent evenings in the living room doing separate activities, him sketching design concepts while I read marketing reports. We slept in the same bed with careful distance between us, both trying to prove we could coexist peacefully. It was fragile and required constant attention, but it was something resembling normal life. We were functioning like roommates who'd signed a peace treaty, not like married people who loved each other. The night before our first therapy appointment, Jason had a nightmare. I was in that light sleep where I was half aware of everything around me when he started thrashing. His arm swung out and hit my shoulder hard enough to jolt me fully awake. My body flooded with adrenaline instantly, every muscle tensing as my brain screamed danger. It took several seconds for my rational mind to catch up and understand it was accidental, that he was asleep and having a bad dream. But those seconds felt endless. Jason woke up to find me pressed against the headboard with my knees pulled up, breathing hard and staring at him with wide eyes. The fear on my face seemed to hurt him more than anything I'd done deliberately. He scrambled backward on the bed, hands up like he was trying to show me he wasn't a threat. His voice came out shaky when he said he'd sleep somewhere else, anywhere else, that he didn't mean to scare me. I pressed myself harder against the headboard, trying to get my breathing under control. My heart was pounding, so hard I could feel it in my throat. I forced myself to take slow breaths and told him it wasn't his fault. Not really. My body just reacted now without checking if the threat was real. My nervous system had learned to expect danger, and it would take time to unlearn that response. We were both messed up in ways that wouldn't fix quickly. Jason sat on the edge of the bed looking at his hands. Neither of us slept much after that. The therapist's office had beige walls and a brown couch that was supposed to look calming, but just made me feel trapped. Jason sat on one end and I sat on the other with enough space between us for another person. The therapist, Felix Strickland, was maybe 50 with gray hair and glasses that kept sliding down his nose. He asked us to explain why we were there. I started talking first, trying to make it sound less crazy than it was. I told him Jason had been waking me up at night as a prank and it scared me. Jason jumped in to say it wasn't that simple, that I'd retaliated by doing the same thing back to him. Felix listened without his face changing at all. When we were both done explaining, he pushed his glasses back up and said it sounded like we'd been in a power struggle where neither of us won. He was right, but hearing someone else say it out loud made it feel more real and more awful. Felix leaned back in his chair and asked what we wanted from therapy. Did we want to save the marriage or just end it without hating each other forever? Jason and I looked at each other across that empty couch space. I realized we'd never actually talked about whether we were trying to stay together or just trying to survive being in the same house. The question hung there between us, and neither of us knew how to answer it. Felix waited, not pushing us, just letting the silence stretch out until it got uncomfortable. Finally, I said I didn't know. Jason nodded and said he didn't know either. I took a breath and admitted I wasn't sure I could trust Jason again. Even him moving accidentally in his sleep had sent me into full panic mode. My body didn't believe he was safe anymore, no matter what my brain tried to tell it. Jason looked down at his hands and said he was scared of me too now. He said when he looked at me, he saw someone who could plan and execute revenge in a way that really hurt him. Someone who could be cold about it. He said there was something in my eyes now that hadn't been there before. Something that calculated and measured. Felix nodded slowly and said at least fear was honest. At least we were both being real about where we actually stood instead of pretending everything was fine. Felix pulled out a notebook and wrote something down. He said our homework for the next session was to each write 2 lists. The first list needed 3 things we appreciated about each other before all this started, back when things were good. The second list needed 3 boundaries we each required going forward, things that were absolutely not negotiable. We were supposed to come back in 3 days and share what we wrote. Jason asked if we should share the lists with each other before the session. Felix said no, bring them here first. He wanted to hear what we came up with separately before we started negotiating. I sat at my desk with a blank document open on my laptop. The cursor blinked at me while I tried to think of 3 things I appreciated about Jason before everything went wrong. It was harder than I expected. I had to dig through weeks of anger and fear and exhaustion to find the person I'd married. After 20 minutes, I finally started typing. His creativity, how he could look at a blank screen and make something beautiful. His ability to make me laugh with stupid voices and silly jokes that were actually funny. His excitement about cooking, how he'd try weird recipe combinations just to see what would happen. These things felt like they belonged to different people now, like I was writing about strangers I used to know. I saved the document and closed my laptop. The boundary list came much easier. I opened a new document and the words poured out fast. I needed complete control over my own sleep with no interference ever. I needed him to take my concerns seriously the first time I said something, not dismiss me until I had to make him understand through force. I needed him to understand that jokes had limits, and those limits were wherever someone said stop. Each boundary was basically a scar, a permanent mark left by something that had hurt me. I read through the list 3 times to make sure I meant every word. I did. We sat in Felix's office again 3 days later. Jason had his lists on his phone and I had mine printed out on paper. Felix asked Jason to share first. He read his appreciation list and I was surprised by what he remembered. My determination to finish projects even when they got hard. My problem-solving skills, how I could look at a complicated situation and figure out the steps to fix it. My loyalty, how I stuck with people and commitments even when things got difficult. He said these were qualities he'd always admired about me. Then he read his boundary list. He needed to feel safe from payback, to know I wouldn't hurt him just because I could. He needed direct communication instead of punishment, actual words about problems instead of actions designed to make him suffer. He needed to rebuild without constant reminders of his failures, to be able to move forward instead of staying stuck in what he'd done wrong. I read my list next, and Felix listened carefully to both. When I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he said something that made both of us uncomfortable. He pointed out that my determination and problem-solving skills, the things Jason loved about me, were exactly what made my revenge so effective. I'd taken the best parts of myself and turned them into weapons. The qualities that made me good at my job and good in relationships became tools for hurting someone I was supposed to love. It was an observation neither of us could argue with. Our strengths had become our worst tools when we decided to hurt each other. Felix gave us new homework. We needed to spend 30 minutes every day doing something together that had nothing to do with what happened. No talking about the pranks, no apologizing, no processing feelings or working through problems. Just an activity we both enjoyed doing together. The point was to remember we were people who could exist in the same space without everything being about damage and repair. Jason suggested cooking since that used to be our thing. I agreed even though the idea of being in a kitchen with knives and hot surfaces while we were still this broken seemed risky. Felix said to start with something simple, maybe just making sandwiches together or chopping vegetables for a salad. Build back up to the complicated recipes slowly. The first cooking session felt like performing surgery while someone watched. I pulled out the pasta maker from the cabinet where it had been sitting unused for weeks, and Jason got the flour from the pantry without me asking. We moved around each other with too much space between us, like dancers who forgot the choreography and were afraid of stepping on toes. I measured flour onto the counter and made a well in the center exactly the way I'd done it dozens of times before, but my hands felt clumsy. Jason cracked eggs into the well, and we both stared at the yellow yolks like they held answers. Neither of us spoke much except for necessary things like asking where the rolling pin was or if the water should boil yet. When our hands accidentally touched reaching for the same measuring cup, we both jerked back fast. The pasta came out fine, technically correct in every way, but eating it felt like chewing cardboard. We cleaned up together in the same careful silence, loading the dishwasher with precise movements that kept us from getting too close. 2 nights later, we made pasta again, and it was slightly less awful. Jason actually hummed a little while kneading dough, and I didn't feel my shoulders up around my ears the whole time. We fell into the old rhythm in small ways, him passing me things before I asked, and me knowing when to step left, so he could reach the stove. By the 3rd session, something shifted. Jason was rolling out a sheet of dough, and it tore right down the middle. He looked at the ruined pasta and made this dramatic, sad face, then said in a ridiculous voice that his pasta rolling skills had clearly peaked in college, and it was all downhill from here. I laughed. Actually laughed. Not a polite acknowledgement, but a real surprised burst of sound that came out before I could stop it. The laugh felt strange in my throat, like I'd forgotten how to do it properly. Jason looked up fast when he heard it and smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. We both kind of froze there for a second, surprised that something normal had just happened between us. Then we kept cooking, and the rest of the session was easier. Not perfect, but closer to what we used to be. That night, I woke up at 2 in the morning for no reason, just suddenly awake in the dark. My eyes adjusted, and I could see Jason next to me, lying on his back with the blanket pulled up to his chest. Without thinking, my gaze went straight to his hands, checking that they were visible on top of the covers, both palms up and nowhere near my face. My body did it automatically, this new reflex I'd developed. I was still checking when Jason's eyes opened. He was awake, had probably been awake, and he watched me looking at his hands. The hurt on his face was sharp and immediate. His mouth did this thing where it tightened at the corners and his eyes went flat. We both lay there completely still, neither of us saying anything, both of us staring at the ceiling now instead of at each other. I could hear him breathing, could feel the tension coming off his body in waves. My heart was pounding even though nothing bad had happened, even though he hadn't moved at all. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, both pretending to fall back asleep, both knowing the other person was wide awake and thinking about what just happened. When morning finally came, we got up and went through our routines without mentioning it. At our next therapy session, I told Felix about waking up and checking Jason's hands. Felix nodded like this was the most expected thing in the world. He explained that trauma responses don't follow straight lines, that my nervous system had been trained to see Jason's hands as a threat, and it would take time to untrain that response. He said healing wasn't about never having bad moments. It was about having fewer of them over time and handling them better when they came. Then he suggested I might benefit from seeing someone individually, a therapist who worked specifically with trauma, to help process the fear that was now wired deep into how my body worked. I pushed back on that idea immediately. Getting individual therapy felt like admitting Jason had broken something in me that couldn't be fixed just by him stopping the pranks. It felt like permanent damage, like I was now a person who needed professional help to sleep normally in my own bed. Felix let me sit with that resistance for a minute, then asked what I was afraid the individual therapy would mean. I didn't have a good answer except that it scared me. After the session, Jason brought it up in the car. He said he thought I should try the individual therapy, that he'd do it too if it would help. He looked tired when he said it, older somehow than he'd looked a month ago. He told me he knew he'd caused damage he couldn't personally fix, that some things needed more than just him promising to do better. His voice was quiet, and he kept his eyes on the road, but I could tell he meant it. Something about his willingness to admit he'd broken me badly enough that I needed outside help felt different from his previous apologies. Those had all been about him feeling bad or wanting me to forgive him. This was about him actually seeing what he'd done and taking responsibility for consequences that extended beyond our relationship. I agreed to try 3 sessions with whoever Felix recommended. Just 3, to see if it helped. The trauma specialist's name was Aurora McNamara, and her office was in a different building than Felix's, closer to downtown. She had plants everywhere and one of those sound machines playing fake rain. In our first session, she asked me to describe what happened, and I went through the whole thing from Jason's first prank to my retaliation campaign. When I finished, she was quiet for a bit. Then she said something I hadn't considered. She told me that my retaliation, while effective at making Jason stop, had also traumatized me. I'd had to become someone capable of sustained cruelty, someone who could watch another person suffer and keep inflicting that suffering night after night. That wasn't who I was before, and becoming that person had changed me in ways that went beyond just being afraid of Jason's hands. I'd won the war, but I'd lost something in myself to win it. The victory was hollow because I'd had to damage my own sense of who I was to achieve it. I sat there in her office with the fake rain playing and realized she was right. I didn't just feel afraid now, I felt mean in a way I never had before. Jason started his own individual therapy the same week. His therapist was someone Felix had recommended, a guy who worked with people who'd hurt their partners. Jason came home from his first session and went straight to our bedroom, didn't talk to me for 2 hours. When he finally came out, he looked like he'd been crying. We made dinner together in near silence, and then after we ate, he told me what had happened in the session. His therapist had asked him why he needed to control my sleep, what he was really trying to control. Jason said he didn't have an answer yet, but the question had hit him hard. He was still working on figuring it out, still trying to understand what had been going on in his head that made terrorizing me seem acceptable or funny. I appreciated that he told me even though it was clearly hard for him to talk about. 6 weeks had passed since Jason broke down and begged me to stop waking him up. We were going to therapy twice a week now, him to his individual sessions and me to mine, plus our couples sessions with Felix. Our marriage was slowly turning into something new, something that looked less like what we'd had before, and more like a careful arrangement between 2 people who'd hurt each other badly. We weren't happy yet, not in any real sense, but we weren't actively destroying each other anymore either. We could be in the same room without tension crackling between us. We could cook together without it feeling like a performance. We could talk about our days and actually listen to each other's answers. It was progress, just not the kind that felt good. It felt more like building something from scratch after a fire burned down the original house. One morning I woke up and realized I'd slept through the entire night without waking up even once. No panic, no checking Jason's hands, no jolting awake at 3 a.m. convinced something was wrong. I opened my eyes and Jason was already awake, sitting up against the headboard reading something on his phone. When he saw I was up, he smiled at me, and it was a genuine smile, not one of the careful, measured smiles we'd been giving each other for weeks. It was the kind of smile he used to give me before any of this happened, warm and unguarded. I smiled back and we stayed like that for a minute, just looking at each other in the morning light coming through the window. That night we had sex for the first time in 2 months. It was tentative and awkward, nothing like it used to be when we'd been comfortable with each other. We moved carefully, both of us hyper-aware of the other person's reactions, both of us trying to make sure this was okay. Afterward, Jason started crying, not loud sobbing, but quiet tears running down his face. He told me he'd thought we'd never be intimate again, that he'd destroyed that possibility completely when he kept covering my nose. He said he'd been sure I'd never want him to touch me again. I held him while he cried and realized I'd thought the same thing, had been convinced that part of our marriage was over forever. Our next session with Felix fell on a Tuesday afternoon. both of us sitting in those familiar chairs with the fake rain playing through the speaker. Felix looked at us over his glasses and said most couples who hurt each other this badly either split up or stay together in mutual resentment, that we were choosing a harder path. He said we were actually facing what we did and why instead of pretending it never happened or letting it poison everything forever. It didn't feel heroic like he made it sound. It just felt exhausting, like we were doing homework every single day just to stay married to each other. Jason's hand found mine on the couch cushion between us, and I let him hold it, which was progress, I guess. Jason's client work started getting better around week 7 of his individual therapy. He came out of his office one afternoon looking genuinely excited for the first time in months, telling me a difficult client had just sent an email praising his new logo design. The client used words like fresh and bold, said it captured exactly what they wanted. I could see Jason's confidence rebuilding in real time, his shoulders less hunched, his smile reaching his eyes. My own writing changed too, losing that angry edge that had crept into everything I produced. My copy became sharp in a different way, persuasive without being aggressive, confident without being mean. My boss sent me a message saying whatever I was doing differently, I should keep doing it. 3 months after everything fell apart, both our individual therapists agreed we were ready to reduce sessions to once a week. Felix confirmed it in our couples session, saying the training wheels were coming off slowly. The idea terrified both of us. We'd gotten used to having professional help twice a week, someone to intervene if we started falling back into old patterns. Jason asked what we were supposed to do if things got bad between sessions, and Felix reminded us we had tools now, that we'd proven we could use them. He was right, but it still felt like being pushed out of the nest before we were ready. We couldn't live in crisis mode forever, though. Couldn't keep treating our marriage like an emergency that needed constant supervision. I suggested we take a weekend trip the following Friday night while we were doing dishes together. Jason nearly dropped the plate he was drying, surprised enough that water dripped onto the floor. He asked if I was serious, and I said yes, that we hadn't gone anywhere together since before the prank started. We spent the next hour looking at cabin rentals on my laptop, sitting close together on the couch, debating whether we wanted mountains or lake views. We settled on a place 2 hours away, neutral territory that didn't carry any memories of what we'd done to each other. The house where everything happened felt too loaded with bad associations to properly relax. Jason booked it immediately like he was afraid I'd change my mind. The cabin weekend turned out good. Not perfect, but genuinely good in a way that felt real. We hiked a trail through pine trees on Saturday morning, neither of us talking much but comfortable in the silence. We cooked meals together in the tiny kitchen, falling back into our old rhythm of him chopping vegetables while I handled the stove. We played board games at the wooden table, competitive but laughing about it instead of letting it turn mean. Saturday night we slept in the same bed without fear, both of us relaxed enough to actually rest. I only checked his hand position once during the night, caught myself doing it and forced myself to stop. Progress felt incremental but real, like we were building something new from the ground up instead of trying to repair what was broken. Back home on Monday, we decided to redecorate the bedroom. We couldn't keep sleeping in the space where so much damage had happened, where I'd spent weeks jolting awake in terror, and Jason had covered my nose while giggling. We spent Tuesday afternoon at the hardware store picking out paint colors, settling on a soft gray that felt calming. Wednesday, we moved all the furniture out and painted together, getting speckles on our clothes and hair. Thursday, we bought new bedding, dark blue instead of the white we'd had before. We rearranged everything, putting the bed against a different wall, moving the dresser to where the nightstand used to be. It was symbolic, but it helped, creating a room that didn't carry the weight of what we'd become at our worst. Jason came home from somewhere on a Thursday evening looking shaken, his face pale and his hands trembling slightly when he set his keys down. I asked what was wrong, and he told me he'd just been to his first meeting of a support group for people who damaged their relationships through behavior that escalated. He sat at the kitchen table and described hearing stories from other people, pranks that had ended marriages or worse, someone whose wife left him after he kept hiding her anxiety medication as a joke. Jason was understanding his actions in a larger context now, seeing that what he'd done to me wasn't unique or funny, that it fit a pattern of people who hurt their partners and called it harmless. He cried a little while telling me about it, and I sat with him, not offering comfort exactly, but not leaving him alone with it either. I joined an online forum for people recovering from sleep-related trauma the following week, which sounded absurd when I typed the search terms. But then I was reading posts from others who understood the specific terror of being woken by someone you're supposed to trust. People whose partners had done things during their sleep that left them unable to rest properly for months or years. One woman described her husband tickling her awake as a joke until she developed insomnia so severe she needed medication. Another person's partner would shake them awake to ask random questions, exactly like I'd done to Jason. I wasn't alone in this weird, specific damage. Other people had lived through versions of what happened to us and survived it. Some of them were still married, some weren't. All of them understood something most people never would. We hosted dinner with 2 friends for the first time since everything happened, Mark and Sophie, who we'd known since college. They came over on a Saturday night and we cooked pasta together, drank wine, played cards at the dining table. It felt almost normal, like we were the couple we used to be before Jason started watching those prank videos. They didn't know what we'd been through and we didn't tell them, keeping up the facade that everything was fine. But being around other people reminded us we were still capable of functioning socially, that we could laugh and joke and be present without the weight of therapy and trauma hanging over everything. After they left, Jason and I cleaned up together in comfortable silence, both of us tired, but in a good way. 6 months after Jason's breaking point, we had what Felix called a milestone session, where we reviewed how far we'd come. We sat in his office going through a mental checklist of progress. We were sleeping in the same bed without panic, my body no longer jolting awake expecting danger. We were communicating directly about problems instead of letting resentment build or retaliating with cruelty. We were rebuilding intimacy slowly, having sex maybe once a week, but without the fear and awkwardness that had marked our first attempt. Felix pointed out that we weren't the same people we were when this all started, that our marriage wasn't the same either. We'd fundamentally changed each other through what we'd done, destroyed the innocent trust we used to have, and replaced it with something more careful and deliberate. It wasn't worse exactly, just different, like we'd survived something together that left permanent marks. One evening, about 7 months into therapy, we're sitting on the couch after dinner and Jason asks if I've forgiven him. The question catches me off guard because we've been avoiding that specific word, dancing around it in sessions with Felix but never actually saying it. I set down my coffee mug and think about how to answer honestly. I tell him I don't know if forgiveness is the right word for what I feel. I've accepted what happened, I understand the reasons behind his actions and mine, and I'm choosing to move forward with him. But forgetting what he did isn't possible, and maybe that's okay. The memories are still there, still sharp, still capable of making my chest tight when I think about waking up unable to breathe. I explain that I've made peace with carrying those memories forward into whatever version of us we're building now. Jason nods slowly, processing this, and I can see he's disappointed, but also relieved that I'm being honest, instead of giving him easy comfort he doesn't deserve. I ask him the same question about my retaliation, about the weeks I spent systematically destroying his sleep and sense of safety. His answer comes slower, more careful. He says he understands why I did it, that on some level he's grateful because nothing else would have made him stop. But he can't pretend it didn't scare him, can't pretend he doesn't sometimes wake up expecting me to be standing over him with a flashlight. We're both living with the consequences of our actions, carrying around the damage we did to each other, and that's just reality now. There's no magical reset button, no way to go back to being the people we were before he started watching those prank videos. We sit in silence for a while after that, not uncomfortable exactly, just 2 people acknowledging the weight of what they've survived together. 2 months later, we have our final session with Felix. We've been seeing him for 8 months total, and he tells us we've done the work most couples never manage. We've learned to communicate directly instead of through punishment. We've established boundaries that actually mean something, and we've proven we can use the tools he's taught us. He gives us his blessing to end regular therapy with the understanding that we can return anytime we need to. The real test, he says, is maintaining this without professional scaffolding, without someone watching and guiding us through every conflict. Jason and I shake his hand and thank him for basically saving our marriage, though we all know we did most of the saving ourselves. Walking out of his office feels strange, like graduating from something we never wanted to enroll in but needed desperately. A year after everything started, after Jason first covered my nose while I slept, we're in a stable place that looks nothing like where we began. We have hard boundaries now, lines we both know better than to cross. We communicate honestly even when it's uncomfortable, especially when it's uncomfortable. Our relationship is built on mutual respect that came from mutual destruction, from both of us learning exactly how much damage we're capable of inflicting on someone we love. It's not a fairy tale ending where everything's perfect and we've forgotten the bad times. We both carry scars, visible ones in how we move around each other, how we're still careful about sleep and personal space. Our personalities changed through what we did to each other. I'm harder now, quicker to establish boundaries, less willing to give second chances when someone shows me who they are. Jason's more careful, more aware of how his actions affect others, less likely to dismiss concerns as overreactions. We're together and we're functional, but we're making it work as different people than we were, in a different kind of marriage than we had. Jason never touches me while I sleep, not even accidentally if he can help it. I never weaponize his weaknesses or use his trust against him. We both understand that some lines, once crossed, move the entire relationship into new territory. Sometimes I miss who we used to be before all this. The easier version of us that didn't have to think so hard about trust and safety. But I remind myself those people couldn't protect each other from their own worst impulses. These new versions of us can.